he was. Like, come on, what he put 50 pounds actual lean muscle on it. And people go, oh, he's just on steroids. Cool. You do it. Yeah. Because his diet must have been wild. His diet, his exercise, it's a specific kind of exercise. And what I'm going to say is might sound like a wild statement, but it is true. Indian genetics are known for bodybuilder genetics. Yeah. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like, for him to put on that, fucking crazy. Yeah, he's rocked out of his mind. What do you think he's running? Everything. I mean, I'm very sure that he would be running GH here. Like, he's definitely running growth, definitely running test. Oh, yeah. But his diet's insane. His diet's insane. He's eating a ton of lean beans. He got tired of being whatever he was. No, we should be a Marvel superhero. Here's $100 million. He said, I'm going to get in shape. Yeah, anytime a Marvel person says, like, whenever you ask, is a Marvel person natty or not, answer's always no. Yeah. If you offer me $100 million to get in shape, do you think I'm trying to go about this the right way? You know what I mean? Yeah, if you want quick results, I'm not trying to look like a superhero. I'm not trying to look like a human. That'd be cool if they were honest about it. That's why Frank Grillo's the fucking man. Frank Grillo went on and just set his whole cycle. And Frank has always been so disciplined. Like Grillo, I've been with Grillo for over 30 years, and he never didn't work out 2 hours a day. He never didn't. Like, that's the thing. People see my mental, they're like, oh, it's just because he's on whatever. No, it's like, nobody, he's been that way his entire life. And now that he's how old is he? You're 60. 60 shredded, working out still hard. It's like, that stuff helps him to do it. He never stops. He's also, at the same time, like, genetically, you just look at his physique. Yeah, that guy just did a free for the whole time out there. When I met him, bring up young Frank Grillo. When I met him, he was a Bruce Weber model. He's doing some gay stuff. Yeah, but you gotta see him with the shirt off, because when he was younger, he was stupid. That's not a good example. He was so fucking, like, anyway, but he just had the fat man. So that picture right there, like, that's how he was. You also just can't get that if you don't have those genetics. Like, no. He just has the perfect ways. That's an Italian symmetry. Like the best guy. But he was also just a guy who was so disciplined. All he did was work out. We used to make fun of him for that all the time. He makes fun of himself, but he puts on muscle, man. He's you can never fix. If you don't have genetics to look good, you'll never look good. Well, he trained, like, so he was a wrestler, and he saw this fucking Gracie stuff, and he went and met Hicks and Gracie. He was one of Hicks and Gracie's first students. They were training in his garage, and he was just obsessed, and that's all he would do. And if you look up, there's a guy, this is just proof of what we're saying, like genetics. There's a guy named Craig Elias that's huge, but he can't win body. He was never going to win a bodyweight competition because he just doesn't have. Oh Lord, that looks crazy. Oh my Lord. Well, because his abs. He's just so big and just. That's fake. That's what's crazy. No, that's real. No, what's crazy about bodybuilding. That's real. No, there's no. Yeah, he does a lot of angles and stuff in his photos. Is that real? Yeah. That was him before he got super big. That's weird. Super big. That looks insane. That looks like it's fake. But then you look at it like, from a bodybuilding perspective, it's like, you just got saw this thing on Instagram. Have you seen how many bodybuilders are dying? No. It's crazy. It's a lot. Yo, I was like, holy shit. That's what my trainer, Luke Brother, would always say. He's been in that bodybuilding. That's before and after picture right there. I'm telling you. Dorian Yates said that. Dorian Yates said, you don't know how many guys have died. Like, yeah. Look it up, Chan. It was obviously on Instagram, so who knows? It's a real fact, but it's a whole meme. No, it's crazy. The average death is at the 47 year old. What? Hold on. The mean age of death is 47 years old. Do you know why that's so realistic? Most recent average death, 45 years old. What people don't realize with body all that doesn't mean you still might, but morbidly obese. Well, you're also go back to this playing with your insulin, you're doing all kinds of. Even if you're doing all, in 2021, reported the death of 15 top-level bodybuilders in a single year, with 80% of them being 50 years old. Oh my God!
Sudden cardiac death is
large left ventricular hypertrophy found in autopsy. The use of performance-enhancing drugs such as anabolic androgenic steroids is strongly suspected as a contributing factor due to potential cardiovascular effects. Whoa.
Yeah, that's crazy stat, right?
I had no idea. I would have told you nobody.
They're going so hard in the paint. Again, they don't have fortune turtles. Everybody's born with regular shit.
Yeah.
And then you're just pumping all through it non-stop. As Trump says, your heart only has so many beats.
And you look at it too, like the guys back in the day, like the Arnold days, like they would get shredded, big, and all that for the shows.
Those are the best.
But like they wouldn't stay on all year round.
You know what? They'd have HGH changed the game. That's where like Ronnie Coleman's came along and like where you get this, and then they just kept getting, it's like a free acid. Like Arnold was 240. Look fucking great. And then all of a sudden, the Ronnie Coleman's and Jay Cutler's, then it went from that looking like that, which they have it's called classic physique. Classic physique. That's what it was. The Olympics back in the day, and now it's they show the biggest freaks they can find. I think the average weight's like 3.
Nick Walker, the bowler, my height, 300 pounds. And try that looks, and you every time he's on, like talking to a camera, you can hear him breathing from a mile away. That's not even him at his biggest. Top left.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, listen, he's a mutant. I mean, that's insane. Don't live a long life like that. No, that's fucking
no, and you don't have much fat either, like super low body fat. You're looking at your body of carbs on top like that.
Yeah, it's just abuse
all the time. Yeah, that's the thing. People think they look at that and go, he's shredded, he's lean, because he's super healthy. It's like it's actually the opposite.
So the opposite.
Unhealthy people in the world.
They have sleep apnea because their neck is so big, so they don't have very sleep right there. Yeah. And some pro bodybuilders that we talked to recently said that he'll never be a champion because you get that big and it's too hard to even condition yourself to get to the right body fat percentage. Yeah. Damn.
It's cool. Good for them. I dig it, but for me,
I used to want that when I was younger. I wanted that. And then I got to a certain age and that's not an ideal life at all. That's not.
No, we talked about their diets, though, dude. It's like hate eating.
Shaw told me when he was competing, I think, what did he say? Like literally 4 hours of his day is chewing. 4 hours of his day is chewing. He would eat every, I guess, 2 hours, an hour and a half. And the meals he was eating were like massive. What we would eat for a day. Yeah, and you couldn't take it in as liquid. You had to chew it for whatever reason. It was just,
Yeah, no one wants that life.
Eating 10,000 calories a day is insane.
It's a nightmare. Let's take a little break. It's one of our faves, buddy. It's one of our faves.
Muscular, and he looks muscular.
Pants and the freaking
shirt. Yes, but we're both wearing and the underwear. I have underwear on.
Oh, wow.
My shoes and socks and everything are not true classic.
We're talking about true classic, the best of the best. We've been with Ryan forever before he was the Scrooge McDuck. Dude's absolutely balling out. You see him in the UFC, you see him at Target, you see them at Costco, they're all freaking.
Well, they've sold 25 million shirts to 5 million.
They're simply the best, man. If you like tea, it's true classic. Any of the regular tea is true classic. Button-ups, true classic. Joggers, true classic.
They got
the best of the best. You find them again. Amazon, super easy. Target, Costco. Or you make it super easy. Go to trueclassic.com/fire to grab the perfect gift for this year.
Or you can go spend a fortune on overpriced designers. Please go ahead and do that.
Yeah, look like a asshole.
Yeah, or just go to True Classic. But I guess 200,000 5-star reviews must be wrong.
It'd be the best thing you've ever done.
That's right.
TrueClassic.com.
Could you even think of a food you could eat? Because I saw this on Instagram. They said for $5 million, name one food that you could only eat that and hit 15,000 calories a day. You can eat 15,000 calories of the pizza.
Hey, Jen, how many calories are in a large pepperoni pizza?
The entire pizza?
Yeah, I can down. Like that slice.
You eat more than one pie?
What's up?
You think you eat more than one pie?
Yeah, that slice of Austin, I'll take to a bite.
That's where they are. 3,000 calories.
3,000? No, that's less than
Then you have to take 5. You have to eat 5 pizzas.
I can't even.
In 24 hours for $5 million.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you can eat 5.
Yeah, for that money.
Easily. You can eat 2 for breakfast, 2 for lunch, 2 for dinner. You can space it out.
That's a lot, though, when you really think about all that cheese.
I do fucking love.
You need 1
You
for
would never
breakfast.
want it ever again.
No, you eat 1 for breakfast, then you work out like a motherfucker. Then you eat 1 at 11. Then you work out. Or you go for a
Span across 12 hours.
Yeah, we'll get that.
Someone in the comments said olive oil, like, there's no way you're starting.
Olive.
Because the calories.
Yeah, because
How many calories in a steak?
a liter of olive oil would be enough, but you would just shit. I don't think you'd ever be, your asshole would never be the same.
Feels so terrible.
A liter of olive oil is very good.
Is it a ribeye bar?
Yeah. So 1,000 calories for large ribeye. So you 15 steaks, 15, 16.
That's not happening.
No, not a shot. You need pizza. It's gotta be pizza.
That's what I'm thinking. These high calories.
I was thinking of croissants. Because they're so airy.
No, dude.
Like 500 calories a croissant?
How many calories in a croissant?
If they're buttered croissants, because the butter adds some calories.
Yeah.
It's not a bad idea. Just toss a shit ton of.
Wow. That'd be a lot of croissants.
Wow.
You can't do it.
Dude, how pizza's tough to beat.
It's tough to beat. What about a baked potato or a sweet potato?
No way. There's no way you're eating 15,000 potatoes.
What's dumbed up then? No, that's a healthy.
160 calories.
That's a regular. If you really try to hit the calorie mark, you could do milkshakes.
Milkshake.
Oh, that's
Just
interesting.
straight the ice cream, like double fudge milkshake, like a frappuccino from Starbucks, a venti frappuccino.
Yeah.
One of those like Sonic ones that have ice cream melted inside of
Let's
it.
see a vanilla milkshake. Bring that up.
That's your easiest way.
You're shitting your fucking brains out, though.
Either way, you're shitting your brains.
Dude, 700 calories.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you still gotta take in 15 milkshakes. That's a fuck.
You're fucked up for a good week. I mean, the $5 million is gonna be worth it because you're just gonna be shitting your fucking brains out.
I mean, no, I think it's pizza.
I think pizza's number 1. Yeah, because it's high fat.
It's 5 pizzas.
I think you're correct.
Yeah. Because fats are what's gonna get you there. They're the most calorie dense, and everything else that's high fat, that much would be fucking disgusting.
You have pepperoni on it, some Parmesan
Sausage.
cheese, some sausage.
Yeah, but that's a lot. Damn.
And I do extra marinara. That slice of Austin too.
Man.
Have you found good pizza here?
Slice of Austin. Have you had it?
Hoboken slice, dude, is good.
Hoboken is the one that I've said is acceptable. But that's like a New York, like, I'm sick of fucking pizza stuff.
Fuck New York. You guys in New York,
Excuse you.
Excuse me. I'm talking about New York pizza. New York pizza. I've had plenty of pizza in New York that suck. Ray's pizza's not good.
Raisin, no one would put
You know what I'm
raisins on.
saying?
That's her pizza.
I know it. Like, I've had the pizza. I've had it on Springsteen, Prince Street. Look at this.
Treat's good, but it's no John's on Blizzard. LMB Simone Gardens in Brooklyn. You're not beating. There's no pizza in the country that's beating them. That's crazy.
I've never had
Actually, a takeaway from you though.
Yeah. And by the way, so does Rose Cafe.
Are these the Los Angeles places?
LA's good.
Julian,
I'll put LA
GTA is
pizza all day. I know it sounds crazy.
Someone needs to clip this as the dumbest thing
You'll find
anyone ever
me
said.
a better pizza than Juliana. I'm waiting.
Julian, a takeaway though, because they have the big slices.
Let me ask you this.
What's the other one that we used to go to? Justa.
Juice, yeah.
I bet you, is it New York style?
Now, to be fair,
Yeah.
his dad is from New York. He's a Jewish guy, 40 million.
Oh,
So
to me,
he does the
that's
sour.
style.
He does the fresh mozzarella. Looks fine. It's also, by the way, $40 a pizza. It's expensive as shit.
Go to John's on Bleecker.
Bring up John's on Bleecker. I've been to John's on Bleecker. Bring up John's on Bleecker before I freak out.
I had to tell you, that slice of Austin ain't nothing.
John's on Bleecker. He's the best.
Get that shit out of my face.
It's all right. I've had John's on Bleecker, bro. It's just okay.
It's so good that you have to wait online, and then you can only order it as a tie.
Oh, I got a pizza for you in Austin. It's a guy from Chicago owns it for like Chicago. They do the thin slices too for New York. They have the thick Chicago style. It's called Lefties.
Lefties.
They fried him from Chicago. They have a fucking brick and mortar right here. I'm not crazy about the thin crust, though, you know? I like a thinner crust.
I'm a thin slice guy. It's got to be it has to be a well done slice.
Not crispy?
Yeah, you gotta have a crisp. I don't want it to fold and be
And greasy.
yeah, like an oily stuff.
Fuck yeah, dude.
I will say one thing, and you probably enjoy this pizza. There's a place in Connecticut that might top New York pizza called Frank Pepe's, and it's rated the #1 pizza in the country. And as a New Yorker, it's hard to say that it's better.
We're in Connecticut.
New Haven.
Really?
It's a guy from Napoli, and he makes it like the same style as from back
Well,
home.
they go crazy, those guys. With the semolina.
It's
Maybe what's the place that's Carry owns in New Jersey?
It's called oil slice, and it's incredible.
But I fucking love pizza. Yeah, that guy. That guy's actually taking his tomatoes so seriously. It's mozzarella so seriously. He knows. Oh no, that's Mark Henry. That's Black guy, right, Jim? I'm talking about Mark Henry, the comedian. Frankie Hancock. Come on, guys. That's a Black guy. It's the same name as pizza. For sure. That's great. I know, but there it is. You did this. You said it was unbelievable. It's Pinos. Yeah, dude. Wow, that looks fun. I can already tell it's good. That picture was terrible, right? But that's fucking great, dude.
I would put New York pizza over pizza from Italy. That might be a hot take.
I mean, I just had pizza in Italy, and I was like, okay.
It's fine. And they also, when they try and act like they know pizza, advanced pizza, they didn't have tomatoes until the United States came along. So
that wasn't actually the United States. That was so tomatoes were
the Americas. I'm sorry, they were the Americas. Yeah, before the Americas, no tomatoes.
I've never been anywhere where I was like, oh my god, I've had good food everywhere, but it's not like
there's certain places that are just
like kind of family.
New York pizza, Philadelphia cheesesteaks.
That's all right.
What? You haven't been to a cheesesteak?
Well, here's the place called Chicks in Morristown, New Jersey, or South Jersey.
So it's near Philly.
Yeah, and the thing about Philly cheesesteak, you do it right, is like they got where's the place for Bradley Cooper? They got a bread. They got the bread. Right. Yeah, that was good. My boys own that. Supreme. Yep. The bread, which is good, but there's a place that has the sharp provolone. It's sharp provolone. They got the broccoli raw, and then they got the sausage. So I know it's not a Philly cheesesteak, but goddamn, it's good.
I like the whiz on it. Just describe it.
You like the whiz?
I just like the whiz.
Well, I know I do. The shaved beef, shaved steak, right? Then you get the aged provolone. Okay. And then you put the broccoli raw. Yeah, fuck all this, man. Our listeners like, dude, we don't care. But even was it the Godmother sandwich that shut down now because they like were taking shits and not washing their hands of that place in Bay City? What? Yeah, they had shut down. Bay City's the Godmother sandwich? Bay City's in LA? Yeah. I don't say cities. They got shut down. Yeah, because they were shitting. They're like licking their hands and making sandwiches or something. I don't know. Look it up. Look it up. Bay City's still open, I think. I don't know. They had some. I think someone shit in one of the subs or something. Oh, that's a problem. Yeah, shut down for some rats. Oh, come on. That's what I tell you. Yeah. I got my ear to the ground. You think they're shutting down just because a few rats ate a sandwich on the rest? Somebody ate the Godmother. His name.
Wow. There's a Chinese place in the Bronx in my neighborhood that everyone used to love called Hawaii Sea. Hepatitis outbreak.
Well, that's hepatitis. When you have shit. That's when shit.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, somebody put shit in the sandwich. Or they took your shit and then made your sandwich. Either way,
that's crazy hepatitis outbreak.
Yeah, well, that's probably somebody who was like, I'm gonna line every sandwich with shit. That was somebody who decided to get disgusting.
That place with fire, though.
I like when people like, oh, you had bread in Italy, you had this in New York. Yeah, man, I don't need to fly 10 hours. People don't understand what
super cheap in Texas.
People don't understand what a feat of really. I mean, there's good brisket and fucking cancer. But people don't understand what a feat of engineering and incredible ingenuity was to create sanitation on the scale. All kinds of shit. And now you don't have to worry about that shit.
Anyways.
There's one history minute, guys, for crying out loud.
It's incurable once you get it, right?
I don't think so. I think they have to shoot a bunch of injections in your stomach. It's a good time. But there's a guy who had you can see him like going crazy. This guy right there, that's a good time. He's afraid of water.
But this is homophobic.
But he can't drink. Yeah, he can't drink. You go crazy. Drink some water. You gotta drink some water. IV. You can't hold them down too.
The IV you can.
You gotta strap it down. And they'll panic.
This is every fat person in the Midwest when it's not a 2-liter bottle of soda.
It makes you, it kills you. And the disease is so amazing. You know how it spreads? It makes you crazy and you bite somebody and give them it.
What if that's where a zombie movie
Shit
is?
is zombie, yeah. It's legit. This was a legit problem.
It's like he's being dramatic.
No, he's not.
No?
He's not. That's what he's dealing with. That's what rapists do. They can't.
Not that he can't drink water, but he's really shaking, doing act outs.
You can't. They can't even go near a body of water. They'll freak out.
Unless he starts buying people at the end, turn this off. You want to see a fun video? So I was on Instagram last night, and you know Sal Logano, right? Yeah. Well, he had to issue an apology.
What happened?
So he'll say he put out his tour poster on Instagram or TikTok.
Just playing for a shit.
What's up, everybody? Sorry for the way I look. I just been laying around the house all day waiting for the Steelers Ravens game. Yesterday, my social media team posted my tour poster across all my social platforms. And they did so on TikTok without audio. I found out today, when I was alerted to this post, that TikTok will assign their own trending audio to your post, even if you don't post any audio. There was trending audio of some type of racially charged rant, and TikTok took it upon themselves to connect that to my tour poster, which is unfortunate. So, at first I thought I was hacked, but no, not at all. I don't know why they would allow something like that to track and then actually assign it to people's videos. Obviously, I'm a public-facing person. I saw in the comments that it happened to a bunch of other people. Just be on the lookout for this, because obviously we have careers, lives, reputations, right? So
that's all. For the record, Sal is not only the nicest guy ever, not racist, also one of the most PG. Anybody could go see this guy. So
Sounds great. Let me see the original post.
but watch the post is crazy.
What's wrong with TikTok?
Now Jews be bitches be bitching. Jews be that's what they do.
Is that?
And TikTok just thought that because TikTok just will look at and go, they should fit this trending sound will fit what you're doing.
Man, that algorithm.
That's fucking brutal.
Wild.
This is why we don't let you post your own things on social media, bro.
Yeah, is Nick Fuentes banned from TikTok?
Everything.
Yeah, I wonder why.
Except for X.
Yeah, but he's not racist. I love when he's like, I'm not racist. But you are.
I mean, yeah. I mean, that's why he's
Gone from an expansion team to a playoff team. And tonight, for the first time in history, a state that has had Super Bowls, golf tournaments, tennis tournaments, spring training, and hurricane football will host an NBA playoff game. Hello, I'm Craig Sager. The sellout crowd is 15,008, but the demand in tickets has been so large that some seats have gone for over 10 times their face value. This is my ticket. It is also your ticket, and I invite you to join me as we go inside the Miami Arena, where the Heat logo, flaming basketballs, burning nets, and the hottest ticket around all indicate that the heat is on.
I'm not going to be an Appleton, Wisconsin. There's all those racial jokes I'll probably by accident. But all right, guys, enough's enough with the hate. If you also don't like hate, come to Appleton, Wisconsin. Or where the fuck am I going? Edmonton. Weekend after that. Hilarious. Yeah, work for them. Yeah, got attention. Like, those tour posters usually eat dick. Yeah. And you can make some cool ones. People are like, all right, dude.
Remember back in the day, we could put up cool graphics and people would just like it. Yeah, people were just like,
the bar raised way too high, like just a normal. Dude, all of that stuff.
Yeah. I got to back at this point, back Timmy No Breaks, where he's doing a whole AI scene of him shooting Joe Rogan.
Crazy. Nick, what do I do?
This one? I don't think this is logistic, but it's the first one has been put out.
The flying car?
More than a decade of development, the world's first commercial flying car is now in production and is being assembled right here in the United States. The Olive Model A Ultralight is a road legal vehicle and aircraft that will fly above the roadways. And get this, there's room for two inside. It will run for about 200 miles on the ground and just over 100 in the air. The innovative aircraft also has a cruising speed of 110 miles per hour while in flight. And though attainable for some, the flying car will send you back about 300K. We started making a first car model. Well, the first car to be kind of like a test car to be delivered and see how people will use it in a real environment. There's a lot of regulations which you have to comply. You cannot just fly anywhere above New York or San Francisco. That's not this works. And our number one, actually number zero priority is safety. So we want to make sure that people operate it safely, exactly as it's intended. We do provide the training. It's actually pretty simple. It's literally in the air. It's simpler than driving a car. You still need a driver license. But it is very simple to operate. Nick, I can literally teach you in less than half an hour.
Multiple people in the comments said, "Why is Brian Callen narrating the beginning of this?"
Is that thing? Is that AI or is that real?
No, it's real.
I think real because Elon, I know for the debut of their next car, it's going to be flying. Yeah, he's working on it.
I feel like for obvious reasons, that's a bad idea in New York City.
Yeah.
Things flying in New York City near
Tariffs
buildings.
are like, oh, hell,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
110 miles an hour. I mean, but there's going to be so many regulations on this. Like, if you buy one, you're kind of fucked. I guess you could fly around here a little bit, you know? Guess.
What if you need a pilot's license?
I don't think so. You just need I don't know. He said driver license. You're not flying very high, right? Yeah, I was just going to say there's going to be an elevation issue. Well, we're like almost limit. It's pretty high. Like, you can't fly as high as hell.
Imagine getting killed by the first flyby.
Oh, God.
That's embarrassing.
Not good. Yeah. Drunk chick falls on the side. Dude, it's going to be...
Imagine a drunk driver. I didn't even think of that.
Yeah.
A fucked up driver. Depending.
Yeah.
Depending.
Yeah.
Someone going around.
I say shit today. My brother-in-law's like, no, you know anybody who owns hogs at helicopters? I go, my boy right here, Shane Steiners. He got a helicopter and we can shoot hogs out of his helicopter. And he goes, no. I don't have people who are hunting who don't know how to shoot because they'll shoot the blades off my chopper because when I dip, people go and it kills you. Okay, so that's not what I do. What I do is I end up. I have professionals like Tim Kennedy. That's who does it. Okay, now you're Shane Steiners not letting random brother-in-law use his helmet. I was like, oh, I never thought about it. I never thought of that. He's like, yeah, dude. It's like, because I thought, I'll grab a gun. It's like, no. It's fucking. Yeah, happens all the time.
The fact that none of us thought of that is exactly why.
That's right.
The fucking worst.
That's right. I never thought. I was like, I'll just shoot the fucking now, dude. We're coming this way.
Yeah, that's a real fucking problem. That's gonna. Yeah, you're going out.
But again,
Right. I wasn't thinking about this one.
That's why we don't know that.
Yeah.
That's why we don't have to worry about this one.
We don't have to worry about this.
So shit, let's see. Nick has some Reddit stuff here.
So this is not a video. This is just someone found a colorized photo of a Shah talking to FDR, and everyone says this. They thought it was you photoshopped that, and I found out that is the original picture.
That's not the Shah. That looks like the king of Saudi Arabia.
Oh, that's what it was. Yes, yes.
That's the king of Saudi Arabia.
Are you Saudi Arabia?
Dude, if you grew into it,
Yeah, that's. I mean,
You
that's
grew
not
up-
Photoshop.
No, it's a real photo.
it's real. You do actually have that look. You're
The same.
Are you Middle Eastern at all?
I don't think so, man.
I'm gonna get you an ancestry test.
I know.
This might be your.
I'll rock with those.
Oh, dude. Oh, that's Brendan Shaw. That's Brendan Shaw. Dude,
That's Brendan Shah.
well, the Shaw. The Shaw's irrelevant.
Shaw Akbar.
But that's,
Jesus Christ.
dude.
Yeah, fair
It's Brendan
point.
Shaw Akbar.
I would definitely fit in out there, you know.
Yeah.
The hobby.
That's funny, man.
Right. Yeah, that looks like me in 10 years.
Yeah.
I saw it. I'm like, he has to see this. This is
I've never
crazy.
seen it. That's great.
It's a real colorized photo. That's FDR back in the day.
Damn.
That is, yeah, it is. Yes, it is.
You were alive
So
at that time.
that's Bin Faisal. That's Faisal from the House of Saud.
You're a fucking dork for knowing that. That's crazy. Did you?
I've been in Saudi Arabia for 3 years.
Brad bet the needle.
That's
Definitely a great uncle of mine. Not a big deal. Pretty cool.
There's some relations.
He had a lot of
Have you ever done ancestry?
He had a lot of kids. You want to know how many kids he had? It's around 300. Because he would come in, he would marry a woman, get her pregnant, and then divorce her and move on. Here, take a look at how many kids. I think it's Faisal bin Saud.
I know, man. My soul.
Yeah, maybe it's King Faisal. Just say how many children did King Faisal have? Is it Faisal or is it
Fickle.
the House of Saud? Original King of Saudi Arabia.
There it is.
Yeah, King Faisal.
This is
Around 13. Yeah, Saudi Arabia had numerous children.
13 total.
No, he had more.
It's not a lot.
No, he had
It's like slightly more than you at this
That
point.
suggests around 13 children total.
Yeah, I think he had 300 though, and that's the
Feels like a tall tale.
Yeah, it seems like your history's off, but
might be a little off.
he only has 9 more than you, but yeah, 9's not, you know, Mormons are like getting the fuck out.
Right?
Can you see who was the original King of Saudi Arabia?
Original King of Saudi Arabia.
Yeah,
I feel like I should cut this off.
Yeah, sure, the podcast gets scripted along with it.
you're right.
Maybe do this on your own time.
The same guy who learned about E. coli before it is.
Abdulaziz bin Saud. Take a look at how many kids that dude has. That's the guy. I'm sorry. My bad, everybody.
45, that's better.
45.
Still pretty good.
55 fucking kids. No, had around 90 total.
Craig's like the
90 kids.
How many baby mamas that have to be?
What's that?
How many baby mamas?
He had 22 wives, sir.
it was
He was easily marrying daughters from tribal chiefs to form alliances, and then he would divorce them. I think shooting ropes.
Oh, you gotta give it up to his sperm.
You gotta give it up.
They're swimmers.
Well,
Swimmers.
You shoot Arabian ropes.
the Arabian Bedouin were famed for their power, their sexual, there's all these stories about it, because they lived on camel milk, bread, and dates, and apparently that was like,
But they smell like shit. I know.
because they're in the desert, right? So it's not, you don't really sweat much.
The desert.
It evaporates.
Nah, I still get stinky, dude.
You need baby powder no matter what.
So you want to know when you rub yourself with sand, it takes all the oil off. believe it or not, you can get a shower with sand. You can wipe your ass with sand.
That sounds miserable.
I know, but it'll take it. So when you spill like oil on
This sounds like something stinky people would say.
when you spill oil on your
Just wash yourself with sand.
you put sand, you put like flour on it, and it'll just pick it up.
I know. You take a shit from me, and then
Wipe your ass with sand.
If it's very fine sand, I'm gonna rub my shitter. And then
You ever taken a dump at Brian's house?
sand works at the abrasive action. Yeah, instead of
it's not a sanitizing agent.
Yeah. So I want you to shit, and I'm gonna wipe your ass with sand. You bend over, and I'll just give you an old.
People do use sand to clean their pots and pans when you're camping. It works.
Now, there's a couple more good ones. Have you seen the new show, The Landman?
Landman, yes.
Well, here's the land moon. You see Brian's eyes.
Fuck you people. Fuck you, all of you.
I just don't know who's on the left. Is that Dice?
I don't know. That's probably fucking me.
Who's on the phone? Yeah, who's on the left?
I shit. My dear. Shit. God. At least you look at it.
Come think white plus.
Who's the girl? Who's that?
It's supposed to be Joanna.
Then there's Joe on the right.
That's
What the fuck is over there?
The only one that looks like identical is Brian.
I think they just copied it. I took pictures. Right? Is that the Unabomber over there?
I haven't seen the show.
Landman?
Man, almost said land.
Land.
Landman's fucking.
Is it good?
It's fantastic.
Yeah.
It's fun.
Is it Yellowstone, Cal? Yeah.
Yeah, Yellowstone kind of fell off season 3, 4, super slow. Landman's only the second season, but it's fucking.
It's facts.
Yeah. It's fucking.
I've been looking for
My
a
favorite
show.
on TV.
Yeah.
Especially now. Stranger Things, is it tonight? The 7th?
That's what I'm trying. I don't know.
This dude keeps sending me these fucking things in my hopes up that they're gonna release
I'm full on conspiracy theories right now.
But I love me some conspiracies. Then I watch the videos he sends me, like, if you pause it, you gotta be super dork, which I appreciate. But like, if you pause it here in season 2, episode 7, at 4 minutes in, the clock says
set at
1:07. It's like it's 1:07. We look here, it's 1:07. And they go so far.
There's no strange things that happened to episode tonight. This was a viral fan theory called
Conformity game.
Is this cool with you? Yes. Yeah, listen, man. I'm gonna listen. I'm still checking.
There's a mass hysteria going on. People are going
It's a
super.
great idea.
Because if they go, that'd be brilliant, right? Everything, because like the people, if it's not happening, then the commenters are better writers than the Duffer Brothers.
Pissed if it doesn't happen.
Yeah, like because
The thing to do is just spring it on us.
Oh, dude, I fucking should have got you. I thought he did. Someone made a shirt that said "Stronger Things."
that's sick.
Emma Gordon.
That's sick. That's sick.
I can't wait for it. It's so sick.
That's sick. I'd wear that
Yeah,
on stage.
I'll get you
Hey
one.
guys, I want to be part.
No, it was his thinner things.
You do have a very Demogorgon physique.
Yeah, but I'm not even up on the. I know I'm being insulted. I'm not even up on the fucking chronology.
Emma Gordon looked like abs, shoulders. Those
But they have that very narrow strength.
Yeah.
They're wiry,
Yes.
like an avatar.
Of an avatar body.
There's no way they released a special Stranger Things tonight.
You don't think so?
It would make my year.
The only thing that is telling me that there's a possibility of something is when they asked Millie about the ground, they're like, and sorry for anybody who is an
Listen,
adult that doesn't watch the
look out
show.
the dance. All the guys in the track team decided to go to the movies and skip it.
Happened up
Big
until
deal.
this season.
You didn't see Stephanie sitting on the couch over there, dressed up like a
finale.
She took it pretty hard, huh? She was devastated. It broke my heart to see the tears in her eyes.
It's kind of
You didn't think about her feelings at all. Not only did you ruin her night, but you missed out on getting to know her.
But on the 12th, they're putting out like a table read of the fun. So that's what I wonder. I'm gonna watch it.
Oh, yeah.
But I'm like, maybe that's the because in the.
He was sorry about what happened, and he wants to make it up to me by buying me a pizza at the mall. Steph, I gotta talk to you. And I have to talk to you. Ryan, apologize. I know. The whole school knows. You're
Mike.
Dad chased him down the hall, covered him with canned yams, and then shoved him in a locker. You talked to him? No. What did you say?
So, and there's a lot
Okay,
of things
I told him that
Also, with if you watch the end, they're all in orange jumpsuits, which doesn't make
every other grade that they graduated was green.
Yeah, so they're orange, and they're thinking it's Vecna's, like, and so that's his ending, where they're thinking they're spot they did well, so they're all in orange. And if you look at everyone behind every single major actor, they have the glasses like Vecna, they're also sitting like this, every single one.
Yeah, and they also said that when they asked the Duffer Brothers at the beginning, they're like, what's a way to describe the season? And they said traitor. And so far, nothing's come out that seems very traitor-like. And what I would say is if Mike actually was the one who was cursed, and he's the one that's actually, this is all just the dream that's in his head that we just saw, that would make a lot of sense.
Strange Things are gonna have another season or no?
This is supposedly the end.
They're gonna have a spin-off.
They're going to have spin-offs. My only problem with if this is all in Mike's head, that was kind of crazy effect in the bag. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to make your friend come out as gay for no reason. And it's going to be a very long, drawn-out coming out of the closet.
It's going to be 20 minutes.
Mike's going to come out and wasn't very like, what happened to you in there? He's like, dude, I had this fucking weird dream about you.
I pray to God we get it. I just don't. I don't see it happening.
And there's
On the plane, I just finished. Again, you gotta be cool with gay stuff. It's the gayest show you ever watch, but it's so goddamn good. Interview with the Vampires on Netflix, 2 seasons. Blah, blah.
It was a TV show of it?
It was a TV show on AMC.
Yeah, and the movie was amazing.
Dude, this trumps the movie.
Really?
So,
What do you like about it?
I like the time period. I like that they're another right. I love New Orleans, like
Gay stuff.
yeah, like the hardcore blood sex. Just the vampires are like realistic. It's cool, man. Yeah,
I gotta check it out.
dig it. It's weird. Except there's gonna be some. If you have problems with Will, then the last season
There's a banging.
yeah, hardcore
Do
vampire.
they show dick?
No dick, but they're naked a lot.
Yeah. I feel like shows are showing more dick nowadays. Like, watch The Boys.
I didn't watch Boys, but his big dick, right?
There's a lot of dick happening. A lot more dick than tits in that show, which is crazy.
Yeah, I'd say that Interview with the Vampire on Netflix is the best vampire show or movie ever. So,
Really.
yeah, it's good.
Speaking of movies, I actually was just telling Brian about this other day, and this is the gayest thing I've ever said out loud, but the new Sydney Sweeney movie.
Which one?
I think it was called...
The Lake? Something?
No, she's like a maid inside the house.
Did you see her in the Lake one?
No.
Bubba. On Amazon?
What is this movie that just came out? Housemaid.
Housemaid.
It's such a crazy twist to it.
Scroll in, Jim. Let me see the rest of the movies. Before we go to Housemaid, no, you're on it. You have just these right. Yeah, let me see those. Echo Valley.
Echo Valley.
You ever seen Echo Valley? She plays meth addict. That dude, that's your homework for the night.
I'll watch it.
Knock yourself out.
I'll watch it.
Then get to the gay stuff. But yeah.
You know what I've noticed about her? She has to. There must be something in her contract that says she has to show her tits in every movie. And the one movie that didn't work out and it's been a flop is the movie where she played an ugly girl. No one wants to see an ugly Sydney Sweeney.
Oh, Jim, that's my problem with Pluribus. That I've continued to watch. I'm like, all right, whatever. I'm distracted. Could we not get a physically more attractive female be the lead? So ugly.
Oh, I know.
No, she's just some lesbian, and I'm like, I'm not gonna watch her for it.
It's not keeping your interest.
If you're Sydney Sweeney, I'm the best show of all time. But she's just like this lesbian, and she's real mean to people. And I'm like,
This is a hot take, and I think that people are going to be like, who the fuck are you to say this? I don't find Sydney Sweeney to be that hot. I don't. She's downsy in the face.
that's Brian's type before we move on. Brian's like, actually,
No, she needs bigger arms and calves. Brian loves the muscle comic.
And a dick and a mustache.
I need you to take that with Sydney Sweeney.
I can't, dude. She's not that. You're blinded by her tits. You're blinded by her body.
Yeah, I would say overall,
And I'm not a tit guy.
I would say overall that you may find that she's got a great personality. She's beautiful.
Oh, and she also works on multiple trucks.
Mosaic Down syndrome.
Now, I would be all over that. That's a great time.
guys are insane.
She's
I don't know what the booty's about. I don't know what her butt it may be.
You never saw
that's very Sydney Sweeney.
She's not down.
I know. I understand. She's got the hooded eyes, and she tends to look a little bit.
She's
You guys are idiots.
the hottest girl with Down syndrome, for sure.
Wow. Who's like your North Star girl-wise before
All time,
like just anyone right now?
Adriana Lima.
When she was young.
Yeah. That's.
I mean,
What?
there's no one who disagrees with you, sir. I mean, when she was younger, or get it.
That's it.
Jen, let me see her smile. The early days, the front teeth there. Oh, some early days. Yeah. Here's the problem, though. No talent.
It's a model.
This is a good point.
No talent. She'd be terrible at that.
This is a good point, Brennan.
Not that big. Okay.
No, this is. Oh, look, she has Jen's face. That's actually good. That's
She did age expansively, but
She didn't age well.
Where's she from? Yeah, she ate all the bananas.
well, this is where she was younger.
That's why I said all time.
When she was younger, it's hard to.
Hi.
Come on, her teeth. Oh, her mouth. You're gonna hate on Sydney.
You're fine, though. She's impossible.
That's the most beautiful rose ever existed.
How large her mouth is.
Those are
Sydney Sweeney looks like she should be.
Come on.
Okay, first off, Sydney Sweeney, she looks like she should be chewing grass in a field. What are you talking about?
Chewing on this
Bro, those are so aggressive.
Should we give her carrots?
Aggressive.
I'd feed her anything.
Bring up her body, though, like when she was young in Victoria's Secret. I'm with you on that. Talent and
Sydney Sweeney, great actress, great.
So, wait till you watch that Echo movie.
Right there, Chin. No, Chin. Chin. Go back, please. You're the worst.
Dude, I can't read your mind. I can't read your mind.
That girl right there, Chin, with the wet hair right there.
Dude. Brennan, look at this.
Yeah, I mean,
she's don't get me wrong. She's
but you know what? You're making a point. Like, of course, but like, Sydney Sweeney's talent makes her head and shoulders.
Yeah, she's smart too.
She's more talented. But, I mean, if you were going to say, then I would go Ana de Armas would be the next decision.
I think Sofia Vergara. Sofia Vergara is
Ana de Armas has like that natural look to her where you're like, oh my God.
Monroe, right? Yeah, she's.
Who is this?
Ana de Armas, Cuban. Dark hair.
I don't know. She played Marilyn Monroe. She's awesome. They cast her as Marilyn Monroe.
She's a very talented actress.
God, yeah, she's incredible. Yeah, forget it.
Yeah, she killed that shit.
She beats Lord. Yeah, she's incredible.
And she's an action star in the John Wick movies Ballerina. And fucking.
Yeah, you're done with that. She's done. You're fucked. You move her in your house right now. You don't have to know her. Move her in right now. I don't even care if she speaks English. It's a huge problem.
Also, I definitely have it. Blonde's never done it for me. It's never done it for me. And I know people watching this go, wow, look at these guys saying that. Look, I still have eyes.
Look, I'm gorgeous, so I know.
She's dating Tom Cruise. Yeah.
She is dating Tom Cruise.
So she likes small guys.
Well, when you're that
Average height.
when you're the king.
Average height. I'd say he's probably around my height. You think so?
Yeah, he's right.
Yeah. Brian also thinks that I'm much shorter than I am.
You're 5'7". I think everyone's 20. You're 5'7". I'm sorry to say it out loud.
Cut that shit.
No, we'll just take off an inch. You don't need to take your shoes
It's
off.
gonna be a bummer. Come here, just take your shoes off. Let's just do it.
Just take off an inch.
Take an average.
Yeah, right inch.
5'4". You're almost 5.
You're taller than Tom Cruise.
5'7", right?
No, I'm taking shit up. Let's do it real fast. Good, let's watch. I'm gonna give you in 3/4. No, watch that exactly. Dude, something's going on because Netflix just posted another thing about Stranger Things, like the official account did.
What they post?
Let me send a chin. What this one?
By the way, that thing matters.
Bullshit. It's off. It's off. It's a little off. It's okay. I'm like 5'10". I was used to be 5'11".
Well, but you're so much shorter that I haven't seen you.
And they're with me, and they're like, "Hey, you're taller."
Because what are you, you're 5'10" and a half.
Yeah. So 5'11". Some guy looked at me and goes, "You're a big guy."
That's crazy to say.
I was like, They just posted that chin, so
What they post?
Netflix Stranger Things. This is just giving me some mold in my algorithm. It literally just popped up. I just hit refresh, it popped up. Is it? Yeah. What's that?
Does it show when it posted? Nice.
Should be here. 6 days ago. I know, that's why why would that pop up on my feed right now?
Because you've been watching so much Stranger Things that they're just going to feed you more Stranger Things.
I'm pretty sure. But they haven't posted anything on shit, like recently. This is the top of their... Netflix needs to realize if it's not about Stranger Things, do not post it.
Well, they get shout out to Marcelo. Marcelo's I started with him back in the day, comedian from SNL, and he's put on a Netflix special, and he's very funny.
Oh, he's great.
Yeah, he plays.
SNL.
Yeah.
But also, don't post anything about Stranger Things. Great though.
Marcelo, I respect the shit out because he used to be when we were doing like the Grizzly Bear back then, which was like this shitty club. He was a kid. He moved here from Miami, Cuban kid, and he would stand outside every day and bark the whole whatever weather, just barking outside just for 5 minutes at the end of the show.
Did you ever see Sebastian impression?
So good.
It's wild. What is going on with that kid's teeth? Did he have some kind of some sort of disorder? And he doesn't have he doesn't have something. His collarbones. Yeah, he has something wrong with the shoulders too. This kid just make fun of him.
He's born without teeth in the collar.
Yeah. Did he get it fixed at all? Yeah, he gets like 4 million episodes. So I think he got that. It's crazy.
He's also a crazy talented Broadway actor.
And he can sing his ass. Yeah, he's super talented. It's a bummer when a show ends.
Yeah,
that
I put that in like the top endings that I hated with and Sopranos.
So trash today.
What's that?
Sydney Sweeney and then Strange Things ending was.
You like the ending?
It's not terrible.
It was an hour epilogue.
I don't mind it. I think that's a lot of time.
There's so much epilogue.
I'll take it, dude. I invested in these fucking characters. I need to see how it ends. And the way that it's ended compared to like Lost and shit.
I'm putting it up there with that.
No, you're on the internet. It'll skew your view. We're like, oh, it's so bad. If you rewatch, the season 8.
You don't think that Vecna dying, spoiler, Vecna dies, him dying was the most not cinematic thing. It was so anticlimactic. He just slowly falls into that spike, and he's like,
I enjoyed it.
and then Joy comes and axes him.
That was awesome.
There's a theory out there because Vecna, Vecna were able to hold their bodies, and that's her son that she actually axed off Will's head, and he switched. So that's
This is the absolute worst podcast ever.
Damn, just who is Vecna? Yeah, no, nothing. No.
What's that?
He said that monster guy. He said he was Vecna. I just can't. It's too. That's him. It's been over 10 years. What about him? He's a monster. Why is he a monster? Like, what's his game? You gotta watch it.
It's so much.
It's too much. It's
Yeah. The real actor is very David Bowie. He's very androgynous.
that guy right there. Handsome kid. Super.
Hell yeah.
Oh, there. By far the best actor.
Him and Sadie Sink, girl Max.
No, Max.
She's great.
She might have been my favorite.
That's scary. His face is scary there. That's fucking scary.
Uh-huh.
Jesus.
He's been some bangers too. This dude doesn't miss.
Yikes.
Like he was in Twilight.
Was he?
Yeah.
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 Huh.
Yeah, played a vampire.
We also had two more good Reddit posts.
Oh, good.
Dude, the actor that plays Lestat. The actor that plays Lestat in that Interview with the Vampire, bro, his performance I've seen in a hot second.
Yeah.
Oh, but just
This guy
I'm gonna
sucks.
watch it now. Now I have to watch it.
What is this?
So someone actually is so good at it, and they made a game show like Who Wants to Be a Millionaire.
And they purposely do it so your brain's slower. You know,
Yeah, it's a good way to bring people down to see who breaks.
sneezes on
Breaks. Your body. And you say it's like the point where
Wait, go back. Go back.
That's normal. Hey, no, don't go back. That's normal.
I drove to Tijuana for car parts, and it's dicey as fuck. Until you don't have anything to worry about. Oh, really? Crazy. I bought, I off-roaded in the Baja 500 this past year, and there was three dead guys that were recording guys in the Porsche. And then like yesterday, I kept going.
Did you? Really?
Yeah.
Is it? Oh, I don't know where you filmed.
So the Porsche.
I got in trouble. Yeah, I'll tell you.
This is a good film.
Yeah, for talking about
This bullshit don't come to it. So they had to reroute everything around the mountain. Oh God, you're dealing with the dude. Here's also good why dealing with the cartel must be so annoying.
Ooh, I see how that could have went bad. Yeah.
What happens next on? This is great. Can you go back to him sneezing on me with your little face?
Then they purposely do it so your brain's slower. Yeah, it's a good way to bring people down to see who breaks. Who breaks? Your body. Have you ever seen this thing?
Whoever's doing this. Really? You know what's crazy? This is part.
Yeah, there's a bunch more.
I gotta see these are
Talented, man.
I gotta get on Reddit. Let me see the next one again.
The next one?
These are funny.
No, we gotta keep watching.
The next Reddit.
We gotta finish this, yeah.
This says someone this. There's a guy in Asia who is Brian Callen. Look how spot on this is. Some guy serving shrimp somewhere in Asia. Zoom in so you can see Brian's face. That's Brian. How spot on is that?
It's like a
Dude, that's you.
Korean version of Callen.
That's Brian Callen, Thai version.
If Brian had a wig on, though.
Yeah. He's a little more built than Brian, but like,
Say that, please. Oh, looks like good food, good shrimp.
that's spot on.
That's my Thai brother. That's so funny.
I think that was the last one, right?
There's one more.
Oh, before you play this, it's very subtle, but Brian's reaction to him thinking he's getting handed the drink and then awkwardly sitting there with his hands is very subtle, but I laughed so hard.
Dude, this is the Chris Apple. When it's ice cold, it is the best thing else country. It's not real stupid, but it's gonna make it better. Dude, I just figured out. I tasted it like all this like gin.
I wanted something so bad. I was so thirsty.
It is the best thing else country. One crooked thing. It's not real stupid, but it's gonna make it better. Dude, I just figured out. I tasted it, but holy fuck, this tastes like ginger. My girl goes, oh.
That was it. Just everyone was laughing at
That was so
Brian's
crazy.
awkward.
When you gave me that, I remember this so well because I was so good. That's not like this.
It's like, you didn't know what with your hands.
I didn't know my hand out like this. That's hilarious. That's really fun, man.
Yeah, fun.
Damn, that's fun.
That's fun.
Yeah, those are the top ones I found.
Okay, good stuff, Nick.
Shout out to Rabbi.
Appleton, Wisconsin. I'll see you this Friday, Saturday. I'm excited. I changed it. I was supposed to do Thursday, but I
didn't, I canceled.
Brian's reaction to him thinking he's getting handed the drink and then awkwardly sitting there with his hands, it's very subtle, but I laughed so hard.
Dude, this is the Chris Apple. When it's ice cold, it is the best thing else country. It's real stupid and Red's gonna make it out of it. Dude, I just figured out. I tasted it. I tell all I do this like gin.
Because I wanted something so bad. I was so thirsty.
It is the best thing else country or cold cricket team. It's gonna out real stupid and Red's gonna make a threat about it. Dude, I just figured out. I tasted it. Holy fuck, this tastes like ginger. And my girl goes, oh.
That was it. It was just everyone was laughing at
I was so
Brian's
thirsty.
awkward.
So when you gave me that, I remember this so well because I was so I'm making that sound like this.
It's like, you didn't know how to put your hands.
I didn't know I took my hand out like that's hilarious. That's really funny, man. Damn, that's funny.
That's funny.
Yeah, those are the top ones I found this weekend.
Shout out to Red.
Appleton, Wisconsin. I'll see you this Friday, Saturday. I'm excited. I changed. I was supposed to do Thursday, but I didn't. I canceled Thursday because I was going to have dinner with Bradley Cooper after he did Rogan, but it turns out he can't make it. He's going to go back. It's so funny. Anyway.
Also, I still have a couple tickets left for the second show. I have 4 shows right now in San Antonio, the 30th and the 31st. We're getting really close. There's still a couple tickets left on each show. But
Where in LOL?
no, the new club. It's called Riot. It's right on the Riverwalk. So we're doing pretty good ticket sales, but we want to sell those. I want them all to be sold out.
Who's the guy in the picture?
Oh, and Nick's gonna be on me on it too.
Nice. Like, sell it out. Team back here. We sell out for Nick here. All right? We love you guys. This is the Fire Kid. We're out.
Let us see some folks.
That's what usually comedy. never, I don't know if any of those comics ever feel truly successful. Again, it's like a never-ending painting. Like you're never gonna finish it. So when you get a special, first in comedy, before this, when you see comedy, never, I don't know. First in comedy, before this, when you see comedy, never, I don't know. I don't know if any of those comics ever feel truly successful. Again, it's like a never-ending painting. Like you're never gonna finish it. So I don't know. So when you get a special, what's a special today? No one gives a fuck. Like Dave Chappelle released one. No one talked about it. You know, that's Dave Chappelle. So I don't know. Comedy is tough. But first, I'm the designer. It's fantastic. It's fantastic. Very proud of you guys. Why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying? No, I got lying. Why you always lying? Stop fucking lying. Always lying to me. Lying so much. You make it hard for me. As a gift from myself and from Mark. This is who I am. I am an Irishman. A true Irishman. Proper Irish whiskey. Proper 12. It's in the name. It's a small suburb in Colorado. It's a place dear to my heart. With each case we sell, we're going to give back to the first responders. They're people who get to the buildings and people are running out. And that's heroic to me. Finally came in, kiddos. You're 21. It finally came in. Straight off the boats. Japan, was whiskey, finally hit the shores of the United States. Here's the thing, though. It's fantastic. 2 years in the making. Very much. It's just not to the races. Not so fast, young. Not so fast. Now the business side comes in. Because you can't just ship it and sell it to everybody. It doesn't work like that. You get distribution. Really learn the hard way. So now on the metal of dealing with different distributors to get it in a certain market. Children nationwide start to fly to Dallas, Colorado, California, Arizona, New York. Seattle goes there and then expand. I mean, fly me. Learn on the down. Kids in town trying to find what to do. So you're a distributor, seller,
Distributor.
it's here, man. It's fantastic. I'm excited. That's the hustle now. It's just Hamilton, Wisconsin. I'll see you this Friday, Saturday. I'm excited. I changed. I was supposed to do Thursday, but I didn't. I canceled Thursday because I was going to have dinner with Bradley Cooper after he did Rogan. But it turns out he can't make it. He's got to go back. Anyway.
Look at this athleticism, folks. This is the most athletic shit we've ever seen. For Rizzy? Oh, for Shizzy, dog. Wah, wah, wah. Somebody gotta fucking see my stream. Worst stream ever. Yeah, that's the shit, motherfucker. West Side. Gangsta, gangsta. Really? Untouchable shit. My balls smell like cheese. Why? Why not, baby? Just like your dick like it's out of style. Hurry the fuck up, you little bitch. Come on, you slutty hoe. Dog, if you're not streaming in the big step is Discord, who the fuck is you? Westside. Ride or die. What is gangster? This shit. Somebody comment. This is the.
So good. It's real bottom. It's
What is going on with that kid's teeth? Didn't he have some kind of a situation?
some sort of. He's born and he doesn't have
Something his collarbone too.
Yeah, he has something wrong with his shoulders too. This kid used to make fun of him.
He's born without teeth in the collarbone.
Yeah.
Did he get it fixed at all?
Yeah, he has like 4 million episodes. I think he got fixed.
It's crazy. On TikTok. He's also a crazy talented Broadway actor.
Yes. And he can sing his ass.
This is the best show ever. When we get to hear Papa try to speak, move to bed to the day, you better take the game. 10 minutes of shot.
Welcome back to 10 Minutes of Shop. Thanks for tuning in. As always, join the Patreon, join the Reddit, join the Discord. On Patreon, you get early access for the show. And we're so happy to have you. But anyway, that's not why you're here, though. You're here to watch 10 Minutes of Shop. Start the timer. Play the J clip.
Alrighty, dude. I'm surprised you haven't hit a button yet, dude.
Oh, yeah? Okay.
That makes sense.
Shout out to Buddies. He sent me a bunch of sounds. I'm going to be making some more sounds on the, what's it called? Soundboard. A soundboard.
Yeah. Also, one thing I forgot to mention on our other show, Ragged Tweeties, we talk about how Joe Rogan is probably a Muslim. Yeah. So check that out.
Bobby Lee is one of my closest friends.
Let it cook, dude. All right, the first one. Oh, shit. The first post is from Don't Lose Your Cool. What? Oh, my God. It's called Papa is Making Friends. He lives in my neighborhood in Rough Hollow. He, in fact, did not win the competition. He is the laughing stock of the street. What? Please tell us more details, if true, any bits. The dude bought his kids quads when all the other kids in the neighborhood are whipping around on Surons. He's a giant dork. And he's even more redacted in person. Okay, so the use of redacted is questionable.
Yeah, because like if you're the neighborhood guy, how would you know redacted?
Yeah. Maybe he got homeless.
He's such a bad neighbor that Shop creates people on Reddit. Yeah. All the neighbors have joined the subreddit because it's the one neighbor that they hate. The Reddit is now like when Shop's in a neighborhood, that's like a next door thing. That's what Reddit is for them. They don't have to join next door.
Next door watch. Neighborhood watch.
Social media. This is it.
I don't know why, but there's some like godlike power whenever I just reach over and push this.
They're always the right one, yeah.
Jonathan and
We
Alana
all pretend
Austin
like we
and
don't know
other
about the
movies
online
were
hate.
upload what had
Become
come out.
quite
So yeah, you're
inside
actually
joke.
from Phoenix, New Jersey,
I feel like regular guy stuff might be a homeless cat.
to build a
All
body
of the fake things where it's people on the baseball team, neighborhood, it's all great. Those are good bits. They should do school, like his teachers. Maybe not teachers, that's because that's
No, his teachers like Colorado.
Yeah. People are pretending to be the team already. That's one of the classic bits. It's like you pretend to be associated with. That's what also makes it very hard to make a documentary or have people on the show because we want to It's funny online.
He's
I
out
want to talk
then.
to just
What
some random
is
guy
it?
that's pretending to be a football teammate or coach or whatever. I want to hear Brett Chop's third grade teacher be like,
Sure it says
for
checking it on the
presentation, he
morning
brought
of
out his
the
comic
14th.
books. One of the people that bought comic books.
I am white as shit, Dallas.
All right, this one's posted by one usual 4460. It's called Joanna going full unconscious wife in
For the
2026.
rest of the year. Ultimately, it's
Finally done 2026 coming in hot. Wait, is that real? Yeah. Wow. Jojo Shop. I mean, maybe if she can make, I mean, I don't think it's a good idea, but if she can make money, and if she's going to talk about Brandon, that's going to be good. Oh my God. I mean, listen, I'm always down to get orange chicken, dude. You know what I mean? But, like, guys, for the family dynamic, maybe don't do this, dude. No, that's probably not a good idea. And then, whether do it, it's just, Shop has the guys. Shop's got the team. Right. Shop has, like, connects to ad revenue. They're gonna, like, hit them ads. Probably, like, hope that the first episode gets some tens of thousands and then just use that for, like, ad placement on a couple of episodes. They make like a quick buck, but they just like lose more of their dignity. They don't have any. Is that in a storage facility? Not a chance, Daddy. No. They watched our latest episode and we're like, oh, that's right. We should shoot podcasts in our house, dude. Oh, that's in their house. Bro, it's a nice house. Either that or they rented out a nicer place for her show. Seems like a waste of money. That would be funny though if this is the storage. Yeah, no, I think it is. We got 3 trucks, we got JoJo's little corner, we got Shop Show. Oh yeah, JoJo's doing her show over there, so yeah, those guys are just waiting at baseball practice. Sure, Danny's doing that. Alright, let's see what else we got here. The next one's gonna be posted by Original Standard 42. These two are so gross, okay, be quiet. What the hell? I think it's cool that they spend more time together. Yeah. I kind of was worried that they might be confrontational or getting into each other. Yeah, they seem to be that couple that makes content together stays together.
When on the 14th?
Always look at the bright side of life.
Shalom Lishmo. Ultimately, again, Shalom Lishmo, meaning not for the sake of Pesach. What does mean not for the sake of Pesach? For the sake of Shlomo, for the sake of something else. What is the status of that carbon? So the Yeshua says it's mutter. Because again, essentially, shechting it on the morning of the 14th.
Shout out Rico Poppy, dude. You know, one of the best to ever do it right there.
By definition, it's reclassified as a covered shlomo.
There's probably something we're going to see coming up soon here, but we've been finding content. But here's the thing, though. Dude, how old are we? 15? Yeah. We're like 54, 58 on the yoga, and you still have this episode. But, I guess that's how content works now. Like people just do each other's shit on TikTok and Instagram. You know? Oh, definitely. Yeah, yeah. Is this one of the things where they do the recording? Or it's like a voice, right? Like audio stuff, or they just do the same exact thing. Oh, so all that hot content that we've been like complimenting them on is shit that other people are doing. They're following trends. Yeah, the shop version of the trust fall.
Why? Because then they say the whole then the Ikra really comes to the entire Erev Pesach is
I guess that means me.
for Chadam Pesach. I, the Gemara says in my studio. So what does that mean when he says if you check on the morning of the 14th?
Is this not the worst content you've ever seen?
I remember
Do you want to put money on it or no?
I'm
I'm going to say it's probably not the worst content I've ever seen because I've watched Chef today. Oh, dude, great. Right there. I watched Rob Schneider's Luciana special. I watched Chip Burr's collapse. I watched Chip Burr do a fake fart over and over.
It's too dramatic.
Realistic, I suppose, is taking a photo of me constantly not smiling. I have to be hit or assaulted to smile. Like it when people ask me to take a picture. I'm good at the smiles. Yeah. Not a big picture of myself. Never been. It's facts. Ever since I was 6 years old, not big picture. So I can relate to that.
What are you gonna do, man? Fall you punch me, motherfucker?
He's been like this,
I love the soundboard of the show, dude. This is great. Virtue Identical posted by Charming Cow 1688. It's virtually identical. Yeah, I see. It's similar. This is pull the fuck up
face.
That's a much more dramatic case.
That's the
Right?
intro.
Because then
Oh,
he's
showdown.
going to say that it's kosher.
What? The
Rabbi
pull the
Yeshua
fuck up face.
ultimately again is
Okay.
going to say that it's
I
kosher.
like that. I mean,
Which
I
the
wish
Gemara
Shad's
says,
eyes were closer together. Like how
because if you were to argue in the case of the Shmo and Shom Pesach and
they're
Shach,
not far.
Yishmo
They're
on the
pretty
morning of
close.
the
They're
first
pretty, yeah, they're
14,
kind of
how
close.
about the
And
Shemo,
that's
Shemo, most of Rabbi Yeshua
how
and
many
the
sure
Torah
shots does it take to
totally
make
mix
your eyes
up their
that
right.
close?
Because I would have thought otherwise, Rabbi Yeshua
Literally
would
room
agree with
nicotine
them to
that he
say,
puts
well,
in his mouth, and his eyes
ultimately
get
again,
closer and closer together. I can see Shad.
Yeah, what up, baby?
ultimately again,
Police
the
said he
Torah
drew.
Shmo sees
Yeah.
halacha
Slang a
l'maisa
dick like it's going out of style. What's new in your neck of the woods?
Okay, so what's this? Not much about that. So remember again, the earth.
Dude, I've been doing this for 4 fucking years. You're fucking right, I am. Yeah, dog. I have more data archived on the internet than any person in global history.
So now the Gemara is questioning that. How could that possibly be? The Gemara says, but the pasuk explicitly says that for the Pesach is
I got that dog in me. Grinding's my middle name, baby.
Always meant what? The afternoon. So how can you say that it's kosher on the morning of the 14th?
Oh, I appreciate that, my man. Hey, are you a member of my Discord?
This is fascinating. What does being ha'arbaim mean? Being ha'arbaim is in the afternoon. Rather, being ha'arbaim.
You're the man. I love you, big dog. All right. Hey, did I send you my free guide to social media? A lot of times people are looking to expand their network, get a job, and I send them a guide that's free that has helped 50 people in the last 2 months.
Between what we'll call the night of the 14th, remember the 14th begins at night, and then the following evening, which is the
Okay, I'll share it with you just one moment.
Otherwise, you have the entire day to offer up Karban Pesach. So we'll say that is quite dramatic. So the Gemara says, one second. So does that mean that every single time?
Oh, yeah, I've shared it with you, Durago. You did it.
Doesn't mean afternoon. Means between the evenings. Are you actually putting that forward?
I know you did. You're a medical doctor, aren't you? Oh, your sister's a medical doctor. Okay. Very well. All right. Well, yeah, you know I got that dog in me. And how have things been for you, Durago?
Now you're telling me it means the entire day, which the Gemara says, as a keves echad taseh baboker. No, it's different because there explicitly says, one keves, one sheep you shall offer up in the morning.
That's right, big dog. All right. Well, how has X Spaces treated you recently?
The other sheep that's offered up ben arbaim literally means the afternoon. So you say that one carbon is offered up in the morning and the other carbon, the ben arbaim one, to be offered up the entire day. So the Gemara says,
fuck yeah. That's what I like to hear, big dog. That's great. All right. Well, good. Yeah, you really increased your followers. That's great. Excellent.
So what about menorah? And menorah also says it's a kindle of menorah being ha'arbaim. Are you coming to say then that ben arbaim means a kindle of menorah all day? To which the Gemara says no. Shining pasuk is different there. Why?
Yeah, I do.
The pasuk says ultimately again from the evening up until the morning, meaning again that the candles must remain lit.
100%. I've seen you co-host in some pretty big spaces. You're in the Big Steppers Discord, right?
Furthermore, the Gemara says another interesting point over here about that. If you take a look at the last Rashi.
Dog, you gotta get in that Discord. It's got 10,000 people in it. It's discord.gg/big, B-I-G, STEPPAS, Big Steppas with an A. Yeah, I would imagine you're in there because we're running the circles.
So as to allow these other sacrificial rites and rituals to be done. What about the Torah? So most
yeah.
Then the Seirah is being a Kaddish, like the phrase Ben Ha'arbaim actually means between the evenings.
Yeah, just turn off all the notifications.
Could actually be offered the entire
Yeah, that's some alpha. Like basically, I'm telling you, I've been in crypto on crypto Twitter for like almost 5 years, and the big steppers in that Discord is perhaps the biggest and best promoted Discord that there is. I'm sure you've seen their spaces if you're aware. They always get anywhere between 600 to 1,000 people in there, and you go up and you show people in that space, and when you do, you'll get 10 or 20 followers every single time you do it. Plus, you'll get a bunch of people DMing you who are interested in whatever you're doing. They have a huge reach, so if you're in any Discord, make sure you're in that one.
So now, interestingly enough, right now, interestingly enough, what we now see is that Ben Basira is understanding Karban Pesach can be offered up the entire day on Erev Pesach.
4 years, my man. I've been doing it every single day, so I've got it down pretty well.
So you have the entire day, and that doesn't say because
everybody says that. Don't feel bad. Yeah, everybody says you sound like a robot, you sound like AI. It sounds like you're reading it. I just have it memorized really well, and when I say it, I can picture it in my mind, and I even sometimes say it, and I'm like kind of shocked that I'm able to say it so well because I'm not even thinking about it. It's just like my body knows how to say it. You know, when you've said something a lot of times, it just becomes second nature.
One thing is clear, which is even doesn't mean what, sometimes doesn't mean warning. So doesn't that seem to point to the idea that Karban Pesach is in fact offered up in the afternoon? To which the Gemara is very interesting. How cool the Alchar. So ultimately, the Uchar, that is ultimately again coming to teach me that Karban Pesach is offered later. And let's say, now what does that mean? It's very interesting. So remember, if you think about this, on the afternoon of Erev Pesach, there are two karbanos that are going to come up. What are the two karbanos? Karban Pesach and the Karban Tamid, the afternoon Tamid. Now, generally, halacha is like this: if you wait to offer up the Karban Pesach until the time of the Tamid comes along, then what's the halacha? You have to offer up the Tamid first and the Karban Pesach second. What's the logic behind that?
Well, thank you.
Ultimately, again, when you have kinesis and one occurs with greater frequency, you perform the most frequent mitzvah first. If you actually says the second actually look at Rabbi, you look at Pesach the Tamid, the Afagat the Kuli Yom Simanei, even if technically speaking, you don't count Pesach the entire day, Ishia Azman Shita Satamid, Tamid Kozen. So again, I will say this is very interesting. So what the mentions according to the Seirah, the Sham Tizbach Pesach Ba'eret is teaching you that as much as according to the Seirah,
you're absolutely right. They're a great community, and they're getting to know me better. We've only known each other for like 2 months, that community, and they've already given me a place in their Discord where I stream 24 hours a day. They know I'm a legit individual, and it'll just be a matter of time until one of them reaches out to me and says, hey, we'd like you to be a co-host of one of our spaces, and then from there it's on. This space that you're currently seeing, this 24/7 video space, I've been doing this for 335 days straight. So what does that mean? It means that I have almost a year of content just on X spaces, and I record them all, and they're on video. So, like, in addition to having 4 years on YouTube, I have an entire year just on X spaces for people to listen to and be able to watch. And like nobody hosts more spaces for longer periods of time than I do.
So now I have a carbon that can be offered up even in the morning. Is that if I wait to offer up that carbon until the afternoon, now I have to do something before it. It just seems a little counterintuitive. So the Gemara says, no, that is in fact correct. Remember the Yochanan, so what's the exact line? Which is actually a very important halacha. Halacha is spalo shamim kavi achar kach mispalo shamim safek. So let's say for argument's sake,
right?
Again, davening is going wrong. This, by the way, is an issue that comes up on Yom Nolan. It's actually a very interesting idea. Let's say again, it's after cutting out mincha to be davened at 6.5 hours into the day. So on a general day, let's say I get called it or something. So let's say I'm going to daven Musaf. I'm going to daven Musaf early, and it's not going to later. But let's say again, davening is going much longer. So now, interestingly enough, it's mincha gidol at 6.5 hours into the day, and now I have not yet davened Musaf. So now now I have two tefillos in front of me, Musaf and Mincha. Which one should come first? So the Gemara says the halacha is Mispalo Shel Mincha, Yachakach Mispalo Shel Musaf. You got Mincha first and then Musaf. Again, why? Tadir B'Shein or Tadir Kodem. Again, because Mincha occurs with greater frequency. So the point of the Gemara is you see this model. Now remember, when can you gather Musaf? When do you have Musaf? The whole day. So you see from here that even though there's something that can be done the whole day, once you get to a certain time frame, and that time frame allows for the performance of a different mitzvah, which occurs with greater frequency, you perform the more frequent mitzvah first. So the Gemara says, Ben Arbayim, so Ben Arbayim, the same guy that starts in Yerushalayim. So the Gemara says, let me ask you, the Ben Arbayim back to Taurus and Nearest. Why do I do that? But all the each of Rabbi, half us them the sale, the Rabbi Yeshua. Furthermore, again, Rabbi, anytime they have been set up, according to the word of Yeshua, lo in Amrit Shlosha Asar, She'in Miksaso Loi, Kama Ba'arba Asar, She'niksaso Loi. So again, remember the answer back, if you're going to say on the 13th, in other words, if coverage is opened up on the 13th, when no part of the 13th is fixed for Karban Pesach, say that on the 14th, part of the day is fixed for Karban Pesach, they Esau. But then they say that if you are correct, Kulo royalty. And it's not just part of the 14th that is fit for Karban Pesach, but rather what? The entire 14th that is fit for Karban Pesach. Ella, Amr Yochanan, Holsa Haya Ben Besela, the Pesach Sheshachto Ba'arba Asar, Shachris, Ben Lishmo, Ben Shalom.
I do, and I appreciate your kind words. Everything that you're saying makes sense. 100%. And it's just a matter of time.
And you also get that Ben Besela holds that it's checked that you come to Pesach in the morning. Whether you did it Lishmo or Shalom Lishmo, ultimately, again, it is going to be puzzle. The carbon is going to be puzzle. Why? Because part of the day is fit for the carbon. Ultimately, in other words, that the afternoon is fit for the carbon, the morning is not. Very interesting. So the Gemara says as follows. Megadek brought Rabbi Abol. So Rabbi Abol said, one second. Rabbi said, Megadek Rabbi Abol was like a little bit surprised. If this is the case, his name, Pesach Kashler Ben Besira, Efi Mishkat Masla. So what's this is fascinating. How do you ever find a Karban Pesach that is kosher according to Ben Besira? Now why would be the issue? Either after She'adidna, usually in Karban. So let's say here's the interesting part. If halacha a person designates the Karban on the morning of the 14th, the problem is that we're reinventing it. That according to Ben Besira, you usually can't offer it up in the morning. If that's the case, if you designate it in the morning, that is an inappropriate designation because the carbon can't be shechted then. If it can't be shechted then ultimately again it's set aside for non-use. And I will say, we've seen this concept before, that once a carbon is effectively set aside for non-use or for non-sacrifice, for non-offering, ultimately it becomes set aside and precluded for use forever. So you must eat that Kishino the Esmo, and ultimately again, if you designate it on the 13th, if that's the case, that it was fit, so then effectively becomes unfit on the morning of the 14th. Look at that for just a moment.
Well, thank you for your kind words, my friend. Durago is mutual. I want to see you grow, and it's been a pleasure being able to see you grow just in the last 2 months, like quintupling the amount of followers that you have. We have another friend here, Queen. Queen, how you living, girl? Queen, if you'd like to say something, go ahead. If you're just chilling, that's cool too. I'm just chilling here with my man Durago. I host 24/7 spaces. I have done this for almost an entire year, which is far more space content than anybody's got. And I also live stream my life 24/7 on YouTube. Queen, do you have any projects you'd like to tell us about? It's okay if you don't. That's okay. That's okay. She keep all the alpha for herself. One of these days, she'll tell us about what she does. So that's cool. 100%. So, Durago, do you do any space hosting on your own? Dude, it's hard. It's really, really hard.
But when it's being designated on the correct day, the time of Yishmael, Lel Shmini Nichnas Ladir Levis Aser, So remember, the halacha is as follows: you cannot offer up an animal as a carbon.
That's what you need.
7 days after it's born, right? Shiva Shem Tachasimo. For 7 days, the animal, the baby, is with its mother. Now, not only can you offer up as a carbon, but you also can designate it as Meiser Behema. So what can you do? Let's say the animal is born 7 days later, the night of the 8th, which is the night after the 7th day, you could already go ahead and go into the pen and designate that animal as Meiser Behema. Rabbi Afriki Rami Ksiv. He contrasts the two. The motive of the two say, the animal will live for 7 days under its mother. So what do you see there? That already the night of the 8th, it is supposed to be designated carbonically. In the Yom Hashmini Ba'ala but the pasuk says only from the 8th day and on can it be counted as a carbon. So we must you see from here that on the night of the 8th, it can't be designated. How do you reconcile this?
That's the way to do it. How much is that bought?
The Yom Saw. Ultimately, at night you can designate it, but the offering itself could only be done by day. Okay, incredible. So
$25 for 1,000 listeners.
Designated the night of the 14th, even though what?
Wow, that's incredible.
A little bit and doesn't make quite interesting. And once you have Yochanan holds the following, Bali Chaim Nitri. So once you see from Bali Chaim Nitri means that once an act is precluded from being offered, it is forever set aside for non-use. Equally limited means pushed aside. Once it's pushed aside,
that's how Tom Wynn did it. That's how Tom Wynn did it. Because I was in a space with him and he had like 10,000 people there, but there were only like 15 real listeners, and I was like, how is this going on? So he had you working for him. Yeah. So is it $25 for 10K every 15 minutes or whatever?
So let's say Ruvain was makrish, he consecrated his part of the animal. Then what did he do? He buys out Shimon, and he subsequently is makrish.
Take your time, big dog.
The other part of the animal. So what's the halacha? Kedusha in a crate. The animal is consecrated. In other words, essentially has financial sense, monetary sense, but cannot be offered up as a carbon. Now, we'll say, why can't it be offered up as a carbon? Because at the time of the initial partial consecration, it could not be offered up as a carbon. Why couldn't it be offered up as a carbon? Because you can't offer as a carbon a partially consecrated animal. So essentially, since at the initial stage of consecration, this animal cannot be offered up as a carbon, it is forever set aside for sacrificial non-use. Even though moving subsequently
Yeah, I mean, I've done that before, and I've used those kind of services. The hard thing about mine are I do 24-hour spaces, so it's like really, really expensive to keep them boosted the whole time.
Interestingly enough, but if the animal can be into a tumor, in other words, if you exchange it for another animal, there's a tumor penalty. For both animals are considered.
If you could get 200 people here, I'll be shocked. We'll run this space as long as you want.
Number one, so this is very important. Biochemistry means that once an animal is set as sacrificial non-use, it never takes that status. It is forever precluded from sacrificial non-use. We see from here that again, once the animal is set aside initially from the beginning, that status can't change. And lesson number 3.
Here, Durago, I'll make you a co-host.
Again, interestingly enough, the animal to be set aside even if it has financial sanctity. Take a look at that top last sheet on 12B.
Durago, do you have an iPhone or an Android device? Oh, so you can see me right now. Oh, amazing. That's good.
Ultimately, again, that status remains because that's this case over here.
Yeah, that's correct. Android cannot see people on video, nor can it go live with video on Twitter Spaces.
Monetary sanctity does not have physical sanctity. So you see that the concept of
so that's why it's confusing to people, and it's been like that for 2 years. It's confusing to people sometimes when they're like, you have somebody who has an iOS device, and like, oh, I see what you're doing, and then other people are like, what are you talking about? They have no idea.
which means animals could be forever set aside for non-sacrificial use. Could be put to the side. So let's say tremendous person has killed. It is only animals that could forever be precluded from becoming a carbon, coming close to that Kodesh Baruch, right? Once an animal is set aside for non-use, for sacrificial non-use, it can never be redeemed.
You're 100% right.
That is only a din by animals. So Baruch Hashem.
Welcome. Come on up. Tell us about what you do. We'd love to hear about your project.
No such thing as a yid who is always who is always set aside. There are times in life that I do things that ultimately
welcome, Scorpio.
And there are times in life that I make poor decisions and make wrong things in life, and as a result, I am distanced and set aside from my Kodesh Baruch. And that is only temporal and episodic. The power of tshuva, the power of change, is that no matter how bad the rut I get myself into, I can always find a way to extricate and pull myself out. This is a din shmanina.
Hey, Durago, are you gonna put your link tree in your profile?
Animals could be precluded from forever entering into Kodesh Baruch Hu. That's a din animal.
Are you gonna ever put your link tree in your profile?
No matter how bad the mistake, we can always extricate ourselves, redeem ourselves, and make ourselves into a carbon come close to our Kodesh Baruch Hu. Incredible. Listen to some great cases over here. Listen to this case. So watch this. You get 8 favorite.
Okay.
Obviously, it is.
Whatever works for you, big man.
Right, see, 8 favorite shogeg, because remember, halacha l'maaseh, if you shogeg, if you eat favorite b'mezid, that's kares. You eat favorite b'shogeg, then you consume favorite, separate out of kares, with each carbon. Then what happens? The name of das, he became an apikolis. Afterwards, okay. Well, not okay. But you understand, in other words, he became an apikolis. The chazabo, and then he did shogeg.
Yeah, I do remember that. We'll talk about that guy in a second.
Right, that's how fast change could occur.
Just a moment. I'm gonna my other account. Yeah, so what happened with that guy?
What's the status of his carbon? Remember again, halacha l'maaseh, you cannot offer up the carbon of an apikolis, like of an apostate. You can't offer up that carbon.
Yeah.
So the shaila is now, so again, you ate the payload accidentally, separate out a carbon shatas, became an apikolis. As an apikolis, his carbon was for being offered. But then Baruch Hashem, you do tshuva. You do tshuva. So again, we're not asking about his status, he's about tshuva. Shaila is what's the status of his carbon. So what's the halacha?
Yeah, okay, so if I remember, this is the guy from Alaska, right?
Since the carbon was set aside for sacrificial
okay, yeah. And he was supposed to get a bunch of money on December 15th, and then they were going to launch like in early January, right?
Now again, what does that mean? Effectively, what does that mean? What does it mean?
Yeah, and I don't know what happened with him. Wow, you got 227 people in here. That's incredible. That's incredible. So, I haven't. So last I spoke with him was like December 10th or something, and he said on December 15th he was going to get like $500,000 or something. Like he's going to get a lot of money, and then they were going to launch. Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Yes, I can hear you. Here's my other account. Yes, I can hear you. You might be rugged.
Almost like in an episode of temporary insanity. Sin makes absolutely no sense.
Yo, Durago. Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
What's always going to win? When you like the pros and cons, what's always going to win?
Excellent. Let's see it. Let's see that beautiful face of yours.
Let me educate you a little bit. Right? The cons are always going to win. Right? Yeah, we will start with Judaism 101. Start with that for a little bit, right?
Oh man, you're a legend. Oh, look at you! Look at you, my man. Wow, we've got a full-on video space going. This is unreal. That's amazing. Well, yeah, I can see you. Can you hear me? That's amazing. All right, and we've got Kristen here. What up, Kristen? Come on up. Tell us about what you do.
Using rational thought because it doesn't make any sense. He's seeing that just the juxtaposition on these two cases. So case number two, moving is Caleb. He goes in and separates out of carbon context. Then he slips into temporary insanity. Literally,
100%.
He loses his mental capacity. And then what happens? Once again, he recovers. Baruch Hashem. What's the halacha? So we'll say, I remember again.
Oh, you look great, my man. Yeah, so I remember that project. It was called like Northern something, and that guy was really nice. And the last I know, he said that he was getting all that money on December 15th, and that they were going to launch by January 1st. But he hasn't contacted you since.
Once an animal is actively set aside for sacrificial non-use, it remains set aside for non-use. In other words, once you cannot offer it, by definition, you cannot shake that status of or that state of non-offering, and therefore, halacha l'maisa, the cover becomes precluded from use, even if the owner's status.
And I imagine you sent him a DM.
Incredible. So, by the way, why don't I need both of these cases? You're kind of both illustrating the same concept. Why don't I need two cases to illustrate the same concept? I need both. I'll tell you why. You actually going to come myself because if it would have just said the first case, the apicores, you shouldn't go who not should be a guy. Now let's say in that case, maybe I say Ruben chose to become an apicores. So because he chose
100%, you know how it is.
Ultimately, again, because of that, that's why the covenant can't be offered.
And
He made a choice to go off the death.
well, I think he had you in mind because I asked him, "Hey, did you find the traders that you needed? Like we had Durago here was here in the forex trading with and he was like, yeah, I found people with experience. He found 5 people, and I can tell you this from what he said, it sounded very legitimate, and it was going to pay really well, and so I don't know. I've been thinking about it. I looked him up the other day, and just to see like if that project ever got off the ground. But you never know, especially around the end of the year with people and money, whatever can happen. But it's one of those things, as the phrase goes, if it sounds too good to be true.
Change your disposition, change your mindset. It's like telling a person who has cancer, why can't you just get better? Why can't you just get better? It's one of the things that's so complicated that people don't understand about mental illness, that it is no different. It is no, just because you can't see the physical symptoms, it is no different than any other illness that affects the individual. So you're not seeing my single yet. You're not seeing the case the guy becomes a shota, which essentially is mental illness. In that case, ultimately, again, that's happening de facto, right? He's not choosing that. That's occurring to him.
Yes, I do. I know James Wayne.
Since again, the guy's becoming a shota, that's a situation that is occurring to him. To Yashin Dummy. It's no different than someone who falls asleep. And what's it, right? This is very interesting. When you're asleep, what's your status when you're asleep? What's your status?
He's of concern that we haven't heard back from him, and like it's almost been a month, but you never know.
Now, it's true and not true. Because what's the love of when you're asleep? Ultimately, you roll on to a plea and you break it. What's the back to our common days? Right? Why? Adam was the owner. So you see that even when you're asleep, still there's a sense of responsibility. But
okay, that's not that long ago though. So if the check got issued, that was the big issue. So he might be just working things together. I know he was like either waiting on the LLC or like all of that had to come together. So I think that's a really good sign that he got back to you. He didn't just ghost you.
Loses mental capacity, he doesn't have the ability to come back. In other words, at will, of a half of each build but in the case
that could be.
Again, he becomes not the police. Ultimately, since he has the control to come back on the Galach money, which I will say is so incredible. Even if you become not the police, you control
100%. Yeah, he seemed like a legitimate dude, and I know that he had plans to hire 5 people who are traders. Did he ever give you a...
Again, so if both cases, interesting illustrations ultimately are, or as the Gemara said,
that once an animal is set aside for non-sacrificial use, ultimately, even if the status changes, the animal
that's
still
great.
remains worthy. Let's go back to one more case. So, very interesting case here. Let's do this case. Ruben ate Caleb, right, accidentally. And he separated out a couple of kakas. The holy face in Shechila Mutter, now watch this.
Exactly.
Carbon,
And what's the plan? Something like it's gonna be like $60,000 a year, right?
So now what happened? The chazri behind then Bezin
Exactly.
rejected
So
the ruling.
he was at least consistent in saying,
We have a deeply, although have a deeply, ultimately, so I'll say, what is the status over here? Right, so do we say that Halacha Lamaisa, since had he sinned after the Bezin made their ruling, he would not be chayav the personal carbon, right?
excellent.
Because Halacha Lamaisa, he would have been covered under the Ha'alam Davar Me'atzi, right, the communal offering. Therefore, his carbon is set aside for non-use, or not. When Rabbi Yochanan would give the examples of decoy, he would definitely use this case. My timer, carbon and non-itri. In fact, Gemara says this is actually one of the greatest examples of decoy. Why? Because we'll say in this case over here, in the previous cases, it wasn't the carbon itself.
Drago, can you still hear me?
What was compromising the previous cases? What was compromising the previous cases? It was the individual who was compromised, right? Let's say Ruben became an apikonis, or Ruben.
No way. So you were working with him.
Ruben was compromised, but the carbon was fine. This case is even a better illustration of deeply because in this case the carbon itself was actually compromised.
Okay.
And therefore, again, this is a great
I'm sure you're probably aware, but you can get 10,000 followers for $180. Did you know that?
I heard from 72. Now he said he didn't say 72.
Yeah, but they're pretty quality followers. They don't go away, and that's the key with followers.
Rashi says, why did it say 72 Zakim singular? Gemara says,
I mean, I can tell you that I've done it with different accounts, and they've been up for 5 years. So some of them were.
Ultimately, again, the carbon is kosher. It doesn't work for the owner.
Yeah, absolutely. The people whose accounts there will help them get it. Post every single day. And they also have services that basically put reply guys out of business. Essentially, what these services do is whenever you post, whenever you post anything. So whenever you post anything, they automatically give you 100 likes and 100 reposts whenever you post anything. And it does it not all at once. It does it like every 10 minutes, so it looks natural. And basically puts reply guys out of business. It's not expensive. Right. Yeah. And like I would be very skeptical, just like you. I can tell you this: I've used this. There's a website that I use, and it's been in business for at least 5 years. And it, like I have 50,000 50,000 Twitch followers. I still have 50,000 Twitch followers from 5 years ago. And like Instagram, I had 10,000 followers. They're all from that. And then even like so what I'm saying is they don't go away, which is the issue that everybody worries about when you buy bots. And there's a project, I won't name just for their own their privacy, but they were struggling and they kept going to people and like, hey, can I co-host spaces with you? And the people would be like, yeah. And they were getting like maybe like 20 or 30 people per space, but it takes a long time. They wanted 10,000 people. That was their goal. And I just sent them a message, a DM, and I said, look, if you want 10,000 people, all you do is go to this website and it's $180 and you get 10,000 followers. And then one account that has 10,000 followers, a lot of people will start following you because they think you're a really big account.
The Yeshua says checking on the morning of the 14th is no different than checking on the 3rd. Right? So it's no different something on the 13th. And then
Right.
right during the rest of the year, ultimately is considered to be a covered shalom. Therefore, Yeshua says ultimately that it is going to be covered. Sira, also to Nishchat Dinatai. Sira says, no, it's also as if it was Shafted Shalom Lishmo on the afternoon of the 14th, which of course would render it clean at the calendar. Amishna Ben Azai. Shem Ben Azai said as follows. The Kubal Anini Bishidin Bishnayim Zakin, I have a Kabbalah in 72.
Absolutely.
That's of course the sun entry. So the rest of the Yom Show,
Yes, sir. Bill, yeah, Northern Edge Capital, exactly. Okay, yeah, that's exactly what it was.
In general, this really is just a repeat of what we saw.
He's got a lot of comments and the likes, three reposts. Infrastructure of first approach is smart. Northern Edge Capital is focused on building before broadcasting. Yeah, these seem like legitimate responses.
Not only do they not count towards the owner's attribution, but ultimately again, they also do not go ahead and they are not valid carbonos. Ben Azai also wanted to add Ola to this category. He wanted to say that if you checked an Ola Shalom,
yes, I mean, I see. That's an excellent post as well. I'm going to send you the website that I was referencing in case you ever need it. And then it'll help you for pricing as well. Like, like it gives you like other options. I can tell you this is a very good website though. A project that I know just used it. You just put in your debit card or your credit card, and then it also has crypto, I believe, and then you just are able to buy followers as many as you want, and you can buy. So I'll go to it right now. I'll give you the breakdown on pricing. So it's called FameT.net, and it has everything. So it's not just X. It has. It very well could be. It's been around for 5 years, so I could care less where it's from. I just care that it's been legitimate for a long period of time, and I can tell you that, like, okay, so 10,000 followers is $154, and then they have, like, for instance, you can get the things that I think are really important. They have automatic Twitter video views, automatic like, automatic X space retweets. So what that does, will automatically just promote your.
Which is going to say that our textual symmetry. That since the Yeshua said Ki'ilu, different than the Sira also said Ki'ilu. I will say that this is interesting. Right?
Exactly, and I can tell you this: they're the best.
It's too dramatic for this early.
I can tell you this: they're the best followers you're going to ever want. Meaning they don't go away.
We've been focusing on this idea. The covenant is after times being after the
yeah.
Now, suddenly there isn't a thing that says, is it even Chef Covenant Pesach on the morning of the 14th? So again, we'll analyze where that comes from. You know, to see how, if that's the case,
yeah, so if I were you and you had a little bit of money to be able to spend, I would buy 10,000 X followers. That's $150. And then I would buy automatic Twitter likes and automatic retweets, so that whenever you post anything, you'll automatically get like 100 likes and 100 reposts. Let's look how much it is. And the thing is, they don't go away. So it's not like it's for 5 months or something like that. It's just so long as this website is going, you'll always, whenever you post, get like likes automatically. So for 100 likes on any post that you have, it's $15. It's super cheap.
Otherwise, maybe you're sure would have agreed with them to say that. Ultimately, again, we were sure would have agreed with them to say that. Ultimately, again, a case of the smoke, since halacha l'naisa, part of the way is fit for the
It's $7.
Kamash Malana, they disagree in a case of shalom l'shmo. Okay, so most it's not
100%. Yeah, I know they have a comma in there. Some countries use the comma as opposed to the period, but yeah. So for 125 retweets, it's $8. And the thing is, this automatic retweets package has no time limit and will be applied to all future tweets you post from now on. So it's like, I know people who go to reply guys, and I don't want to take away their business, but frankly, some people have to pay reply guys like $300 a week or a month or whatever, when all you have to do is just do this one time for $18. And then you don't have to be on the reply guy to be like, hey, why didn't I get enough retweets or whatever? It's always going.
The two evenings, fascinating. When you offer a card, it's not between nightfall and nightfall. Essentially between nightfall on the beginning of the 14th. Now, obviously, you can't offer up a carbon at night. A carbon is going to offer up at night. What it means is the time frame is essentially between the evenings. Between what we call the night of the 14th, remember the 14th begins at night, and then the following evening, which is the eve of the 15th. In other words, we're stating otherwise, you have the entire day to offer up colors. So let's say that is quite dramatic.
Absolutely. And this website has apologies, go ahead.
So does that mean that every single time the color uses the word bein ha'arbayim, that bein ha'arbayim doesn't mean afternoon? Bein ha'arbayim means between the evenings? Are you actually putting that forward?
Oh, that's a good question. Let's look. We'll figure it out. So, and then they also have free Twitter followers, free X retweets, free X likes, and free Twitter video views, just in case you want to test it. That's okay.
Says one keves, one sheep you shall offer up in the morning.
So it looks like
the other sheep that's offered up
you.
Literally means the afternoon.
Let's see, what are the payment options? You can usually pay with Stripe, credit cards, or crypto. So you can use crypto. Yeah. But this also is just a good idea if you want to compare, like, for instance, X listeners. So let's do that. Yes. So for space listeners, it is for space listeners for 100 space listeners. Well, it depends on the time. So what's a good time? Like 4 minutes, 15 minutes, 30 minutes, 45 minutes, 60 minutes. What duration do you want?
So the Gemara says,
okay, 15 minutes. For 100 listeners, it's $2.70. For 250 listeners, it's $6.25. For 500 listeners, it's $11. For 1,000 listeners, it's $20.
So remember again, essentially what the producing is that once you know the menorah, many other sacrifices.
For 1,000 listeners for 15 minutes, it's $20.
It makes sense that the menorah was done as late in the day as possible, so as to allow these other sacrificial rites and rituals to be done. I would have got to tell us. All you must bring over here is then the Sira.
Oh, okay. So your pricing on that is way better.
Actually moves between the evenings. And he's using that to teach us the cover of
way better. You're 100% right. But yeah, I mean, this is like not how do I want to say it? It's like maybe their price isn't that great on that, which I understand. You've got a really good in. But for their other stuff, I can tell you personally from their, like, for instance, Instagram followers, you get 10,000, and they are there for years. And it will allow you to have like a more legitimate account. And it's not expensive. Like in comparison, I think I bought a 10,000 Instagram followers for $100 and 50,000 Twitch followers for $100. Like that's a big account if you have 50,000 followers. Yeah, I have 50,000 Twitch followers.
Right. So now, what's interesting enough, what we now see is that
I did this 5 years ago, and I still have like 50,000.
Why? Because he's understanding the phrase "bein ha'arbaim" means "bein ha'arabim," between the evenings.
Because I don't use that account that much. I just use it because it's a powerful account, so that when people Google me, it's all the way at the top.
One second, there's still a problem. So we'll say 12A first line.
Yeah. So if I were using that account to constantly be like streaming on that account, I'm sure I would have more. But I just basically bought them, and so when people search for me on Twitter or on Twitch, I should say, I'm at the top. And also, I go against the policies of a lot of these companies, like because I have so many devices, I'll be streaming on like 10 different accounts at once, and you're not really allowed to do that. So I don't want to get that big account banned. If that makes sense.
Remember, if you think about this, on the afternoon of Erev Pesach, we have two couples that are going to come.
Absolutely, but yeah, that Fame Tea, it's a great website for just self-promotion and stuff. Durago, I have to use the restroom.
Until the time of the Tamid comes along, and what's the halacha? You have to offer up the Tamid first, and the Tamid Pesach second. What's the logic behind that?
You can, and you can pay, and you can pay on Stripe, and you can pay with crypto. Excellent. You do that. I'll be right back. I'm going to use the restroom. I'll be back in 2 minutes.
The Sham Tibak Pesach is teaching you that as much as you pray for Mesera, you have the entire day to offer the Korban Pesach, but halacha l'maaseh, if you waited until the afternoon, and therefore it's the time for the Tamid, you have to offer the Tamid before the Pesach. Yimar says, Bisanya, Yuchar Darash Nemar Bo Be'erev, Ubein Arbaim, Darash Shalom Nemar Bo Ela, Bein Arbaim Dobar. It's interesting enough, by Korban Pesach, you have two expressions. Ba'eret in the evening and Bein Ha'arbayim. By Tamid, all you have is Bein Ha'arbayim. So therefore, again, the Gemara says, delay the carbon that has Ba'eret and Bein Ha'arbayim and put that after the one that just says Bein Ha'arbayim. So again, all in Ben B'Seira's model. Although Korban Pesach is kosher the entire day, if you waited and now it's the time for the Tamid, you're going to go ahead and offer up the Tamid first. And Pesach second. One second. Does that make any sense? Let me get this straight. The Korban Pesach part of the Seder, you eat the shechter in the morning, right? The entire day is kosher. So now I have a carbon that can be offered up even in the morning. If I wait to offer up that carbon until the afternoon, now something before it, it just seems a little counterintuitive. So the Gemara says, no, that is in fact correct. So won't say exact right, but it's actually a very important halacha. Halacha, mispalo shamim chavi achar mispalo shamusafik. So I want to say, let's say for argument's sake, halacha l'maisa again, davening is going long. This, by the way, is an issue that comes up on Yamim Nolan. It's actually very interesting. The idea, let's say again, it's after now mincha could be davening at 6.5 hours into the day. So on a general day, let's say again Rosh Chodesh or something. So let's say I'm going to daven myself. I'm going to daven myself early, and mincha's not going until later. But let's say again davening is going much longer. So now, interestingly enough, it's mincha gidol 6.5 hours into the day, and now I have not yet davened musaf. So now I have two tefillos in front of me, musaf and mincha. Which one should come first? So the Gemara says the halacha is mispalo shel mincha, v'achar kach mispalo shel musaf. We daven mincha first and then musaf. Again, why? Tadir v'she'en o tadir, tadir kodem.
Again, because Mincha occurs with greater frequency. So the point of Gemara is over here is you see the smell. Now remember, when can you get in Musaf? When do you have to get in Musaf? The whole day. So you see from here that even though you have something that can be done the whole day, once you get to a certain time frame, and that time frame allows for performance of a different mitzvah, which occurs with greater frequency, you perform the more frequent mitzvah first. So the Gemara says, so Ben Arbayim, the Sid Gabi Katoris Veneris Lamali. So the Gemara says, let me just ask you, the Ben Arbayim by Katoris and Neris, why do I do that? Furthermore, again, Rabbi, answer on behalf of the Seder, according to the words of Rabbi Yeshua, Lo in Amrit B'Shlosha Asar She'in Miksaso Loi Tamar Ba'arba Asar She'Miksaso Loi. So again, remember the answer back. If you point to on the 13th, in other words, if Karban is opened up on the 13th, where no part of the 13th is fit for Karban Pesach, say that on the 14th, part of the day is fit for Karban Pesach. The Isa, but then they say that if you are correct, Kulo Loi, then it's not part of the 14th that is fit for Karban Pesach, but rather what? The entire 14th that is fit for Karban Pesach. Ella, Amr Yochanan, wholesale Hayat Ben Beseda, the Pesach Sheshachto Ba'arba Asar, Shabbos, Bein Lishmo, Bein Shalom Lishmo, or in Mitzvah Loi. Rather, was Rabbi Yochanan against Ben Beseda, okay?
Yo, big dog.
One check that you cover Pesach.
Thank you.
In the morning.
Yes, sir. Thank you for your patience.
Shmo or Shalom Lishmo, ultimately, again, it is going to be puzzle. The coverage is going to be puzzle. Why? Because part of the day is fit for the carbon. Ultimately, again, in other words, that the afternoon is fit for the carbon. The morning is very interesting. So the Gemara says,
what you mean, like physically? Yeah, you don't look like you're from Nigeria. Nigerian people are usually darker than you are. You're very light.
So what's this fascinating? How do you ever find a carbon Pesach that is
Yeah.
kosher according to the Seder? Now why?
Yeah, that's a giveaway, but that just basically is like an African accent. I mean, I guess like there are certainly different sections of Africa for the accent, but you just have a very deep voice. But if you were to ask me, does this person look like your standard Nigerian person that I meet? Absolutely not. But you're very light. Come back. You look in a lot of ways. You look a lot of ways like you could be American.
Set aside for non-use or for non-sacrifice, for non-offerings. Ultimately, it becomes set aside and completely used forever.
100%. No, I get that. Are you generally lighter than most people in Nigeria? Is your mom light? Yeah, absolutely. Is your mom light or is your dad light? Okay, well, there you go. But yeah, and you're very skilled as well. Hey, do you know the Yucky Ducks? Exactly. So I would say I'm gonna chill in that space. I still am gonna keep this space going, but let's go to that space and excellent. Well, I want to say before you go, Durago, thank you so much for the kindness that you showed to share some listeners with me. It's very kind of you, and you're going places, my man. So just let's keep sharing alpha. And my space is always going. So if you ever want to come in and talk with me, you can just come into the space or come into my Discord, okay? Excellent, my man. Excellent. You too. I'll see you in the Yucky Ducks. Bye-bye. Yo, what up? How you living, Joshua? Joshua, can you hear me? Joshua, you there, big dog?
Remember, the halacha is as follows. You cannot offer up an animal as a carbon for the first 7 days after it's born, right?
Joshua, can you hear me?
The 7 days the animal, the baby, is with its mother. Now, not only can I offer up as a carbon, but you also can designate as nicer than one.
Dude, shout out to Durago.
So what can we do? Let's say that also I born 7 days later, the night of the 8th, which is the night after the 7th day, you could already go ahead and go into the pen and designate that animal as nicer than one. Rabbi Akri, he done his shit. He contracted to, he went to the food today. The animal will live for 7 days under its mother. Why love fuzzy? Because what is he doing? There's already the night of the 8th. The night of the 8th, it is split. He designated Karbanik. When you know Hashmi, Bahalaji Rasa, but the Pasuk says only from the 8th day and on,
It's almost everywhere. You can even make jokes in the bedroom.
You see from there that on the night of the 8th, it can't be designated. How do you
You can even make
this?
First it was buried, and now it's in San Francisco. I feel that humor fits almost everywhere. You can even make jokes in the bedroom.
But the
Try to love when I go out with laugh in there.
Now, Shoshana is going to tell us who she chose.
I chose Perry.
Chose Barry. Say hello, Barry. Good.
How you doing?
Pretty good. Warren doing. Why don't you tell us about the date?
First, it was great finding out he lived in San Francisco.
How did you get a call? Since you were going to be late anyway.
Well, I drove down through San Francisco by motorcycle, which was not an easy ride.
Motorcycle? What did you think of her in person?
Well, I thought she was pretty cute. I was really impressed. She looked good. She sounded sweet, and she described herself to me. She said that she was on the phone. She said she was kind of busted, and I said, well, I can handle that.
Well, we went to the hotel. It was kind of romantic. We sat on the bench and talked and cuddled a little bit, and
A little bit.
a lot bit. And he kissed me. But all through dinner, in between the nice serious conversation, he kept making comments about my breast and my body and what he'd like to do with it. And I kept like, you're beautiful. I'm curious. And I'm like, oh, please,
Well, it was just a joke. Actually, I was joking around. I like push a woman to see how far she'll go before she starts pushing back. I like to see if she's got a strong will, and she does. And she didn't take it, and she said, "Shut your mouth or I'll hurt you." But I asked her if she really would, and she said no.
I'm glad of this. I really am. Very gallant.
Kate Reynolds and the punter flipped it to Polito and Dude now on the doorstep with 2:20 to go. Thank you, Coach Polito.
Number one, coming off. You see from here that again, one camera is set aside in this from the beginning. That's status canceling. It's running line, that's what it is. Ultimately, again, people cleaning up, and I don't know if it can set aside even if it has financial sense. If you look at that actually, as 12B, it's deeply developed. You should call that deeply to speak on stomach. I thought we were going to be set up by financial sense. Once an animal is set aside for 9 years, ultimately again, that status limits. Because that's just the idea. Religion is not this big task. But again, all we can have is does not have monetization. It's us. Monetization does not have financial. So you see that the concept of usually sending stuff to 9 years and probably keep financial.
It was only animals which would forever be excluded from becoming coming close to that kind of colors. Once the animal was set aside for non-use
I'm Johnny Knoxville. I stole that shit. That's what I'm doing, nigga. I stole that shit. I stole it. Like, bro, I took facts. I took facts. Don't even deny it. I took facts. Give me that. I stole that shit.
I just like that. I didn't mean to like that. Yeah, bitch.
I always need a little sweet treat.
Remember how long ago I said the show you that's colors. He created the show. I can't even separate out the colors. Switch color. Then what happens? You're gonna die. Okay. Well, not okay. You understand what I'm saying? You're not the colors. The colors are all. And then they did Shiva. So I said, by the way, all of this will be happening in an hour. Like that's how fast change to the point. So you don't know the colors, you don't know how trying to do that Shiva. So I said, now what's the Shiva? The Shiva is what the Shiva is Karma. So Lisa, made it also up to Karma of that colors. So again, we're not asking about the status, it's about Shiva. Shiva is what the status of his karma. So what's halacha? All of them take that depends on the karma. Why? Because since the karma was set aside for sacrificial 9 weeks, at the point he became an Atzoleh, once the karma is set aside, it's always set aside. And therefore, here the karma cannot be reduced. That's effectively what does that mean? What does it mean? You can't bring another karma. In other words,
Smells like cat food out here.
Don't come any closer.
Bitch, you pissing in the Atlantic Ocean? You wild woman. I love pissing in interesting places.
He lost mental capacity. What's mental capacity? The concept of the shot, and then Baruch Hashem, he went ahead and he regained his mental capacity.
Just said on Abu meaning that Rothschild finally once the animal is actively set aside, the sacrificial non-use is set aside for non-use. In other words, once you cannot offer it, by definition, you cannot shape that status of or that state of non-offering, and therefore halacha sucks the covenant becomes even if the owner's status changes
My baby does the hanky panky.
So people say some infections, come at me. Go ahead. Why can't you just change the distribution? It's like cutting a person who has cancer. Why can't you just get better? Why can't you get better? One of the things that furthermore, again, what is this that becomes insane, loses mental capacity, he doesn't have the ability to come back. In other words, at will, of a hopefully still relax or mono, but in the case ultimately, again, where it becomes an apocalypse, ultimately, since he has the control to come back on the direct money trees, which I will say is so incredible. Even if you become an apocalypse, you control your liquids. You control your own rules. You want to be an organizer, you make that decision. I might have thought below. I might have thought therefore maybe the covenant is not fulfilled from being offered. Therefore speak up. Therefore we'll say ultimately again we require both of these cases. Again, so therefore both cases interesting illustrations ultimately of the or like the Gemara said, that once an animal is set aside for non-sacrificial use, ultimately, even if the status changes, the animal still remains burning. Let's go back. One more piece. Interesting case here. I'll talk to the British couple. Listen to this case. Reuben ate Caleb. Very accidentally. And he separated out a couple of cocktails. The whole case in Shechila Mutter. Now watch this. After he separated his carbon, Sanhedrin Paskin, that you're allowed to eat Caleb. Oh, back to our horse case. Right? They eat Caleb. So now what happens? The Fuzzy behind. Then David attracted their Reuben. So what's the law of Max? He have a deeply, over deeply, ultimately, so what is the stag? Like the Jews say that Halacha L'maisa, since had he sinned after the days they made their rhythms, he did not
quite honestly, we do not do that enough. Guys, I need everybody to max engage with MJC as an absolute coach. He is part of the Yucky Ducks team. He is turning that bottle Discord into something absolutely amazing. It is questionable whether or not she is a real person or if she is, in fact, AI. But MJ, I want to tell you right now, I don't care if you were AI. I don't care that you win all of the games. I don't care that you move suspiciously fast. I absolutely love you. I'm so glad that you are showing up and grinding with us. And you know what? You are human enough to be. So big shout out to you, MJ. Guys, we are absolutely crushing it this morning. We have so many amazing speakers, so many people requesting. Guys, if you are in the room right now,
or Reuben lost mental capacity. Reuben was compromised with the cover
hit that button and request to speak. I'm going to be doing shout outs to those who are requesting all day during the space. So big shout out to you. R101, yo, cousin R is in the house. Wait 1 second, I will get you up here. White Bear, Conspiracy, Nurse, and Julian Wisdom. The divestment siren, right? Wisdom Jehoshaphat. Whenever the read leaves, Prince, the same Star Walker, Claire, the female in the building. What is good, fam? About to Scorpio, that TV and Ford, Annie, Ade, and so many more. Guys, you are locked in on this Friday. Shout out to each and every one of you. We have so much to do. You're absolutely going to cook. I'm feeling pumped up. It's 2026. I'm seeing what all of you guys are working on. And I am excited. You guys are bringing that heat. I need all of you locked in. Just as a reminder, we have a giveaway going on right now. All you have to do is like, bookmark, and retweet this space post. But it's got to be with a quote. That quote has got to let everybody know what kind of space this is. What's happening in this room right now and why they have got to get themselves in here. This is a room for maximum growth and maximum vibes. This is exactly where everybody needs to be. Yo, Rabbi Rothschild, bro, Happy New Year, fam. How are you doing today?
Every day is a holiday, every meal is a feast. Thank you so much for allowing me to be here, Yucky Ducks. Your energy is contagious. First and foremost, if you're not following Yucky Ducks, you need to be. Also, follow Mrs. Yucky Duck and make sure that you're in the Waddle. The Discord is discord.gg/the Waddle. The link is in Yucky Ducks' profile. You want to be there. That's where the epicenter of all this fun is. They've got games, they've got crypto, they've got anything that you want. It's a really great community. Additionally, if you want an easy follow back, send me a follow. I follow everybody back. I'm the king of follow backs. So make sure that you're following me as well. With that being said, if you want to change your life, send me a DM. I would love to be able to help you to be able to get a job in Web3 or in anything that you are passionate about. I will help you with your resume for free. I will help you with your curriculum vitae. I will help you build your social media network because, as we all know, your network is your net worth. And I do it all for free. I've helped over 50 people in the last 2 months, and I'd be happy to help you. So if that's of interest to you and you really want to make this your year, make sure to send me a DM. I will help you. Everything that I tell you is free. I will never charge you for anything. All of the strategies are free. With that said, I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams, 24 hours a day. You can view my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling cam. If you want to view my YouTube streams, they're available in my profile. Additionally, you will find them in my pinned post. You will also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at their link tree, but I do, because I have more social media than any person on earth. I have more content than any person on earth. So find a link to my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. We have over 2,700 people in the community and continue to grow each day. In addition to making you all extremely wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technologies such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the LifeStar program and, most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you are a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider or a shiller, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your lives. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share. Bingo. I'll be with you in just a second.
Rabbi Rothschild, it has been long since we have heard your voice. You are now in the room. I need everybody to absolutely max engage with Rabbi Rothschild. Always bringing that vibe, always with that very clean show. Shout out to you. Everybody definitely lock in, guys. I had to drop 32 Dream because she simply refused to.
Yo, Swift, how you living, pimp?
First thing in the morning, we were waiting for her to get back up here. She had to jump in the
Oh, yo, GM,
my man. Go ahead.
I actually followed you from the space.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Swift, I'll be with you in just a second, and we'll talk, okay?
Okay, no problem.
My speaker roles, so those who are requesting to speak, you're going to have a little bit extra. I am so excited to have her back up here in just a second.
Okay.
Guys, X is doing a little bit of a glitch.
To my man.
I am short about 3 of my speaker roles.
Swift, I see that you just followed me. Welcome. Welcome, friends. All right. To my friends. All right. Welcome, man. All right. So I'm going to send you my strategy. It's absolutely free. It's going to read it over, but basically it just tells you how you can increase your network for free on all the social media. And then if you don't have a job, I'll help you get a job as well. So just one moment. Be patient with me. I'm about to send it to you. And to my man or woman, Min, can you hear me? Min, if you can hear me, great to respond. If you can't hear me, understand, I'm here to help. Thank you so much for being here. And I will help you too.
So again, it doesn't make sense because everybody is on top.
So just bear with me. And
so this makes a lot of sense. And there's also benefit to do Atlas and Asher tomorrow. Essentially, the first day of association, and it's the third day of association. For us, the first day with Hashanah is a different level. So how incredible!
man, I saw you just started following me. Man, I'm about to send you a message as well. So just bear with me. It's gonna come in a little bit. It will. It'll be in a few different messages, and then I'm gonna want you to read through them, and then you ask me any questions that you want, and I will help you. So just bear with me. And we'll get this to you.
So an Ola, which is unique. Now, what's unique about Ola is totally consuming in Mizbeach. So ultimately, again, Ola is floating in Mizbeach. The halacha nice if you end up bringing the blood inside, it's still kosher. Asham she'ino kalil, or kol shekin. So certainly the asham, which is not totally consumed, ultimately again should be kosher. So the Gemara says, "Max." So that's the California.
Swift, I see you're typing to me. Just wait one moment. All right. I have more to give you.
All itself does not provide the Torah. I must mean Kaskotin Topia. So he's an American Kaskotin. So much of a labor. Tata Sao Topia. I know one of the American Tata Sao. Tata Sao. Daniel, you know, he's having. Tata Sao, and you'll get to this.
Absolutely, Swift. I see your message. 100%. I'm not done with you yet. So just one moment, and we'll get you all the information that you need.
A little bit of circular logic, and then for me just to say the following: reality, the aforementioned cases are dissimilar. So what is becomes not here?
So Swift and Min, check out the messages that I just sent you on X. And if you have to read them a couple times, I know it's a lot of information, but it is a award-winning strategy, so to speak, of how to not just get a job, but also how to expand your social media network. So you have the opportunity, check it out. And Min, just for a moment, Min, I haven't sent it to you yet. Apologies, Min. Whenever I talk in one of those places, in any space, I get like a ton of people who reach out to me. And so just one moment, Min, and I'm about to send you the messages as well. And then you let me know if it makes sense to you. If it doesn't make sense to you, then it should, because I've sent it to like 50 people and they all say it makes sense. But if it doesn't, we're going to make sure that it does. I'm here to help you. I appreciate your patience. Min, I'm sending you the message now. And in the meantime, to my man Swift. Swift, when you have a chance to read everything that I've sent you, let me know. And let me make sure it makes sense to you. And if it doesn't, I'll explain anything that you need, but it should make sense. It's very clear. And we've helped 50 people in the last 2 months to be able to get jobs and to be able to expand their social media network. And I want to hedge as well. All right. So with that being said, I sent you guys a message. Feel free to read through it, and then let me know if you have questions.
I really appreciate that. I'll go through it probably when I'm free.
Absolutely, Swift. If you don't have time absolutely. If you don't have time right now, just know, Swift, and I mean this, nobody else on the internet is going to be available to you 24 hours a day to help you. So long as I'm awake, I will help you. So if you have questions, you can come in here and ask me, send me DMs. And again, I tell you is free. I'm never for any money. And if you're doing anything, a premium account or something like that, you don't. The whole strategy is free. Okay.
Yeah, I really appreciate that. Thanks a lot.
Absolutely.
I'll reach out later on when I go through it. If I have any questions, I'll definitely.
Excellent. Sounds great, my man. Thank you so much for coming in, Swift. I appreciate it. Take care, man.
What happens if you take a carbon that is supposed to be done by butts, and let's say you do the butts for this inside of the recycle flush. So what's the status? Rabbi Akiva, anything that you do that with is going to be possible. Chachamim only chatos, Rabbi Eliezer, chatos and asher. Up until now, we were just trying to figure out the svara of, not just was the svara of the Chachamim, and really it's based on the concept Dharma. Only the blood of the chatos is invalid if you go and you get the pin. If that invalidation does not apply to anything else, good. We show that Rabbi Asham Shechach Shlo Lishmo Kasher. So according to Rabbi and say that Asham Shechach Shlo Lishmo is still going to be Kasher. I mean, it's Mincha Lechatos, Mincha Asham. This is why for the Mincha is both compared to a Chatos and compared to Asham. Very please see, like the Sanya, Rabbi Shimon says, Kodesh Kadoshimi, Chachatos, Asham. The Pasuk says, talking about a cover mincha, which is actually very interesting. But it's Kodesh Kadashim, and the Torah itself compares to mincha, kachatas, the kasham, the kashas and the asham. So you must say minchas okay, haridik kachatas, very interesting. So the minchas okay, which is mincha that is brought as a sin offering, haridik kachatas, if you could cover kachatas, therefore. The Kamsa Shalom Lishma Tzula. For the big Knitza Shalom Lishma. Remember again, that's the fingers, 3 fingers of the meal offering. The big Knitza Shalom Lishma Spasa. I'm also saying, as you see what's happening over here, the Torah is comparing a mincha to a chatas and to an asham. What's the meaning of that comparison? So ultimately, again, on one hand, the chatas, just like the chatas, the done Shalom Lishma is possible, right? So too, if mitzvah is done shalom lishma, ultimately again the avodah, the covenant is possible. Minchas nidava, harihi kash. Also, first one. On the other hand, a minchas nidava, which is again a voluntary offering, that halacha is going to be like an asham. Also, if he comes to shalom lishma shela, interesting. Just like a carbon nidava, if done shalom lishma is going to be kasher. So too, the knitza of a minchas nedava, if done shalom lishma is going to be kasher. But al Rabbi Eliezer, the Michael Kosa iskish mincha lechatas mincha lasham for Rabbi Eliezer. I remember he was saying Rabbi Eliezer himself only with Hashem of Torah itself brings Hashem lechatas. At least when it comes to the blood applications on the interior. So remember again, Rabbi Eliezer says mincha. Chatas and Hashem is the same. So in this context, what is the impact? Ultimately, again, of comparing mincha to chatas and mincha to asham, with the ida Rabbi Shimon. It's for the other Rabbi Shimon. It's a third wide line 11a. This is very interesting. Shalobikli sharis suba.
Man, I saw that you replied. If you have questions, let me know.
Just a moment. Actually, move your finger to the right about 5 right up. Shalobikli sharis. Shalobikli sharis. So let's say again, you took the pizza, but you didn't put in a t-shirt. It's a t-shirt, a service utensil, a big similar service utensil. So what's that? Ultimately, the mincha nearly costs a lot. It's very interesting. Shaminakos, Hokshu is walking, live upon our avodos, pizza, pizza tiris. Because a mincha is a meal offering. Yet, interestingly enough, a mincha is compared to avodos. It's actually very interesting, actually. Just like by right verse, remember again, by a carbon, there are 4 primary avodos. What are the 4 primary avodos? Shchit, kabbalah, melacha, zrika, right? So just by covering your four primary levels, by covering info, you also have four primary levels. The others is pizza, kineged shvita. So pizza, which is the application of the flour, right, the meal offering, that corresponds to shvita. Matan komets between kineged kabbalah. Then you put the komets right in a kli sharis, in a service utensil. That's like kabbalah, just like receiving the blood, receiving the blood of the offering is kabbalah. Holocha kineged holocha, then obviously what's a holocha means taking the kli sharis to the mizbeach. That's the same by both of them. And hatana kineged zrika, and then actually burning the actual komets on the mizbeach, that corresponds to zrika. This is just fascinating piece of just Havatic information. Okay, so the says as follows. Therefore, it's not Shalom Sharis Tzuda. Therefore, Halakha Malai said you took the komets and you did not put the komets in the Sharis. The Kohen just took the komets and he put it right on his back. Ultimately, the cover is valid. Rabbi Shimon Makshin. Rabbi Shimon says that it's kosher. Isn't that incredible? Rashi says that Rabbi Shimon Makshin, if Holicho the Yadot comes up, Adam is not going to so it's this. Rabbi Shimon says that if the Kohen put the comments, and he literally put the comments right over his there, put the comments on the there, but ultimately, again, it is kosher for Rabbi Shimon. Why does Rabbi Shimon hold that the comments doesn't need to go in a kli sharis? What's his logic? Listen to this. So listen to this. Because the Torah itself compares the carbon mincha both to a chatas as well as to an asham. How so? Watch this. The Gemara says, it's telling you that there are two modes or two avenues in which you can offer up the carbon mincha. On one hand, you can do it like a chatas. And let's say ultimately again, if you go ahead and do it like a chatas, then what? As long as you do it with your right hand, ultimately it's kosher, even if you don't use a kli sharis. Now what's that about? Take a look at Rashi. Rashi says it is Baba of the halachos ba'aretz biyad shelo b'kli opiklo b'yamim. Shachometz b'al kizvikas damchata shu biyad be'etzbo b'yamim. They say b'chatas v'raka chakoy v'dam hachatas be'etzbo b'nasam. The Shem Lachma Barbeis be'etzbo b'nasam shlo be'nisina elo b'yamim chomakom. So on one hand, you just clean it up. Just like the chat was sprinkled onto the mizbeach, ultimately again with his right hand. So
Absolutely, man. I see your message, 100%.
As long as you handle it in your right hand, it's going to be kosher. Fascinating. On the other hand, the kli also the small kasha. If you do use a kli sharis, then ultimately you have to handle the kli sharis in your left hand, just like an asham. Rashi says the mother of the kli, Rashi of the small, the whole kli shekitcha, the soap of the small woman is there. The leaking the small woman kli, ala ishin is vikas that asham shuman kli. So it's fascinating. So just the first of all, just in general, the fundamental focus about how you actually offer other kabbalah. That's covered mincha. So first of all, just interesting piece of information to keep in mind that a meal offering of mincha has four corresponding levels that correspond to the four levels of a karma. Okay, that's number one. But then if I remember my focus, does a karma mincha require a kli sharis or not? Tanakama says absolutely yes. And failure to use a kli sharis ultimately invalidates the karma. Rabbi Shimon, no. The chatas ka'asham says that two avenues in which you can offer a mincha. You can do it like a chatas, and then when I saw without kli sharis, just use your right hand, or like an asham with the kli sharis using your left hand. And you know, it's like those halachos, by the way, the chatas and asham, we're going to get to. Part of the beauty of the second spot from this next slide. I'm going to finish with this myself. So, yes, Hashem. You know, we're actually going to have working knowledge of how Kabbalahs work and how different Kabbalahs work. Whereas Hashem, where the Shimon is high pragmatic way, the Hafiz. Sometimes the Shimon, high pragmatic way, the Hafiz, so ultimately, the Shimon, to the Pasuk and used for both. There's bigger product that does really bigger Tia, in the Asaf. The only primary use of the Pasuk is that the really big repetitions, right? And Minchas spoken the Shiva Shalom B'Shma, Haima Achleim. And the idea of Minchas Choke, it's not only Shema, is going to be possible to actually bring that in a different possible. Kratos, time of mind, ultimately you're going to say, why is it that by a covered Kratos, if you don't do the Shema, it is invalid? Why is that? If Sif Bay, if Sif Ba, he, because ultimately you're going to say, by the Kratos, it says he already, who. So we've been quoting a number of different times. Right? Kratos, who? Which teaches me ultimately again that a Kratos has to be done with Shema. Minchas Choke Nami Sif Ba, he. But by Minchas Choke also says he. And therefore, again, if I see that it's different, but Kratos has to be done with Shema, so too, Minchas Choke also requires the Shema. With the Rabbanon, the man also said, Iskish Hashem Kratos. But according to the Rabbanon, so remember, let's go back to this for a second. The Rabbanon are the ones who say that it's only the blood of a Kratos that offered the name is possible, but the blood of a Hashem that offered the name is not possible. So if that's the case, what's the nature of the comparison between Kratos and Hashem? Machatos to the Smicha, Hashem to the Smicha. To teach us ultimately again, just like Kratos requires Smicha, so too Hashem requires Smicha. And again, like I said, also remember, just so you appreciate, you know this already. If you notice the structure of the Masechta, remember, we have not started the Masechta with the specificities of Hamas. That's what, remembering that what we started with over here is actually the beginning of the Shema. But that's how the Masechta starts. So, but like every Masechta in Gemara, the Gemara throws in a whole bunch of details before we actually learn out these details. And that's Hashem. As we kind of go through each of the Kabbalah's individually, learn their different unique specificities, properties of this kind of fall into place as well. Let's go back there. It says, Yossi ben only Omer Nishchak, so back to our Mishnah. So remember again, Yossi ben only said, Anishchak Mishem Pesach Mishem Chatos Tzula. But that's an interesting so remember again, the structure of the Mishnah. Well, Yossi ben only says, anything you would shech for the sake of Pesach, the sake of Kratos is possible. So the Gemara says, I'm going to be open. Yossi ben only, so Yossi ben only and Rabbi Eliezer seem to be saying the same exact thing. So the Gemara says, Mishnah, the Gemara says, no, I'm sorry. In fact, again, your machlokas is by other kabbalos shafted for the sake of chatas. So let's say if you take a look at Rashi in the wide lines, Rashi is 4 lines into the wide lines.
Kenny, if you ever hear this, I love your energy. If I really mean it, you have great energy. Mrs. Yucky Duck, if you ever hear this, you've got a really great dude. And he just is really positive. So shout out to you guys. I like couples on X that's tight. I think it's a healthy relationship. Really? Yeah.
You have other kabbalas mentioned for the sake of Kratos, ultimately offer the sake of Kratos is going to be kosher for the sign of, but we have it. Let's go back to the Gemara. So therefore, the machlokas ultimately, again, there's other kabbalos that are shechting the same Kratos. The sign of, here we go, Pesach, Sha'av, Shna, so the shechta, this man of this, well, Mishkin days. Most remember again, Kavan Pesach has to be an animal within 1 year. Right? The animal is open. For a year it has aged out. Now, what happens to a Kavan Pesach that ages out? What's its status? Shlamim. So the word is Pesach Sha'av Shna. So the shechta is man of the Shmo. So if you have a Kavan Pesach that ultimately aged out, and you shechted it in its time for the sake of Kavan Pesach.
What is this? Dog. One of the most athletic things we've ever seen.
So things are logic. In the Shimos Hashana, the Eno Kasher, Lishmo. So ultimately, again, the Gemara says, if during the rest of the year, so in the Shimos Hashana, She'eno Kasher, Lishmo, but ultimately, again, a card is Achilim, Lishmo, Achilim, Shirim, Lishmo. If you check others, ultimately, again, for the sake of things that it's going to be kosher as a shlamim, bismano shukasher l'shmo, if you checked it in its right time, where it will be kosher l'shmo, checked as a pesach, ain't no din shilachir l'shmo. There's certain other kavaros checked for the sake of pesach during the right time. She's certainly kosher as well. The Lord says, it's just the opposite. If you check it during the rest of the year, for the sake of Pesach, it's not going to be good, including myself. I'm sorry. If you check the Pesach, for the sake of Shalom is going to be kosher. This man know, shu kosher l'shmo. So in its time, when it is kosher l'shmo, ain't no din sheyuchsha l'shem acherim. This family should be kosher even if you shop for this sort. A different carbon. I be yuchsha pesach ma'arba'asar shelo l'shmo. And ultimately, are you trying to see what a pesach, a cut pesach, should even be kosher on the 14th shelo l'shmo? The kach ataomer, you would before such an assertion. Mali Okshu Achiv Bishadi Mos Hashem Bishmo Shekin Hu Kash Lishem Achiv. It's a mess like this follows. Like Mali Okshu Achiv Bishadi Mos Hashem Bishmo. So the Kabbalas during the rest of the year are going to be Kash Lishmo Shekin Hu Kash Lishem Achiv, because the Pesach itself will be kosher for a Shlamim designation. The Yikshu Achiv is Mano Lishmo. And let other karbanos be kosher in its time. And a Pesach lishmo, shekin be puzzle l'shem achiyah. Because ultimately, again, a Pesach offered up his mano l'shem shlamim puzzle. Or as Yeshua, in came Pesach moach Pesach, the Nesach moach l'shlamim. That's the piece of Osai. And ultimately, what you've done is he eroded the power of cover Pesach, and instead giving a heightened importance of power to shlamim. The Chazer that will also be done in Acher. So the Chazer therefore changes his tune. And he got something different. Matzinu, Mosa Pesach Bashlam. So Mosa Pesach. Remember again, what's the classic case of Mosa Pesach? The classic case of Mosa Pesach is a 7 o'clock Pesach. Then what happened? I lost the animal. I offer up another covenant for me instead. And then I find my original animal. That's the case of Mosa Pesach. So let's say, so now, when you find that original Pesach, what do you do with that original? When you find the first animal. So what do you do with that animal? Now again, I've already opened up my Pesach. What do I do with that first? That animal, Shlomin. Yeah, the Moses Shlomin bought Pesach. But interestingly, the other extra Shlomin, your extra Shlomin cannot be offered up as a part of Pesach. Well, not Pesach. And by cover Pesach, where again, if you find that original animal, quote unquote, the extra Pesach, it could be offered up as a shlamim. Shechtav is mano l'shem shlamim basel. If you shecht it on Erev Pesach, for the sake of shlamim, it's going to be basel. Shlamim she'emo salim ba Pesach. So a shlamim, with the extra animal, so to speak, cannot be offered up as a part of Pesach. And shechtav l'shem Pesach is mano. If you ended up shechting it, the shem cover Pesach on Erev Pesach, ain't no good shape suit. It's really shape also. It's kind of hold that. Plus, in other days, I don't know if Yeshua, Matzinu Moshe Chassid, that's the kind of hold that. So, I don't know if Yeshua, Matzinu Moshe Chatas, Bohola, Ve'im Moshe Ola Bochatas. So, this is very interesting. Yeshua says it's follows. We find the case of an extra chatas. We'll say, what's the most chatas? Same case. I'm trying to cover chatas. What do I set aside an animal? Then what happens? I lose my chatas. Then I offer up another animal instead. I find my original chatas. What could I do with that chatas? Ba'olah. That could be offered up as an olah. But yet, interestingly enough, any moser olah ba'chatas. But if the same case happened with an olah, I designated an olah. Lost my original animal, offered up a replacement animal, then I find the original. The leftover animal or the original animal cannot be offered up as a chatos. Or as a imat chatos, shanu salam ba'olah. If a chatos with the extra chatos can be offered up as an olah, shakta l'shem olah psuva. Yet, if you offer up a chatos l'shem olah, and I've also remembered what's that I have one of these, possible. I remember again, we'll say chatos is unique. Because if chatos was offered up shalom l'shma, what's the halacha? not only is it not only the Shem Bible, not only does it not count on one's obligation, but it's fundamentally possible. Oh, She'in Mosara Chagas. Ultimately, again, we have a lot of myself, the leftover outlook. Not the upper left as a Chagas. Shakalishin Chagas, and the Ichike Psuba. It's only if you offer up and Ola for the sake of a Chagas. So definitely should be possible. Another Reza says, no, in the Chagas. In Amar the Chagas, Shekin Shira Yishma. Call Hashem. So listen, the Reza is not necessarily listen to this. Chagas, right? Chagas, the ultimate again is Shira, Kol Hashem. Kol Hashem the entire year. Gemara says, Tomar the Pesach, Shekino Kasha Lishma Ala Bismano. Pesach is unique, right? Because the Lord said, Pesach, you only offered up Lishma, right? Only at Pesach. Gemara says, Holo, Upaso Lishma, Dimu She Pasach Yera Lishma. Perhaps, let's say, Pasach Pesach is unique. Since the Pesach, even the Shmo is only kosher, right? Only kosher, right? Only kosher on at Pesach. Only kosher at Pesach. Therefore, ultimately, in the words, Torah Pesach, she ain't no kosher Shmo. I love his mano. Horrible also the Shmo. Dinu she Pasach here in the Shmo.
Thank you.
That other Kabbalos are offered off the Shim Kala Pesach throughout the rest of the year. This should be possible as well. Okay, Shimon Aki Azari over. Next part of the mission. So we're just making our way. We finished up the first book of Rothschild against the second mission on the Sefla. Next person who wrote the mission was Shimon, the brother of Azariah. Because remember again, why is Shimon the brother of Azariah? Why? Because his brother Azariah supported him in his learning. Right? Because again, it was his brother Azariah who allowed him to sit and learn. And therefore, again, Azariah and his brother gets credit for his growth in Torah. And you facilitate someone else's spiritual growth. You get credit for that as well. So Shimon the brother of Azariah said, Shakar, L'Shem Gavon and Shemin, L'Shem Melech and Ksubim. So here that's the very interesting idea. Shimon the brother of Azariah, when you go ahead and you offer up a cup, ultimately again for another purpose, is the covered hustle that depends on what you're offering it for. If you go ahead and you offer up a carbon for the sake of another carbon that is of higher status, then your carbon will be kosher. If you offer up the carbon for the sake of a carbon that is of a lower status, your carbon will be hustle. That's what Shimon HaZariah's sheepness. That's analysis. So Rav actually master Mishneh, Rabbi Yana, might come to Shimon HaZariah. What's Shimon HaZariah's law? They're going to go, and when you come to it's touching in Yisrael, Asher Yavimu L'Hashem. Because the pasuk says, you shall not profane the culture of Klal Yisrael, that they will elevate to Hashem. What do you see from here? The Mura Behan in Mischalim. If you offer up a carbon for the sake of another carbon that is of a higher status, the carbon is not profaned. The normal man, but if you offer up the carbon for the sake of a carbon that is of lesser status, Mischalim. The carbon is perfect. Fascinating. You must have that's one thing. Does that pasuk come to teach us that? The pasuk teaches something else. So, honey, by the way, you finish Shmuel. You go to Shmuel. What is Shmuel? So, what's the first one? My go to Shmuel. You know, let's have a Shmuel Nisa. How do you know that if you eat Tavo, you're going to Nisa? What's Tavo? What's Tavo? Tavo is untied produce. How do you know that if you eat Tavo, you're going to Nisa? Rabbi Shmuel, there's a Shneimar, L'Chayu es Kachid in Israel, Asher Yarinu L'Hashem. As the pasuk says, do not profane the consecrated by so that they will lift up to Hashem. Ba'asidim Mitra HaKosov L'Daber. What's the reason? Referring to items that are going to quote unquote be lifted up. Which are the items that are going to be lifted up? That refers ultimately again to Shumas and Isis. Shumas and Isis. So what do you see from here? There are multiple lines, so the pasuk itself is called Shumas and Isis. I think lift up to Hashem for me. And that means the pasuk is Hashem for me. My Hashem Yavimu. What's Yavimu? Shmamina Party constitutes with 12 of us. 12 of us. So what's the 12 of us? Number one. For this position of Shimon, the brother of Azariah, Halacha number one is that again. if you go ahead and have in mind for a covenant of status, the original covenant, the covenant for a covenant of low status, ultimately the covenant is going to be hostile. And number two, if you care about, you are higher, you know, hostile, but if you care about, very effective, you care about, next was like, well, zero. Share interaction, it's very interesting. Now,
Fuck.
so share. So let's say and now I don't have in mind this covenant of mind for a different covenant. If the covenant's going to have, Shimon says it depends. If you have in mind for a covenant of a higher sanctity, the covenant is covered.
Yeah, you know, I'm in favor of execution. Maybe our entire team needs to be executed after tonight. Yeah, you know,
but doesn't count towards an obligation. So the Gemara says, share the Emirates in the Hittivi the Kata, only Oglum Shir Emirates in Kata. So the Shir means to say that it's kosher and counts towards my obligation, or ultimately again it's kosher, but doesn't count towards my obligation. Kashma, here we go, Abakorda. A nicer, that nicer Shisha. If you went ahead and you offered up the card or a nicer animal, if you for the sake of Shalom, it's going to be kosher. Shalom Shishak from the Shem Bakar, or the Shem Nicer Psulim. But if you went ahead and you shak the Shalom for the sake of the car, for the sake of the nicer, it's going to be possible. Now, since you have these on that law, Shem Umeratsi. So ultimately, again, if you hold that Shem is saying that it's kosher and it works, know that, and it satisfies your application. So you must the car, start with Sweden. So let's say the car animal is not an animal that affects the king. Right? In other words, the car animal is not that it doesn't satisfy an obligation. An obligation to be my firstborn animal. Or take the animal is right? An obligation of the place. It's not really sweet. It doesn't have to satisfy this obligation. Having shaded getting around. Rather, it's that what Shimon the brother Bazali was saying is if you take an animal and you take a covenant and you offer up for a covenant of higher sanctity, ultimately again, the covenant is assured but does not satisfy my obligation. And we can see the interaction from the fact that the Sefer ultimately again is the case of kosher that doesn't satisfy our obligation. So to the first case also see a case of ultimately where it's kosher, but that satisfy our obligation. So maybe not, how to be something, why do you bring great Shiva? Says, hello, my commercial words are teaching me, teaching me ultimately again, higher categories and lower categories. But you know, says, we learn this case, says, case and touching adoption, Shishak, touching down. Now, again, the Mishnah then goes on, and Shimon the Brother Bazai gives explicit examples of this. If you were to go ahead, if you have a covenant that's touching adoption, and you shift it for the sake of touching talent, which is a lower level, Shimon would say ultimately such a covenant is possible. And Shimon touching talent, good. Now, the thing you have to listen to this. Touching adoption and touching talent, you do the more than other. How about covenant the calendar? So it's an article like this. Maybe the word of Kavanas, maybe there's like two types of things. There's touching adoption, touching talent. And therefore, in Shimon's logic, in this construct, if you share the adoption for the sake of touching talent, it's going to be possible. Touching talent for the sake of touching adoption, it's going to be kosher. But maybe in the respective categories, there's no hierarchy. So, for example, let's say in touching adoption, all Kavanas are created equal. And in touching talent, all Kavanas are created equal. Kamashma, that's not the case. There's versus Hanani Tanina, Shlomin, Holdmin, Esabakar, and they should tune in Lantern Arba, with Smicha, with Suffer, with Chivas Kaze the show. She was like, my teachers have a lot of points, and that's not true. If you think in the realm of Kachik Adashin, there's still a hierarchy. For example, Shlomin are more important than 100 than a Bachar. Why? Because in Shlomin, ultimately, again, what you need, number one, Matan Arba is 4 applications. Number two, Simcha is reading on the animal. Next is
Fuck. We're having a party. Dancing to the music played by the DJ on the radio. The hopes are in the icebox. Nothing's on the table. Me and my baby out here on the floor. So Mr. DJ, keep those records playing, 'cause I'm having such a good time dancing with my baby. Everybody's swinging. Now he's doing the twist now. Bending to request now. There's a few for you. Then after there is no strength. Play it down so I know. Don't forget that mashed potatoes. The whole other song would do. You found your Mr. DJ. Keep those records playing, 'cause I'm having such a good time dancing with my baby.
So sometimes, again, I know where I want to get to in the past. I know I want to get to the spot. So I have a whole plan. And sometimes, again, that plan has so many twists and turns. There's mistakes, there's maybe people with this setback. But it's at the end of the day, what's the goal? The goal is to get to the finish line. Right? This is the goal. It's at the end of the day. Just recognizing that having the actualization of Kedusha really does the journey of growth as you thought it would. But if you stay the course, some parts make more sense, some parts make less sense. Some parts I follow, some parts I don't. But as long as I stay the course, holding it, I'll get back to the finish line.
Got a few for you. Yeah, let's go soul twist. Hey, that one so I know. Don't forget about mashed potatoes. Oh, the songs will do. Tell you, Mr. DJ, keep those records playing, 'cause I'm having such a good time dancing with my baby, having a party. Everybody's swinging the music on the radio, having a party. Everybody's swinging and dancing to the music on the radio all the time, having a party. Everybody's swinging, dancing to the music on the radio. Having a party, and everybody's swinging, dancing to the music, on the radio. That was the sickest shit of all time. Maybe the sickest song ever. Really fucked up. But it's okay. What's that one that I like? It's like on a rooftop. That one. Don't kiss me. Kiss me. Let me tell you I'm in love with you. What song is that? Hold Me? What's it called? Kiss me when you do it. Make me tell you I'm in love. And when you do it. Miss Aquarius.
Good morning, Rabbi.
How you doing, girl?
I'm good. Just waiting the 7:30 so we can wake up Papa.
Okie doke. You've got doctor appointment today. I'm thinking about you.
If I got a what appointment?
You got a doctor's appointment today, and
Dermatology.
that's doctor.
No, I don't want to go.
Okay, well, I'm thinking about you, and I hope everything goes well. It's one of those things we got to do.
You still up, Rabbi? Did you get any sleep?
Let's see. Since I last spoke to you, maybe I got a little bit of sleep. My hours are so messed up, this Aquarius. It's unreal. But I am super popular in Nigeria, I'll tell you that right now.
Oh, wow.
Because those are the people who are awake when I'm awake, who speak English. And so I have a lot of Nigerian friends.
Nice.
They're very nice people. Well, I mean, just like anybody can be nice, but I find they're very respectful individuals and very kind, and I very much appreciate my Nigerian friends. All right, so you've got 18 minutes till pop-up, right?
Yeah.
Okay, dope. Well, I'm just making Instagram reels, so don't mind me. I'm gonna be singing oldies songs.
Don't be funny.
Oh yeah,
Karaoke. Do karaoke?
I do, and I do lip syncing. So like I'll lip sync the song, so the song will play in the background, and then I will lip sync it, and I sing it at the same time. Here we go. I'm sure you know this song, but this is by Mel Carter. Hold Me, Thrill Me, Kiss Me, and like you may not know right away, but you'll know it. It's like a famous song. The issue arises where I have to make sure I get the lyrics right so my mouth moves correctly, and most of them, like I grew up listening to oldies music, so I know most of it, but we'll see how let's see how it goes. Hold me, and never let me go until you've told me what I want to know, and then just hold me, make me tell you I'm in love with you. Thrill me, walk me down the lane where shadows will be. Hiding lovers just the same as will be. When you make me tell you I love you. They told me, be sensible with your new love. Don't be fooled, thinking this is the last you'll find. But they never stood in the dark with you, love. When you take me in your arms and drive me slowly out of my mind. Kiss me, kiss me, kiss me, kiss me. And when you do, I know that you will miss me, miss me. So I can only do it in like a minute, in like 90-second intervals. That's as long
I
as.
like it. No, I think I have heard that part. Yeah.
I'm sure you've heard this song. It's a oldie.
I probably have the oldie, yeah.
And so then I have to do it again, and I have to do the second part of the song, but so I get the whole song in there. Instagram only allows you to do 90 seconds of song. We'll do the next part, and sometimes I have to do like the previous, like a little bit of overlap. So try it. Be sensible with your new love. Don't be a fool, thinking that it's the last you'll find. But they never been in the dark with you, love. When you take me in your arms and drive me slowly out of my mind. Kiss me, kiss me, kiss me, kiss me. And when you do, I know that you will miss me, miss me, miss me. And you never say I do, so kiss me, kiss me. Make me tell you I'm in love with you. Kiss me, kiss me, kiss me, kiss me. When you do, I know that you will miss me, miss me, miss me, miss me. If we ever say I do, so kiss me, kiss me. Make me tell you I'm in love with you. And never ever let me go. Never, never, never. Bingo. And then I upload, and then I have like a pretty big music collection of just where I sing on my stream, but the sound is just lip sync on Instagram. And then I just find a song that I like, and then I sing it. I'm going to do Aretha Franklin, Until You Come Back to Me. No, you don't call anymore. I sit and wait in vain. I'm gonna knock on your door, tap on your window pane, tap on your window pane. I'm gonna tell baby, changes I'm going through. Missing you till you come back to me. That's what I'm gonna do. You have to decide. You had said be free. I don't know how my pride. I'm begging to stay. Baby, please sing me. Sing what you see. I'm gonna walk down the side and to prove that your love is true. Oh, yeah, baby. Till you come back to me. That's what I'm gonna do.
So remember again, Russian practice so that because that's your every front, right? Because remember, the interventional is practice of his practice. If you want to teach what? Yishma. That it's got to be done for the sake of practice. What if you have to take a practice? What is the number one? Yishma for Kodesh, for practice destination, and practice for the particular order.
Oh, Instagram crashed on me. It is the worst app in Safari. I don't know how all those famous influencers can deal with this app. It crashes so much.
So we're learning out now all of the halachas and tapas from this hadith. Hold on. Can you really learn how these tapas also show you that tapas does require us to do this? So tapas came with the tapas does a little so again, for example, the tapas is forbidden fat. Like if you go ahead and you eat forbidden fat intentionally, you hide curries, you do it on and you will become tapas. So the rest is very interesting. I can't really learn out tapas from tapas Nazir. Why? Because the tapas of Nazir has other accompanying kabbalas which go along with it. Tapas Nazir and tapas Eilab, why not? I can't learn out tapas Nazir and tapas Eilab, why not? Shikin curries. As all if you're going to also remember again, Eilab is a curries dairy infraction. And the Rabbi says, Asya, the tapas soda. Interesting. Perhaps we learn out the source for again the Shema by Kratos is actually the purpose of the Torah. Right? First, scriptures are asked, there's a purification process. Part of this purification process is that he brings a carbon Kratos. They say that Basa, Koyasa, Hata, you call us Yosef the Shem Kratos. That's what this. We call Basas Koyasa, Hata, no, the Kratos. Which indicates to us what? All steps of the Kratos must be done Shema. So why don't we say, just like the Kratos of Sola has to be done Shema, and also remember again, whenever we say the Shema, what does the Shema refer to? What does the Shema refer to? Two forms of the Shema. Rabbanic Shema, ownership Shema. So say the same way that Kratos and Sola has to be done Shema, so to all other forms, ultimately again, all other forms. I said and wait. That teaches me that we harmonic destination. All and what the again, Shiro Baila, right? How do I know the halacha, right? Also the ownership is strong. But there's a lot of Pasuk says it with the one. Hallelujah. Is the owner of that covenant, and the object of the purification atonement. The master of so teaches me again that there must be ownership of Shema as well.
You might be back up to make you see that you make it all again. I must explain. I know that on your door, tap on your window, don't pay. Tap on your window, I'm gonna get through to you. I'm gonna change my blue weather till you come back to me. That's what I'm gonna do. Till you come back to me. That's what I'm gonna do. Come back to me. That's what I'm gonna do.
They hit the camera. What is good?
Yo, what up? Yeah, all right, nice. How you living? Hope you're having a good day. Yo, Royal Prince X, how you living? What's up, PR? Hi, nice. Prince? How you living, Prince? Can you hear me, big dog? No, there's just somebody in this Discord. I'm just saying hi to them.
Hello. My bad, girl.
All right, let them do their thing.
compromise. It's also actually kind of beautiful when you think about it. So therefore, the idea that Tapas has to have the Shlomo law is actually laid out from Shlomo. And then the Yishlo Psuki that we just mentioned before, all these Tapas so Psuki teach me that Tapas requires the Shlomo. Even if you have an ability to do so, quite frankly, only might be
About to meet myself, right? Gonna get my granddaddy up.
All right, Mr. Aquarius, I'm here for you if you need any support.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
What about all these other cases?
You're welcome.
Again, where you hear it over, you answer on it, where you sign, where you articulate the Shua. Too much question, where again you articulate the question of state of Torah. And all of you are again, each to publish the state of Torah. All of these cases of Tapas, the word is simple, but there's no mention to say like what's Tapas. Ultimately, again, we know how do I know that Halacha and I in these cases? The Shema by the Tapas, the only thing to have that undermines the effectiveness of the Kabbalah. Which is Tapas, Tamas, Tapas, Asya, then Tapas, Taylor. So the fact is, at least for the Tapas, that's why I'm going to do that. She can curries come himself, because all kind of things also, just like Taylor has two curries, I've already said as a few curries, and therefore just like the Tapas of Taylor needs to be the Shema, so to the Tapas, Talmud is asked to be the Shema. What about these other cases? How do I figure out Asya and outside, and all the other cases that Tapas was sick, if you learn how it looks like outside of the Talmud. So let's say that is so bottom line, what do we have? So first, interesting is what we have is like this stuff. It's so stuff that we need. So the meaning is that a Tapas must be offered at the Shema. What type of Shema? Two categories of Shema. Ownership Shema for the sake of the right owner, and Karbanik Shema for the sake of the right karma. Failure to do so by a Tapas makes the Tapas hustle. The carbon itself is fundamentally hustle, not primarily is not counted towards the obligation of the owner, but I want what I see in the carbon itself is the class. Where do I learn that from? So see that the bottom line of the video is where sometimes the fact that the Torah compares Tapas to Shlomo teaches us that just like the Shlomo requires the Shlomo in both categories, so too does the Tapas. So that only teaches me that a Tapas requires a Chatzila. How do I know that a Tapas requires a deal with the other? That's all these other Rishonos Tapas. So with Tapas teaches us that there's an insistence ultimately again on the Shema. Incredible. What's that? Let's go back. We're talking about once established that requires the Shema. All categories of loss. Failure to have the Shema in those categories. Ultimately, that is the problem. We're talking about this is my own Shema Pasha. So no Shema Pasha. So what's the range to be right?
Lady loves me, yes, yes she does. Well, I'm gonna have to fight there. Don't love me, yes, yes. Dude, do it. Do it. I would Neil Diamond about it. Be like, dog, play the fucking guitar. Like, okay, dog, let's be in the fucking ass. Why? Because I have to come all the way over here and do this. And that sucks. Lady loves me, yes, yes she does. Ooh, the girl's out of sight, yeah. Yeah, she loves me, yes, yes she does. Join her night, yeah. She got the way to movement, yeah, yeah. She got the way to movement. She got the way to move, yeah. Everybody got the way to movement on. Well, no, we're gonna stay long. We got things we gotta catch up on. I know what I'm saying. Jerry, I think when the music is playing. Alright. I know right, no, you don't. No, girls outside in. No, Johnny, no, nice, no, we won't. We're gonna make our own night. Hey, the drink out the way, never. She got the way to move it. Yeah, she got the way to move it. Baby. Alright. Ain't got no right, no, no, girls outside in. Hey, fuck. Alright. Ain't got no right, no, I'll be so excited. Ain't no cuts, no, we won't. Ain't gonna make our lightning. Hey, she got the way to movement, yeah. She got the way to movement, yeah. Baby, make the movement. She got the way to movement. No, we're going to. Yeah, swing, baby, whatever we want to. Young, boys are gonna do it. Cherry, baby, really get to it. Hey, she got the way to movement, yeah. She got the way to movement, yeah. Baby, the way to movement, she got the way to movement, yeah. She got the way to movement, she got the way to movement. Another one. That might have been the sickest shit of all time. Really? Nope. This is the worst. Dog.
Be sensible.
Crack them rose, get on board. We gonna ride till there ain't no, making it slow. No. Train. Big and so say what I want. I'm not even doing lazy, no man, no asking. I love this fight. Oh, I love my Rosa child. She got the way to make me happy. You and me, we're going strong. But you're a store-bought woman, but you make me sing like a guitar humming. So hang on to me, till the song keeps running on. Play it now, play it now, play it now, my baby. Crackling when you get on your smile. You gonna dance right now, that's alright. We got all night. About what the song is about a woman named Rosie. Maybe Rosie Perez. Oh, you don't do it? Cracking to get on board. We gonna ride till there ain't no more, no. Taking it slow. And how don't you know? That's been a dream when I'm gone and fading. Reaching on the midnight train. And everything you're gonna damn, you don't know. Taking it slow. And tell you what I want. Don't let me just wait till I'm happy too. Oh, I love my Rosie child. She got the way to make me happy. You and me, we're going strong. Breaking on Rose, you're a star-born woman. But you make me sing like a guitar humming. So hang on with me, girl, the song keeps running on. Play it now, play it now, play it now, my baby. Cracking Rose and give me a smile. Maybe we're going out, maybe alright. We got all night. I don't even know who's playing guitar. No one knows.
By the way, okay, 34 minutes, just saying, 34 minutes, okay. Let's actually let's say it's split spot, Hajjaz, exactly, so split spot.
Oh, well, that's alright. We got all night. Set the world right. Nobody's dream, but it's ask no questions, yeah. Oh, I love my Rosie child. She got the way to make me happy. You and me would go in style. Crackling Rose, you're a store-bought woman, but you make me sing like a guitar humming. So hang on with me, now the song keeps running on. Play it now, play it now, play it now, my baby. Crackling Rosie, make me smile. We gonna play it for an hour, well, that's alright, 'cause we got all night. And set the world right. The happiest dreams when I ask no questions. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. Ba, ba, ba. Ba, ba, ba. Ba, 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 That was so sick. That was so sick when you're like, blah, 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 and everybody was like, oh, you know, the baby bears went off, and everybody was like, that's so fucking sick. What's up, you cocky bitch? What is this bullshit? Don't need my life, no, we won't. I want to be so excited. Yeah, she got the way to move it, yeah. Right, she got the way to move it. Yeah, cherry baby. Way to move it, alright. Bum, bum, ba da 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 da. No, don't know how we're going to. Ba-da-da-da-da-da. Cherry baby, can't jump on. Ba-da-da-da-da-da. No, can't come when I see you. Ba-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, all right. We got the way, she got the way to move it, yeah. She got the way to move it, yeah, baby.
So you look at what you're doing. Where are you shacking this covenant? Because if you're shacking covenant, there's no cash. So you're still effectively using the covenant. Yet, shakta amanas nizok damo puts the apostle that if you should have covenant also with the intention to sprinkle it outside of its committed area, ultimately then the covenant will be possible. Therefore, Makom Shekama having a shocking shemot shmo should be possible. Therefore, we'll say peace. Where a person says that I'm going to check the covenant showing shmo, if the covenant is going to be possible. Shakta amanas nizok damo shelo shmo. If he goes in and checks it, it's partial shmo, ain't no big shelo possible. Or the more so, ultimately, it should be possible. You know what I'm saying? I'm close to the Master to the Rashi. What's that? Now look close to the Tomo, shaking going to Halasma. But what's that? But what's it? In the case of close to the Tomo, checking our common close to the Tomo outside of its prescribed area, that is something that applies, and that's a prohibition that applies to all Kabbalahs. Tomar, Shemo, Bishmo, Shilanoid, Ella, the Pesach, the Chatos. What's it? The concept of Shom Shmo. What's the Skirata of Mishma? The concept ultimately again that a Kabbalah is totally invalid. If offered up Shelo Shmo, is only redeemed by Pesach and Chatos. By all other cases, if you offer up the covenant Shelo, then what happens? What happens? The covenant is kosher. It's not Pesach, then it doesn't satisfy the obligation of the owners, but it's still kosher. Allah Rabashi, Rabbi Rabashi says, how do you call it? This is what he used to say. Umar bin Makom was in a district referring to the situation of Shimon Baiman, as we have in mind for the law owner. Umar bin Makom, Shimon, Amahar, Mishok, Shimon, Shukasha. You know, I say, the things that you have in mind, check it for the wrong owner. That the covenant is still kosher. Yisrok, Damo, Sharo, Shmo. You should see Sharo, Shmo, Shem, Holy Apostle. I said, if you have in mind to speak the blood of time to speak up, to do it ultimately for someone else's covenant apostle. Malcolm Shem, Amahar, Shofet, Sharo, Shman, Shi Apostle. Amanas, Yisrok, Damo, Sharo, Shman, and Shi Apostle. Therefore, I was all the more so. Where a person goes down and says that one to dissolve it, he's certainly a man of the Kabbalah should be possible. So once again, all of this was in support of the position of Rabbi. Remember again, Rabbi and Shimon very simply is the Chashvin Me'avoda La'avoda. That you can have an erroneous mindset for one avoda during the previous avoda, that's still invalid with the covenant. So just the covenant arguments. If I check the cover of the shlock, but I have in mind at the time of the shita, that I'm going to do this rika, shalom shlock, I have in mind that I'm going to do this rika, not for the purpose of this particular covenant. The purpose of Yochanan wants the halacha, the covenant is possible. Where does Rabbi Yochanan get this from? So it's based on two principles. Principle number one, Nechashvin le'avoda la'avoda. You can have Kabbalah from one avoda to the next avoda. And number two, where does this all derive from? Yochanan posits it derives from people. Because the concept of people tells me that if the Kohen has an erroneous mindset, he's something that we don't are. Even though right now he's at an earlier stage of the divine process, that is an erroneous mindset will be on compromising the Kohen already. Fine. Now the March says, now the Enoch, he becomes a Roman and says this fine. Now the Enoch is something in charge. Enoch comes to support the position of Rothschild. What does he say? Lord told out this Enoch, if you see the California, we are Mishita the Kabbalah. So let's listen to this. So Rothschild comes to the Lord and says something like, look at Rashi this one. Rashi, let it cross and tells us, come out this Enoch. The Chashvin Shalom Shmo, Rabbi Amir Behel, the Full Rabbi. What's that? Ultimately again. Don't say, third goes out of the that Zrika has to be done, Shemo. Right? The Chashvin Shalom Shmo. So sorry. Don't say by Zrika that even if Zrika is done Shalom Shmo, and it's still kosher. No, so the third goes out to the that even if Zrika is done Shalom Shmo, ultimately the covenant is still kosher. Also remember, that's the halakha we extended in the first mission. That even if the covenant is done Shalom Shmo, again, we said before, the covenant is kosher, just the only difference is when you may not satisfy the obligation of the particular owner. Now the Torah goes out of the covenant by all the various stages of the avodah. The The Gemara now suggests, or the Yudah suggests as follows. Let the Torah doesn't have to say anything. That's really Shalom Shema is kosher. And even if the Torah not say anything by Shlita, I would have said that. If you see the Kavakomer, maybe you have the Shlita the Kabbalah. And I can go ahead and learn that from Kabbalah. Shlita Kabbalah, Kitashi. The Shlita the Kabbalah, Umash, the Shlita, Bizarre, Sula, the Shalom Shema. Since I would say as follows. When it comes to Shlita, which is kosher Bizarre, right? Even a non-Kohen, there's a Muslim, what's the Kabbalah? Sula, the Shalom Shema. Kind of speed up by Tatas and my vision. Right? So by all other Kabbalahs, Shalom Shema is going to be kosher. By getting the Shalom Shema is going to be possible. So when it comes to that, so by Shlita, which is Shira business. And I could have heard that essentially Zika from a Kabbalah and from drinking through Shkita and Kabbalah. If Shkita ultimately accomplishes kosher, even by a non-Kohen, yet again by Pesach and by Tammuz, cannot be done in Shema. Then what? Actually, it's also if it's Shalom Shema, then simply what? Zika, which cannot be done by a non-Kohen, will certainly go ahead and be also if it's done Shalom Shema, which the Gemara says. My Ofasa, Kasabaka. So that's his wife was determined to go out of his way to discuss his legal. Even could have learned that from Shkita and Abba. Loma, the Imahash, and the Abba, the Abba. Was there must be able to teach us a lot, which you can't learn out one Aboda from another Aboda. Actually, the Imahash and the Abba, the Elo, the Shas, Shkita, very financial. Was it to teach me that the Abodos are reckoned separate. And therefore, again, the erroneous mindset by one Abodah does not compromise ultimately something that can happen later on. In this particular case, the religious says as follows: that law or illegal kavanah by shita or zrika will not invalidate the karma. Master for that, Shapapa is the kasha. The Dilma didn't chashina the Abodah. Maybe we go, maybe it's not true. Maybe in fact the Torah is teaching is that halacha l'maisa and from one avodah to the next avodah. Actually, the Dilma, v'achei kasri mashmoina le'usa, v'nechashim le'avodah la'avodah. Maybe it's just the opposite. Maybe the Torah knows he's going out of his way to articulate each of the avodah to teach you that you can have kavanah from one avodah to the next avodah. This one doesn't make sense. I'll tell you why. Anything you should know. See the Kabbalah word action. So ultimately here that is totally silent and ultimately what? Word always responds to the Kabbalah action. The other people will say, the other people will ask as follows, Malahana, there wasn't a piece of sheet of the Kabbalah, Shikirti Uros Savon, Yeshram the Katal Sapiros. Ultimately again, sheet and Kabbalah are different. Why? Because no one has done in one side of the same brush. Yeshua the Chatos, and halacha also is that they apply by the inner Chatos. Either Hashta being of the Shomim Kaniman, and the other thing will come to the same. Rashi and the Yochanan will say here, we're dealing with Shomim, Itman, Shashma, Rizot, Moshe, what's it? So, okay. So, bottom line is, the Yochanan and the Shoshish. About Mechash, Shigin, let's say the person is checking the animal Lishma, there is a mind during the Shkita that he's going to Shalom Lishma. How is that kind of mind coming or not? Yochanan says yes, because it's puzzle, Bakish says no. Now we've articulated this matter is two cases. One is a case of Karban, one is a case of food. The same matter applies. Now we've also brought ample proof to support each of the Shitas, which the Gemara leads back to the original discussion. Itman, Shakta Lishma, Yisro Kama Shalom Lishma. As the Gemara says, Shakta Kama Lishma was a sentence to be very clear. I'm giving a shlamim, I'm shafting my shlamim for the sake of shlamim. I'm actually doing the right thing. But at the time of the Shkita, I have in mind that what? That I'm going to do this Rika, L'Shem Chatos, or a different color, which I say is illegal. So I have in mind at the time of the Shkita that Gemara says that the carbon was kosher. Rabba, the Gabi Rabbi, then Rabba, we can't take this position. Rabba took back his position, realigned himself with Rav Nachman because of the Kabbalah of the action. He's saying that what? If you have a mind at the time of the Shita, to do something at the time of the Shita, the Kabbalah is already hustled according to the really Kabbalahs, but this is saying that this comes. Does person shouldn't make Kabbalah. But I have in mind at the time of the Shita or something in the future. Does that harmonize with Kabbalah? What's this? So the halacha is, this is in Perek Esvar. Hilchos Sulam Shiratam. Halacha Yud Aleph. Listen to this. HaPesach sheshachtu b'machsheres shnei Hashem. Ben sheshinam. Yeah, sorry. Shachta l'shma. Sorry. Halacha Yud Aleph. Shachta l'shma. L'chishem t'shas hashvita l'izrot dama. What's a Islam? I'm checking the cover on the schmuck, so yes, I'm checking the cover for the right intention. But at the time of the carbon, I have in mind that what? The kasha of the shas hashvita l'izrot dama shalom. At the time of the shvita, I have in mind the shvita shalom. What's the halacha? Harei fruits. What's the other passage like the nachman? Like the nachman. Yochanan nachman. That the sheep that the cover ultimately is possible. Why? The fish and the fashion avoda the halacha. One could have in mind from one avoda to the next. The Zosa Machshava Shachasha Shas Shita, the Hashva Shas Zidra, the Rita. Remember the Machshava that I had at the time of the Shita is as if what I had at the time of the Zidra, and therefore again the cover. Let's look at the next step. Like the Yochanan and like that. But Rabbi Eliezer Omer, after Hashem, back to the Mishnah. So the Mishnah said that although under normal circumstances, so all Kabbalahs are still going to be kosher. Nevertheless, what's the halacha? All Kabbalahs are still going to be kosher. Nevertheless, Chatas and Pesach ultimately again will the Ezra says also the Asher. The Asher was a Sirah. Like another Sirah. So there was also Asher that offered up Shalom Shema will be possible. Tanya Amr Rabbi Eliezer, Chatas Ba'achit, Ba'ashem Ba'achit. Also let's do Asher Rabbi Eliezer, right? So also the Asher. He says as follows. Chatas comes with the same person. And Hashem comes from the same place. My Chatas is Shalom Shema Surah, just like the Chatas was of Shalom Shema is ultimately again going to be hustle. And Hashem Shalom Shema hustle. So there was a lot of Hashem that is offered up Shalom Shema is also going to be hustle. However, it's also exact next to the other small one. Chatas is the sin of it's also Shalom Shema. So again, Hashem. Nothing, offered up, shows what's also going to be possible. Amar lo Rabbi Yeshua. Lo, Muhammad, the fact of shaking them up, the Tava. So one second, Hashem is different, by both sides. Hashem is different. Because his blood is offered to God. What's the exaction of this moment? Should double the Mala. He put a secret. That's actually how you find the Mala. Yeah, both sides. It wasn't red blood. It was red blood that went across the there. Some sacrificial blood was sprinkled on top of the line. Some sacrificial blood was sprinkled below the line. She's done on the Mala. Mechot HaSikra is done on the sacrifice. Those Mechot HaSikra for Keres, the Emsal, the Hapyo in Damen Aldonim, the Damen HaTikon. And ultimately, again, Mechot HaSikra Rosai started on his there to go ahead and distinguish between upper blood and lower blood. The idea behind what's in the blood. That a lot of the nice, so therefore, again, the Gemara says, the Meshua is avoiding, I'm in the Chatos, she can double the Mala. Chatos is
Rabbi Ezra's logic was, Chatos is a sin offering, Asham is a sin offering. If Chatos is Asr Shalom Lishma, then what? Then Asham is Asr Shalom Lishma. Which should fall something that they're not the same. Chatos, the blood is sprinkled above the line, Asham is below the line. Rabbi Eliezer thinks that the is that one. Shenamol Anato, Shabbaso, fine, companies that will say, a lot of things that is sprinkled below the line, like Asham. And yet what? The buffer of Shlomo Shlomo will cross it. So that's a good thing for Asham. I'm going to be a from other Pesach, is not a cover up. Pesach is something that Pesach has a set time. I'm going to be a not just look at that. That doesn't have a set time. And if offer up Shlomo Shlomo, ultimately again, it's possible. I'm going to be sure. Just 1 second. All the circles here. I told you we can't really out Asham from Chatos. Why not? Because Chatos, the blood is sprinkled above the line. Asham, the blood is sprinkled below the line. Because any Chavila, if I try to do yes, if we don't have that, then I will get back and he says something. So what happens? Ne'emar bar Yishvita, Ne'emar bar Yishvita, Ne'emar bar Yishvita, Yishma Shira, Shalom Yishma Psula. So what it says over here, but actually by Yisrael, it says over here, by Shvita, which that was. Shvita is done with Shema, it's kosher. Shalom Yishma is possible. Basically on that bone, who is Shvita, is like
Shema Israel Adonai Elohim Adonai Echad. Worship God. Oh, I love Rosie Child. She got the way to make me happy. You and me. You make me say that it's all. I know what these are. Keeps running. Yo, dog, it's day 15 of Kabbalah, and it sucks. Why? I mean, at least I make it cool. Pimp Kabbalah is sick, but it's still boring as fuck. What's not? Talking about aliens, but we'll get there. Maybe. Not now. So what are we studying today, Rabbi? Stupid ass bullshit. Like what? I don't know. Let's learn about Shabbatai Zvi. Because he sucks. Does he? What would you tell him right now? Dog, what? That's what I would say. All right. Shabbatai Zvi, Hebrew. Shabbatai Zvi. August 1st, 1626 to around September 17th, 1676 was an Ottoman former Jewish mystic and rabbi from Smyrna who converted to Islam. His family were Romanio Jews from Patras. All right, so here's what he looks like. He sucks. He wore a caftan in 1669, allegedly. So he was born August 1st, 1626 in Smyrna, Ottoman Empire. Modern Izmir, Turkey. Died on September 17th, 1676. Around age 50 in Ursini, Ottoman Empire. Modern Montenegro. Nationality, Ottoman. Religion, Judaism, later Islam. Founder of Sabbateanism. Active throughout the Ottoman Empire's claimed the long-awaited Jewish Messiah and founded the Sabbatean movement. Central to his teachings was acts traditionally considered sinful would transform into righteous ones. This antinomian doctrine led Zvi and his followers to deliberately violate Jewish commandments, a controversial practice that later inspired movements like the Frankists. Upon arriving in Constantinople in February 1666, Sabbatai was imprisoned on the order of the Grand Vizier Kopulu Fazil Ahmad Pasha. In September of that same year, after being moved from different prisons around the capital to the imperial court seat in Adrianople, now Edirne, he was judged on accusations of fomenting sedition. Sabbatai was given the choice of death or conversion to Islam by the Grand Vizier representing Sultan Mehmed IV. He chose conversion, donning the Islamic turban, and from then on, the heads of the Ottoman state rewarded him with a generous pension for complying with their political and religious plans. About 300 families who Zvi also converted to Islam and became known as the Donma, Turkish for converts. Subsequently, the Ottomans banished him twice, with the first first with Constantinople, and when he was heard singing psalms with Jews there, to a small town known today as Oking in what is now Montenegro. He died in isolation. Early life and education. Also Sabbatai building in the Agora of Smyrna, where Sabbatai supposedly lived. Sabbatai was born in the Ottoman city of Smyrna, allegedly on Tisha B'Av, one of Judaism's fast days, during the 3 weeks in 1626. In Hebrew, Sabbatai means Saturn. In Jewish tradition, the reign of Sabbatai, the highest planet, was often linked to the advent of the Messiah. Zvi's family were Roman neo-Jews from Patras. His father, Mordechai, was a poultry dealer in the Morea. During the Ottoman-Venetian Wars, Smyrna became the center of Levantine trade, and Mordechai became the Smyrna agent of an English trading house, achieving some wealth in the process. His sister, Orgadol, was a learned woman in her own right, well known among the Jews of Smyrna. Following the prevailing Jewish custom of the time, Sabbatai's father had him study the Talmud. He attended a yeshiva under the chief rabbi of Smyrna, Joseph Escapa. Studies in halakha, Jewish law, did not appeal to him, but Zvi did attain proficiency in the Talmud. At the same time, he was fascinated by mysticism and Kabbalah, and was influenced by Isaac Luria, practical Kabbalah, whose devotees used asceticism to communicate with God and the angels to predict the future and perform miracles. Was especially appealing to him. As well as Luria's writings, he read the Zohar and practiced asceticism and Kabbalistic purification exercises called Tukkunim. Personal history. Influence on English millenarianism. During the first half of the 17th century, millenarian ideas about the approach of the Messianic age were popular. They included ideas about the redemption of the Jews and their return to the land of Israel with independent sovereignty. The apocalyptic year was identified by other authorities as 1666, and millenarianism was widespread in England. This belief was so prevalent that Manasseh ben Israel, in his letter to Oliver Cromwell and the Rump Parliament, appealed to it as a reason to readmit Jews into England, saying, "The opinions of many other people and mine do concur herein, that we both believe that the restoring time of our nation into their native country is very near at hand." As Sabbatai's father was the agent for an English trading house in Smyrna, he must have had business contacts with English people. His son may have learned something about Western millennial expectations at home. Scholars are still assessing how much influence English and Dutch Calvinist millenarianism held on messianic movements that developed around Zvi's activities. Claims to being the expected Jewish year. Along with general messianic beliefs, there was another computation based on a passage in the Zohar, a famous Jewish mystical text, that the Israelites would be redeemed by the long-awaited Messiah in 1648. In 1648, Sabbatai announced to his followers in Smyrna that he was the anticipated Messianic Redeemer. To prove this, He started to pronounce God's name, act prohibited to all but the high priest of Israel, in the temple in Jerusalem on Yom Kippur. Since the temple had been destroyed in the siege of Jerusalem in 70 Common Era, this act was highly symbolic. Shabbatai also claimed he could fly, but told his followers that he could not do so publicly because they were not worthy enough to witness it. He also claimed to have visions of God. Shabbatai revealed his claim to being the Mashiach early on to Isaac Silveria and Moses Pinheiro, and later the later grandfather of the Italian Rabbi Joseph Ergas. However, at 22, Shabbatai was still too young to be considered an established rabbinic authority. His influence in the local community was limited. Even though he had led the pious life of a mystic in Smyrna for several years, the older, more established rabbinic leadership was suspicious of his activities, and the local college of rabbis, headed by his teacher Joseph Escapa, they watched him. When his messianic pretensions became too bold, he and his followers were subjected to an edict of herem, a type of excommunication in Judaism. In about 1651, now 1654, the rabbis banished Shabbatai and his disciples from Smyrna. It is uncertain where he went from there, but by 1658 he surfaced in Constantinople. There he met a preacher, Abraham Yachini, a disciple of the Talmudic scholar Joseph Trani, who confirmed his messianic mission. Yachani is said to have forged a manuscript in archaic characters and attested to Shabbatai's claim to be the Mashiach. It was entitled "The Great Wisdom of Solomon" and began, Abraham was confined in a cave for 40 years, and I wondered greatly that the time of miracles did not arrive. Then was heard a voice proclaiming, "A son will be born in the Hebrew year 5386, the year 1626 of the Common Era, to Mordecai III, and he will be called Shabbatai. He will humble the great, and he the true Messiah." In Salonika, Cairo, and the Yeni Mosque Thessaloniki, built by the Donma community during the late Ottoman period. Equipped with this document, Shabbatai chose Salonika, which was then a hub of Kabbalistic dialogue, as his base. He proclaimed himself the Mashiach, or Anointed One, and attracted a large following by hosting various mystical events. For instance, he celebrated his marriage to the Torah, referring to it as the one without end, the Ein Sof, and organized a solemn festival to which he invited his friends. However, the rabbis of Salonika, led by Abraham de Botton, expelled him from the city. Reports vary on the subsequent movements, with Alexandria, Athens, Constantinople, Jerusalem, and Smyrna mentioned as possible temporary bases he might have taken. Eventually, he settled in Cairo, and where he lived for about 2 years, 1616 to 1662. There, he befriended Raphael Yosef Halabi, a wealthy and influential Jew who held the high position of mint master and tax farmer in Ottoman Cairo. Raphael Joseph led an ascetic life, which included fasting, bathing in cold water, and scourging himself at night. He used his great wealth for charity, supporting poor Talmudists and Kabbalists, 50 of whom reportedly regularly dined at his table. He became a supporter and promoter of Sabbatai's messianic claims. In approximately 1663, Sabbatai moved to Jerusalem, where he resumed his former ascetic practices of frequently fasting and other penances. Many saw this as proof of extraordinary piety. He was said to have a good voice and attract large audiences when he sang psalms all night long, or Spanish love songs, to which he gave mystical interpretations. At other times, he prayed and cried at the graves of pious men and women, or distributed confection to children on the streets. Gradually, he gathered a large circle of adherents. At the same time, the Jewish community in Jerusalem was desperately in need of money to pay the heavy taxes levied by the Ottoman government. Known as the favorite Known as the favorite of the rich and powerful Raphael Joseph Halabi, Sabbatai was chosen to appeal to him for money and support. His success in securing the funds to pay off the Ottomans raised his prestige. His followers dated his public career from his journey to Cairo. Marriage ceremony. Another significant event during his second stay in Cairo contributed to Sabbatai's reputation in the Jewish community. During the Helsinki uprising in Poland, a young Jewish orphan named Sarah was discovered by other people and sent to a convent for care. After 10 years, at around 16, she escaped, claiming it was through a miracle, and made her way to Amsterdam. Subsequently, she traveled to Livorno, where reports indicated that she led a life of prostitution, while also embracing the belief that she would become the bride of Mashiach, whose arrival was thought to be imminent. When a report of her adventures reached Cairo, Shabbatai claimed that such a consort had been promised to him in a dream because he, as Mashiach, was bound to fall in love with an unchaste woman. He reportedly sent messengers to Livorno to bring Sarah to him, and they were married at Halabai's house. Her beauty and eccentricity reportedly helped him gain new followers. Through her, a new romantic and licentious element entered Shabbatai's career. The overturning of her past life was interpreted by Shabbatai's followers as further confirmation of his messiahship. Following the biblical story of the prophet Hosea, who had also been commanded to take a wife of whoredom as the first symbolic act of calling, Nathan of Gaza. With Halabi's financial and political backing, a charming wife, and many additional followers, Shabbatai returned to Jerusalem in triumph. Passing through the city of Gaza, which at the time had an important Jewish community, he met Nathan Benjamin Levy, who known since as Nathan of Gaza, Nathan Ha'aza, who became very active in Shabbatai's messianic career, serving as the right-hand man and declaring himself to be the risen Elijah, who is predicted would proclaim the arrival of Mashiach. In 1665, Nathan announced that the Messianic age would begin in 1666 with the conquest of the world without bloodshed. Mashiach would then lead the 10 lost tribes back to the Holy Land, riding on a lion with a 7-headed dragon in its jaws. The rabbis of Jerusalem viewed Shabbatai's movement with great suspicion and threatened his followers with excommunication. Acknowledged that Jerusalem was not the best place to carry out the plan, Shabbatai left for his native Smyrna. Nathan proclaimed that henceforth Gaza, rather than Jerusalem, would be the sacred city. On his way from Jerusalem to Smyrna, Shabbatai was greeted enthusiastically in Aleppo. In Smyrna, which he reached in the summer of 1665, great homage was paid to him. After some hesitation, he declared himself to be the expected Mashiach during Rosh Hashanah in 1665. His declaration was made in Shul with the blowing of shofars and loud shouts of "Long live our King, our Mashiach." His followers then began to refer to him as Amira, a Hebrew acronym for the phrase "Our Lord and King, the Majesty be exalted," which our Lord and King, His Majesty be exalted. The A word, Malkenu, Yerim, Odu, but not the whole A word, just like Adon, and then King, and then proclaim Mashiach. Shabbatai to be enthroned. Image from the Amsterdam Jewish publication, 1666. Oh fuck! Look at these hands like Jerry Rice girls. All right, that's what it looks like. Zoom in if you want. I'm not fucking taking it. Okay, you fucks. There you go. I know you can't. I don't give a fuck. Shabbatai, assisted by his wife, became the community leader and used his power to crush any opposition. He deposed the existing Rabbi of Smyrna, Aharon Rapapa, and appointed Chaim ben Nis to his place. Italy, Germany, and the Netherlands were already centers of his messianic movement, and the Jews of Hamburg and Amsterdam learned of the events in Smyrna from other peeps. Henry Oldenburg, a German savant who became the first secretary of the Royal Society, wrote to Baruch Spinoza, Spinoza Epistolae number 33. All the world here is talking of a rumor of the return of the Israelites to their own country. Should the news be confirmed, it may bring about a revolution of all things. Shabbatai's followers soon included many prominent rabbis, such as Isaac Aboab da Fonseca, Moses Raphael de Aguilar, Moshe ben Yonatan Galei, Moses ben Mordechai Zacuto, and Chaim ben Iste. Benjamin Musafira, an adherent of Spinoza, also became a follower. Meanwhile, fantastic reports circulated and were widely believed. For example, it had said in the north of Scotland, a ship had appeared with silken sails and ropes, manned by sailors who spoke Hebrew. The flag bore the inscription, "The 12 Tribes of Israel." The Jewish community of Avignon, France, prepared to emigrate to the New Kingdom in the spring of 1666. Jewish readiness to believe Shabbatai Tzvi's messianic claims may largely be explained by the desperate state of European Jewry in the mid-17th century. The bloody pogroms of the Kalemsky uprising was wiped out. Uprising had wiped out an estimated 10 to 20,000 Jews in Eastern Europe and destroyed many centers of Jewish learning and communal life. Spread of Shabbatai Tzvi's influence. Probably with his consent, Shabbatai's adherents planned to abolish most of the halakha in an act of antinomianism. Antinomianism is against law, is a term used to describe any view which rejects laws or legalism and argues against moral, religious, or social mores. Okay, this included the commandments because, according to a minority opinion in the Talmud, in the Messianic age there would no longer be holy obligations. The fast of the 10th of Tevet became a day of feasting and rejoicing. In contrast to this viewpoint, Maoz Kahana demonstrated that Shabbatai himself did not aim to alter the entirety of halakha, but instead sought to modify specific aspects of it. Furthermore, each of these modifications was justified by halakhic rationale. Samuel Primo, who became Shabbatai's secretary when he went to Smyrna, directed the following circular to all the Jews in the name of Mashiach, the first begotten son of Hisham, Shabbatai Tzvi, Mashiach and Redeemer of the people of Israel, to all the sons of Israel. Peace, since ye have been deemed worthy to behold the great day from the fulfillment of God's word by the prophets, your lament and sorrow must be changed into joy, and your fasting into merriment. For ye shall weep no more, rejoice with sleep, and change the day from sadness and sorrow to a day of jubilee. I have appeared. Primo's message was considered blasphemous because Shabbatai wanted to celebrate his birthday rather than observe the significant holy day of mourning Tisha B'Av. There was outrage and dissensions in the communities, where many leaders sympathetic to the movement were shocked by such radical innovations. Shlomo Nisim Al-Ghazi, a prominent Talmudist of Smyrna, and other members of the rabbinate who opposed the abolition of the fast narrowly escaped death at the hands of Shabbatai's followers. Dog, this shit sucks. Are we done? In Constantinople. Constantinople was Byzantium. At the beginning of 1666, Shabbatai left Smyrna for Constantinople, possibly forced out by city officials, since Nathan of Gaza had prophesied that once in Constantinople, Shabbatai would place the Sultan's crown on his head. The Grand Vizier, Kupolazde Fazil Ahmed Pasha, ordered Shabbatai's immediate arrest and had him imprisoned, maybe to avoid any doubts as to the power still wielded by the Sultanate. However, his imprisonment discouraged neither Shabbatai nor his followers. He was treated while in prison, perhaps due to bribes, which strengthened his followers' belief in him. Meanwhile, Nathan of Gaza, Abraham Yalkini, and others circulated reports of Mashiach's miraculous activities in the Ottoman capital and messianic expectations in the Jewish diaspora continued to rise. At Abydos, Migdal Oz. After 2 months' imprisonment in Constantinople, Shabbatai was moved to the castle prison at Abydos Hellespont, accompanied by some of his friends. The Sabbateans would then renamed the fortress Migdal Oz Tower of Strength. As Shabbatai had arrived on the day preceding Passover, he slew a paschal lamb for himself and his followers and ate it with its fat, a violation of halakha. He is said to have pronounced over it the benediction, "Blessed be God who restored that which was forbidden." The immense sums sent to him by his rich followers, the charms of the queenly Sarah, and the cooperation shown by the Ottoman and others enabled Shabbatai to show off most almost royal splendor in prison at Abydos. Accounts of his life there were exaggerated and spread among Jews in Europe, Asia, and Africa, and in some parts of Europe. Jews began to unroof their houses and prepare for a new exodus. In almost every shul, Shabbatai's initials were posted. Prayers for him were inserted in the following form: "Blessed are Thing and King, and other and the holy and righteous Shabbatai's week, the Messiah and the God of Yaakov." In Hamburg, the council introduced the custom of praying for Shabbatai not only on Shabbat but also on Monday and Thursday. Unbelievers were compelled to remain in the synagogue and join the prayer with a loud amen. Shabbatai's picture was printed with that of King David in most prayer books, along with his Kabbalistic formulas and penances. Such innovations caused great commotion in some communities. In Monrovia, excitement reached such a pitch that the government had to intervene, while at Saleh, Morocco, the emir ordered a persecution of the Jews. During this period, Shabbatai declared the fast on the 17th of Tammuz and Tisha B'Av, his birthday, would henceforth be feast days, and contemplated converting Yom Kippur to a day of celebration. Nehemiah HaKohen, Shabbatai's beat as a prisoner in the castle of Abydos. There you go. I'm not. Fuck you. While Shabbatai was while Shabbatai, so that's a picture of Shabbatai's beat as a prisoner in the castle of Abydos. While Shabbatai was in Abydos prison, an incident ultimately led to his downfall. Polish Jewish communities, hearing of Shabbatai's messianic claims, sent the Kabbalist Nehemiah HaKohen to interview him in his captivity. Nehemiah reached Abydos after a journey of 3 months at the beginning of November 1666. It did not go well. Nehemiah declared Shabbat. Some Sabbateans are said to have contemplated murdering Nehemiah as a rival. Conversion to Islam. Nehemiah, however, escaped to Constantinople, where he pretended to embrace Islam to get an audience with the Kaymakam to tell him of Shabbatai's ambitions. The Kaymakam informed Sultan Mehmed IV. Shabbatai was removed from Abydos and taken to Adrianople, where the vizier gave him 3 choices: subject himself to a trial of his divinity in the form of a volley of arrows. Should the archers miss, his divinity would be proven, be impaled, or convert to Islam. On the following day, September 16, 1666, Zvi appeared before the Sultan, cast off his Jewish clothing, and put a turban on his head, thereby converting to Islam. Satisfied, the Sultan rewarded Shabbatai by conferring on him the title of Effendi and appointing him as his doorkeeper on a generous salary. Sarah and approximately 300 families among his followers also converted to Islam. Thereafter, these new Muslims were known as the Danma. Shabbatai was ordered to take a second wife to confirm his conversion. Some days afterward, he wrote to the community in Smyrna, "God has made me an Ishmaelite," he commanded, and it was done, the 9th day of my regeneration. Disillusionment. Former followers of Shabbatai do penance for their support of him. Shabbatai's conversion devastated his followers, and Muslims ridiculed them. Despite an apostasy, many of his adherents still believed in him, claiming that his conversion was part of the messianic scheme. Those such as Nathan of Gaza and Primo, who were interested in maintaining the movement, encouraged such belief. In many communities, the 17th of Tammuz and Tishba were still observed as feast days despite bans and excommunications by the rabbis. At times, Shabbatai assumed the role of a pious Muslim and reviled Judaism. At others, he acted as a Jew. In March 1668, he announced that he had been filled with the Holy Spirit at Passover and had received a revelation. Shabbatai or his father has published a mystical work claiming he was the true Mashiach despite his conversion, and that his goal had been was to bring thousands of Muslims. However, he told the Sultan that he was trying to convert Jews to Islam, and the Sultan permitted him to associate with other Jews and preach in their synagogues. Last years, gradually the Turks grew tired of Shabbatai's antics and ended the doorkeeper's salary. At the beginning of 1673, the Sultan had Zvi exiled to Ochini, Dokiko, Turkish Okum, where his wife died in 1674. Zvi then married Esther, the daughter of Rabbi Yosef, philosopher of Thessaloniki. Death. In August 1676, Shabbatai wrote to the Jewish community in Berat, Albania, requesting religious books. Shortly thereafter, he died in isolation. According to some accounts, on September 17, 1676, the high holy day of Yom Kippur. Under his death, his widow, brother, and children by his first wife moved to Thessaloniki. His tomb was believed to be in Berat at the Sufi Lodge built in the yard of King Mosque, Berat, Albanian Zemia e Mibrati, where a tomb stood until 1967. Research done in 1985 suggests he was buried in Dosigno. His biographer, Gershom Scholem, mentioned that the tomb was visited by Donma pilgrims from Salonika until the early 20th century. Legacy. Statue of Shabbatai Zvi in Licini, Montenegro. Do that, kids. By the 19th century, the Dionme, these people, by the 19th century, the Donma had become prominent in the tobacco and textile trades. They established progressive schools, and some members became politically active. Many joined the Committee of Union and Progress (CUP) and the revolutionary party known as the Young Turks. With the major Donma city of Salonik now Thessaloniki, becoming part of Greece in 1912, Greece expelled the Muslims, including the Donma, from its territory, with most migrating to Turkey. This was finalized with the 1923 population exchange between Greece and Turkey. By the mid-20th century, they had become highly assimilated. Although little is known about them, various groups called Donma continue to follow Shabbatai Zvi today, mostly in Turkey. Estimates of the numbers vary. As of 2016, there are perhaps 2,000 believing Donma. Welcome. I'm in the middle of a teaching class, so just listen. Okay, so as of 2016, there are perhaps 2,000 believing Donma still living in Turkey, though this is dwarfed by the number of individuals with descent from the group. They have been described as presenting themselves as Muslim in public whilst practicing their own forms of messianic mystical Jewish beliefs in private. Some claim that Donma still play a role in Turkish politics, one of interference, particularly some political parties in Turkey like the MHP. However, others dismiss it as whatever you want to call that shit. Yo, are we done? What are you doing? Just reset this bullshit. I don't know if I'm going to keep wearing tefillin as I do these classes, just because I don't know. Damage my phone. The phone's very expensive. Shit sucks. The Donma eventually split into three sects, each with quite different beliefs. As Ottoman Jewish scholars Abraham Diamond and Joseph Nehemiah pointed out in the French language articles in the Jewish Studies Journal over 100 years ago, in the 1930s, a comprehensive study of the history of the sects was published in French by Abraham Galante. More recently, Professor Cengiz Sussman has published a new study called The Burden of Silence. According to a review published in the Israeli newspaper, the Jerusalem Post, the branch known as Caracas follow Sufi influenced practices, while the Kapanses have not been influenced by Islam at all and are now completely secular. A house in the center of Izmir, close to the Agora, has long been associated with Shabbatai Zvi. Having been left as recently as 2015, it is restored to its original style. So next is Jacob Frank. Jacob Joseph Frank, born Jacob Leibowitz, 1726 to 10th of December 1791, was a Polish leader who claimed to be the reincarnation of the self-proclaimed Messiah Shabbatai Zvi, 1626 to 1676, and also of the biblical patriarch Jacob. The religious authorities of the Jewish community excommunicated Frank and his followers due to his heretical doctrines that included deification of himself as part of a three thing and other controversial concepts such as neo-appropriation, purification through transgression. Frank's teachings led his sect into scandalous practices, including ritualized orgies, incestuous acts, most notably between fathers and daughters, and the deliberate violation of Jewish moral laws, which he preached were necessary to hasten a messianic redemption through embracing the abyss of faith. He was born in Kolokwa, Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, Jacob Leibowitz, 1726. I think he looks like one of those dinosaurs with like the head in Jurassic Park. It's like got a really strong fucking nose. Died December 10th, 1971, age 64 to 65, Offenbach am Main, Principality of Eisenberg, Verstein, Holy Roman Empire, which is neither holy nor Roman Empire. His children Eve Frank, religious like Judaism organization, Frankism. Frank arguably created a religious movement now referred to as Frankism, which incorporated aspects of other shit in Judaism. His followers, known as Frankists, engaged in sexually promiscuous rites, such as the infamous 1756 incident in Langsquaren, where they were allegedly caught dancing around a half-naked woman, symbolizing the Shekinah. Later, Frankists were encouraged to convert en masse to other bullshit. The development of Frankism was one of the consequences of the Messianic movement of Shabbatai Zvi. The religious mysticism followed socioeconomic changes among the Jews of Poland, Lithuania, and Lithuania. Historical background. Dog, how much? I hate reading this shit. Sorry, my eyes. All right. Historical background. There were numerous outbreaks of followers of Shabbatai Zvi in eastern Poland, now Ukraine, particularly in Podolia and Galicia, between the late 17th and early 18th century. In expectation of the Great Messianic Revolution, the members of these societies violated Jewish laws and customs. The mystical cult of the Sabbateans is believed to have included both asceticism and sensuality. Some did penance for their sins, subjected themselves to self-inflicted pain, and mourned for Zion. Others disregarded the strict rules of modesty required by Judaism, and at times were accused of being licentious or even committing ritual incest. The Polish rabbis attempted to place the Sabbatean heresy in Harem and the Assembly of Lwów, now Lviv, in Ukraine, in 1722. Still, they could not fully succeed, as it was widely popular among the nascent Jewish middle class. Early life. Jacob Frank is believed to have been born as Jacob Leibowitz Yankov Leibovich to a Jewish family in Korolówka in Podolia of eastern Poland, now Ukraine. In about 1726, the Polish historian Gaudenty Pikulski affirmed that Frank was born in Bukak, and Agnon even showed the house where he was born and located on Korolówka Street in Bukak. His father was a Sabbatean and moved to Czernowitz in the Carpathian region of Bukovina, Bukovina in 1730, where the Sabbatean influence at the time was strong. As a traveling merchant in textile and precious stones, Jacob Frank often visited Ottoman territories, and where he earned the nickname Frank, a name generally given in the East to Europeans, and lived in the centers of contemporary Sabbateanism, Salonika and Smyrna. In the early 1750s, Frank became intimate with the leaders of Sabbateans. Two followers of the Sabbatean leader, Osman Baba, born 1720, were witnessed at the wedding in 1752. In 1755, he appeared in Podolia, gathered a group of local adherents, and began to preach the revelations which were communicated to him by the Donma in Salonika. One of the gatherings in Lankorona, Landskron, ended in a scandal, and the rabbi's attention was drawn to the new teachings. Frank was forced to leave Podolia, while his followers were hounded and denounced to the local authorities by the rabbis in 1756. At the rabbinical court held in the village of Satanav, now Sataniv in Ukraine, the Sabbateans were accused of having broken fundamental Jewish laws of morality and modesty, declared of being the successor of Shabbatai Zvi. At the critical moment, Jacob Frank came to Iwania, claimed himself to be a direct successor to Shabbatai Zvi and Atman Baba, and assured his adherents that he had received revelations from heaven. These revelations called for the conversion of Frank and his followers to something else, which was to be a visible transition stage to the future Das or religion to be revealed by Frank. In 1759, negotiations looked toward the conversion of the Frankists to other stuff were being actively carried on with the higher representatives of the Polish people thing. At the same time, the Frankists tried to secure another discussion with the rabbis. The Polish primate Lubensky and the papal nuncio Nicholas Serra were suspicious of the aspirations of the Frankists, but at the insistence of the administrator of bishopric of Lwów, the canon Mikulski, the discussion was arranged. It was held in Lwów and presided over by Mikulski. Other missionaries, missionaries, also tried to detour the Frankists to Protestantism, and a handful did join the Moravian Church. Baptism of the Frankists. I want to get into science. All right, this is enough. Wait, baptism of the Frankists. At the discussion in 1759, the rabbis energetically repulsed their opponents. After the discussion of the Frankists were requested to demonstrate in practice their adherence to other shit. Jacob Frank, who had then arrived in Lwów, encouraged the followers to take the decisive step. The baptism of the Frankists was celebrated with solemnity in the Church of Laval, with members of the Polish Szlachta nobility acting as godparents. The neophytes adopted the names of their godfathers and godmothers and ultimately joined their ranks. Frank himself was baptized in Laval, 17 September 1759, and again in Warsaw the next day. The King Augustus III as his godfather. Frank's baptismal name was Joseph. In the course of 1 year, more than 500 individuals were converted to the shit at Laval, and nearly 1,000 in the following year. By 1790, 26,000 Jews were recorded baptized in Poland. However, the Frankists continued to be viewed with suspicion due to their strange doctrines. Frank was arrested in Warsaw on 6th of February 1760 and delivered to a tribunal on the charge of heresy. He was convicted of teaching heresy and imprisoned in the monastery of Czeszowa. Prison in later days. Czeszowa Monastery in Czechwa, Eisenberg Castle, Offenbach on Main, Germany, where Frank spent his last 4 years of his life. Jacob Frank on his deathbed. Pictures. All right. Frank's imprisonment lasted 13 years, yet it only increased his influence with the sect of surrounding him with the aura of martyrdom. Many Frankists established themselves as Czeszowa and kept up constant communication with their holy master. Frank inspired his followers through mystical speeches and epistles, in which he stated that salvation could be gained only by first adopting the religion of Edom, and later adopting a future religion which Frank called Das, Dot, or knowledge in Hebrew. After the first partition of Poland, Frank was released by the Russian general Bibikov, who had occupied Czeszowa in August 1772. Frank lived in the Moravian town of Brno in 1786, surrounded by a retinue of adherents and pilgrims who came from Poland. His daughter Eve began to play an important role in the sect at the time. Frank kept a force of armed by his court. The future Tsar Paul I of Russia visited him with Joseph II of Austria. Accompanied by his daughter, Frank repeatedly traveled to Vienna, succeeded in gaining the favor of the court. Maria Theresa viewed him as a decider of other shit among the Jews, and it is even said Joseph II was favorably inclined to the young Frank. Ultimately, Frank was deemed unmanageable, and he was obliged to Austria. He moved with his daughter and retinue to Offenbach in Germany, Baron of Offenbach, and lived as a wealthy nobleman in Eisenberg, receiving financial support from his Polish and Moravian followers who made frequent pilgrimages to Offenbach. On the death of Frank in 1790, he became the holy mistress leader of the sect. Her fortunes dwindled in the aftermath of the Napoleonic Wars, and she died in 1816. Some Frankists were active during the French Revolution, such as Moses de Brusca, the son of Frank's Sabbatean cousin de Brusca. Many of the Frankists saw Napoleon Bonaparte as a potential messiah. The Frankists scattered in Poland and Bohemia eventually intermarried into the gentry and middle class. Maria Janowska also came from a Frankist family. The Grabowska, the Tedwes boy Zelensky, also descended from Frankists. In 1883, a Russian magazine, Russian Old Times, issued memoirs of an influential official of the Russian Ministry of the Interior, the Privy Councilor and staunch person, O.A. Fetlosky. He promulgated the allegations that the mothers of the three greatest men of Poland, Frederick Chopin, Adam Mickiewicz, and Julius Slovak, were converted Jews from the Frankist sect. Similar assertions were put forth by Mises and Baldwin. Notable Sabbatean teachers of Jacob Frank. Rabbi Issachar, one of Frank's principal teachers, a disciple of Chaim Malach. Frank studied with him in Izmir in 1750 to 1752. Rabbi Mordechai ben Elias Margalit of Prague, Mardo Schulz in Polish, another of Frank's principal teachers. He helped introduce Frank to the practices of the Karakashi sect of the Donma in the Turkish Empire, which worshipped Baruch Russo, also known as Atman Baba. Frank traveled with him to Salonika in November 1753. He left Bohemia and moved to the Ottoman Empire after Jacob Frank's uncle Moses Meyer Kamenker was caught smuggling Sabbatean literature into Germany in 1725. Mordecai allegedly engaged in adultery and other antinomian conduct. Leib, a Jewish Sabbatean teacher of Frank's during the latter childhood. Leib, a Jewish Sabbatean teacher of Frank's during the latter's childhood in Wallachia and Moldavia. He was also a wonder worker who attempted to dispel demons. Jacob Frank's Rags, a collection of the words of Hashem, available online in English, translated, edited, and annotated by Harris Leonowitz with an introduction by Leonowitz. Cultural references. Jacob Frank is the subject of Andros Zolowski's book, Moliruda, 1994. The personality of Frank has been inspired. The personality of Frank has inspired the Polish historical movie Das in 2011, directed by Adrian Panik. Frank is played by Olgierd Bukowski. Jacob Frank is a central character in the novel by Polish Nobel laureate writer Olga Tokarczuk, The Books of Jacob, Polish Czeski Jakobowi, published in October 2014 by Wydawnictwo Literackie. Okay, so let's learn about the Sabbateans first. Hold on. Unless I have to read all that other bullshit. Dude, we just read through all this shit. You know who they are? We'll read it. This sucks. Sucks. Have you ever known any Sabbateans? Or Frankus, more like it. Yeah. It was very strange to me. We'll talk about it. I had this dream yesterday. There are bets on it's kind of getting horny as fuck, but I know it's Revitson, who I don't like. And for some reason, in this dream, she was wearing lowrider jeans, and she made out with me, and it was not like a good dream. I was not happy with it. I did not like it. It's bothersome to me. But if you ever studied my dreams last night, that's what happened. And it could have been like any other Rebbitzin in the world, and I would have been probably be cool with it. So yeah, Rebbitzin back. So you dream of making out with Rebbitzin, and you dream of like criticizing people who are disrespectful of Holocaust and Shabbat and stuff like that. Yeah. She'd be like, I don't like it. But nobody's perfect. But like some of these people have the means to not they have the means to be able to live within walking distance of the shul, and they don't. And I don't know why. The Sabbateans are a variety of Jewish followers, disciples, and believers in Shabbatai Tzvi, 1626 to 1676, an Ottoman Jewish rabbi and Kabbalist who was proclaimed to be the Jewish Messiah in 1666 by Nathan McCallum. Illustration of Shabbatai Tzvi, 1906, Jude's Historic Museum. There you go. Vast numbers of Jews in the Jewish diaspora accepted his claims even after he outwardly became an apostate due to his forced conversion to Islam in the same year. Shabbatai Tzvi's followers, both during his proclaimed messiahship and after his forced conversion to Islam, are known as Sabbateans. In the late 17th century, northern Italy experienced a surge of Sabbatean activity driven by the missionary efforts of Abraham Miguel Cardoso. Around 1700, a radical faction within the Dawn movement, led by Baruch Russo, emerged, which sought to abolish many biblical prohibitions. During the same period, Sabbatean groups from Poland migrated to the land of Israel. The Sabbatean movement continued to disseminate through Central Europe and Northern Italy during the 18th century, propelled by prophets and believers. Concurrently, anti-Sabbatean literature emerged, leading to a notable dispute between Rabbi Jacob Emden Yalitz and Joseph Eibeshutz. Additionally, a successor movement known as Frankism, led by Jacob Frank, began in Eastern Europe during this century. Part of the Sabbateans lived on until well into the 21st century Turkey as descendants of them. Shabbatai Tzvi was a Sephardic ordained rabbi for Smyrna and Izmir, Turkey, a Kabbalist and Romaniot origin. That's speaking ethnic Jewish community. Tzvi was active throughout the Ottoman Empire, claimed to be the long-awaited Jewish Messiah. He was the founder of the Sabbatean movement, whose followers subsequently were known as Donma, converts, or crypto-Jews. Conversion to Islam in February 1666. Upon arriving in Constantinople, Sabbatai was imprisoned by the order of the Grand Vizier Kapulali Fazl Ahmed Pasha. In September of that same year, after being moved from different prisons around the capital to Adrianople, the imperial court's seat, the judgment on accusations of fomenting sedition, Shabbatai was given by the Grand Vizier in the name of the Sultan of the Ottoman Empire, Mohammed IV, the choice of either facing death by some type of ordeal or by converting to Islam. Shabbatai seems to have chosen the latter by donning from then on a turban. He was then also rewarded by the heads of the Ottoman state and with a generous pension for his compliance with the political and religious with a generous pension for his compliance with their political and religious plans. Shabbatai's conversion to Islam was extremely disheartening for the world's Jewish communities. In addition to the misery and disappointment from within, Muslims and Christians and other people jeered at the scorned, incredulous, and duped Jews. In spite of Shabbatai's apostasy, many of his adherents still tenaciously clung to him, claiming that his conversion was part of the Messianic scheme. The belief was further upheld and strengthened by the likes of Nathan of Gaza and Samuel Greenwald, who were interested in maintaining the movement. Many within Zvi's inner circle followed him into Islam, including his wife Sarah and most of his closest relatives and friends. Nathan of Gaza, the scholar closest to Zvi, who had caused Zvi to reveal his messiahship, and in turn became his prophet, never followed his master into Islam, but remained a Jew, albeit excommunicated by his Jewish brethren. After Shabbatai Zvi's apostasy, many Jews, although horrified, clung to the belief that Zvi could be regarded as the true Jewish Messiah. They constituted the largest number of Sabbateans during the 17th and 18th centuries. By the 19th century, Jewish Sabbateans had been reduced to small groups of hidden followers who feared being discovered for their beliefs. That were deemed to be entirely heretical and antithetical to rabbinic Judaism. These very Jews fell under the category of sectarians, Sabbateans, which originated when many Sabbateans refused to accept that Zvi's feigned apostasy might have been indicative of the fact that their faith was genuinely an illusion. Another large group of Sabbateans, after Zvi's apostasy, began to view Islam in an extremely negative way. Polemics against Islam erupted directly after Zvi's forced conversion. Some of these attacks were considered part of a largely anti-Sabbatean agenda. Accusations coming from anti-Sabbatean Jews revolved around the idea of sabotage Zvi's conversion to Islam, and Islam was rightfully an indicator of a false claim of messianship. Inside the Ottoman Empire, those followers of Zvi who had converted to Islam but who secretly continued Jewish observances and Brit Milah became known as Dana, Turkish Dana convert. There were some internal subdivisions within the sect according to the geographical locations of the group and according to who the leaders of these groups were after the death of Shabtai Zvi. Sabbatean-related controversies in Jewish history. Shabtai Zvi enthroned as the Jewish Messiah from Tikkun, Amsterdam, 1666. The Emden Ibershoots controversy. The Emden Ibershoots controversy was a serious rabbinical disputation with wider political ramifications in Europe that followed the accusations by Rabbi Jacob Emden, 1697-1776, of the Common Era, a fierce opponent of the Sabbateans, against Rabbi Jonathan Ibershoots, 1690-1764, of the Common Era, whom he accused of being a secret Sabbatean. The Emden Ibershoots controversy arose concerning the amulets which Emden suspected Ibershoots of issuing. It was alleged that these amulets recognized the messianic claims of Shabtai Zvi. Emden then accused Ibershoots of heresy. Emden was known for his attacks directed against the adherents or those he supposed to be the adherents of Shabtai Zvi. In Emden's eyes, Ibershoots was a convicted Sabbatean. The controversy lasted several years, continuing even after Ibershoots' death. Emden's assertion of heresy was chiefly based on the interpretation of some amulets prepared by Ibershoots, in which Emden professed to the Sabbatean illusions. Hostilities began before Ibershoots left Prague, when Ibershoots was named chief rabbi of the three communities of Altona, Hamburg, and Wandsbek. In 1751, the controversy reached the stage of intense and bitter antagonism. Emden maintained that he was at first pretended by the threats from publishing anything against Ibershoots. He solemnly declared in his synagogue that of the amulets to be Sabbatean heretic and deserving of harem excommunication. The majority of the rabbis in Poland, Moravia, and Bohemia, leaders of the three communities, supported Ibershoots. They acted really incredible. In July 1725, the Ashkenazic Beit Din of Amsterdam had issued a ban on excommunication of the entire Sabbatean sect. Writings of Sabbatean. If you don't know, kids sounded out. It's the same for adults. Writings of Sabbatean nature. None at the Beit Din at the time were attributed to Ibershoots. In early September, similar proclamations were by the Beit Din of Frankfurt and the triple community of Altona, Hamburg, and Wandsbek. The three bans were printed and circulated in other Jewish communities throughout Europe. Rabbi Ezekiel Katzenellenbogen, the chief rabbi of the triple community, and Rabbi Moses Haggis were unwilling to attack Ibershoots publicly, mentioning that greater than him have fallen and crumbled, and that there is nothing we can do to him. However, Rabbi Katzenellenbogen stated that one of the texts found by the Amsterdam Beit Din by Abu Hayom el Ayin and I came this day into the fountain were authored by Joseph Iberschutz and declared that all copies of the work were in circulation. All copies of the work that were in circulation should be immediately burned. Emden later suggested that the rabbis decided against attacking Iberschutz out of a reluctance to offend his powerful family and a fear of rich supporters of his living in their communities. As a result of Iberschutz and other rabbis in Prague formulating a new and different ban against Shabbatianism in September of that year, his reputation was restored and Iberschutz was regarded as having been totally vindicated. The issue was to arise again, albeit tangentially, in the 1751 dispute between Emden and Iberschutz. The controversy was a momentous incident in Jewish history of that period, including involving both Yechezkel Landau and the Vilna Gaon, and may be credited with having crushed the lingering belief in Shabbatai current even in some Orthodox circles. In 1760, the quarrel broke out once more when some Sabbatian elements were discovered in Iberschutz's yeshiva. I have an itch. At the same time, with his Yeshua presented himself as a Sabbatian prophet, with the result that the yeshiva was closed. Sabbatians and early Hasidism. Some scholars see seeds of the Hasidic movement within the Sabbatian movement. When Hasidism began to spread its influence, a serious schism evolved between the Hasidic and non-Hasidic Jews. Those who rejected the Hasidic movement dubbed themselves Misgagdim, opponents. Critics of Hasidic Judaism expressed concern that Hasidism might become a messianic sect, as had occurred among the followers of both Shabbatai Tzvi and Jacob Frank. However, the Baal Shem Tov, the founder of Hasidism, came at the time when the Jewish masses of Eastern Europe were reeling in bewilderment and disappointment engendered by the two Jewish false messiahs, Shabbatai Tzvi 1626 to 1676, and Jacob Frank 1726 to 1791 in particular. Sabbatians and modern secularism. Some scholars have claimed that the Sabbatian movement in general fostered and connected well with the principles of modern secularism. Rabbis who opposed Sabbatians, Joseph Escapa, 1572 to 1662, was especially known for having been a teacher of Zvi and having afterward excommunicated him. Aaron LaPapa, 1590 to 1674, was the rabbi at Smyrna in 1665, when Zvi's movement was at its height there. He was one of the few rabbis to oppose and excommunicate Zvi, and his adherents retorted by deposing him and forcing him to leave the city, and his office was given to his colleague, Hayim Ben Beneste. At the time of one of Sabbatai's founders. After Sabbatai's conversion to Islam, the Papa seems to have been reinstated. Jacob Ben Aaron Sesporta, 1610 to 1698, was one of the fiercest opponents of the Sabbatian movement. He wrote many letters to various communities in Europe, Asia, and Africa, exhorting them to unmask the impostors and to warn the people against them. He documented his struggle in his book, Zitzat Novel Zvi, the title being based on Isaiah 28:4. He wrote a number of works such as Toledat Yaakov in 1652 of the Kamner, an index of biblical passages found in the Haggadah of the Jerusalem Talmud, similar to Aaron Pisaro's Toledat Aharon, which relates to the Babylonian Talmud only, and Ohel Yaakov 1737, a volume of halakhic responsa, which includes polemical correspondence against Zvi and his followers. Jacob Haggis, 1620 to 1674, was one of Zvi's chief opponents. 1620-1674 Caminero, was one of these chief opponents who put him under the ban about 1673. Huggis went to Constantinople to publish his Laham Panim, but he died there before his book was accomplished. This book, as well as many others of his, was lost. Naphtali Cohen, 1649-1718 Commoner. But I don't ever, I usually mean Commoner, I'll say it Hebrew. You know it's like, you know. And if you don't, we'll teach it to you later. Was a Kabbalist who was tricked into giving an approbation to a book of his Sabbatean Nehemiah Hayim. Provided with this and with other recommendations secured in the same way, Hayim traveled throughout Moravia and Silesia, propagating everywhere his Sabbatean teachings. Cohen soon discovered his mistake and endeavored without success to recover his approbation, although he did not yet realize the full import of the book. It was in 1713 while Cohen was staying at Breslau, where he acted as a rabbi until 1716, and Haham Zvi Ashkenazi of Amsterdam informed him of its tenets. Cohen thereupon acted rigorously. He launched a ban against the author of his book and became one of the most zealous supporters of Haham Zvi in his campaign against Hayim. David Nito, 1654-1728, was the Haham of Spanish and Portuguese Jewish community in London. Was the Haham of the Spanish and Portuguese Jewish community in London. He waged war untiringly on the Sabbateans, which he regarded as dangerous to the interests of Judaism, and in his connection wrote his Esh Dot London 1715 against Nehemiah Hayim, who supported Zvi. Zvi Ashkenazi, 1656-1718, known as the Chacham Zvi, for some time rabbi of Amsterdam, was a resolute opponent of the followers of Shabbatai Zvi. In Salonika, he also witnessed the impact of the Shabbatai Zvi movement on the community, and this experience became a determining factor in his whole career. His son Jacob Embai in Emden and followed in his father's footsteps in combating the Sabbatean movement. Moses Haggis, 1672, 1750, around 1750, Common Era, was born in Jerusalem and waged a campaign against Sabbatean emissaries during 17. Jacob Emden, 1676, Common Era, was a scholar and leading opponent of the Sabbateans. He is best known as the opponent of Rabbi Jonathan Ibe Schultz, whom he accused of being a Sabbatean during the Emden Ibe Schultz controversy.
Kami laughed doubtful. So to attempt to say that he's not that well, don't know how shit all that was the increase in all so speak hard, he all those shit. Also, what you with that is
What are you doing?
he by seven possibilities, how much that the other possibilities, the possibilities was a supply, it's a relation of shilling, Dama, high mountain before, the high mountain before is what's an ultimate suggestion.
I'm gonna read this fucking thing. Frankism is a Sabbatean religious movement originating in rabbinic Judaism of the 18th and 19th centuries. Created in Podolia, it was named after its founder Jacob Frank. Frank completely rejected Jewish norms, preaching to his followers that they were obligated to transgress moral boundaries, embracing antinomianism. The Frankists engaged in incest orgies and sex rituals, such as the infamous 1756 incident in the Schron, where they were allegedly caught dancing around a half-naked woman, symbolizing the Shekinah. At its height, Frankism claimed perhaps 50,000 followers, primarily Jews living in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, as well as in other regions in Central and Eastern Europe. Later, Frankists were encouraged to convert in mass to other sects. Alright, description. Frankists believed in Shabtai Tzvi, one of the most famous of all self-proclaimed Mashiachs in Jewish history. They believed in transgressing Jewish commandments to elevate the divine sparks constrained by them. Performed actions that violated traditional Jewish prohibitions, such as eating foods forbidden by kashrut, the Jewish dietary laws, and celebrating prescribed fast days and feast days. He eventually opted to convert to Islam rather than face execution for claiming to be the Messiah in Judaism. After Zvi's death, several branches of Shabbatism evolved that disagreed over which aspects of Judaism would be preserved and discarded. Jacob Frank claimed to be reincarnation of Shabbatai Zvi and followed and extended his practice of transgression. Father and daughter incest was commonly practiced by his followers, and orgies featured prominently in ritual. Frank claimed that all laws and teachings will fall, and following antinomianism asserted that the most important obligation of humanity was the transgression of every boundary. Organization. Jacob Frank stood at the head of Frankism. He regarded his followers as soldiers, and all were members of a company to build an army to secure Frank's rule over a Frankist country. There were 4 company locations in Ivan, Cheshova, Brno, and Offbach am Main. In Havani, Cheshova, Brno, and Offenbach am Main. Members were required to wear plate armor, shields, and helmets and train hard. His teachings were intended for the ears of all Frankists, but only for his personally selected small circle of so-called brothers and sisters, of whom he demanded blind obedience. Frank tried to maintain absolute control over at least this circle, taking advantage of the tendency to believe in shadim and magic. Shadim are spirits or demons in the Tanakh and Jewish mythology. Shadim do not, however, correspond exactly to the modern conceptions of demons as evil entities, which originated other places. While evil spirits were thought to cause melodies, Shadim differed conceptually from evil spirits. Shadim were not considered evil demigods, but the gods of foreigners. Further, they were envisaged as evil only in the sense that they were not from Hashem. So, like the shade, Ashmodai in bird-like form, the typical rooster feet is depicted in the compendium, where Reeseman, Todius, artist, and measure salmon. Child sacrifice in the shade, showing the typical description of the Ammonite deity in medieval and modern sources. Oh fuck, dude! I'm not doing this anymore. I'm sorry. You look at the pictures through my glasses or something. I need this fucking device, so I can't. All right. So, doctrine. Words of as the most important Frankish text in the Kesiga Slow passage, the book of the words of the law. This is written in Polish and elementary, almost folk language, and consists of short sayings, some fewer than 10 words, interpretations and parables, visions and dreams, longer speculations about the elements of the doctrine, various episodes from Frank's life, the Frankish company, the contemporary rulers, and fairy tale stories up to 1,100 words long. To support them, there are many quotations from the Torah and the Zohar, as well as popular stories from the surrounding culture, which were quoted verbatim and paraphrased or adapted to his own doctrine. The text begins and ends with a vision. One is Frank's vision of his calling. 192 is Frank's final testament to the company. The words of the begin to Jewish literature, but this but its contents reject Jewish tradition and teachings. Biblical figures such as Jacob, Esau, and Esther are the foundations of Frank's teaching. Frank's brothers compiled the work between 1755 and 1791 as Zibior collection of materials developed in numerous meetings. The original Polish title, Sigia book, is therefore somewhat misleading and is only used once in the collection. 192 it was written down starting around 1773 and distributed exclusively in the handwritten form of his widely scattered followers. The last known complete manuscript, Words of Law, were destroyed along with numerous other Frankist sources during the destruction of Warsaw in World War II. Until recently, all researchers of Frankism have relied on the source material of the extensive biography of the historian Alexander Rothschild, the most important study of Frankism from the pre-war period. Oh, I'm sick of reading today. Okay, the V Doctrine in Frankism. Frank is the third messianic incarnation of Tiferet after Shabtai Zvi and Baruchia Russo, 1677-1720, and also the reborn forefather Jacob. Nonetheless, he is only a helper. The actual guide in Frankism is the Virgin, the incarnation of the Shekinah, and the female Messiah. Frankists are supposed to follow her bravely like soldiers through all horrors. The path by which Frank sought to lead the followers to life was symbolized by the letter V, which also represents Jacob's ladder. The seeker must first climb into the abyss to reach the deepest level of humiliation and then climb back up to life. According to Frankist doctrine, the patriarchy and Moshe had already tried to follow the path but had failed, as had Zvi. Frank proclaims that the Frankist ascent down the V ladder into the deepest humiliation is reflected in society's hatred and exclusion of them, which result from Frankism's consistent implementation of the idea that all laws and teachings of the world are only laws in the three evil world rulers, the Pope, the Tsar, and the Sultan, and they need to be observed. In the best case, such laws and teachings need only to be kept in pretense. Religions and teachings of the world can be worn like an empty shell and then discarded at whim because the true Torah is yet to be revealed. The Mosaic law with the Ten Commandments should be despised as it is part of the Old Torah. The contempt of all teaching of the world culminates in a statement by Frank to Frank to his close circle of brothers and sisters that amounts to a command for total assimilation. One should adapt the new respective religion or language depending on the country. Frank also advises mass assimilation in the following passage. Shlomo was wise, wiser than all the peoples. He mixed with all the nations, took the daughters of kings as his wives, and did not get anything out of it. He could mix with the nations because he was a king. But here the whole world knows that I am descendant from Jews, that I am newly baptized and poor, but I have hope that I will mix with their society this winter, and they themselves will call me. I can tell you, whoever does not mix with the nations, all his work is in vain. Frank was not interested in the acculturation of Jews Rather, he wanted them to integrate into society in order to ultimately overthrow it. If the enemies of the Jews in the 18th century had been familiar with Frank's secret sectarian canon, it would have made the already hotly contested Jewish emancipation considerably more difficult. This shows a picture of the Frankish Virgin Eve Frank 1774 common era. The center of Frankism was a new concept of the Shekinah. However, the term was forbidden in Frankism because Jacob Frank referred to her as the Virgin. Thus, Shekinah in Kabbalistic form, Klaus Samuel Davidovich, a Jewish studies scholar of the University of Vienna, who has written extensively on Frank and Frankism, assumes it was initially an old name for God that referred to the indwelling of the presence of God for a specific place. According to Frank's teachings, all of the important forefathers, Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, and Moses, strove towards the Virgin, who manifested herself in different persons, such as Rachel and Alphiel. Moses' liberation from Egypt could not have been complete either, since the foundation of salvation is the Virgin. But now, according to Frank, the real Virgin had arrived, a female Messiah, visible to all people, his daughter Eve Frank. In a teaching, Frank identifies himself with the traditional Messiah ben Joseph, who will have significant impact but perish in the fight against the enemies of the end times. Just as he precedes the Messiah ben David, Frank prepares the way for the Virgin, his daughter. Frankism characterizes the Virgin using elements of the Esther stories and is strongly influenced by the veneration of that bitch surrounding the black lady, not black lady, like a prayer of Czechoslovakia. No one knows how to say that. He claimed that the black like a prayer would lead his followers to the Frankish Virgin, and therefore presented baptism as a necessary step. Following the Bahar and the Zohar, in which the Shekinah are described as being like a princess daughter. We gotta read this one. Bahar, the Sefer HaBahar, Book of Clarity, Book of Illumination, is an anonymous mystical work attributed to the first century rabbinic sage Nahunya ben Akana, a contemporary of Yochanan ben Zakkai, because it begins with the words Rabbi Nahunya ben Hakuna said. It is also known as the Midrash of Rabbi Nahunya ben Hakuna, first mentioned in the 12th century Languedoc Provençal work. The Bahar is an early work of esoteric Jewish mystical tradition and eventually became known as Kabbalah. The work is considered by scholars to be pseudepigraphical, composed in Provence in the late 12th century. We'll read this one. Maybe. Dude, this is a lot of work. Okay, title. Nachmanides and the commentary on the Torah, Genesis 1. Jordan is one of the first to quote the work under the title Midrash Rabbi Nenuya ben Hakana. Rabbi Nenuya ben Hakana said the opening sentence. Among medieval Kabbalists, it became known as Sefer HaBahir, taken from the opening comment. One verse says, "And now men see not the light which is bright Bahir in the skies." Job 37:20. Authorship. Kabbalists ascribe authorship to the Bahir of Rabbi Nehunya, a rabbi of the Mishnaic era who lived around 100 of the Common Era. Medieval Kabbalists write that the Bahir did not come down to them as a unified book, but rather in pieces found in scattered scrolls and booklets. The scattered fragmentary nature of the Bahir's text, which sometimes ends discussion in mid-sentence and which often jumps randomly from topic to topic, supports this claim. The historical critical study of the book points to a later date of composition. For some time, the scholars believe that it was written in the 13th century by Isaac the Blind, or by those in his school. The first sentence, "And now men See not the light which is in the skies, Job 37, began isolated and having no connection follows, was taken to be an illusion of the blind of its author. The modern scholars of Kabbalah now hold that at least part of the Bahir was an adaptation of an old work in the Sefer Raza Rabbah. The older work is mentioned in some of the works of the Geonim. However, no complete copies of the Sefer Raza Rabbah are in existence. However, quotes from this book can still be found in some older works. Scholar Ronit Moroz argues that the elements of the Bahir date back to 10th century Babylonia as witnessed by the acceptance of the Babylonian system of points, which later fell into disuse, while the other elements were written in the 12th century province. Many scholars of Kabbalah hold that the Bahir adds Gnostic elements to the older work. The question of how much Gnosticism has influenced Kabbalah is one of the major themes of the modern day research on Kabbalah and the works of Gershom Scholem and Moshe Idol. For more information, there is a striking affinity between the symbolism of the Sefer HaBahir on the one hand and the speculation of the Gnostics and the theory of the ions of the other. The fundamental problem in the study of the book is the affinity based on an as yet unknown historical link between the Gnosticism in the Mishnah and Talmudic era and the sources from which the material in Sefer HaBahir is derived? Or should it possibly be seen as purely psychological phenomenon, i.e., a spontaneous upsurge from the depths of the soul imagination without any historical continuity? Bahar Encyclopedia Judaica Keter published history. Kabbalists believe that the oral tradition of the Bahar goes back to the 1st century CE. Common era, it is possible that some secret manuscript existed before publication in the 12th century. Around 1174 Common Era, the Bahar was published by Providence School for Kabbalists and was circulated to a limited audience in manuscript form. 1298, the earliest extant manuscript dates from the end of the 13th century. 1331, earliest commentary on the Bahar is written by Rabbi Meir ben Shalom Abu Shula, a disciple of Shlomo ben Tartaret Rashba, and it is published anonymously under the title Haganuz. In the 15th century, the Bahar is by Flavius Mithridates, but the translation is wordy and not useful. 1651, the Bahar is published in Amsterdam together with Mayan HaChachma is in printed form. 1706, the Bahar is published in Berlin together with Mayan HaChachma. 1784, the Bahar is published in Sklav and Koretz. 1800, the Bahar is published in Lvov. 1830, the Bahar is published in Lvov. 1849, the Bahar is published in unknown place as part of the Chamshi Kabbalah. 1865, the Bahar is published in Lvov. 1883, the Bahar is published in Vilna. 1913, the Bahar is published in Vilna. 1923, the German translation is published by Gershom Scholem. 1951, the Bahar is published in Yerushalayim. 1979, English translation by Rabbi Aryeh Kaplan is published. 1980, Latin translation Guillaume Postas is published by Francois Secret. 1994, Hebrew text is published from the manuscripts by Daniel Abrams. 2005, Latin translation Flavius Mithridates is published together with a critical edition of Hebrew text by Saverio Campanini. The 13th century Kabbalist Rabbi Isaac Cohen reports that the Sefer HaBahir came from the land of Israel in the early Pietists, the sages of Ashkenaz, the Kabbalists of Germany, and from there to the early wise men in province who chase after all sorts of written records of wisdom, those who know the divine supernal knowledge, but they saw only part of the book and not all of it because they did not see it in its entirety in its complete form. Several distinct literary layers can be distinguished in Bahar, some written in the East at the end of the 19th century or in the early 10th century, and some in the 12th century province. The book Bahar uses the Babylonian grammar and vocalization system. Babylonian vocalization, as opposed to the Tiberian one used in Hebrew to this day, is mainly upper, that is, marked above the letters, and is characterized, among other properties, by the sigil being pronounced like a pada. Only if Behar was written in a region in which the Babylonian system was in use can the claim the Shem placed above the letter and the sigil beneath be meaningful. The pada is upper according to the Babylonian vocalization system, whereas the sigil is lower according to the Tiberian system. Only according to the Babylonian system is it possible to pronounce the combination of vowels at the same and both have the same pronunciation, short U. The use of the Babylonian system to symbolize the Holy is evidenced by the past date of composition. At the beginning of the 10th century, a debate arose between Jewish communities over which grammatical system most faithfully represented the Torah. Was it pronounced when it was given to Moshe at Sinai? The debate ended of the Tiberian system and with the understanding that the Babylonian system reflected a foreign influence on the Hebrew language. Thereafter, one could no longer employ it as a symbolic instrument for the holy. Hence, the Babylonian layer must be written before the debate was concluded. Hence, the Beher assumes the form of exegenic midrash in the first chapters of Genesis. It is divided into 60 paragraphs or 104 passages and is the form between master and disciples. The main leaders are Ra Amorai and Ra Rahmai, the Rahum or Mai. Some statements in the book are attributed to Rabbi Berechiah and Rabbi Yonahan, Rabbi Boone, rabbis mentioned in the later Midrashic literature. The Beher contains commentaries explaining the mystical significance of biblical verses, the mystical significance of the shapes of the Hebrew letters, and the mystical significance of cantillation signs and vowel points on the letters, and the mystical significance of statements in the Sefer Yeritza, Book of Creation, and the use of sacred names in magic. Okay, there are 200 aphorism-like paragraphs. Each paragraph uses references from the Torah to expand upon its presentation. As with all Kabbalistic texts, the meanings are highly symbolic and subject to numerous opportunities for interpretation. A common analogy is used throughout. A king, his servants, his daughter, and his gardens are all used to explain a meaning first of Torah and then of the main topic text. The paragraphs refer to each within segment with other are broken into 5 sections in the REA translation. These sections are loosely grouped together, but they do more or less stay within the underlying themes given by their title. Section 1, the 1 through 16, consists of commentary on the first verse of Genesis or of the creation story. Section 2, verses 17 through 44, talks about the alphabet or the Hebrew alphabet and gets its inspiration from the Sefer Yetzirah, which links all of these letters of creation to the overall mysticism presented in the Torah. Section 3, verses 45 through 122, concerns the 7 voices of the Sephiroth. Section 4, verses 124 to 193, is grouped under the section title of 10 Sephiroth. Section 5, verses 1793 through 200. If I said version, I meant verses. Completes the discourse on the mysteries of the soul. Sephiroth. The Hebrew word Sephiroth was first described in Sefer Yetzirah as corresponding to the 10 basic numbers and did not possess the meaning that later Kabbalists gave to it. It is in the Bahir that we find the first discussion of the Kabbalistic concept of spirit and spirit as divine attributes and powers emanating from God. Why are they called spirit? Because it is written, the heavens
All right, so
tell God's glory. Creation of the universe, the world, according to the Bahir, is not the product of the act of creation. Like God, this book existed from all eternity, not only in potentiality but in actuality, and the creation consisted merely in the appearance of that which was latent in the first sphere, or Haganuz, or as it is called, Kader Elyon, which emanated from God. The sphere gave birth to Chokmah, wisdom, which emanated Bina, intelligence. From these three, which are the superior spherot, and from the primary principles of the universe emanated from one another, the seven inferior spherot from which all material beings are formed. All the 10 spherot are linked one to the other, and every one of them has an active and a passive quality, emanating and receiving. A flux of one sphera from another is symbolized in the form of the letters of the Hebrew alphabet. Thus, the letter Gimel, shaped like a tube, open at each end, represents a spirit which receives strength at one end and discharges from the other. The 10 spirit are the energy of God, the forms in which his being manifests itself. Reincarnation. The Bahir adopts the concept of reincarnation to solve the question of why the just may suffer in this world while the wicked may be prosperous. The just may have been wicked in former lives and the wicked righteous. I sort of believe if that exists, then that kind of makes sense. Additions and commentaries. One of the most accurate manuscripts in the final form of Sefer Bahir was written in 1331 by Meir ben Solomon Abi Sahula. His commentary on Bahir was anonymously published as Or Haganuz, the Hidden Light. It was translated into German by Gershom Scholem, that guy's big time, and into English by Aryeh Kaplan. Recently, it has been critically edited by Saverio Campanini. See the Book of Bahir Flavius Mithridates, Latin translation, the Hebrew text, and an English version edited by Saverio Campanini with a foreword by Giulio Bussi, Torino, Nino Oregano, Editore, 2005. Right, so following the Bahir and the Zohar, in which the Shekhinah is described as being like a princess in a tower, Frank refers to an actual tower of the Jasnat Bora monastery where he was exiled. He had miniature portraits of his daughter Eve made corresponding to other images of that home bitch. These are now in the National Library of Israel. However, Eve as Shekhinah was an element that had not appeared during Frank's time. The Virgin was hidden from Frank, and his task was to free her. The black M points to the true Virgin who will be referred preceding the final redemption. Frank regarded himself as the Virgin's guide, who before her manifested in a mysterious place and was given only to him since the beginning of the world, so that he, as her father, her guardian. The soul of Sheena was still with Frank. His brothers were unworthy to see her themselves. They were supposed to support Frank in finding the Virgin. On the company's behavior, the Virgin would behave positively or negatively towards them, a well-known idea from the Kabbalistic descriptions of the Shekhinah. During her father's lifetime, Eve Frank held a special position within the company. As soon as she was old enough, she stood at her father's side as a competent and adjutant. Frank repeatedly accused his followers of having fallen back into Judaism, thus preventing the liberation of the Virgin. The only way the Virgin is to adapt to the Polish environment. The only way to the Virgin is to adapt to the Polish environment. The liberation of the Shekhinah, the transfer of the Shekhinah's soul from Jacob to Eve, Frank, is also described in some longer fairy tale narratives in the words of which are reminiscent of the Middle Eastern models of in the 1001 Nights. They use traditional Kabbalistic terminology with the motive of concealment and disguise as a gardener being important in Frankism. The garden stands for a symbolic setting of the world of the 10th sphere, the strengthening of the third sphere, Chakma, the male principle, also known as the upper Shekhinah, and leads to the liberation of the lower Shekhinah. In Frank's perception of the Virgin, it is clear how deeply his ideas are rooted in Kabbalah and other Jewish rites. Despite other influences, the authors of the words of the L, the words of the L and then O and R and melody, was created, uh, who created such colorful parables and allegories required an excellent knowledge of Kabbalistic literature. Dog. Da'at, the mystical goal. The last stage of the mystical path of this is the last one in English. Okay, no more showing pictures. This is too much. The last stage of the mystical path of Frankism is Da'at, cosmic convergence, maybe I'll do it. In the Zohar, as well as in Frankism, Da'at describes the mystical place where all 10 spheres are united. It is an apparent sphere which cosmologically means a concealed knowledge that creates a harmonizing union between two spheres, the male principle of Chokmah and the female principle of Bina. It results from the fusion of these cosmic forces. On a physical level, knowledge means a sexual union which manifests itself in the union of Adam and Eve in woman. It is thus possible to reach Da'at through sexual intercourse. With the help of sexual rites, Jacob Frank wished to reach Da'at on earth, the last step of Jacob's letter. That knowledge was a higher realization that would bring a deep insight into everything. It was enlightenment and a fresh realization, and with it would be associated a new name and a new soul. Frank emphasized that all the patriarchs, including Shabbatai Tzvi, had been unable to enter Da'at because they had not been baptized. To the worthy of entering Da'at, one must first reach the level of Esau, the acceptance of Frankism allowed all of its followers to take part in the mystical search of Da'at, but demanded blind obedience to its leader, combined with the complete abandonment of all laws and teachings, which in any case they only appeared to follow. True to the motto, the more blind and radical my true to the motto, the more blind and radical to my the more blind and radical my obedience to Hashem, the more likely and possibility of reaching Da'at after accepting that bullshit. The Frankists strove to complete the personal path of Da'at, which in the end would only be possible for a few select brothers and sisters. The triangle or V of the ladder refers to the three things, but at the same time the earthly path of the Frankists. By getting rid of all laws and teachings, they degraded themselves and incurred the contempt of society. The V is applied to Edom, Shekhinah, and Da'at, meaning the Frankists should be baptized to reach the cosmic Esau, or tip of the V, the Virgin, who will raise them from the depths of their exile, leading them back to Da'at. The beginning of the entry into Da'at will be seen on earth when the Frankists are integrated into non-Jewish society and accepted by the international community. Then the mystical cosmological path will continue. Motherfuckers. Scholarly analysis. Several authorities of Sabbateanism, such as Heinrich Graetz and Alexander Kroschar, were skeptical of the existence of the distinctive Frankist doctrine. According to Gershom Scholem, a 20th century authority on Sabbateanism and Kabbalah, Krishna described Frank's sayings as grotesque, comical, and incomprehensible. In the classy essay Redemption Through Sin, Scholem placed Frankism as later and more radical outgrowth of Sabbateanism. In contrast, James Michelson argues that Frankism was an original theology that was innovative if sinister, that was, in many respects, a departure from the earlier formulations of Sabbateanism. In traditional Sabbatean doctrines, V and often his followers claimed to be able to liberate the sparks of holiness hidden within what seemed to be evil. According to Michelson, Frank's theology asserted that the attempt to liberate the sparks of holiness was the problem, not the solution. Instead, Frank claimed that the mixing between holy and unholy was virtuous. Nathaniel Lederberg claims that Frank had a Gnostic philosophy wherein there was a true Hashem whose existence was hidden by Demiurge. The true Hashem could allegedly be revealed only through the destruction of the social and religious structures created by the Demiurge, thus leading to a thorough antinomianism. For Frank, the distinction between good and evil is a product of the world governed by the false God. Liederberg compares Frank's position to that of Friedrich Nietzsche. After Jacob Frank's death in 1791, leadership of the Frankist movement passed to his daughter Eve Frank, who had been proclaimed the Holy Virgin and kind of messianic counterpart of her father as early as 1770. Frank had begun preparing her for spiritual leadership while still alive, referring to her in quasi-divine terms. She became a central symbolic figure in the cult's theology, which drew heavily on inversion, sexual ritual, and antinomian reinterpretation of other symbols. He maintained a court-like following in Offenbach, Germany, where the remaining Frankist elite had taken residence. They continued to act as a quasi-mystical sect, dressing in ornate ceremonial clothing, preserving a secretive hierarchical structure, and perpetuating doctrines inherited from Frank, particularly those related to the sacralization of transgression and the subversion of traditional religious laws. The group engaged in extensive networking with various European aristocratic and clerical circles, especially within the Habsburg court and Polish nobility, often leveraging secrecy and influence rather than overt proselytization. By this time, the Frankist identity had largely detached from Judaism altogether. Most adherents had been baptized into other shit decades earlier, not out of theological conviction, but as part of the Jacob Frank strategy to infiltrate and manipulate dominant power structures from within, a tactic central to his doctrine of redemption through sin. E. Frank ruled over the community until her death in 1816. Afterward, the movement gradually disintegrated as a formal sect, but many of its ideological patterns persisted through intermarriage, elite networking, and secret societies. Scholars such as Gershom Scholem and Powell Maciejko have suggested the Frankist descendants may have assimilated into Masonic and esoteric networks. Modern-day references to Frankism. Although Frankism is often considered a historical footnote with Jewish Messianic movements, references to it have reemerged in contemporary political and cultural discourse. While some references to Frankism have been labeled as wild shit in academic and media sources, there is a growing scholarly and journalistic debate over whether conflating critique of Frankist ideology with stuff is intellectually sound. This is particularly relevant given the historical record. Jacob Frank and many of his followers ultimately converted to bullshit, aligning themselves with European royal courts and secret societies rather than mainstream Jewish life. Some political commentators have described Frankism as a preferred religion of the elites and associated with devil worship and modern-day inversion rituals. Some research that careful distinction should be made between Judaism and religion and Frankism as a heretical antinomian sect that deliberately broke with traditional Jewish law and identity. As a result, the emerging conversation increasingly focuses on the theological inversion as a political theology rather than as an ethnic or Jewish accusation. Okay, if this one is long, I'm gonna be pissed. Stop, dude. Alright, here we go. Nathan of Gaza. We're done reading. Okay, Nathan Benjamin Ben Elisha Chaim Halevi Ashkenazi. Nathan Benjamin Ben Elisha Chaim Halevi Ashkenazi, more famously known as Nathan of Gaza, Nathan Azadi, 1643 to 1680, or Ghazali, was a theologian and author born in Jerusalem. After his marriage in 1663, he moved to Gaza, where he became famous as a prophet for the Jewish Messiah claimant advertised to be. Okay, there's an engraving from Cornelius Hazak Kurzako history when Gahali were at 1671. Born in 1643 in Jerusalem, Ottoman Syria, Ottoman Empire, died 1680, aged 36 to 37, Sophia, Ottoman Empire. Legends of the biography. Nathan of Gaza was born in Jerusalem around 1643 to 1644. He died on Friday, January 11, 1680, in Sophia. He grew up in Jerusalem. His father, Elisha Hayam ben Jacob, was a distinguished rabbinic intellectual who served as an envoy of Jerusalem, collecting donations for impoverished Jews. During his travels, he would distribute Kabbalistic works he obtained in Jerusalem. Upon settling in Ottoman Syria, Elisha Hayim ben Jacob took the surname Ashkenazi as a means of differentiating his family and himself from the largest Sephardic Jews of the empire. He died in Alawid, Morocco in 1673. Before his father's death, Nathan of Gaza began studying Talmud and Kabbalah under Jacob Haggis. The relationship between these two would continue for many years. Nathan of Gaza would spend most of his life until about 1664 with his teacher at a yeshiva. During his studies, he wrote of his interest in the persistence toward life as a Jewish academic. Gershon, a 20th century scholar of Jewish mysticism, wrote that Nathan was an extremely gifted student of quick apprehension and brilliant intellect. His talents were noteworthy for their rare combination of intellectual power and capacity for profound thinking with imagination and strong emotional sensitivity. At 19 or 20, he married the daughter of an affluent Jew named Samuel Lisbona. The nuptials were believed to have occurred before the end of 1663 when he joined his wife's family in Gaza. There, he was able to focus considerably on his religious studies. Nathan of Gaza initiated a focused study of Kabbalah and relocating to the area of Gaza. His exploration of Jewish mysticism led to various mystical experiences. An example of such experiences is noted in a letter written in 1673. When I attained the age of 20, I began to study the book Zohar and some of the Lyrianic writings. A formula Talmud: he who wants to purify himself receives the aid of heaven, and thus he sent me some of his holy angels and blessed spirits who revealed to me many of the mysteries of the Torah. In the same year, my force having been stimulated by the visions of angels and blessed souls, I was undergoing a prolonged fast in the week before the feast of Purim. Having locked myself in a separate room in holiness and purity, the Spirit came over me. My hair stood up on my head, and my hair stood on end, and my knees shook, and I beheld the Merkaba, and I saw visions of God all day long and night. Merkaba is a school of Jewish mysticism, 100 before the Common Era of 1,000 Common Era, centering the visions of those found in Ezekiel 1 or in the Holocaust literature concerning stories of ascents to the heavenly palaces of the Nathan's vision lasted approximately 24 hours, and it was reported to have significantly influenced his perception of reality and self-identity. Nathan's vision lasted approximately 24 hours and is reported to have significantly influenced the perception of reality and self-identity. The event was described as overpowering and transformative, marking Nathan's conviction of being a true prophet for the time. Nathan purportedly experienced physical and mental changes, but a crucial aspect of his vision was the belief that Shabbatai Tzvi was Messiah. This conviction led to Nathan being acknowledged as the first 17 believer, the 17 movement. Nathan's prophecy regarding Shabbatai Tzvi was not his only one. As the years went by, he experienced many other visions that would support his strengthen the belief in Shabbatai Tzvi. His second vision occurred evening of Shavuot in spring of 1665. Nathan was said to have been spiritually possessed by a Maggid, a type of itinerant creature. During the spiritual takeover, he was observed dancing energetically and emitting a distinct fragrance. The scent mentioned in the Zohar is thought to be linked to the aroma of the Garden of Eden, as well as the prophet Elisha and Isaac Uriah. The vision described differs notably from Nathan of Gaza's prophetic awakening. Yet it exhibits some similarities. One parallel is transformation. Following the end of the Megiddic possession, Nathan of Gaza experienced a change, although this was not physical and mental. Instead, it involved how he was perceived by the Jewish community, which began to recognize him as a prophet and spiritual doctor. This public recognition of Nathan of Gaza was a mystic and seer, facilitated by the subsequent acceptance of Shabbatai Tzvi as a messianic figure. The use of prophecies was central to the movement, with numerous predictions made by Nathan of Gaza and Shabbatai Tzvi, contributing to the emergence of Shabbatean followers within the contemporary Jewish community. Nathan of Gaza envisioned Shabbatai Tzvi as the Messiah of the Jewish people, but Tzvi's acceptance of his messianic role was not instantaneous. His first encounter with Nathan of Gaza was not about his position as the Jewish Messiah, but rather as a patient to a physician. At the time, Nathan of Gaza was becoming well known as a spiritual physician. Shabbatai Tzvi visited him in hopes of curing him from an illness that he had contracted. Shkolem would later write that Tzvi suffered from a psychological condition he identified as manic depressive psychosis, today called BPD. Instead of trying to aid him with his psychological sickness, Nathan of Gaza divulged to Shabbatai Tzvi his prophetic vision. Initially, when Nathan addressed him as the Messiah, he laughed at him and said, "I had it done vocation, but have said away." Intensive discussions led to Nathan of Gaza persuading Shabbatai Tzvi to accept a messianic mission. In May of 1665, Shabbatai Tzvi publicly declared himself the true savior and positioned himself and positioned him and Nathan of Gaza permanently in the public eye. In December 1665, Shabbatai Tzvi and Nathan of Gaza parted ways. Shabbatai Tzvi embarked on his journey to Turkey, where he would begin to advocate his newfound position as the Mashiach. They would not see each other again until after Shabbatai Tzvi later converted to Islam. Thus, from the fall of 1665 until the summer of 1666, the two worked arduously on the next stage of their movement, convincing the world that Shabbatai Tzvi was a Messiah. Seeing that the rabbis of Jerusalem were very hostile to the Shabbatean movement, Nathan proclaimed Gaza to be henceforth the holy city. He first spread the word about Messiah's fame by sending circulars from Ottoman Syria to the most important communities of Europe. Then he visited several of the chief cities in Europe, Africa, and India, and finally returned to Ottoman Syria. Even after Shabbatai Tzvi's apostasy, Nathan did not desert his cause, but thinking it unsafe to remain in Ottoman Syria any longer, he made preparations to go to Smyrna. Seeing that the credulous were confirmed anew in their belief, the rabbis excommunicated all Shabbateans, particularly Nathan, 9th December 1666, warning everybody against harboring or even approaching him. After a stay of a few months at Smyrna, he went at the end of April 1667 to Adrianople, where, despite his written promise that he would remain quiet, he continued his agitation. He urged the Sabbateans in Adrianople to proclaim their adhesion to the cause by abolishing the fast on the 7th of the Tammuz and the 9th of Av. Travels through Europe. began excommunicated Adrianople. He went with his viewers to Thessaloniki. There he met with scant welcome, but had more success in the communities of Chios and Corfu. From Corfu, he went to Venice, March of 1668. The rabbinate and the council of the city compelled him to give them a written confession that all his prophecies were the production of his imagination. The confession was published, whereupon Abraham Yakini, the originator of the Sabbatean movement, wrote Nathan a letter in which he sympathized with him over his persecution and expressed his indignation at the acts of the Venetian Rabbi. The Venetian Jews then introduced Nathan to Livorno, where the Jewish population was known to be inimical to him. They sent an escort with him ostensibly as a mark of honor, but in reality to prevent him from going elsewhere. He divided their motives in sending him to Livorno, however, and succeeding in eluding his escort, proceeded to Rome. In spite of his disguise, he was recognized and was banned. He then went to Livorno voluntarily, and even there made converts to his cause. From Livorno, he returned to Adrianople, and seems to have spent the remainder of his days in travel. Works. Nathan of Gaza persuaded the Jewish community through his writings about Shabbatatism and Shabbatianism. He composed various letters and other written documents, and promoted an entirely new kind of theology, one that merged the current notations of Kabbalah over time and elements of Lurianic mysticism, a subject that he studied when he was younger. In addition to creating a new type of mysticism, he also posed a document entitled Derush HaAnyanim, Discourse on the Dragons, published by Shkolem in Belkot Mashiach, Jerusalem, 1944. This article stressed the notion of a new law in which the only negative commandments of the Torah were eliminated. This became the basis for the Gershom Scholem called Shabbatean antinomianism. Not only did Nathan of Gaza publish documents that advocated for a change and a removal of Jewish laws and commandments, but he also composed various texts that discussed concepts entirely different from these unorthodoxies. For example, he wrote Hadrat Kodesh, Constantinople, 1735, a Kabbalistic commentary on the Book of Genesis, particularly for the aspect of creation. Several years later, Nathan of Gaza published Ozar Nehemiah, Venice, 1738, a supplement to the Hadrat Kodesh. As evident from these alternative spiritual manuscripts, Nathan of Gaza was not solely a devout Shabbatean follower and believer. He strived to provide an alternative perspective and understanding of Judaism. He also wrote Peri Etz Hadar, prayers for Bishvat, 1753, and Tikkun Quera, an ascetic work according to Sabbatean doctrine, after them 1666. His travels were translated into German by Moritz Horschletzky and published in Orient Lit. Line 170 to 172. 290. Overall, the documents Gaza produced and presented were both positively and negatively received by the Jewish community. For example, some of the rabbis in Jerusalem were divided over the ideas Nathan of Gaza wrote. A number of them felt that these written records were sacrilegious. They defined the basic tenets of the Jewish faith. Nevertheless, the composition of these texts provided a further platform in which Shabbatai Tzvi and Nathan of Gaza could promote their Sabbatean ideologies. There is some consensus among the sources that on Friday, January 11, 1680, in Uskip, Ottoman Empire, now Skopje, North Macedonia, Nathan of Gaza died. However, according to other sources, he died in Sofia, now Bulgaria, but his body was transferred to Uskop and buried there. According to the Jewish physician Jacques Confino, who visited Skopje, Nathan of Gaza was buried in a marble tomb along with a disciple. According to Confino. The tomb was engraved in Hebrew with the inscription, "The eternal home of all living beings." The monument of rest of the Lord's of Hashem's servant awakens and dedicates heavenly glory to him. I did not sing his praises extensively because to him belong tranquility and glory. Our reverend teacher and Rabbi Abraham Benjamin Nathan Ashkenazi, may he rest in paradise, who was invited into the Celestial Yeshiva on Tuesday, the 16th of the month of Shvat in the year 5540. May his soul be bound in the bundle of white. His burial place became a pilgrimage site after his death. Many Jews believe that Nathan's grave had supernatural qualities, and one legend told by Rabbi Chaim Palachi Shabbatai Ventura was punished with swelling in the hands and a rash after refusing to honor the grave during the visit. After refusing to honor the grave during a visit to the Skopje cemetery, according to the legend, the illness was miraculously healed after he returned to the grave and vowed to pray for Nathan of Gaza's soul. The tomb survived only until World War II, when it was destroyed.
It's still within your own, that animal can still be used for insect shape. And therefore, when you shop for exactly purpose animal, therefore I need a second puzzle because of the monochromatic and the puzzle is over there just like simple initial in your sight. לא עומר זמנו ולא שנוסו וחוזי לפסח ומלא. I will say, see, I would have
2 fucking hours.
Where some element of a Pesach identity was missing. Either you misdictate for once, or the animal is too old. That's when the animal do purpose on the shoulders. I will say, what about the case of where again I separate the animal from Pesach, I lose the animal, I go and offer off another animal, and then what happens? I find the first animal red.
There have been like 40 false messiahs since like ever. Can you just name them for me? Or however, and just number with the name and the years. That's it. Below is a concise historical list of Jewish false messianic claimants and approximate years. There have been dozens more minor local, by Simon of Petria 4 before Common Era, Anthrogenes 4 to 2 BC, Judas of Galilee 6 CE, Theudas 44 to 46, Menahem ben Judah 61, Bar Giora 66 to 70, John of Gishala 67 to 70, Bar Kokhba 7, Bar Kokhba 132 135, Moses of Crete 440, Abu Isha al Ibshani 684 to 75, Yochanan, disciple of Abu Isa, early 700s, Serene, Syria 720, David Alvin ben Solomon 1160, Moses Botaro 1413, Asher Ramlin 1500 to 1502, David Ravuani 1523 to 1532, Solomon Malko 1529. The dates are Common Era, and that's when their followers or whatever, that's when they were doing this shit. Abraham ben Eliezer Halevi, early 1500s, Shlomo ben Yosef, Persia, 1640, Shabbatai Zvi, 1648, 1666, Nathan Gaza, prophet of Shabbatai, 1665 to 1667, Baruchia Russo, Osman Baba, late 1600s, Jacob Cordero, Jacob Carrito, 1690 to 1700, Nehemiah ben Moses Hayim, early 1700s, Jonathan Eibelschutz, accused, disputed, 1750, Jacob Frank, 1755 to 1791, Mordechai Melchior, 1860s, Joseph Friasov, Bohemia, early 1800s, Judah ben Shalom, Yemen, 1868 to 1874, Shofar Kulyai, 1861 to 1865, Shofar Kulyai II, 1870s, Moses Gabbai, Tripoli, late 1800s, Rabbi Yosef D. Reinert, legendary attempted 1400s attempted messiah. right, that's it.
Now remember again. Let's go back to the Masechta. Let's go back. So the halacha is
You're fired. Go fuck yourself.
that if you offer up a karma, right, and you have either Shiva invited or Shiva Kodesh, you have a mind for a different owner or a mind for a different cover. What's the halacha? The covenant is good, except it doesn't satisfy your obligation. One exception, which is the two exceptions, which are covenant yourself, which we dealt with, and chatas. So we'll say the Shaila is very exciting. The Shaila will be clear as I'm opening up a chatas because I did something wrong. But when I shechted it, I had in mind the shem chatas nachshon, which I was saying that the name of the chatas. The Shaila is what does that do to my karma? So says the Gemara, Amrav Mishnah Mavu, chatas shechtu shem chatas nachshon sheila. So that says it's kosher. Why is the Amrikra? Those Torahs achatos, Torah achos, the cholachatos. So we'll say that is not the Torah. Those Torahs achatos, there is one halacha for all chatos. So we'll say another way of saying, as long as you offered up that covenant for what? The shem chatos, even if it's chatos nachshon, it doesn't matter. As long as you offered it up for shem chatos, halacha l'maisa you covenant special. We'll say this actually gives you the story about Sheila. Last white line, well, Agishmi Kodesh. The Roamina Chatas Nachshon keeping the Ladarnas, Roll Kapara Achi, because actually here, the Chatas of Nachshon was not offered up for Kapara, but rather again it was a gift. It was a gift offering. Nevertheless, Hari Kushimola, we don't say, well, right, Hari Kushimola, Koshki Kushimola, Bailu, Rabbi, Loshak, Liskaba Nachshon. So Rabbi says, he comes precious. Because as long as in the Shech Chatos, you have a mind for a Chatos, even if it's for a different type of Chatos, as long as your Kavanah is the same thing with the Chatos family, your card by this Chatos, was in a Rashi, this Chatos and Nachshon that I'm not of was unique perhaps once in 50 as a Chatos. But never again do you offer up a Chatos to the Torah. There are gift offerings. Chatos is not.
That sucks.
One exception to this
Oh,
was the Chatos of the city by the Chatos. But now is now
fucking lost it.
even though again when I'm checking my Chatos, which is a sin offering, I have in my version the Chatos of Nachshon and Aminadab. That was not a sin offering, that was a done, that was a gift. But because it's all a family, right? Because it's a Chatos, Sheba the covenant's kosher. Yosef Garavin Amar Leila Hashem. Rabbi was seeing it, I don't know what he's saying. He's seen Rabbi Shashi Rabbi. And Rabbi Shashi leaves the kasher. What did he say? Rabbi Shimon Omer, Chol HaMenachos Shelo Shelo Ishman Shelos Ba'olu Lebayim L'Shem Kotam. I said, any mincha, all mincha offerings, Shenyim Mitzvah Shelo Shalos, and every mincha offering works in the Torah. The way it works is the Torah does the mitzvah. The mitzvah is actually gives us 3 fingers, 3 middle fingers, and it goes ahead and scooped up whatever you can from the flour. That's offered up by the shoes up and the stuff. That's offered up on the Mizbeach, and also if you're going to rest it for the different constructions of the Torah. So what's the halacha? Any mincha, right? If a mincha offering was offered up shalom lishman, that's like not for the sake of that particular mincha. Shelos, the mincha is kosher. Not only that, but only the bayil mishim, and it satisfies the obligations of the owner. Why? I will say, watch this. The theme, she'in haminachos is almost mitzvah. And they will say a mincha offering is not like other kamanas. Why is that? Shakometz machmas l'shem macheshes, ma'aseh muchrachin alesh machmas. They say that I'm not going to give this detail right now, but suffice it to say, there are different types of covenants. There's a minchas machmas, a minchas macheshes. There are different ways, some produce bigger matzah, some produce thinner matzah, some were crumbled, some were whole. So the Gemara says, let me tell you the picture that will go back. The Gemara says, if to a certain degree, Havana, by a covenant mincha, doesn't really make a difference. Why? Because the actions speak for themselves. Because each type of mincha was prepared in a different way. So the nature of the preparation of the covenant mincha automatically showed you what type of mincha you were offering. So even if your kavana was for something different, your kavanas to a certain degree are what? Are irrelevant because it's your action that's going to us. Like maybe kind of a Muslim in this. Right? So look at the Gemara says before it goes to the Muslim. So the Gemara says, Shakometz machmas l'shem macheshes. Because even if one took the Kinnitza, the Shem Minchas, right? one took the mitzvah of the mincha machmas, and he had in mind that it should be for the machmas. His actions show that it's a minchas machmas. Chariba l'shum balula, sitting in Rosa, again, there's all different types of minachos. If you did the mitzvah of a minchas chariba, but you had in mind that it should be l'shum balula, ma'aseh muchrachin shi chariba. The nice thing Rosa showed that it was for a minchas chariba. So when it says that we are by minachos, you don't really care what you're thinking, because the actions say it's an incredible Muslim. And you can have all the kavanas in right and wrong. And you think of the things that matters most are your actions. What matters most are your nice. Kavanas are beautiful, but your actions always speak louder than your kavanas. And I'm spoken. The most about kavanas is not this ain't okay. Shkita afas the kulon, kavala afas the kulon, Rika afas the kulon. The most is so please actually read quite fast. So the Gemara says, the reason of kavanas, why regular kavanas, why the kavanas, when such a bad thing for our size why? Official service is the same for every single type of product. It's the same shita, it's the same zurita, it's the same kabbalah. Therefore, you throw kavanas with your intentions that bring the kavanic process. Like kavanas outside, your kavanas don't really make a difference. Why? Because Lamaisa, the actions themselves portray which type of carbon mincha you're offering. Why? Because every single carbon mincha itself has a different sacrificial service. That's why, again, the Bryce of asking that by minachas, we don't need to care what your kavanas are. Even if you had kavanas with the wrong type of mincha, you say essentially, ma'aseh mo'fichin aleh. The actions are ultimately again what show the type of carbon it is. Taima, so by calling mincha was the next point to taima, the ma'aseh mo'fichin. So also the reason I call it mincha, I don't really care about your kavanas is why. Because your nice your actions can already show what type of carbon it is. Ha'im ma'aseh mo'fichin, no. Well, so what do you see from here? You see that at the end of the day, if you keep the actions not dramatically different by each type of carbon mincha, then what? Then again, your kavanas will play a role. Amai, why is that? Lema, zos Torah samincha, Torah achas, the kavav and achas. I was saying that from the Sarah just happened. Let's go back to this one. Rabbi said in the name of Kavod, what did he say? That if you offer up your carbon chatos, Yishem chatos nachshon ve'amidas. What's the status of your chatos? What's the status? Kosher. Why? There's two different types of chatos. I'm offering up a sin offering. Nachshon ve'amidas offered up a chatos for the sake of a dollar. So what did Gemara answer? Because the pasuk said, Zos Torah sachatos. Right? Torah achos b'chol chatos. All in the family. All in the family. So as long as you offer up b'shem chatos, my chatos doesn't make a difference. All the chatos family is good. Which the Gemara says, which Rabbi Shashira asks, I don't understand. What you're telling me is, if I offer up and cover the cup for the wrong intention, what's the halacha? The covenant is still good. Why is the covenant good? Now the Gemara says, why is the covenant good? I said, why? Because ma'aseh mo'fichin aleh. The reason why the covenant is good is at the end of the actions show what type of covenant you offer. But we can infer from that is that if actions are the same for every single covenant, and then what? Then your mindset will play. Well, why is that? Why don't we just on the person? So Torah samincha, just like by chatos, this is the Torah of the mincha, which tells you what I'm saying, that no matter what type of mincha you offer it up for, the halacha is what? The covenant should be kosher. So what's it? Again, I'm not going to say. The Gemara said the reason why if you have the wrong covenant mincha, it's still kosher is why? Ma'aseh mo'fichin aleh. Because you can see from the way you're offering up the mincha, what type of mincha it is. Which tells you that if all kavanas mincha are the same process, and you had in mind for the wrong kavanah, then what? The mincha process. That's why. Why don't you make the same drasha by mincha make the mincha by chatos? By chatos we say, zos Torah chatos, as long as you had in mind for some chatos, even if it's a different kind of chatos, your chatos is kosher. Why don't you say the same thing by mincha? The pasuk says zos mincha. Say what? As long as you had in mind for the right type of for some kind of mincha, the chatos is going to be kosher. Yet the Gemara doesn't say that. The Gemara says the only reason why you cover mincha with a mindset is kosher is because ma'aseha mochichen aleh. And the Yiddish might help you. In other words, Gemara says if you're going to use what you have to say. Or Moshe the mother, Moses is back to Chagas. So what we see over here is that Kasha by Chagas is also a flawed Kasha. It's just a shitty word. It's not what do you have to say. Chagas, Sheshacham Rashi is covered by Nachshon, Moses is. If you shafted the carbon, you cover Chagas. On the condition that's what? Like with the Kavanah, she is covered by Nachshon. That Nachshon should achieve atonement for it. Rashi says, she is covered by Hainu Shmei Bailim. They'll say, if you offered up a carbon Chagas with Shmei Bailim, I offered up on the condition that Nachshon should ultimately achieve atonement. Shada will say, why you discussion is a strange case. I offer up, I want to give it, I need it in the Shabbat Nachshon. Right? So we'll say, so I'm going ahead, Nachshon and Aminadab. You know what I'm saying? So I'm going to offer up a carbon Chagas for Nachshon ben Aminadab. So we'll say, what's the halacha? The carbon Chagas kosher. Why? In kapara basin. Because ultimately, again, there's no kapara for the dead. What does that mean? She kapara basin. So, look, Karina made Mukoy kapara basin. We'll say, never again. Let's read it last week. There was an interesting drasha that we saw about carbon Chagas. The only time that she was biting, this is the problem by carbon Chagas, right? Is when the Shimei Bailam, when I have in mind the chef of the carbon Chagas is someone who requires Chagas just like me. In other words, that if I go ahead and I have in mind that I'm chefing this carbon Chagas for Ruben, but Ruben is not a Chai of the Chagas, again, we'll say that was the Chagas, that's not called Shimei Bailam. So the Gemara suggesting that what was Mothers, what was Brothers, what Brothers now was Russia. I chef my Chagas, and I have in mind that it should be the same Nachshon ben Aminadab, then what I will send the covenant kosher. That's not called the Shmei Bailim. Why is that not called the Shmei Bailim? I say why? Why? Because he's dead. Because Nachshon ben Aminadab is dead, and therefore again he's not chayiv. He's not chayiv in covenant Chagas, and you have this called Shmei Bailim by Chagas is when I have in mind for someone else who is chayiv in covenant Chagas as well. So why do you have to do Nachshon ben Aminadab? So we were just telling you is, if you have in mind to check the carbon Chagas to someone who is dead, that's not called Shimei Bailim in the Chagas discussion. So why you bring up Nachshon ben Aminadab specifically? What the Gemara says, Hagamash Moran kind of mix. So what you're telling me is the reason is because I have in mind for someone who is dead, the Chai when you have the Nachshon Tzula. Because I have in mind for someone who is alive, who is like Nachshon ben Aminadab, then the carbon would be possible. Who emphasizes so what is that? Hachai, in Shachta Vishnu Bailam Mashimata. If I shafted the carbon ultimately against someone who is alive, give me the Nachshon, who is like Nachshon. Also, what is this like Nachshon? Shumuhuya Chagas Sa'af. Just get more insight. So it's like, I'm offering up carbon Chagas. So again, just to be clear with the I have to do carbon Chagas. I have something I have to do carbon Chagas. I'm now offering it up, but I'm shechting it, for someone who's alive, who would have done a carbon Chagas like Nachshon ben Aminadab. Who is a living person who has to bring a carbon Chagas like Nachshon ben Aminadab? There was a first about a carbon Chagas that's not brought for a sin. Who is hiding carbon Chagas not for a sin. What's the case? What's the case of here? I'm offering up a carbon Chagas, but when I check it, I have in mind for someone else also hiding carbon Chagas. What type of carbon Chagas? Not like my Chagas, but a Chagas like Nachshon ben Aminadab. Also, what's a Chagas not like Nachshon ben Aminadab? Sin offering that's brought, but not for a sin. I said, what's the case of someone who's hiding carbon Chagas, but it's not hiding for a sin? What's that case? Remind you, Chagas Nazir, Chagas Mitzorah. I said, the case would be like the Chagas offering of a Nazir, or Chagas offering of a Nazir. It's called a Chagas, but it's not a real sin offering. So what's like, what God sees these things as follows. If I go ahead and as a chef in my carbon contest, I have in mind that it should be the same, the common Reuben. Well, what kind of contest is it about to do? Reuben is a Gosler, or was a Gosler. Reuben was in Silva. He has a feeling for a contest off in the well. Looks like that contest is still much more effective. How do you always know? What's like these type of contest, although we call it a contest, at the end of the day, I was like, I'm not using any chance to say ultimately as always. And let me keep my heart. That is something more. Wait for the peace, what's the However, obviously, the mother was really well, really up the case. However, obviously, the mother, not just how she was not just not show somebody chefs it, having not just like so ultimately I'm sure we had not show was like so what happened and something coming not and I didn't have it in mind I just like not show that I'm about was it what's that say why because that just not show ultimately because the chance of that show was ultimately aspect is that one is excited, extremely violent for a contest of one. It's extremely violent I have someone else is fighting a contest as well. But if I have extremely violent for someone who's fighting a contest, it's not a contest that's a sit off. It's a contest that's like a well, ultimately again, my contest is still discussion. Incredible. Even though I'm obviously the mother, contest is actually the same contest, not Sula. I check my television, right? So that is not shown ultimately again. It will be possible. Why? That is not shown only because it wasn't ultimately again, I wasn't placed in this version, this is a different version. And placed in this version, ultimately again, the contest will be possible. Why? Because when the time goes, the chef with the shade all and therefore again there's a shooting kodesh. And this case of shooting kodesh, ultimately is a shooting violent, but rather again, this is a case of shooting kodesh. And therefore, again, the common will be possible. The Rayma contest left in the country, so why don't you just be down thinking about satisfaction? Just say simple, also say simple. We're using the same kind of two different words. The first time the Gemara said that I'm checking my common contest to say contest be not shown. I will say in that case, I will check my common contest, you see a violent, for the sake of someone else's kind of common contest, but he's not kind of contest like I'm kind of contest. I'm kind of contest that committed that later. He's committed a contest right because he's so just realize the contest. That contest is discussion. Like why? Because all in the family, so this is a common contest. What's it? The ultimate version is what's happening. So I'm going to only the contest that I'm offering it up to the serious contest not shit. So what's it? So that's all the violent. The other one is this is a single exposure. In this case, I'm offering it up to serious contest. What? As an overall, that's the reason what? We're offered up by the individual was the type of subtraction that I was actually not the type of practice. Like the actually done. It's just a little fact. You ever stuck with practice? You haven't heard about this. First, they're going to report it to the so that's what there's a jar. Okay? So again, so first of all, just appears that God original statement was fascinated by this problem. You should have two pieces of it that were only realizing maybe if you are in the position they could you might have something like practice. You don't have in mind that I'm accepting or if there's another thing they have a few dollars on the side that's able to buy that for because like project next week not something on another one. If it takes up an hour for them to work, I don't know. Looking at the daily chart, the handle is not so for the sake of it,
the other thing is
but on the
so I want to see sideways action between the 92 gauge
someone else. It has to be in carbon. Let the tacos carbon that I want. Right? Coming up, let the tacos of another tacos of soda. And the people have up for a nice such a cover with the tacos. But that's the way I do. But that might be also up in the tacos. And one with the only thing tacos of the cheers and the cover with the tacos. Amara. Tacos in a shop with the tacos. Let you some story. What happens? I have to bring a shotgun because I need to. And when I go ahead and I offer up the contest, I have in mind that it's the contest with the stick of the seed blood. This is what you remember. Still a contest, but a contest for a different shot. It wasn't one dollar. That's a $8 seeds. I have to do it. The contest now, the shit contest now is for public sugar. So I'm not going to cut the contest. So again, I come out of the large fraction. Like I'm running for the wrong violation, it's still within the boundary of coverage. However, you change the context, you change the context, sort of a suit. Most of you guys have in mind, they're just in the form. And I'm not in a second context, but I'm checking my context, the same context rather than the context you so wrong, then the cover will be possible. Let's stay range between the 89 and the 92K, that's beautiful. And those that ultimately, again, these camaros have the status of an older, not the status of an finish. Boy, it wasn't the people like those ones. Boy, you love all the and what happened? I checked this. I went ahead and I used them. So I'm using the tacos for the sake of food. I went ahead and I checked it. I have in mind that the tacos, who must be ready to cut down. For the sake of one, and when you cause of one, let's say the seeds, this is a case of where I'm going ahead and I'm offering out covered titles, but for a different fraction. So remember again, I will take it. Now I'm going ahead and offering up the cover. The shape must be what's that up? Miyamina are used for most such that is always in a place. So it's the same, right? So again, you go ahead and you just show it, or you introduce it as a different colors and if I shouldn't value, or therefore again, you come to the Lord, or Joma, and Kabuaka. Oh, what's I watch this? And you must make us the Kadasha, what's I? That is a carbon older no. So because it's an older oil, maybe again it's too similar. And therefore, come as possible, the vacuum and grab mass. So vacuum and grab you about kilo times kilo with seal. Who lives there? Was it ultimately again, each of these cavadas ultimately again will be possible. Why nighttime was the first? Why nighttime? The shotgun also the tacos, the shame also tacos. Was in order for the tacos ultimately again to be kosher, the tacos has to be checked for the sake of that particular kosher. The most like in halacha, I say tacos is only good if offered specifically for the specific infraction. Although you're not sure that I'm going to be Rabbi, so the Gemara says, "Why you gotta hate on Master Yisula?" I'm going to I know you should buy the Master Law. So I say, in our version, Love's Kasha was that she
takes a sure shot, right? And then he takes another sure shot before the cop is walking up. And his friend's like, he's like, oh, I got 2 more sure shot. There's just 5 or 6 empty sure shot bottles around his feet. Bob's just like, what have you been drinking tonight?
But what happened?
Chop goes, why do you have 6 empty sure shot bottles? You don't think I don't know what that is? You fucking idiot, you're going to jail. I didn't even need to test you. And he looks like Alf. It's like, I arrested that guy. It looks like Alf. The cop pulls over and he drinks 6 sure shots. And when the cop pulls over, he just barks on him. You Bob, like, can you imagine getting bombed out by British shot? Now there's going to be a comment to like, I'm a guy that got bumped in over British shot. The cop thinks that the guy that shot is Alf. He's like, oh, I used to watch a show, you're on Alf. Or no, he's like, shots like Big Bird Alf. No, Alf. The next one is the one I posted. I worked very hard on the opening sequence here. The opening sequence is honestly like a piece of my soul. I'm just going to play the opening sequence here. Without the music, obviously, we know it's not called
I'm in a lot of trouble with Come on, so since it's high price, that's the narrative. Davey Marley, The Clash. Who else is on my back? Stan Lee's tribute. Stan, Eminem's song, but a Stan Lee tribute. They want money from us, dude. Fucking it's not similar enough. Let's see if I can play it. But yeah, dude, I was just trying to make a story. This is very like ancient Greek in a way. This is like Plato's cave. Plato's cave. Plato's cave, dude. I'm just trying to show the world the real thing, Oh man, living this alternate reality currently. Yeah, I've told you in real life, I've been showing people that are not homeless at all, have no stake in the game, and they're laughing hard still. Everybody gets it. Alright, I actually played this game with the homie the other night. Believe it or not. But what happens next part 12 from Icarus Lives? He's bringing it back, dude. Let's see what we got here.
And they purposely do it so your brain's slower.
Yeah, it's a good way to break people down to see who breaks. What do you think of? Burps in the microphone or sneezes on Chappelle. His alcoholic friend. I would say sneezes on Chappelle. Who breaks? Your body, bless you. Have you ever stayed asleep? So disgusting.
In one fucking sentence.
All right, I will say good morning. Let's begin. First of all, a thank you to our sponsor this morning. Both investors are sponsored by the
Hell, man, thank God you were saved. Your prayers been blessed. It seems like you're doing very well. Good for you, sir. The best out of there. The most have saved. If I ever stay asleep, girl, that's the motherfucker. That's normal. What makes it weird? Well, obviously, what makes it weird? I don't know what he's gonna do though. I don't take acts normal.
Did you want it for cards? And it's dicey as fuck. It's like, you don't have anything to worry about.
Crazy. I tripped into you wanting it for car parts and it's dicey as hell. I like Chop's the first person to comment on Tijuana. Exactly like these. Good.
But my off-road in the Law 500 this past year, there was 3.
Oh, I remember this. Dead guys.
8 dead guys on the course. Come on. And they're like, oh, that's strange. I kept going. They put 3 more dead guys on the course. And finally, a local's like, hey, dumbass, this is cartel territory. This is them warning you, like, don't come there.
I like how the local sounds like him instead of a Mexican. Hey, dumbass. What are you guys doing, dude? What are we doing here? Listen, cartels, they're fucking, when they put dead bodies on the courses because it's Papas.
So they had to reroute everything and go around for that.
Oh, God, you're dealing with the cartel, dude. Here's, also, you know why dealing with the cartel must be so annoying. Oh, yeah, we're glad to see what happens next, man. It's very good, dude.
Mean cheese, not cheese.
Mean cheese, dude. Shout out to Chappelle for taking that sneeze for the team. The team booked it up for sure. New car show produced already, posted by Dazzling Rabbit 633. Gearhead's gone wild. I'm on 39 followers. There you are. Oh shit! Shout out Brittany Cootie for following Gearhead's gone wild. Let's see. What else do we have? I said, let's see again. Every time I say let's see now, I feel like they're calling me daddy. Just a couple of 2 redads. Posted by Tony O'Hanlon. 77 is like a dumb number.
Yeah, I don't know what's in there. I think it's Dumb and Dumber, Dumb and Dumber. It's been a while since I've seen it. So, shout out to you. Good work. A slow down something cut. Okay, so this is what I was referencing to. Okay, that's not a great frame grab. Posted by Don't Know Who to X. It is just basically, back in the day we would watch videos of British Shop stealing jokes. Thanks. That kind of thing. And Shop, they're painting a narrative here that Shop and JoJo stole all this stuff, but I feel like they did first. Definitely. Let's see the alphabet.
Name the water, Mama. Name the water.
I saw it there. I went to film school. Never heard of it. And I immediately transferred out. But when I was in film school, they showed us this movie by Lars von Trier. You heard of that guy? He's like a really obscure. He's made some pretty popular movies, but he's like a kind of like cinephile, like artistic, kind of like that kind of stuff. And he did this thing where he made this guy, I forget what the movie is called, but he made this guy remake his that short film. Another director remake the short film that he made in different scenarios. And he'd give him like all these like things he had to do, like you can't use this, you can't use that. You have to make that same thing over and over again. And one of them was like where it was filmed or whatever. But anyway, so I was just thinking it'd be cool to have Lars von Trier direct those Instagram content for the shops. If your husband, he's like, you have to, like, you can slap his butt, but it has to be Bahia. I think Lars von Trier should do the shop. And I'm still getting a masculine energy from you. That should be more feminine, please. Your feminine is yes. You are the wife. She is the husband. Netflix, not Blockbuster. You're being a Blockbuster. He's from Oslo. Maybe, I don't know. But anyways, how are you going to thread the eye of the camel? All right. Better than I've ever said. Oh, no, you're good. You said way more redacted things. This is supposed to be a clean puller of chips when Shop used Theo's name and image to sell ad space and book guests on a podcast without telling him. Yeah, so I remember this. The good days of the pod, dude.
They would often Rowdy what you're doing the stream with, right? I think so. I've seen your face in the flyer.
So he's probably doing it.
I don't know. He gave me. I was thinking about it. It's like, are the numbers not right? What's going on? Are you doing the stream? No,
I don't know. I didn't make that deal. I don't know. I just got put on the flyer. I guess.
Isn't this guy named Brendan Chicken Fry or something like that?
What are you gonna do, Nate? Volume punch me, motherfucker? I guess that means big old pussy. I don't know.
Shaw, and look, I saw it's Shaw, it's your face. Who are the other two faces on that flyer? You know the flyer I'm talking about?
It's Joey Diaz being outplaced.
And then is Theo's face on the flyer?
Yeah.
Plastic on the flyer?
I mean, I don't know. I don't know a lot about this. I will look into it though. Christian.
We didn't. It wasn't through us.
Oh, it wasn't through me. That's what I'm saying. We're being sex trafficking, bro. I don't know how this is happening, son. That's
So
what
do I have your permission to put your face on any flyer that I want?
Yeah, look, I'll take the pub. But I didn't do it. Oh, no.
So I don't remember. Was that a Thick Boy Barstool collab? I'm not sure. This is YouTube.com/thickboy. So do you think that? Okay. I wonder if what's his name, Portnoy, was doing that because he was also mad that he was putting on a flyer without his consent. Barstool Sports consent to Rowdy. It's an unfortunate name, Rowdy 19. It's so funny when you see this here. It's like two of these people are definitely going to be there. And they're really good friends. And that Photoshop is so bad too. Anyways, let's see what else we got here, dude. That's just a little taste of an old dish we cooked up. It was a chef's menu item
years ago.
I need a fucking dinner towel.
I do too, dude. This one's called Papa is shaming his 9-year-old for eating something with fat on it. Or fat in it, rather. Yeah, to do that. Posted by who? Chin Puller Clips. Who else?
Tiger, not so much about us. If Tiger's eating fat, I go, we're eating fat tonight? Okay, that's fine. What's your workout? That's fine.
Wow. This is the guy that worked out and then got 3 nicotine pouches and worked out and become a 4. That was after. It's like painting a wall and throwing black on it. Throwing some tar on it.
Yeah, but carnivore diet, though. They don't say eating fat.
This guy, oh, by the way, 3 episodes ago, he's like, you gotta eat fat, it's good for you.
Eating fat. I don't even understand. Like, be more descriptive. What was he eating?
He's probably eating ice cream, something like kids like, you know?
Right. Yeah, probably. Stop eating ice cream. I told you, there's no ice cream.
Or whatever. There's no ice cream in Sparta.
There's no baseball in crying. So yeah, I mean, if you eat chips, that ruins the whole fucking thing that we worked out on. It's like I tell you, I'm training you to be a beast. What are you doing eating sausage salad? You gotta eat just salad.
Cheat meal, daddy.
Not in my world. Okay.
In what fucking sense?
Alrighty, so this is posted by Sad Adverta. What a badass, I fucking knew. What a legend. Tim Kennedy was spotted on the Maduro raid. Look at that. Wow, they unredacted his face.
And afterwards, he was like, just in case, he told the whole country Venezuela's address.
Yeah. You wanna take me back? He's in my fucking house.
Tim Kennedy's like, I had killed the most Venezuelans in an operation. No one had died in it. They just didn't talk about it. I killed like 20 of them. Like, kids. Sniped. The kids are already sniped too. I didn't even have to told. I really wanted to. There was one that was running around the building and I did a trust bullet thing like in that Blue Jays McAvoy.
Wanted. That's a deep pool. This is posted by Stone. Thank them for our freedom. Pentagon confirming tonight's operation involved insurgent of a single operator responsible for surrender and capture of Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro. It's regretted his lone operators are the special forces legend.
Like Tim Kennedy plans the operation, right? And it's all like a brilliant operation, but the one guy in the room goes, okay, this is a really great plan, Tim, but do we have to have a blimp or that has like, or a plane that has a flyer that says produced by Tim Kennedy that flies over after?
Yeah.
Just something stupid like that.
I like that picture a lot though.
It's like,
He's got a knife. That's the hawk screech daddy. What else do we have? Alright, it's just him with the gun and then with the remote.
That's the narrative.
Shout out to Stone Dude for that one. This is called, oh yeah, dude, I watched this one recently. This one's so funny. I didn't even understand it until the last time I watched it though. It's called the one statement that made Malik disappear. Called Posted by Chin Menudo Malik. Do you know what this is?
That's for being flattened for me. No, he's born with a fucking Mexican bell pepper for now. That is filled with cheese, jalapeno cheese.
It fits his face. Jalapeno cheese. Nacho cheese.
Why jalapeno? Like he likes cheese that's like jalapeno flavored or something like that. I don't get that.
It's a jalapeno popper, daddy. That's what you're thinking about.
Oh,
Jack in the Box.
That's what I meant to say.
I was calling him daddy. But Rogan said
I used to be fatter. That doesn't fit anybody's face. I asked him what the mall had.
So this is somebody's fighting this weekend.
If you're in a boxing, yeah, it's pay-per-view. No, it's not. It's on Fox. It's on PBC. Fox. I don't think it's pay-per-view. No, it's split. It's on you. I would buy that fight. I would buy it because I like it. My girl's meant to fucking. She was like, wait, do we have to pay for this? Yeah. I thought the vaccines get down with moms and dogs. Yeah, I told you. Yeah, I thought the PBC.
Areola, that's just your scientific name for the nipple.
Well, do you not get it? Okay, so here, I'll help you get it, because I didn't understand you. But listen to the show.
It's on Fox. It's on Fox.
Like instead of pay-per-view, I guess PPV is pay-per-view. I don't know what he was trying to say. PVC. Something boxing, dude. And then he said, I talked to PVC yesterday.
Yeah, I told you. Yeah, it's pay-per-view. Bro, I talked to BBC yesterday.
He's also roasting him. He's roasting him because Shab always has an inside source. I talked to them yesterday. And yeah, I guarantee but the Bob. Okay, so this is what I was doing late at night one night. Yeah, trying to figure out what Baba said. Right. So he mumbled something was looking real nice in there.
Areola.
He's like something like, I don't fuck with that or something like that. That's what I thought he said. You know, I don't like that.
Areola. It's just a fucking side to the
Papa's like, all right. See if you get paid. Yeah. See if you're here tomorrow. I'm pretty sure he said, I don't fuck with that, right?
Areola. It's just
I don't fuck with that.
It seems, yeah, maybe that's the sentiment at least. It seems like one of those things where he's
like a little nervous and he doesn't really say real words. He's like, oh, like his brain's not working. Yeah. It's so funny though.
It is. It's a good joke. You think you want a good joke? You made everybody laugh.
A 60 IQ person wouldn't find that funny.
You're scientifically for the nipple. Salad. Stand by my statement. Stand by it.
Papa sucks, man. Why he's not able to laugh or do something other than just like, I'm getting stupid. You don't get it? It's because you said PPC is not a real thing. And then they also don't have a contact with PPC. That exists. Account. Why would you argue so bad that it's not on pay-per-view or whatever when it is? Or at least admit when you're wrong. Like, just like it's so fucking weird, huh? Oh, you think it's a pay-per-view? Yeah, right. Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, I'm from Mexico. Yeah. That's what he said made any sense. It fits his face, that doesn't fit anyone's face. It's pay-per-view. No, it's not. It's on PBC. I don't think it's fair. I would buy that. I would buy that fight. I would buy it because I like it.
I mean, PBC could be like something boxing, right? It could be real thing.
Let's see. I mean, this would have so easily been fixed by saying, oh, my bad, I thought it was on whatever network, but you can't tell anyone they're right and he's wrong, so he's right. Malfunctioning the silence, which made it 100% Shut up, Robo Hips. Thank you for describing your You guys like your comments? Alright, this is Buzz by Danny Kaufman 2. Bubba compares himself to Lewis Hamilton's dad. I started watching this episode, and this is literally within 3 minutes of the episode.
Who's Lewis Hamilton?
No, F1. Oh, he's an F1 racer? Yeah. No, he's like some 6-time, 7-time F1 champion.
Okay.
British dude.
Yeah, his dad took out, and that's why his dad was like, listen, I'm busting my ass, make sure you have all these, you're talking about youth level. He's like, I'm busting my ass to drive you all over this. When I can't get to the car.
The only reason why I paused is like, can I ask who do you thinks he is first? Who did you think it was? I wish I would have done that.
I want to make a joke and say that he's, is it Anthony Hamilton's name?
Like
camp. Yeah, there's like, if I play the bottom, not really. You know, if your kid's a Ishmael, you gotta fucking whatever it takes.
So, Brian was talking about how his kid wants to be a racer. And then Bob was saying, like, look at me a tiger. He's going to be a baseball player. You know, you're thinking wrong. So he's also trying to convey to him how expensive racing is.
Okay, thank you for explaining. You said you're going to drift off.
Oh, you're ready.
His dad was like, let's just throw go-karts. But his dad said, listen, I'm busting my ass, you have to win. You gotta Same shit. I'll tell you the same thing. I'm performing. If I'm gonna dedicate all this shit, I'm gonna be out here sacrificing and lunches, dinners, and all the shit, birthday parties. You gotta do it. Otherwise, what do we do? Otherwise, play around. It doesn't. It's a concept of not making any sense. But what was making me laugh was so the idea there's this one kid, right? He's doing all that for just one kid baseball. So are they missing the other kids' birthdays? That's not funny. That's social media. This is real. Whose birthdays are they missing? It's a dinner. So shop is just because that kid's gonna do the rest of them. I'm just not there, not the go around. I'm counting. Yeah, no, this kid's half of this one. No, this kid's 6. Like everybody else. Go to work. That's the difference.
It's all that web achieving pole position can be an elusive dream.
If he doesn't succeed, it's probably too disappointing. And that's actually, it will be disappointing. But if he doesn't succeed, he will have picked up a lot of other courses on the way. Least of all, he will become hopefully a very successful, young, disciplined man. The one and only Lewis Hamilton, what does he mean to you?
It's amazing. I mean, I remember when Lewis was 6 years of age, messing about with, remote control cars around the back of our house. You always just hope that they're going to grow up decent human beings and become decent individuals. And that, for me, is the proudest thing. He's a phenomenal individual. Both him and my other son, Nicholas, probably two of the most amazing people I know. And hopefully they're inspirational for others.
Mercedes. Or no, he's not Mercedes. I don't know what team he's in. It's more of a race. I think they
Rabbi, who's that? They just like UFC. I'm glad it's really also my favorite vote. He has gone 5 years to show the agent was such as 10. So he's 39 followers. I'm just happy that I showed that I could be. Years ago, that's not see, careful me, you'll let you know most likes to be in shot. This is a career SUV. Ha ha ha. 2 men that will never make as much money as any actor on this show. So, you know how it is. It's just like Chris Cassidy. I'm on Cassidy's side. There's no fucking whistles and yelling. Trump said that he's got more out on him. That pitbull's getting huge. It says, I know Brent shots as if oh my god. That's what I thought, but I used to the sick bird testing. That's like, oh, is that guy calling it big? Yeah. Nice to start. This was 69. His name is the Switch. We should change our podcast name to Learn the Switch. Clips. JoJo's hair. Is this a parody and pure ridiculous personified? Oh, it's already out. You want to hear my forecast? JoJo made it in Instagram. She's having a podcast. She's going to make a podcast. Okay, good. It's going to be the JoJo shop in the background and two cheers. Style podcast. No mics. I'm a predictor right now. No mics. See, in the vein of Lewis Hamilton, I ask you a question as her dad, how proud you are. Like, what do you feel like about JoJo Shop's podcast or Instagram minute? Stop now. Oh, yeah. Stop now. See yourself perform it. As long as you're decent. I see them playing around podcasts, which is the name of the video. She's British. He's like so great for the narrative, like her dad's British. She didn't mix it all. Yeah, Chop saying that the mom can't speak English, her dad just British Stop making content so we stop watching your Guys, Georgia King here. Top 3 things that will guarantee that you stick to your 2026 New Year's resolution are. I literally don't know. Mine are not to be sick on your tired every day. Not to yell at my kids every 2 minutes. And 3, to
peptides, vitamins, all the flavor world, and energy drinks. That's all about you guys. I don't know what else. 2026 is shit hot, and I'm tired, and I want to see it out as we so cheers to 2026.
There are a lot of cases talking about peptides now. Yeah, you hear a lot of patients really like drugs. See, there always happens to peptides. I don't follow it. You know what I hear? Yeah, that's what peptides. That's not Addie's doing what she's doing right now. Maybe, dude, there's no way she's not on Addie's. It's funny to me. That's funny because I guess this before. They're not really producing good stuff. And it's not nothing about it. It's another symptom of Addie's. If I may. Oh yeah, that's maybe the joke, the ultimate joke that God is playing on you is that you think you need Adderall to make stuff. When you take it, it ends up being just off the wall nonsense, soulless. Yeah. We need to get that, and then it gets to the point where they're recording, and she doesn't even say her three things. For 2026, I don't want to be talking about, so I'm going to snort Adderall all day. Weren't you going to tell us the 3 ways to stick to it, and then instead of doing that, you told us sugar? Alright, let's see what else we got here, dude. I have to watch more Joanna, dude. She's got to stop. Maybe stop, Joanna. This one's posted by Zach Huffer. Chappelle opening for Matt Rife on his sold-out tour. Too bad he's not one of Papa's guys. There's another video of this of Chappelle Lacey's dad saying it. Everyone has like a dad being proud. Alright, this one's posted by the Charming Cow 1680. Getting enough credit. Happy New Year. This will be your the first one was like, the first one I go, I do that. And I just make a weird face. Yeah, because you know, you're fucking, I don't know, maybe some stuff in your throat. But then when he's like, it can't continue, it's disturbing. All this, like, that's way too much. Yeah. What the fuck? Are you on drugs or are you okay? Yeah, dude, this is Addy shot for sure. This guy is like doing Adam Sandler impersonation to Brian. Yeah, that's sad. Oh, that one's supposed to be Charming Cow 1680. I don't know how I feel about that. That's hardcore, dude. That's like homeless man on the street. He's doing Nikki, what is the Adam Sandler movie? Nikki the Devil? Nikki Bass? Nikki? No. The Devil. He's doing the little thing.
But again, it's that most of it. That's so
weird. I don't like seeing that. Let's not post any more of those yet. Let's see here. Papa forgetting his entire brand to fat shame son. Posted by Hey Mark Wigsky. I never watched this, but I'm assuming they're saying the entire thick brand. Or thick.
Not so much boss if Tiger's eating fat. I go, we're eating fat tonight. Okay, that's fine. You want your workout? That's fine. Eat to ride and ride to eat. The finish line doesn't consist of all fat. Yeah, but carnivore diet does. They don't say eating fat.
Yeah, I didn't think about that. There's a literal donut. Isn't there a donut on the shirt? No, that's true. Gringo Pappy is a different brand. I did wash my thick boy shirt over the weekend. Separate load. Pause. Okay. Yeah. Well, it's a little spicy.
We're getting deep in the weeds of Changs here today, dude. This one's posted by OzBoss99. You're my action star now. Ooh, I saw, I didn't see this one, but I saw the thumbnail for it. Been waiting on this one. Oh, yeah. Terrible. POV cringe action movie star that only speaks in cliches. Okay. Is this
So listen, that's one thing the most
Hey, Jax. I think I'm a girl tonight. There's still work to be done.
Yeah, if the work isn't right here on my phone, Miss McCann, I ain't interested.
Hey, Jax, you don't want to lose that jungle with those cities in the back of your hand.
Yeah, well, maybe God gave us calluses on the front of our hands because the back of our hands always seems to get us in the wrong kind of trouble.
From your headquarters to the president himself, sir. Thanks, Ray, by name.
Where have I heard that before? And let me guess, I've got full cooperation. I can take the clothes off and get dirty, get the job done the way I see fit, right? Yeah, until some mealy-mouthed politician with soft hands changes his mind and leaves me and my men out there naked for the wolves. No thanks. You tell the president, get himself another errand boy. Now take that starch collar of yours, get back in that Chinook helicopter, and get the hell off my farm.
You've got your order, sir. She hasn't got much time.
Why?
They know it's going to be bad as soon as it goes Spokane. It says Spokane. Oh my God, he can't help himself. And I was thinking, it'd be funny if you did that video, but instead of action star, it's just him saying horrible things. Like, the guy goes up to him, Brian, I got a message back from my girl, and she said she doesn't want to date you anymore. And he goes, I don't take no for an answer. Brian, the only times I wrote an article about you. It's probably true. I don't know. He's like, those bitches are lying. Women lie. They're my girlfriend now. They're my girlfriend. Sometimes we just say stuff we hasn't things. That's why I don't speak. Hey, Brian, the cops are outside. Make sure you get the car. Oh, God. Do you have my fake ID? Alright, this one's posted by Koi Fish. Wait, what is that? Those are churros. What is this? Bench Mari. I don't know Bench Mari. But I'm not. Oh my god. Well, you gotta have a fun time and throughout Tiger things. Oh my god. That's how much alcoholics is like drink all the Tiger things last night. Well, that's for yeah, that's raw too. That's gross. I've never drank liquor through a straw. Well, you've had a mixed drink. This is not a mixed. Oh yeah, okay. Liquor in your ear. That's fixed. It's not good to mix Adderall with alcohol. Okay, so this is about Battle 9416. Just because so inspiring, doing the things the right way, all natty me. Besides vitamins, better routine, not just calling your name. Wiggles and Joe. Wow, my peptides, bro. I take Western Charles in the morning. Be with the guy in the middle of the day. And every night I have chili on. But this is that, like, cold feet look into the car dealership. I probably shouldn't buy a Jeep right now. I hate that they do that. They're like, I saw some guy doing that. My nutritionist, my doctor, these are the peptides I take. They don't listen to me. I take yada, 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 boom, boom, clap, whatever the fuck. That makes sense. Be a human being. Oh, exactly, dude. I don't want any of that shit. I don't need to, whatever the fuck. Do what it makes me act like you. Pass. If Jeff died, the motherfucker has a toupee. Really, we told Joe, alright, the peptides help with his toupee. They help with this terrible humor. I will snap his fucking head. This is posted by Danny Kaufman too. Papa calls out Netflix numbers after he's off by 75 million viewers.
I'm not saying that this is Jake Paul's last fight ever. No. This is his most watched fight. He will lose this fight. Let's look at numbers from the fight. Netflix typically doesn't show numbers on viewerships. Viewership. They're saying they did a fake do if they're again. It's like with the Mayweather and Conor fight. There's no proof of any of that. There's also with the Conor Khabib fight, like no proof of any of that. Even with driving my son in small practice, right? That's big. There's no proof of any of that. Netflix either. I'm a little skeptical. Hip eyes remember that. Tyson's. I think Tyson's the most watched. But this is where the buck stops. Now, they'll say Tyson versus Jake's the most watched. Box so 108 million. Which is insane. Yeah, but so Joshua and Jake Paul did 33 million on Netflix. That's what it says, yeah. Good job. Good job. I like the ending pause, so I don't know what I forget the title of the clip because I also have great success. Box 108 million. Like the pause here is so. How's it for? Is it because 108 million is such a big number that's great to short circuits? He said it's going to be the most watched. I'm not saying that this is Jake Paul's last fight ever. This is his most watched fight. He will lose it. But even still, I don't buy that Bob Baker remembers they sent the doping. Yeah, come on. I think he literally just paused because he would pause with anything. He's like, what are we doing again? He forgot what show he's on. He's in a storage compartment. He doesn't know what's going on. He doesn't remember things and the other thing. He doesn't care if he gets something wrong. He gets stuff wrong all the time. He's gonna fuck yourself, kids. Guess what? I think my son's really small brain. He's a problem with that dude. I will snap his fucking neck. Pause. So Joshua and Jake Paul did 33 million on Netflix. Canelo and fucking Crawford, Jesus Crawford did 41 million. Remember that's paper. Even if it's not distraction, it doesn't matter. Was Crawford and Canelo, they were not Netflix, right? It's going to wonder how Netflix is counting view. Maybe they get all this is kind of bullshit. We really don't know. Those are facts. Yeah, nobody. Nevertheless, my biggest mystery I don't care. Bobby, please, one of all right, this is put by Easy E 123 2008 Buffalo Bills scout line team linebacker long ticket. Every fucking TKK episode is just heating the basketball and football to the kid who gets to do it. Everybody helping out, not rooting from the kid. Everybody gets it his way so he can score for the first time by roommates. Radio. Yeah, we're getting closer. Okay, warmer. Yeah. All right, let's see your team. This is worth watching, right? Izzy Plum posted this on. Have you seen this? No, we gotta get this. Soundboard sometime. Okay. Sometimes you need that dopamine. Others feel grown-ups and how it turns out. You never know. I guess you feel a little successful, like you get a little dopamine release of happiness.
Dopey is some dopamine. Dopamine sounds like a boxer that would fight Butterbean. His brother, Dopamine. Get it, roll. Dopamine. It's crazy that he thinks it's dopamine. Why would your brain
if you mess up dopamine, you wouldn't mess it up that way. If you're just messing up the word dopamine, you'd mess it up in a different way.
You would mess it up more intelligently.
Probably like dopamine or something.
He's like, I guess I should mention the dopamine that you get.
Dopamine. Oh, from the dopamine tree. It sounds like Jamaican. Dude, my dopamine reception off right now. Welcome to Jamaica. We have dopamine tree. Let me get to British Harbor. Hear me now, Brendan. You like bananas off the dopamine tree? Why? The dopamine gets you up, Steve. Welcome back to T-Fat K. I'm your host, Brian Kai, with my mind. The dopamine king, Brendan Show.
What
we doing here? Hear me now. Hear me now. What are we doing here?
Brian, you heard about Joe Rogan moving to Saudi Arabia?
Austin. Housetown. Welcome to Housetown.
This one's called Providence is so fast that the other dads wanted to disqualify him was by Dandy Coffee too. Isn't it like amazing how much content is put on this subreddit every week? It's wild. Dude, how did they do it? How did they fit it? How do we do it in minutes?
And for the relay race, they go, it has to be the youngest guy. I go, boss, he's the fastest in Texas under 7. So I'm perfect. And the dad goes, no. Boss can't do it, man. No, that ain't fair. Like, first of all, calm down. Second of all, he's younger than everybody else.
Let yourselves the fuck down.
Because he's saying Providence is a city in New England, so he's saying call it Providence. And the bitch is saying he's got that shop gene, so they don't want to compete, which is something that is a problem. You know, sometimes you get the genetics problem. Yeah, sometimes you don't get the dopamine. The rest of the dads don't have dopamine. They don't even care. Why don't they just do rank? Like, why are they doing it? It's okay, sure, that's fine for you. For me, it's different. I need, this is like for dad. I said different off the podcast. Because you're trying to say something serious. I use more words.
Folks, look at this. Let's try to break this down. Look at this move. Look at this move.
This was my chin menudo. You talk about yourself, Papa. We'll end on this one.
They don't count, they're gay. Here's the thing, they were kind of jacket. No, the braces are gay, especially in LA. Yeah, they don't count, they're gay.
Oh, no, that's not real, is it? Probably. Sketches. Shot 3D or TFK 3D Ronaldo Grenadier. It looks like he's in the main car shop. Oh, man. It's not looking good. That's your boy. That's your guy. Facts game. I thought you said Facts Clay.
Down, they're gay.
Was he taking pictures like this every day? Yeah, I don't know. It must have, because other people were doing it, bro. It's so funny to me, like, as anti-gay as he is, and when, like, Tim Dillon basically said it, he's such a performer, like, eccentric, kind of, not the most masculine dude of all time. And then to be gay, yeah, doing this and all that, it's like, bro, how many straws you got? Bro, you can have a bunch of gay friends, and instead you choose to be
Like Torah Achaz before all of the families, as long as you open up the Chatas high, that's what I know. All the Chatas families good.
I think that's it for Ching this week. I think we're pretty chinged out right now, dude. Yeah, no, we had a lot of Chings. Yeah. You know, I pray every night that God stops being homophobic.
Why is it covered? That's why it's
I don't think he's scared of gay people. I think he's scared that he's gay. That could be true too. Both ways. Papago's both ways. Alrighty, well, that's it for us, y'all. Have a great rest of your days. See you next week.
Then your mindset would play over. Well, why is that? Why don't we just say Dash on the Pasuk? Zos Torah Samincha, say just like by Chatos, this is the Torah of the Mincha, which tells you what the Mosai, that no matter what type of Mincha you offer it up for, the Halach is what? Because Mincha should be Kasher. Listen, again, I'm not going to say it. The Gemara said, the reason why, if you have Kavanah for the wrong covered Mincha, that the Mincha is still Kasher is why? Ma'aseh Mochich Aleh. Because you can see from the way you're offering up the Mincha, what type of mincha it is, which tells you that if all Kabbalah's mincha had the same process, and you had in mind for the wrong Kabbalah, then what? The mincha would be possible. But why? Why don't you make the same drasha by mincha like you do by chatos? And chatos, we say, zos toras chatos, as long as you had in mind for some chatos, even if it's a different kind of chatos, your chatos is kosher. Why don't you say the same thing by mincha? The pasuk says, zos toras mincha, say what? As long as you had in mind for the right type of food from some kind of mincha, the cover is going to be kasher. Yet the Gemara doesn't say that. The Gemara says the only reason why they cover mincha with a flawed mindset is kasher is because the aseha mochich and aleh and the idiot marhakim. And the Gemara says, "Here's what you have to say." So when we see over here that kasha by chatos and that's a flawed kasha. It's just a shitty word. So now what do we have to say? Chatos, Sheshach Amrashi is covered by Nachshon, was as this. If you shafted the carbon, you cover Chatos. On the condition that what? Like with the Kavanah, she is covered by Nachshon. That Nachshon, she is atoning for that. She is covered by Hainu Shinui by you offered up a covered Chatos with Shinui by the offer condition. That show should ultimately achieve only. Shada. Let's say why discussion is a switch case. I offer up. I want to give it. And we leave from the Shabbat, not Shabbat. Right? So let's say, so I'm going to have not Shabbat, so I'm going to offer up. I'm going to offer up a couple of katas for Nachshon ben Aminada. So let's say, what's that halacha? The katas is caution. Why? Kapara of the basin. Because ultimately, again, there's no kapara for the dead. What is that? Shin kapara of the basin. Hilchah. Look, Karina made the point of Kabbalah Moshe. Let's say, remember it even last week. There was an interesting drasha that we saw about Kabbalah Chatos. That the only time that she invited poses the problem by Kabbalah Chatos is right, is when the Shira Bailam, when I have in mind the Shech of Kabbalah Chatos to someone who requires the Chatos just like me. In other words, that if I go ahead and I have in mind that I'm shechting this covered chatos for Ruben, but Ruben is not kind of chatos, and again, what's when that was reading by chatos, that's not called shinui b'ayim. So the one suggesting over here that what was lovers, what was lovers now with Russia. That's now with Russia as I'm shechting covered chatos, and I have in mind that if you should Nachshon ben Aminadov, then what the Moshe said the covenant is kosher. That's not called the shinui b'ayim. Why is that not called the Shia? I said, why? Why? Because he's dead. Because Nachshon ben Aminadab is dead, and therefore again he's not chayiv. He's not chayiv in covenant chatos. And the only time it's called Shia by chatos is when I have in mind for someone else who is chayiv in covenant chatos as well. So remember this Bahama. So why do you have to do Nachshon ben Aminadab? So really what you're telling me is that if you have in mind to shech in carbon chatos for someone who is dead, that's not called shinui b'ayim in the chatos discussion. So why you bring up Nachshon ben Aminadab specifically? To which the Gemara says, how come Ashkelon kind of relates? So it doesn't use it because I have in mind for someone who is dead.
Just the biggest dick slinging pimp of all time. What? Fuck not, baby. Folks, look at this athleticism. I'm really gonna try to summarize this shit for you. Do you know the sickest motherfucker?
I'm now offering it up, but I'm shechting it. You should have in mind for someone who's alive who would have brought a couple of chatas like Nachshon ben Aminadab. Who is the person who has to bring a couple of chatas like Nachshon ben Aminadab? There was a certain amount of couple of chatas that's not brought for a sin. Who is hiding a couple of chatas, but not for a sin.
Look at this athleticism.
Was it a piece of yours? I'm walking up and coming chatas, but when I checked it, I have in mind for someone else also kind of coming chatas. What type of coming chatas? Not like my chatas, but a chatas like Nachshon ben Aminadab. We'll say, what's a chatas like Nachshon ben Aminadab? Sin offering that's brought, but not for a sin. We'll say, what's the case for someone who's kind of coming chatas, but it's not kind for a sin? What's that case? Remind you, chatas nazir, chatas mitzvah. We'll say, like the chatas offering of a nazir, or chatas offering of a mitzvah. We'll say, these are cases of people who bring a chatas because it's what mandates a chatas, but it's called a chatas, but it's not a real sin offering. So we'll say, what God seems to be saying is as follows. That if I go ahead and as I'm shechting my covered chatas, I have in mind that it should be the shame, the common Reuben. Well, what kind of chatas is Reuben after me? Reuben is a Nazir, or was a Nazir, and Reuben was in Silva. And he has a chiyuv for a chatas offering as well. We'll say that chatas will still be kosher. But one second, how do you know those things? We'll say these type of chatas are only called a chatas, like the only Reuben was in Havok, is having designation only of the as owners. Ella is Kahok. By the same Gemara, the word for these days, you have to think it. Amrad Mishnei the Mavot, there was a really go, really bringing up a case. Amrad Mishnei the Mavot, Kazas, Shachta, Al Shimofri, Kazas, Nachshos, will say, okay, revisit it again. Somebody checked it, having Kazas, right? So ultimately, again, putting the shame, Al Shimofri, Kazas, Nachshos, will say, what happens? I check it, having Kazas, and I do it, I have it in mind, that someone who is guided in Kazas like Nachshon ben Aminadab. So we'll say, what's that? Well, Shayla, why? Because Kratas Nachshon only. Ultimately, again, because the Kratas of Nachshon was ultimately is only. Remember again, that's a unique aspect. Is that one is only guided for Shinoi Bailing for a Kratas with what? If the Shinoi Bailing I have is for someone else.
G-boy, how you living, pal?
If I have Shinoi Bailing for someone who's guided Kratas, but it's not a Kratas like a sin offering.
G-boy.
Ultimately, again, my Kratas.
G-boy. 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 I'm talking to you. G-boy. G-boy, you gonna talk, big dog? What up, pimp? How are you? What up?
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. I'm talking to you. Yes, I can hear you.
I'm good. I'm good. Happy New Year.
To you as well, my friend. What's new? Yo.
Yeah, just trying to
Excellent, big dog. Are you going to go in any spaces today? Yo, dog. Your microphone. Okay, your microphone. So what's new, dog? What's new?
Just
In this case, I'm offering it up essentially as Chatas, which means what? As an Olah.
Dog, you're cutting out. What's up?
Muscle.
yeah, so just I currently I'm trying to work with. I said currently I'm trying to work with a project that
were offered up by the individual was the Chatas of Nashem that I said, which was a previous when we have the first biblically recorded case of Chatas.
Dog, I can't hear you. You keep cutting out.
yeah, and though yeah, I just started from the foundation.
So we'll say, so again, so
Yeah.
this is just so first of all,
So they were like,
first of all, it appears that Rav and
now
so also this passage by
we
the
don't have like
you could have two cases that also
so I'm just trying to help them push the project, you know.
Okay.
Yeah, because I thought about this and I was like, oh, I'm coming in. Let me see.
for the sake of an over, which will not work. But on the other hand, some section might have a conscience, and I have in mind.
Is it any better now?
Yeah, it's a lot better now.
He has to bring a carbon like the Chatas of the Naksha. I do what? Right? The Chatas of a nose, the Chatas of the solar.
Yes, it's better. Can you hear me?
Because that's Shiroi Violet, but that violet is also offering up the Shem Chatas, and as long as it's over Shem Chatas, it appears that the carbon will be touched. Amarab, Chatas cannot be shut to the Shem Chatas. That's not interesting. We actually saw this earlier. What happens? I have to bring a Chatas because I need to pay it. And when I go ahead and offer up the Chatas, I have in mind that it should be a Chatas for the sin of consuming blood. So we can remember, still a Chatas, but a Chatas for a different fraction. So also what's that? So Kayla plus the Shishak Machine Chatas, the Shin Chatas have a little public share. I said that lock is kosher, the Chatas is still kosher. Because why? Even though again, my Kabbalah is from the wrong fraction, my Kabbalah is from the wrong violation, which falls in the family of Chatas. However, the Shin Chatas does it, the Shin Chatas is sort of psula. What's that if I have in mind? What we just said before. And if I have in mind when I check the Chatas, then I'm checking my Chatas, the Shin Chatas does it, the Shin Chatas is psula, then the cover will be possible. I was that's a piece of shoe in Kodesh. That's kind of almost it. Because there was ultimately again, these Kabbalos had the status of an older, not the status of a Chatas. But it wasn't just a people like that. Boy, Rabbi, Chatas, Chatas, now it was this is so limited. What happens again? I'm bringing my covered Chatas. So I bring my covered Chatas. And what happens? I checked. So I went ahead and I ate them. So I'm bringing the Chatas for the sake of Chayr. I went ahead and I ate them like the covered Chatas. When I checked it, I have in mind that it should be a Chatas, the Shul Chatas Tumas Mikdash Mikadasha. For the sake of one who entered into the Beis Hamikdash in a state of ritual purity, or because of one, let's say, who consumed sacrificial items in a state of ritual impurity as well. So what's that? What's the status now? What's I watch this? So we're saying, so now, this is a case of where I'm going ahead and I'm offering up a common Chatas, but for a different fraction. So remember again, I ate Caleb. Now I'm going ahead and offering up the Kadosh. The shade must be pushed the Kadosh. What's that up? Miyamina Karis Kalosa. Also, this is that it's still a good of Karis. So it's the same punishment, right? So again, whether you go ahead and you eat Caleb or you enter into the base of the state of Kemo, it's the same Karis, and therefore I shouldn't tie you. Or therefore again, maybe the Karis still good. Or Yoma, Ein Kabua Karis. Oh, what's I watch this? Like Tumas Mikdash, the Kadash Shabosai, that is a cover older Yoma. So because it's an older Yoma, maybe again it's too similar. And therefore the cover is possible. The Racham and Rav Masli. So Racham and Rav Zulava, Kulo Fine, Kulo Mitsuba, Kulu Lepostla. Also ultimately again, each of these Kavanas ultimately again will be possible. Why nighttime was the first white line? Nighttime the Shaman also the Fatos.
Rabbi, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. What's up, big dog?
Yeah, so
and this is how we wrote it. Santos Shakta Amisha Bukuru Santos down.
Dog, I can't hear you.
but now I'm saying to like push the project. So I just said, okay, I just thought about it. Okay, why not push this project and if really like I do what I do, it's better like push project and be like,
There was a Rothschild casualty as follows. Santos urged Shakta Amisha Bukuru Santos to must condition the production. No. But say what happens if ultimately again but I shifted with the event to someone who ultimately again was what's that up? We are really close to Mosa. You may say that she is kind of courage. Just like the person who is able to courage to be good. Oh, Dilma ain't Kabuka Mosa. Or do you say no? Since you be doing it up to the come out to the older so therefore what? So therefore I'm not going to make that again. Not Kabua, right? Oh, Dilma, sorry. Come on, so since it's high courage, since it's high courage, ultimately the other publisher, because it's therefore there's no shooting. So you know that too much of the production is high courage. Maybe again, since too much production is a common glory. Therefore, it's not similar to my only fraction of function of production, which is the same. Therefore, again, this that was said, I'm not going to make that I have to bring a couple of matters for the sake of the consumption, ultimately get up from it, that I have a food, and that I have in mind for someone who is high, ultimately gets the best of my myself, use the content of shutting down. These started, on one hand, both share the punishment of colleagues, on the other hand, too much of the production is covered already, versus here, which is a fixed carbon, so that's a definition to be true and not ultimately again, most like bottom line of the repass of the newspaper. The repass is that anytime you offer up a cup of coffee, and there's some type of sugar, there's some type of disease from the exercise of all that, the process ultimately from the get will be the function. Whether that's vitamin, whether that's okay, anything in the exercise of all that, the process ultimately again will be vitamin. All right, I want to say good morning, or good Tova. A great Zichos Baruch Hashem to be able to begin this last week of Tafshin Pei Hey with learning together Mesechas Tzvach. And begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share. To thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, Vitos Mishpach of Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Shimon Drushos this year as a Zichos for Besoros Tefalos for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of. Did I not turn it on? Hello, I'm following the Torah, Benny Goldberg, Leah from the Shema, his parents, Abram ben Asher Pinchas from the Rafa, and his mother, Pega Rezel Bas Zeli, and the hopes that all the tefillos of our entire Kila and Klal Yisrael will be answered in the Eretz Hashem of these Yom Novan. Shmuley Libedinovitz, the Ilin Nishmas, David Flom's father, Rabbi Ari Flom, Rabbi Yitzchak Aryeh ben Hachavar Rabbi Yaakov Zitron Racha, and Gabi and Shannon Cohen. Le'ilui Nishmas, Gabi's grandmother, Eleanor Cohen, Elka Bas Binyamin Tzvi, whose yahrzeit is today. We hope them the merit of our Talmud Torah. All of the Neshamas Adonai, the families in the Talmud, all of those who need a refuah, Shavin Kidul, Kol Chole Yisrael, Kodesh Baruch Shemir Teshemir, all our hostages, the Shalom and the Karav, allow all these soldiers to be successful. Choma, say Yedayan, which is the Kemer Teshemir, all the Klaus for Ksilu, Chasim Torah. Well, so with that, let us begin. Today's daf is daf Zion. And tremendous credit to Berifka for getting us to the 2 dots on 7a. Itmar told us Sheshachta L'Shem told us Chaveros. So it's a very interesting case over here. What happens if Halacha L'Maisa? So again, a Tolda is shachted for the sake of someone else's Tolda. Now remember again, this is not. Did you not get that? You did. Good. So you're just talking during Shir. That's what's happening over here. Okay, good. So come on, people, get it together. So the Gemara says as follows. Remember again, this is not a case of Shinoi Bailim, right? The Shinoi Bailim is a little bit different. This is actually a very unique case. So over here, we're talking about a situation. If you look at Rashi says, Rashi says, Lo sheshachta Rashi is karpet b'al ba'alel. There's not something like the Torah is shafted ultimately again to atone for someone else who's not the owner. There is a Shinoi Bailim, ela Shinoi Kodesh. This is what's the case. Sha'isa Ruben Toda, or the Shinoi Toda, Eres, the Shachat es Toda, Toda Soshin Zeh, Toda Soshazeh. So those are very interesting days. In this case, we have both Ruben and Shimon are high of a carbon. Tell me just the example. The actual carbon itself is not going to be all that. But the idea is Ruben and Shimon are high of a carbon Toda. And what ends up happening over here is that Ruben, then they call him Shechting Ruben's Toda, or when he Shechts Ruben's Toda, he has in mind for Shimon. The difference is again, at the end, both of these individuals are highly sold up. When the coach shafted it, he shafted it for the wrong person. So what's the status? Straight up. So Rabbi says it's kosher. Krista says that it's possible. That it's possible. Now, what I want to point out is something very interesting. That in this case over here, it means not only the carbon kosher, but what? It's to satisfy the obligation of the particular owner. So Rabbi says totally good. The Krista says it's possible. Rabbi, listen, at the end of the day, what happens over here? The Toda was shafted for the sake of Toda. Mission accomplished. Ruben needed the Toda. So ultimately, again, 2 Todos get slaughtered. So good to go. Granted, there was a little bit of a mix-up in terms of who's Toda and who. Practically, it shouldn't really matter. Here's another Psula. This is what Krista Psula. The Shul is beginning in the Shkat Barina. So Krista says no, because at the end of the day, Halacha L'Maisa, the Krista calls this the Shinoi Kodesh. He calls this at the end of the day, in order to discharge your obligation as a carbon, the carbon itself has to be offered for the sake of the particular, explicitly the sake of the particular owner. So fundamental about focus. So since I'm Rabbi Menamino, so Rabbi says, how do I know? Everyone says, so I just want to point out, just in the same groups in this case, and a typical Shinoi Bailim. Right? In a typical Shinoi Bailim is Ruben is bringing the Toda, and the coin has in mind for Shimon. Now Shimon has no shaykhs to a Toda. Shimon is just a regular guy minding his own business. That's the typical case of Shinoi Bailim. What's unique in this case over here is Ruben and Shimon are both chayiv to bring a carbon Toda. So whereas, again, the carbon should have been shechted for Ruben, but shechted for Shimon. Rabbi says, listen, at the end of the day, it was shechted for the sake of Toda. Both of these individuals are chayiv Toda. No harm, no foul. We're good. Rabbi on the Yisrael says, no, that's not true. In order for a carbon to ultimately discharge the obligation of the owner, it has to be explicitly slaughtered for that owner. So, Rabbi says, how do I know that this carbon is kosher? So ultimately, again, Rabbi calls this pasuk, right? And interestingly enough, what we're going to see over here is that halacha l'maisa. So the Torah calls a carbon Toda shlamim. What does this come to teach us? It teaches us an important halacha, namely that if a Toda is sheft for the sake of a shlamim, ultimately again it's kosher. But if shlamim ultimately is shefted for the sake of a Toda, it's puzzle. Now, why is that? So why is it here? This why is it that if a toda is shafted for the sake of a shlum, it's good, but ultimately, again, shlumim shafted for the sake of a toda is puzzle. Very simple. Gemara says toda kruyi shlumim, because in the pasuk itself, the Torah calls a toda a shlumim. Ve'in shlumim kruyin toda, but ultimately, again, a shlumim is not called a toda. So I will say, but it's actually very logical. Because again, essentially, a toda is a category of shlumim. So therefore, if you go ahead and you chef a carbon for the sake of shlumim, the carbon is good. But to go ahead and chef a shlumim for the sake of toda is not good. Shlumim l'shem toda, psula toda, l'shem toda. So what can you infer from here? This. What's the disqualification? If you share a toda, if you a shlumim, shlumim toda psula. So what do you see from it? It's when you share for the sake of toda that it is possible. But what can you toda kshera? But if you share to the toda for the sake of toda, it's kosher. That sounds pretty intuitive. Rather, again, what's the ksav here? My love the chafrei. So we're not talking about a case where both Reuben and Shimon are both chayil, and you accidentally shech Reuben's toda for the sake of Shimon, and what do you say here? That it's still kosher. It says, "Lo, day, maybe not about the chavrei mai, but maybe it's only about its own toda." So what happens? There's a both side. And Allah says, if you want to cover the toda to be kosher, cover toda must be explicitly shechted for the sake of the actual owner. About the chavrei mai, but what happens if you shecht Reuben's toda for the sake of Shimon? Toda, perhaps the halacha is psula. So here, Rabbi wants to bring this whole proof, right? Rabbi wants to show that it's only datka when you shecht a shlumim for the sake of toda that it's possible. But if you were to shecht a toda for the sake of toda, so to speak, then it's kosher. What's the case of toda for the sake of toda? Oh, it must be Reuben's toda for the sake of Shimon, both the chayv and toda. That's going to be kosher. The Gemara says, no. Man, who says? Who says? Maybe the halacha actually is that at the end of the day, when you shecht, one person told it for another told it, ultimately again it's possible. If that's the case, if that's true, at the time Shlamim L'Shem told the psula, that instead of highlighting the case of Shlamim that's shechted for the sake of told, that's going to be possible, listening told the L'Shem told the. Give even a bigger finish. Because once I say that even when you shecht toda for the sake of toda, what's the case of toda for the sake of toda? I shecht Reuben's toda for the sake of Shimon's toda. Say that case is possible. And if that's going to be possible, then what? The kol shekin shlamim l'shem toda. All the more so, we'll say if you shecht the shlamim for the sake of a toda, of course that's going to be possible. So in other words, if toda l'shem toda is possible, then of course shlamim for the sake of toda is going to be possible. To which the Gemara says, no, I'll tell you why. Shalom L'Shem told that the day it's not true. The truth is, you really need to highlight the case of Shlamim for the sake of Toda. Why? The Gemara says, I would have thought, need the Toda, Shlamim. Since the Toda is called the Shlamim, that's what we just saw the positive word. Shlamim non Kuruyin Toda. Ultimately, again, Shlamim is also called Toda. I would have thought that this is a reciprocal relationship. Just as Toda is called Shlamim, so perhaps Shlamim is called Toda. And then Shachet Lahu L'Shem Toda L'Kshur. And therefore, Allah, when you end up shechting a Shlamim for the sake of Toda Asher, Kamash Malon, it is not. Kamash Malon, Allah will say, it is. So first of all, just the fact, the facts that we have. If you end up shechting for the sake of Shlamim, it's kosher. It's kosher. I will say, I remember again, general what does kosher mean? Kosher means the carbon is affected, but what? It does not count towards the owner's obligation. If you shecht the shlamim for the sake of toda, carbon is invalid. What happens if you go ahead and both Reuben and Shimon are both kind of carbon toda, and you end up shechting Reuben's toda for Shimon or Shimon's toda for Reuben? That's a machlokes. Yes, Rabbi says it's kosher. Rav Chisda says it's possible. Okay, let's go back there. Amar Rabba, double case. Chatos sheshafta l'shem chatos kshera. So what's the interesting case of here? So Rabbi says we actually saw this before. So Rabbi says, if you shechted a chatos for the sake of a chatos. Now, what's that case? If you look at Rashi in the wide lines, 4 lines in. Chatos sheshach l'shem chatos, kigon, chatos chelev, shenishchita l'shem chatos dam. So what's the interesting case? So let's say I ate chelev and I ate dam. It's a bad day. Right? I ate chelev and I ate dam. So that's 2 different common chatos. So what happens? Let's say, again, so I'm reading both these quotes, but they were mixed up. Right? So therefore, again, the Kohen ends up offering my chatos for chelev or my chatos for dam. What the law? Sheva. Ultimately, again, the covenant is going to be kosher. Okay, we'll see why that is. L'shem olah psula. But interestingly enough, if my chatos is offered up for the sake of an olah, it's possible. So we already saw this in Friday's daf, right? The Gemara quoted a pasuk, chatos hu, that a carbon chatos is one of those korbanos where if you have in mind for a different carbon, the chatos itself is invalid, totally invalid. So again, chatos offered up for the sake of a different kind of chatos. So again, I was supposed to go ahead and bring a chatos, ultimately again for chelev. But the Kohen has in mind for dam, ultimately the carbon is going to be good. But chatos l'shem olah, the chatos is going to be invalid. Says the Gemara, my time, what's the reason? V'shachat osa l'chatos hamrachmano. Ultimately, because the pasuk says v'shachat osa l'chatos. That's why because chatos has to have explicit intent. And therefore, his chatos is offered up for an olah, it's not going to be good. I've already chatos l'shem chatos nishkata l'shem olah psula. So Gemara says, Aval Merabah, chatos sheshacha ami shemuchuyev chatos psula ami shemuchuyev olah kshera. So we'll say another case of the angel's name. If a chatos was shechted for someone who is chayiv chatos, ultimately again it is pasul. But if it was shechted for someone who is chayiv an olah, ultimately again it's going to be kosher. And we'll say, now what's the case over here? If you look at Rashi says it's about 6 lines up from the bottom. So this is a case of shinui ba'am. This is a case of change of ownership. Let's say I am chayiv chatos. The Kohen has in mind, when he does the avodah, he has in mind for Ruvain. Now, interestingly enough, Ruvain is also chayiv chatos. So in that case of shinui ba'am, the chatos is going to be possible. But interestingly enough, if the Kohen went ahead and offered it up on behalf of Ruvain, and Ruvain's chayiv an olah, so ultimately the carbon is kosher. Now again, remember when we say kosher, what does kosher mean? Kosher means the carbon is that obviously does not count towards my obligation. So one says, what does this mean? My time was used. Very interesting. The chipra Allah kabir. So one says the concept that covered chatos says that the chatos will atone for him. Who's the him? The actual owner, and not for my fellow. Now the Gemara directions, when does the chatos only work for me and for no one else? When my friend is like me. When is my friend like me? The Gemara says, this is very interesting. When my friend is chayiv chatos like me, so ultimately again, my chatos will not work for him and will be possible. But however, if my friend has a different level of liability than me, then although the carbon will not atone for me, but the carbon itself will still be kosher. Fascinating meaning. Rabbi says, chatos, sheshachta ani she'enu mechuyev klum psula. We'll say, listen to this. Rabbi says, a chatos refers to someone who has no liability, not chayiv. First of all, introduce me to this guy. Like, I want to meet this fellow. Like, I'm going to call him Rabbi. Right? I'll have you to carry his stuff to that house, right? So can you imagine such a business that exists? So ultimately, the Gemara says, so Rabbi says, chatos sheshach hamisha inu mechuyev klum. So someone who ultimately, again, chatos shechted for someone who has zero liability. What's the halacha? Psula. The chatos is possible. I'm going to say why is that? Why? No such thing. No such thing. Like the shafted on behalf of someone who has zero liability. Such a chatos is possible because there's no such thing. There's no such thing as a person who will say, okay, it's good enough that I haven't violated any of it. I'm for sure going to have a doctor and say, Mama, chatos is a kapara.
Yeah, we're also gonna
The Rabbi said as follows: ultimately, again, Achatos, the most of these are actually very interesting halachos. That Achatos, ultimately, again, is mechaper. Achatos is mechaper. I'm Chai V'Yaseh from a Kavachomer. The most is very interesting. Remember, again, let's go back. Achatos 101. Because we already had this from our previous days, right? What's halacha by Achatos? Achatos is mechaper on what? Any avera for which intentional violation is unintentional violation comes, right? Unintentional violation results in Achatos. Now the Gemara introduces something very interesting. Not only is the Achatos ultimately mechaper on Taibe Jesus, but ultimately again Achatos is also mechaper on an asay. On an asay. Because we have a foundation of Kavachomer, listen to this. Taibe Jesus mechaperes, if Achatos is mechaper ultimately again Taibe Jesus, then ultimately again Achai V'Yaseh L'Kol Shekin. So what's a very interesting idea? If Achatos is powerful enough to be mechaper, then you don't worry about it. It's okay. Lucky I think an extra definition for you. It's good. So the Gemara says this about. The Gemara says ultimately again if Achatos is mechaper on Taibe Jesus, then Alachas Kol B'Kamas being mechaper ultimately again on Achai V'Yaseh. Remember, that was very interesting. So is that to say that halacha l'maisa? Is that to say that ultimately again somehow the liability for an assay is in the same category ultimately again as category? So Rabbi said, because remember again, Rabbi said that if you go ahead and what? If the coin checks the chatos, right? It's supposed to be for me, but instead the coin does it instead for Reuben, and Reuben is kind of chatos. Ultimately, again, that's test. Why? Because halacha l'maisa chatos is only the chatos for the owner. Now, what we infer from that is that if the other person sacrifices the same level of liability, that stops ranking out. I'm not going to do the whole law. But if the chatos is separate for someone's type of old law, we're just going to be enough, and it's going to be constant. And also, that's the point of the page. Even if it's the last Rashi says, Pablo, Rashi Menendez, that we're associated with each other, old law. Because obviously, being type of old law is not considered to be comparable to being type of chatos. Other days, so the Gemara says, Mikvah lo mechap, or mikufya mechapra. The truth like this, Achatos is actually very interesting. Achatos is not fully mechaper for an assay. Rather, kind of just like tangentially is mechaper ultimately for an assay. Very interesting. So Achatos which is much more focused with the precision type of kapara, or again, type of pieces. It kind of just on the side shows that it's mechaper. So that's not its primary form of kapara. Rabbi says it's also the second line from the top. Ain't no sunshine when she's gone. It's not home when she's away. Ain't no sunshine when she's gone. This long goes gone too long. Anytime she goes away. Wonder this time when she's gone. Wonder if she's gone astray. Ain't no sunshine when she's gone. This house just ain't no home. Anytime she goes away. I know. Making baby now playing alone. Ain't no sunshine when she's gone. Ain't no sunshine when she's gone. And we don't miss every day. to the rest of the subsequent.
Ain't no sunshine when she's gone.
And especially so just because I want to about the shita does not mean that I should include wrong kavana for the rest of the process. Tremendous muscle skill in life, in shiva, in yom. Sometimes we think that just because we made a mistake, focus on a particular irreversible power. It's not true. Just because I've made a mistake in certain ways doesn't mean I can't course correct later on. But one second, even if I course correct, I can't go back and fix the
biggest pimp of all time. Biggest pimp.
To our most favorite.
Ain't no sunshine when she's gone. This house just ain't no home. Anytime she goes away. And I know. Damn, I'm done thinking all day alone. There ain't no sunshine when she's gone. Ain't no sunshine when she's gone. And the darkness every day. Ain't no sunshine when she's gone. And this house just ain't no home. Anytime she goes away. Anytime she goes away. Anytime she goes away. Anytime she goes away.
And then even guys, these parents can go ahead and bring that carpet on his back. So so again, that's the case. If an owner can be brought after his death,
look who it is! Yo, dog. That's who I fucking wanted to see. That's who I fucking wanted to see. Dog, I was thinking to myself, boy, I hope this motherfucker comes in because I want to help him with his project. Alright, so you're serious about launching a coin, aren't you?
Yeah, I mean, I have pretty much everything ready.
No, you don't. You don't. You're not even fucking close to having everything ready.
No, the only like giant piece I'm missing, and you can't do anything without marketing and cryptos. You need to actually launch this thing too.
100%. But let me ask you this: you think you know? You big dog. You think you know? No, that's good that you got that done. But you think you know, but you don't know what you don't know. And you're talking to the king of marketing here. I'm like the Ronald McDonald of fucking crypto. Okay, so get this.
You didn't know about Twitter bots.
Dog, I know all about Twitter bots. Dog, I know all about Twitter bots.
Like the bot accounts.
Dude, yes, I do.
But I know a different.
Hold on. Before you put me down, of course I knew about it. And
I'm just chirping.
And of course, I knew. There's a section like you can say that you want to make your account. It's in the settings where you say I want to make my accounts automated. But what I'm saying is I've had 2,000 accounts banned. And the reason why they've been banned is because of inauthenticity. And so I just wouldn't want to. I wouldn't want to risk that. Now I have a message that I'm going to send you. And I send this to anybody who's launching a coin, and it just so happens that. So, like, you're gonna okay. How are you gonna help me? Okay, first question: do you have a link tree? Yes or no? Go.
No.
Okay. And in all honesty, that's what you need. When I Google merge coin, nothing shows up. But with the strategy I'm about to send you, you'll dominate. You'll dominate all the social media. You'll dominate search engines, and you'll dominate AI. And that's what I want you to be able to do. And so, I'm not kidding. I won't interrupt you. But please look in your Discord messages and just read my message.
Okay. I'm getting the full Nigerian spa treatment.
You are very funny. That's 100% correct. The full Nigerian spa treatment. 100%.
Okay. Gotcha. You can connect your Chat GPT and Sora and AI to your link tree.
You can do Sora. And the reason why I tell people,
oh yeah, Sora's a good one for video content.
Right. And what this does for you is fivefold. It allows you to promote yourself, promote your clients, get new clients, or in your case, new people to buy your coin. It allows you to dominate search engines, AI, and social media. And then, really importantly, it makes it very difficult to impersonate you. And like right now, if I type, if I type in merge coin into Google, nothing's going to show up.
Purge.
Is it Purge coin now?
Yeah. My username is Purge Crypto. The website is purgecrypto.xyz.
Oh, it is Purge Crypto. Apologize. Last we spoke. Yeah. Apologize. Okay, so Purge Crypto. When you type in Purge Crypto right now, nothing's going to show up. But if you create your link tree and you connect this different social media to it, and then what you do is you create like 10 short videos on Purge Crypto, AI videos, upload them to your YouTube Shorts, your Instagram Reels, and your TikTok TikTok. It'll help you to dominate in the algorithms. And then whenever anybody types in your project, not only are you going to dominate the first 10 results in Google, but you're going to dominate at least the first 30 results in Google. And that's going to get rid of any competition that you have there. And it will also be able to populate AI purposes, positive aspects about your coin. Basically, you have a clean slate to be able to teach AI on what you do, and you want to make sure that right off the bat it has a positive view of your project. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I do. Now this gave me an idea what you just said, because I mean, I'm not sure if a service like exists. Possibly, I know it does for your stream. Just managing like 30 different social media accounts is like difficult, and arguably when you're like really small, it's like writing your then at least with like the time management to do anything. So if there's a platform or service that actually posted, and I understand that each social media style of posting that you have to cater to, but perhaps with like AI or something, you would actually be able to create posts simultaneously across all platforms at once.
Yeah, so this is already done. It's called Hootsuite. Oh. There are some
well, that's good then.
Competitors.
Because
yeah,
I don't have to build it.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's just a monthly fee. It doesn't let you do like all 30 of these, but it would allows you to do the big ones: Instagram, TikTok, Twitter, etc. I've used them before. I used them about 7 years ago or so, and it's good for small to medium-sized organizations that don't have the time to be able to assign like one person for each social media platform, and they want to make sure that things are either launched in a unified fashion or at a certain time. And in order to do that, you can plan your marketing campaigns using, I mean, there are others, but Hootsuite, I think, is the dominant one. And Would it let you do all 30? No, but it lets you do like 12. I really think.
It looks be like a lot.
What'd you say?
Is the fee a lot?
It's like $20. Like they have different tiers. I think the introductory tier is something like $19.99 a month. And it will allow you to. I mean, you don't want those though, but what you do want is you want to have all of these. If your coin gets popular, you don't want to be saying to yourself, "Darn it, I should have got Purge Coin on YouTube, and I didn't when I had the chance, and now somebody stole it, and they're not doing anything with it, and I tried to contact them, and I tried to buy it from them, and they just don't get back to me." You don't want that to happen. I've seen that happen a lot of times, and so you want to beat everybody to the punch. Additionally, some guy in some country is gonna take your logo for Purge Coin, and they're going to put it on their own social media and start going around telling people that they're the dev of Purge Coin. So just be careful. You want to ensure on all these different platforms you have visibility. And
a Telegram, it's like especially bad for like impersonation because you can like copy someone's profile like literally identically.
Dude, I got
like their username. Like
I got fucked with that from Harry Potter Obama Sonic Caninu. They had this huge influx of people who came in there, and they had one guy who looked like a guy that I knew, and I started talking to him, and I got fucked. And it can happen to
anybody. Like they scammed you?
Yeah, and it can happen to anybody, and that's why I don't like Telegram. I just feel like I think you're the one who said it, or somebody else said it. That Telegram is made for a phone, and if it doesn't really have many protections in it. I tried to shut off my messages. You have to have premium to shut off your messages. It's like all this stuff is just. I'm not a big fan of on Telegram, but you're
I mean, it's got a funny feature now. You can charge like whatever you want just to like have people DM you. So if you're tired of like these random messages, crank up to $50 per message that someone has to send you.
That's true. I believe that's a premium feature though.
Oh yeah, no, it is. You're paying whatever the hell that costs to do that.
Right. And what then I don't like about that is like if I'm friends with people, it doesn't like I still have to pay. It's like, dude, shut the fuck up. Like I'll send you a message on Twitter. And I also don't like it's very easy to impersonate people, and you can't go to see their follower count or when their account was created. There's no data about it, and you can get fucked. I've known other people who get fucked that way. Fortunately, I didn't get fucked extremely badly, but it's worse than I would have liked.
It's built for scammers.
It is built for scammers, 100%. So, what you want to do though? Okay, so you want to create a community, right? And you've said it is an uphill battle to do that, but you can, and I can tell you exactly how to do it. And the way to do it is on X Spaces, and you have the time that you could build a community. And if you're like, okay, how many people could I get in this community? I would say you could get 100 people a month, and it's not just in a Telegram, but that's in an X community, and it's also in a Discord. And that's actually a pretty rate of growth if you are familiar. And will some of them be random Nigerian guys who are just looking for handouts? Absolutely. But some of them are going to be ape into your coin early. I recommend this absolutely 100%. Ensure that you have your community before you launch your coin. I know you've got everything lined up, but will fail 10 times more often if you launch the coin and then create the community, as opposed to at least getting a small base of people who are connected to it. Do you have a logo for your coin?
Yes, I do. It's pretty basic logo. I don't know. It's like the corporate minimalism vibe applies to crypto.
Okay, you want to send it to me? Do you want to send it to me so I can make fun of it?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just out with my dog right now. If you want to look at purgecrypto.xyz, you'll see it in the upper left.
Is it a website?
Also, I don't think. Yeah.
Why did you go with .xyz?
I've seen other crypto projects go with that, and it's like $1. And I also feel like it's like almost like a matrix code a little bit, like the XYZ. Yeah. Also, yeah, on Twitter with like if you're not paying for Twitter premium, or maybe not like the $50 a month one, but at least like the $10 a month one, it's like so impossible to like grow or get seen. Basically,
I mean,
like you're shunned out of the algorithm.
I can tell you
And
in 2
I
months.
had to pay like just to change my username to Purge Crypto. Like if you don't freaking like pay them now, you can't change your username to anything. You get some like random crappy like username.
I can tell you in let's see here, in 70 days I have gotten 3,300 followers, and I don't have a blue check mark. So
Wow. Then you must be making some engaging post or something.
I make no engaging posts, but I'm the best shiller on.
Yeah, I know. I've seen your follower actually. I also see like your Twitter space, but
nobody goes to
I don't
it.
know. Do people join sometimes?
Yeah, dude, I had 200 people in there like 4 hours ago. But that's because
in the Twitters.
100%, yeah. But 251, I think. But that's because I had a guy from Nigeria come in there and bought it for me, and that's how that works, and that's how it's gonna work. Okay, so I see your thing. It's black and white, Purge Crypto.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, I had a lot of people in there earlier today, and but if you're gonna compete on X Spaces, there are all kinds of ways to game the system, and to game the system, I would not recommend what I do, which is, I mean, I have 24/7 X Spaces since February 14th, 2025. Like, I'm nearly a year into X Spaces of 24/7. Nobody does that. It's like a huge amount, but it's basically like a really long podcast, but except my spaces have video, and like very few spaces have video. And the reason why my spaces don't succeed are a few reasons. One, the account with which I use to promote it is only there's like 50 followers. I don't use my big account for that one. Secondly, there's no real start or stop to the space. I mean, there is, but like it's like always going. So it's not like, hey, join the space. Like I don't like generally like promote it at all. And so I just get this like small group of people who know about it. But there are a lot of people who say, I see you are everywhere. I had a guy come in this morning and was like, you're everywhere. Like wherever I go on the internet, now that I've seen you, I see that like you're there. Whether it's like in random Discords I'm in, or on X Spaces, or hearing you shill. What I'm saying to you, Riser, is that you can, if you want, get 3,000 organic followers in probably about 3 months or so. I mean, I'm not going to say you're going to do it as quickly as I do, but you will get it. I think you could. I think you really could, especially because you have a project. I mean, I've got a lot of things that people have to overcome before they'll follow me. I'm not a project. I'm a dealer. A lot of people don't like you're just a regular project. You're just like, hey, follow me, I'll follow you. That's a really great way to get followers, though.
Right, yeah. Just sending DMs with follow, but
no. Sending no DMs for follow. That's how you get your account banned. Absolutely no DMs like that. What you do is you go into a shill space and you say, "My name is PurgeCoin, and I first and foremost want you to know if you send me a follow, I'll follow you back. I want you to know that we are a groundbreaking, state of the art cryptocurrency that is changing the game. Here's what makes our cryptocurrency different than everybody else's cryptocurrency. We are going to unite all of the crypto, whether it's Bitcoin or Ethereum or Solana or XRP or even your small little altcoin. Our goal is to eventually unite them all under one umbrella known as PurgeCoin. You can check out our website, purgecoin.xyz, to see building. We have a community on Telegram. We have a community on Discord. Please feel free to join them. We're going to be having a launch very soon, and we want you to be a part of it. We want you on the ground level. If you have any interest in what we're doing, send me a follow, send me a DM. I'd love to connect. That's what you want to say, right?
Yeah.
And
that was good.
And that's how you pitch yourself. And then all day, whenever you have time, you type in the word shill into your iPhone, and you'll find a bunch of different shill spaces. And then you go into them, and you wait patiently, and they'll let you up and speak. And I can tell you, like, I'm friends with all the shill space people, and so I can certainly tell you who they are and how big their spaces get. But like, there are a couple shill spaces that they have that every time they have one, they have 600 to 1,000 people in them, and every time I shill, it takes me maybe 20 minutes to answer all the messages that I get, maybe 10 minutes, but sometimes 20 minutes, depending if it's really big. And I have to follow so many people back that Twitter has to slow me down. I usually have to follow back like 25 people every time I go into one of those really big spaces. And then I get a ton of people who join the Discord. Literally, as I'm shilling, people are joining the Discord, wanting to talk to me, realizing that I'm in the same call they just heard me and shilling at the same time. And I have to mute them and then come back and make sure that they know what I'm doing. But just overall, that's the strategy that I've used. And I don't even do it to get as many followers as possible. If I did, I would be just constantly following. You can follow like with the regular account up to 100 people per day, or with a blue checkmark account up to 400 people per day. I would be just maxing those out, but I don't. I really just have a strategy of, if I go into a space and it's like a small space with like 30 people, I'll follow as many people in there as I can until Twitter says I can't follow anymore. And then when they let me come up and speak, I say to the room, I've done my best to follow every person in here. If I didn't get a chance to follow you, I'd appreciate the follow back. I'm the king of follow backs. I'll do anything I can to follow you back. I'm Rabbi Rothschild, if you don't know who I am. And then I just go into what I do. And
yeah, no, I joined a space yesterday, and there's like 150 people in it, and then I just requested to speak, and they're like, "Purge crypto, you have something to say?" And I was like, "Oh, yeah. I mean, I don't really want to like spill my token, but I just want to like get your input on my project." And then I said kind of what the project was about, and then for like maybe like 10 minutes, people were asking me questions, and I was telling them about the reserve ratio and what that meant, so token prices, and then I talk about like what happens if I sell. Like, well, there's like one pool, like a standard open market pool, and then there's like a vault pool, and there's like a price difference between those. I like balance them out and just answered a bunch of questions about it. My pitch was not the smoothest pitch ever, because like when I saw like the 157 people, and then they're like, "Oh, you're talking now." Like, I had like, I'm not great at public speaking. I mean, after the initial adrenaline rush, then I was like calm, and I was like, "Oh, if I had to do this again, I'd be like way better at it." But
you do get nervous. I can tell you that after doing it just for 2 months, it's easy. You get through that. I do get nervous occasionally. But not really. I mean, I do 600 people. I know.
If Elon Musk was in this space, would you get nervous?
I would be.
Or would you get more excited?
I would be excited. Yeah, I would be excited. Like, I can tell you, The there's the guy, I think you've heard him. I know Zoot knows him. Fiddy.eth. Um he's one of the Kardashians' neighbors, next door neighbors. Um he when he followed me after one of my chills, it made me realize like, well, he's just like anybody else, but he's really well known in the crypto space. And if they like what you're doing, they're gonna follow you. They're gonna, if you come across as honest and entertaining, and I know my pitch is, um, and look, if you want to be successful, I was talking to somebody about this morning, and you want your project to be successful. If there's any amount of money that you can spend, um, I would spend $150 on 10,000 X followers. That way, your account looks major. It looks really impressive. And then you don't have to go around saying, please follow me. And any space is going to let, when you have that amount of followers, you're going to run into issue where if you only have like 45 followers, they're going to be like, yeah, are you a scammer? We don't know who you are. You need to have more followers than that. But if you come in with 10,000 followers and the going rate, at least, I mean, like, it's 10, they have a sale going on right now, like 60% off or 65. So it's 10,000 is $150. And then what I recommend people to do is they have another service that every time you post for like $15 or $18, every time you post, you get 100 likes to every single post that you post from now into the indefinite future, meaning as long as this website's going, and it's been going for 5 years. And then every time you post for like another $20, you get 100 reposts. So then you don't ever have to.
That seems like a violation of authentic. Isn't it like not allowed to rig? Like in Reddit, you can't just do that shit where you like upvote and
yeah. I mean, I can
use a bunch of accounts to promote your shit.
I can tell you, I use this service for my Twitch account, and this was like 5 years ago. I bought 50,000 followers, and I still have 50,000 followers. I used it for my Instagram account. I bought 10,000 followers. I still have 10,000 followers. I bought it for a lot of different. I mean, it's like really good. And usually, when you buy a service like that, all of the followers go away, but not this one. They have stayed and they've stuck and they've maintained the way that I've wanted them to. And I can tell you that even this Discord, I'm pretty sure I used this service for this Discord. When I first started this Discord, I bought 1,000 followers, and it's. I would say the Discord followers are a little different because people can leave your Discord as well, but they were real organic followers who came in here. They were real people meeting, and that's how I got the first 1,000 people. And people come and go or whatever, so maybe that number has gone down slightly, but it's the best service that I've found. And
I do think that like following, like, I mean, you're not gonna get a one-to-one follow back ratio, but like I follow maybe 60 people and I have 30 me, and on my other account, I follow like 900, got like whatever 100 or I think it's less than that, but
yeah, 10 to 1.
Just following people, like straight up following people, and also like I guess being generous with the like button too can help. Just they'll go to your profile, and if they see something interesting, they might be okay.
Yeah,
nice.
I think going to people's follow space, just going in there and following, I think it allows you to follow like 20 people before it tells you to slow down. Of those, I'll get 10 back. I'll get like 50% back. In ones where it's follow for follow. In these Let's Grow Together ones, it might be 5 to 10. So I don't think you should feel bad if you're only getting for every 10 that you're doing one back. You have a small account. Nobody knows who you are. Not yet. But once they start hearing you, they will. Are you interested in So you really want to build it like this? It sounds like you do.
Yeah, can I tell you about, on my today's agenda, yesterday I made like this bait Reddit post basically that was like, oh, like there's just too many coins and, like eventually like they're going to merge, right? They have to merge. It's just like way too many coins. And then it was like, prove me wrong. And then I got like a bunch of responses, and then to like each like their replies, I would just like cater this like shill post.
That's good. That's a smart
And so
strategy.
I want to do that today, but I'm gonna do it with like a post that's like, can you tell me coins that don't have a pre-mined supply, that aren't controlled by the dev, and that aren't like ruggable contracts? And then I'll get like a bunch of replies to that, and I'll be like, oh look, with Purge is actually literally impossible for rug because there is no pre-mine supply. It's like only created when value is deposited, and blah 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 blah. So that's like one strategy apparently that is somehow working, and it also works if you have like another Reddit account or multiple. This is where it's like illegal because you're like totally spoofing it, but you get like some other account be like, oh wow, this is totally like Purge or whatever. Sounds exactly like Purge, the project that no one's heard of, and I'm totally not affiliated with it.
Have you gone to ChatGPT and asked it about if there's any coin that already has the gold that you have?
I did, and it said no, but in the Twitter space that I was in where I chilled, I was like, oh, this is exactly like Control Coin, and then I looked up Control Coin, and the chart totally rugged, and doesn't mention unifying cryptos at all. It doesn't mention the goal at all, and yeah. So possibly there are some out there, maybe, but
okay,
they're definitely
let's look it up.
They're definitely not succeeding to the point where it's like, oh,
Everybody
there's been a clear cider in the world, and thinking about this more and more because I'm like, I don't know if this idea is worth it all, basically. But to my knowledge, on like the surface, basically, like to me as like I've been in like the crypto market since 2017, which is nearly like 10 years now, and just like it hurts my brain when I go on Twitter and on every single post, it's like just people shilling their animal coin. It's like, oh, buy donkey farts, buy moon cat, buy
unicorn fart dust.
Bug. It's like, but underneath like this illusion, basically, it's like they're the same contract. Maybe there's some like differentiator of like a burn or something, but they're basically all the exact same. On Pump Fund, literally the exact same contract of 1 billion tokens, same bonding curve. There's literally nothing distinct except for this quote unquote meme or something. But to me, the meme doesn't need to be exclusive because right now it's like ridiculous. It's like everyone's like a Costco representative, and they're all going out selling like Costco merchandise of some kind, but they're all just claiming to be like the real Costco. It's like the if you've seen like the Rick and Morty episode, or like where he gets cloned and there's like another Rick, and they're like, well, I'm the real Rick. No, I'm the real Rick. No, I'm the real Rick. It's like you're really like the same thing, just trying to, like just obsessed with this division because we live in a world where apparently it's impossible to have a spaghetti meme coin and a strawberry meme coin and a cat on the moon meme as I don't know, whoever that was, like Aristotle or whatever, claimed like whole is greater than the sum of its parts. And I believe that, it's true if we're actually able to come together and get rid of this like illusion of like separation and join forces. It would be in everyone's best interest. Purge is not trying to like destroy coins. It's trying to make them stronger, essentially.
You're right. That is attributed to Aristotle. Okay, so let's say I have a coin, and I like Purge coin. Let me say I don't like the name, and here's why I don't like the name. It's a negative. To purge something is like a negative, and it also sounds like throw up. Like when you purge, it's like throw up. So I'm not saying it's the worst name ever, but just know that like from foreign
sage or something.
Well, from just
the negative energy.
From just foreign. Okay, I mean that's fine. From to foreign ears, it's just it doesn't. But it's not bad.
But my thinking behind that is that like, I mean, I agree with you. It's more of like the negative. A little. I mean, technically, there's no like negativity associated with the word. It's just our injection of meaning into it. But yeah, like I call it unity or togetherness, coin, or something like that.
Why didn't you go with that?
Like when you see the word unity, you think, okay, that's great, coming together. But why do you need to unify in the first place?
It doesn't matter. It's already positive. It's already positive in my mind. Like a unity, it's already positive. That's great. Purge coin has three things going against it. And I'm not saying you can't use it. You're using it, so go with it. But
I haven't deployed yet, and I'm open to changing it.
Okay, so purge means throw up in English. Purge means get rid of the bad, and also there's like The Purge, that movie, and that's like kind of a scary connotation to it.
Yeah, but I mean, just in the get rid of the bad, that's basically the meaning that I'm talking, because there's just much saturation.
That's true.
Someone needs to vacuum it up.
Okay, so maybe I misspoke. Yeah. It's getting rid of something, not necessarily the bad. Purging is getting rid of something, which is negative.
I mean, why wouldn't it be positive if you're getting rid of something negative? Isn't that positive?
It is, but just to foreign ear, getting rid of something is not as good as getting something. Adding something sounds better. Now, I know what you're saying. What if you're getting rid of something bad, but you have to add the second half of the connotation for it to be. I like your logo.
Yeah, I suppose. But I mean, I also think that like crypto is predominantly kind of like a male oriented space. You know?
Oh, it is.
And I think that potentially other people would resonate with the idea, because it also, like, there's a concept of like, you know, like a positive headline get seen by ghosts and swept under the rug, where if you polarizing headline in the news, people gravitate towards stuff because it's so polarized.
Think about this. If I have 10 coins in my wallet and I have to get rid of one of them, and what's called purge coin, the first one I'm going to get rid of. Subconsciously. It's called get rid of coin. Like purge is like get rid of something. And so it's like first thing I'm going to get. You get what I'm saying? I'm not saying.
Fair enough, yeah.
I'm not saying.
I understand. You want to have a message like as direct, I guess, and I guess positive in this case because it's crypto.
Exactly. Why not merge coin?
merge isn't bad, honestly.
It's not. In fact, that I thought was your idea. Maybe I just misheard you say it a couple of days ago or whenever.
No, I did have the alliteration of like merge with the purge.
Oh, okay. Yeah, something like that. Merge coin's great. Unity coin or Unify coin, I think those are great. That's been done like 1,000 times, but that doesn't mean that it can't be good. But still, Purge coin is not the worst of names. It's not Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic, Teninu, and we see how that's done. But
I mean, that I personally think that means like Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic, Teninu is what you would do. Is, in my opinion, the point when it's just over the top, ridiculous. Just like these like silly legends of like horses or something like it. In my opinion, does not. It's not ridiculous.
I get that.
My personal taste.
I get that. Okay, so have you thought of a
merge purge?
It's not bad. I would just go with merge though. But something like that rhymes with coin or token. I don't know if there's a good word for it. If I had to name it anything, ideally, and you just were starting from scratch, and I know you put some work in this, but like you said, you're open to it. I would use Unify, Unity, or Merge. Those are probably the top three. I think that.
Yeah.
I mean, what about just like Unicoin? That's a good one. Unicoin, that's like unicorn, but it's like a coin. That's a good name. Unicorn is the best name. That's the winner.
I like it. I like it. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, part of the I guess why I picked Purge and not like Unify Coin was because, like, in my mind, it is like the mission is to purge and get rid of all these useless coins. Like that is like the goal. And obviously we're doing that by bringing communities together and teaching and informing communities that it's much better to work together than as individuals. Like every cell in our body is not competing to be its own separate organism. It's all coming together to create your experience. Same with countless other things. It's why way back when we formed tribes instead of just individuals trying to go out and survive individually, we figured out that, hey, working together much more efficient that way. Who would have thought, you know?
Absolutely.
But I do hear what you're saying, and ultimately I want the community to kind of gear the ship to where basically everything in the protocol is basically going to be subject to community input, and their suggestions will be implemented ultimately. So rebranding or whatever, I mean, it's kind of difficult to rebrand a coin a little bit. I don't know if people even do that. Companies sure do it sometimes.
Companies do it, yeah. Usually people just pump it up the coin and start a new one. Unicoin, definitely a coin already. And it looks like they got into some trouble for defrauding investors of $100 million in 2025.
Oh, the successful
rug pull.
They literally got away with $100 million.
Yeah, exactly. If you could, I mean, I even think if you're gonna hate this, but unicorn, I think is a really good name too. The unicorn.
That sounds like a shit coin.
You're right.
You had me at unicorn.
It does. If you couldn't get that, if anything unicorn and a unicorn as its mascot, or just be something totally generic and corporate, whatever one you want. To me, just as an investor, it's purge. It's like already telling me get rid of it, and I get what it's supposed to do. I'm not saying that the idea behind it isn't good, but the name already tells me to get rid of it. It's got the negative connotation of the movies, and it's throw up. It's like a vomit coin. Purge coin is in a lot of ways, and I get what it's supposed to do. It's supposed to get of all the bad stuff. I get, but that isn't really. That is what it's supposed to do, but that's not the message it's giving. You want merge
Should
coin.
it be called anti-purge coin then?
Oh, it should be called either unicorn, this, and you just compete with this other one. It would be merge coin. I'm sure there's a merge, but that tells a story of what your coin is doing better than merge coin. But nevertheless, okay. So we'll just use the term purge coin because that's its name right now. If I have, let's say I'm a dev of Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Enu. How do I get involved with purge coin?
Yeah, I mean, the first kind of step is, are you talking just from like a technical standpoint,
Yeah.
or
How do I?
ideological standpoint? Because I think first it's more of like a perspective on the market that you have to really align, recognize, and resonate with.
No, not what I mean.
But if you're talking about like how to just turn the coin into purge coin,
Yes.
it's a layer 0. We're using layer 0, multiple different chains, including Solana. Any coin on any EVM chain or Solana can be, in like one click of a button, turned into purge. And
so aren't I really just selling my coin and buying your coin?
Ironically, yes, but because it's not like a pre-fixed supply where like most coins, there's like a supply that exists and you're basically living on a prayer trying to make that coin have value already. This coin, every piece of value that gets put into the system, the coin is reflective of value that's put into the system. There's no excess weight that it's lugging around. It is ironic saying that. Yeah, because it literally sounds like, oh, sell your crappy bong to buy my like happy bong.
Exactly.
Which is what all the other coins are doing, but this one is like, in order to actually combine, think of what we're doing. Like, we're combining all the coins into a single coin. So in order to do that, we're not just saying buy this coin with a fixed supply. We're saying deposit your value from all these different coins, and then this coin has a bonding curve that will accelerate and grow as that value comes in from all these different chains.
Do you know that purge coin is already a thing?
Oh, I mean, it's basically impossible to come up with a name that hasn't been taken if it's in the English lexicon.
No, I get that. Yeah. Have you ever? You're gonna hate this idea, but I think it's something that could work. You're gonna hate this idea because it's very much like Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Enu. That's not what you're doing. But have you ever thought of a name? Like, you're going with one word names, and I'm not saying that's bad, but like, we're running into the issue. They've all been taken already. Have you ever thought of a name like the best cryptocurrency in the world or the best cryptocurrency ever? Because let me say why.
I feel like
Let me say why.
Okay.
You'd be able to probably get that on .com, and you'd probably also be able to market it, because that's really what you're saying your coin is the best cryptocurrency ever. And people would be like, okay, why wouldn't
I call it the best in the history of the what's that saying you always use? In the history of time or something? Or like every time you hit like a mini golf shot.
Oh,
this could possibly
be
be
the greatest shot in the history of humankind.
Yeah.
In global history.
Global history, yeah. Yeah, that's what it should be called. This is possibly the greatest coin in the history of global history.
No, it'd be the greatest cryptocurrency in global history. TGCITGH. Whatever you'd want to be. But basically, that's what you're saying your coin is. So why not just say that's what it is? That gets my attention. It's long. I get that. But its name is like the best name that you could have for a cryptocurrency. Whatever you want to make it, you can make it. But I'm saying that if I couldn't get Unicoin or I couldn't get Unity or Merge, or maybe those were taken, I would try to get something long that is kind of funny, that sticks in people's heads. That's another great thing. If I'm looking at my wallet and I have Purge Coin and I have the greatest cryptocurrency in global history, which one do you think I want to keep?
Yeah, no, I honestly, I think that is a very, it's a very funny, but it works. I think that would work.
I do too.
My only like possible stipulation would be like that, like we're not trying to be like a funny, goofy meme coin, you know. But but I do really like the name. That's just my only hiccup is just like how serious do we present this project? I mean, like it's like essentially like a aggregation of meme coins, which are basically like goofy coins anyway. So maybe we should take that goofy name approach.
I think you
could. I don't know if that signals to people that it's like a serious project over just some random goofy coin that there's like a billion of.
Well, everything has something, you know, dogs, the cats, all that bullshit, the monkeys, the apes, everybody's got that. And everybody's got Unicoin and Merge Coin and even Purge Coin, as we've seen. But you could say the greatest cryptocurrency in global history is a funny name with a serious mission. We want to unify all of the coins that are out there, everything from Bitcoin to Ethereum to Solana to XRP to those altcoins that you have in the depths of your wallet that have been rugged. The goal of the greatest cryptocurrency in global history is to unite them all. And that's why it's the perfect name, because we are here to unite all of the cryptocurrencies. I mean, it's just how you market it, but you'd be likely able to get the greatest cryptocurrency in globalhistory.com. You don't have to go with XYZs. You'd be able to get the cryptocurrency, like you could market that, and then nobody else has that name, and then you're going to start to dominate stuff. And it just sticks out in your head. This is the best one. I mean, like, you're already saying it's the best one. Like, you can't get a better name than that.
Priming people already from the start.
Exactly. You can't get a better name than that. Now, I get it. I get what you're saying. It's long and it's kind of funny. So it's like, well, is this just a shit coin? But that's where you market it. And you make sure people know that it is not just a shit coin. And you could make your ticker whatever you want to be. Unicoin or all of it, whatever the anagram is of it, the
GGCGH.
You don't want to go with that. You want it to just be we are $, or we are whatever we're at, Bitcoin, or we're at. One of the reasons why Harry Potter Obama's works is because it's at Bitcoin or whatever. It's money sign but Bitcoin. and you could make that decision for whatever you want that to. But the greatest cryptocurrency in global history, that's a good name. And I'm just saying to you, this is how I market these things. I pretend that I'm first grade, a class of first grade, and I have to, that's who my audience is. That's basically who your audience is in cryptocurrency. It's that kind of thinking level. No, it's true though. That's what.
It's not a biotech company.
100%. It's. Do you want the dog? Do you want the unicorn? Do you want the monkey? You know, like if it gets really technical, they don't want that. It becomes unattractive to them. You want like the lowest common denominator of purchaser. You want something that's really simple. And so if I explain to a first grade class, hey, you can have something called the greatest cryptocurrency in global history. If they understand those words, they're going to know that that's a positive thing. And the thing is, when you go into a space and you go, hi, everybody, I'm the founder of the greatest cryptocurrency in global history. That is that you're going to get everybody's attention with that, as opposed to going, hey, I'm with Purgecoin. I'm the dev of Purgecoin, and our goal is to unify all of the cryptocurrencies. And people are like, okay, what's the name again? They already know the name. They'll be able to tell you the name back to you. Oh, this is the guy. This is the greatest cryptocurrency in global history. The name of the project is the greatest cryptocurrency in global history. And the reason why it's an important project is because our goal is to unify all of the cryptocurrencies. Like, that's a great name.
You know what? I think, yeah, I feel like you've sold me on it. I do really, really like it. And yeah, I mean, I guess you're right from like the know your audience, like first grader point of view, because literally it's like, it's so, the coins I see are just like, man, you didn't even try to be creative. You didn't even try a little bit.
Didn't even try.
It's like mushrooms. Okay, you made a mushroom. Why does it have $2 million worth of volume?
100%. And the NFTs are even worse. The NFT world is even worse than the crypto world, as you know, where it's just like, oh, we're the X, whatever. It's like name an animal and name an adjective. We're the super dogs. We're the crypto cats. We're that's everything.
Pudgy penguins.
Pudgy
penguins. $4 billion. I honestly, they did something right. Apparently, some marketing team behind that.
Yeah.
It's like they're on Amazon selling plushies. They're like in Walmart. It's like, it's crazy.
That's true. You should take that name, and I would even change it. I wouldn't call it the greatest cryptocurrency in global history. I would just greatest cryptocurrency in history. You don't need to use global. It's just,
why not?
Because global history is only for Earth, and I want this to be the greatest universe. So just say history.
But it loses like the extra like that.
Okay,
that flavor
if you like that
earlier,
if you like
excessive, like if you're gonna make like a ridiculous name, go all out.
Then go for it. Okay, then the only thing I don't like about that is it's only on Earth. So that means, but I mean, like, nobody's going to Mars yet. Fine if it's good for 100 years or whatever until we're on Mars. But then you might have to launch another coin, the greatest cryptocurrency. So just keep that in mind.
It's a risk, I guess, we're gonna have to take.
Absolutely, but that's a good. And I'm the king of pitching. I've heard more pitching in the last 2 months, I think, than any person on X. I'm almost certain. Almost 100% sure. Certain.
Yeah, you listen to those all day.
I listen to them all day and waiting for my turn. Exactly. And I'll just do the pitch, okay? And I've done this before, but basically you just, they'll be like, all right, the next person up, looks like it's a new project. Go ahead. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm the dev of the greatest cryptocurrency in global history. And you're going to ask, what's the name of the cryptocurrency? And it's just that, the greatest cryptocurrency in global history. And that's what we are, the greatest cryptocurrency in global history. And here's why. We
have a mission to unify all of the cryptocurrencies out there, which obviously makes us the greatest cryptocurrency in global history, whether it's Bitcoin, XRP, Solana, Ethereum, or that small altcoin in the bottom of your wallet. Our goal is to eventually unify all of them. And you may say, okay, well, how do you do that? Well, here's the plan. And you tell them all the things that you do. And then at the end, you're going to say, so if anybody would like to partner with the greatest cryptocurrency in global history, feel free to send us a follow. We will follow you back. Feel free to send us a DM. We will respond. We're happy to hear. We're happy to be able to tell you about the greatest cryptocurrency in global history. Like basically, just saying the name reinforces that this is the best project. I know that wasn't the smoothest pitch, but you get it when you say the name of the coin. Versus this is the best project ever. It's pretty genius. Like
it's like a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Thank you. 100%, exactly. That's a beautiful way to phrase it. And
prophecy, a good name for a coin? Probably been done.
It's probably been done. And a prophecy of what? And it has religious connotations, and people are going to be like, oh, so you think you're some kind of soothsayer, or you can read the tea leaves, or any of that other bullshit. I'd stay away from it. The greatest cryptocurrency in global history, that name gets my fucking attention, and you're going to get a lot of people who are going to follow you right away, and also they're going to have a lot of questions for you, so you'll be ready to be able to answer that. That's what you want.
It's just like crazy high IQ marketing tactic.
Well, look, I'm telling you, of any person who you'd want to trust.
That is what crypto comes down to, is like the marketing.
That's what everything.
Literally, if you don't have that, your project's done before it even started walking.
That's what everything comes down to, is marketing, whether it's relationships, business, cryptocurrency, everything. And I'm just telling you that, like, I'm the person who hears more pitches of anybody else, at least in the last 2 months. And if I heard this project, I would never forget it. I'd be like, oh, that's the funniest fucking name I've ever heard of a fucking. I want to buy now. That's one I want to buy because it has the best name. I would want to go to the website and see what it looks like. It's a better name than Harry Potter Obama Sonic.
It's literally, it's like the equivalent of like the coffee shops that have like the sign that's like world's greatest cup of coffee.
Exactly.
And everyone loves those signs.
They absolutely do. You'd be able to sell merch. I mean, pretty easily. There would be people who want to wear the greatest cryptocurrency in global history. They'd want to wear that shit because it's just like, what is it? What is the greatest cryptocurrency? It's like, that's the name of the coin. It's almost like there are some Seinfeld's ideas like this. So when it's kind of, I don't know if it's exactly like this, but so in the show Seinfeld, some of the episodes revolve around a storyline where Jerry and George are trying to pitch a show to NBC. And everybody's got an idea when they're pitching a show. And the key to Seinfeld, the show that they're pitching basically, is that it's a show about nothing. Everybody's a show about something. Ours is a show about nothing. And it's not exactly that. It's kind of the opposite of that. But basically, it's like saying that this is the best cryptocurrency in global history. Anytime anybody talks about it, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. And no one would ever forget that name because it's really an easy name to remember. Like it's not like Harry Potter Obama Sonic Tanita. I can tell you, it took me months to be able to remember that. And even still, when I tell it to people, it's very off-putting. They don't like the name of it, and I understand that. But the greatest cryptocurrency in global history, that's a winner. That's an absolute fucking winner. And I'm telling you, I hear these people shill, and
I agree.
Right now, of the top 100,
most people don't even like click the website to read anything. They just like are buying based on sheer impulse.
And you're going to get so many people who are interested in your coin just because of this name. It's like, it's the best name of any cryptocurrency I've ever heard. It's better than Unicorn. It is. It's better than Unicorn. Like
everybody wants it down to be really, really simple, and you just are using the Harry Potter idea of having it long and just almost um, almost like meme worthy. Yeah, exactly. But you're and the thing is, it really is the greatest crypto in global history. That's why the name's so appropriate. Because if you're able to do what you're saying, then you have the greatest crypto.
Do you? I mean, you've heard a lot of this idea in your mind since, or am I just insane?
It makes sense. It doesn't make it. I still see how it's different than just you sell your coin and buy my coin. I don't see how it's actually unifying anything.
Well, look at the philosophy behind it. What coin is everyone is like I explained, like they're in like their isolated, like basically married tags perspective, you know?
Okay.
But they don't realize that the whole is greater than the sum of its parts.
Okay, I get that.
Like if they actually come together,
I get that.
It creates something much bigger, and their little coins are being like liquidity is spread so thin because there's so many duplicates of like the contract that it's like it makes it like very impossible to grow.
I get that. I 100% get that. But if you're in a space, the first question you're going to get is, okay, I love the name, the greatest cryptocurrency in global history. How do I get my coin under your umbrella?
Yeah, it's very easy in like the interface of the web swap, the coin into Purge coin.
Let me ask you this. Let's say I have a wallet with like a bunch of just those and buy the great cryptocurrency in global history, right?
Yeah, I mean the Purge that you'll get is
very small. Very small. I get that.
Or proportional to the value of the deposit. But
I get that.
Any coin, as long as it's on a EVM chain or Solana, can be turned into Purge.
Okay.
Very easily.
Okay, so that's how I would market this. All of you have a bunch of coins out there that have rugged. Take those and buy the greatest cryptocurrency in global history. And the reason why you want to do that is because we're a much stronger coin. We're going to take your altcoins that are worth nothing and give them some value. And we're growing every single day. We have the best name for any cryptocurrency in global history. And we are, you hear the pitch, it sells itself. You hear the name, it sells itself. You can check out our website, thegreatestcryptocurrencyinGlobalhistory.com. All our social media, wherever you are, anywhere on social media, type in the greatest cryptocurrency in global history, and you're going to find all of our really interesting content. Like, that's a cool fucking coin. And it's going to have like really positive AI like things about it, because it's already like telling people this is the greatest cryptocurrency in global history. And like, it's in the name. It's just the name sells itself. Okay, remember I said the thing about Seinfeld? That wasn't so much as good of a analogy as this is. Like around the late 19th century, so the 1800s, a bunch of companies started up, and the names of the companies were things like General Electric, General Motors, Standard Oil. Like, basically, by taking the name Standard Oil, it was standard. It's the best name that they could get. General Electric company. Basically, like, he wants to have that electric because that's the general one. Same with General Motors. You get what I'm saying? Like, this strategy has been used previously. Take a name that everybody wants and then like basically market. You have to do is market yourself with that. Other companies have done this as well, like with the use of the name Federal Express is not part of the federal government, but it takes the name Federal Express and people think that it's part of the federal government. It has some kind of connection. It has none. It's a business, but basically they've just marketed themselves to be like the standard. And
honestly, that kind of should be illegal a little bit.
I'm not.
It's kind of deceiving.
I think that it's a little late for that now, but when it first started, perhaps I could have done that. And with your name, the greatest cryptocurrency in global history, that's basically what you're saying. Every other cryptocurrency is worse than yours, including Bitcoin, Ethereum, Solana, XRP, XPX, everything. You've got the best one, and it's in the name. And I'm telling you, if I have a class of 30 school children, and I say to them, I have a coin called Purge, I have a coin called Merge, I have a coin called Unicoin, I have a coin called Unify, I have a coin called the greatest cryptocurrency in global history. Which one do you think? Which one do you want, kids? And they're all going to say, we want the one that's the greatest.
Yeah, no, I think that is like a very good way of putting it, and I agree with that assessment.
Athletes use this all the time. Muhammad Ali.
It's like humans gravitating towards like shiny objects.
100%.
Like, oh, shiny.
100%. Muhammad Ali would go around telling everybody, I am the greatest. Tom Brady has his clothing brand, GOAT, greatest of all time. That's basically what wants to solidify that in people's minds. And you're going to be doing the same thing, the greatest cryptocurrency in global history.
I mean, I feel like there's probably at least a GOAT out there that is rolled with the same kind of logic. So it may not be, or some coins be like the best crypto or something, But
yeah, I mean, the greatest cryptocurrency of all time. That's a good name.
Not global history of all time. Is that more?
Yeah, because that goes along with the GOAT coin kind of idea, and then you could just call it GOAT coin. The reason why
GC.
I mean, I get it that's not exactly the acronym, but then you already have a mascot for it.
GCAT. Honestly, GCAT is a pretty good ticker.
Greatest cryptocurrency.
Greatest coin
It's-
all time.
It's G-Code.
Yeah, but
That's still a good name.
I don't know.
G-Code is still a really good name.
It's like a pimp coat.
Right. But you
G-coded.
I like, if I had to say what's greatest of all time, I think is probably better than in global history. That's just what I say, and that's just because I'm absurd. But if you are really marketing this, the greatest cryptocurrency of all time, that's a winner, because that term greatest of all time is already used in a lot of places. I'm going to look it up and see. I'm sure that's a coin already. But that doesn't mean you can't just take that name. There's nothing that says you can't. Is there a cryptocurrency called the greatest cryptocurrency of all time?
Or something similar.
No. There is no officially recognized cryptocurrency whose actual name is the greatest cryptocurrency of all time. Now take that. Take that.
Okay.
The phrase does not get used informally. The phrase does get used informally in a few ways. Marketing slogans. Projects sometimes claim to be the greatest in ads or social media. Nicknames, meme coins. Some obscure, short-lived tokens use terms like GOAT, greatest or ultimate, but none are widely recognized. GOAT is sometimes used rhetorically. Bitcoin is the GOAT. And so the greatest cryptocurrency of all time, that's a fucking solid name, man. The ticker's GOAT.
GOAT.
Greatest of all time. That's already used, and it's already popular, and people will say it's already goated. People will say that, like, that's already, the marketing writes itself. And
right. What should the logo be?
It's a goat.
Should it be like the Guinness
No,
Records?
it's a goat. It's a goat. And
Animal? No. Oh, fuck.
Dude, but here's the thing, though. If I have about 30 different kids and I say, hey, we have the Unity coin, which is a U, and we have the Purge coin, which is the word purge, and we have the greatest cryptocurrency of all time. And a goat, they're gonna want to go with the animal. That's your audience.
But like it's but in the crypto market, it's more like we have a bunch of animal coins, every single animal that you can think of, including goat, pig, squirrel, like Peanut the squirrel, like, you know what I mean?
Okay.
It's not. I mean, relative to the other names, or like the other logo names, but that's honestly what makes it like a differentiator. Why I prefer to like more serious names, because it's not an animal coin. Just not being an animal coin is like a positive thing in my mind.
It's not an animal coin though. That's just its logo. Just like polo is not about horses. They just use a horse with a rider. Or like Banana Republic is not about bananas or republics. Their logo is an elephant. It's not about elephants either. That's just how they get recognized. Or Lacoste isn't about alligators or crocodiles. But that's what they're. You know what I'm saying? Like it's how they're recognized.
It's the symbol.
It's the symbol, exactly. And you can have a really good symbol for a goat. Like it's a really good name. And if you're not going to use that symbol, then I would imagine 4 letters, a G in the top left, an O in the top right, an A in the bottom left, and a T in the bottom right. Like that's basically the other way that I would do it. But it's the greatest cryptocurrency of all time. That's a fucking winning name. I can help. You can market that a lot, like very easily. He's gonna want that. And if you were to go into a space and you were to say, I am the dev of the greatest cryptocurrency of all time, and here's why. Our goal is to merge all of the different cryptocurrencies. And how do you get involved with our cryptocurrency? Take your altcoins in your wallet that have all rugged and buy the greatest cryptocurrency of all time, the GOAT coin. What we're going to do is we're going to be able to grow together, and you're not going to have any major what's the word for which I'm looking? To make any major sacrifice of the beef of your wallet, so to speak, because you're like, it's almost like when and they're like, do you want to donate your change to round up? That's how I would market this. I would say, we want you to start with just all of those coins that have rugs. Start small and buy GOAT coin. If you want, sure, ape into it, buy everything. But we understand that you're a cautious investor. So for right now, already those coins aren't worth anything to you. They've all rugged. So take those, transfer them into GOAT coin, try our system. You're going to love it. You're going to love the community, and you're going to want to buy more and more of it. And eventually, more and more people are going to be purchasing this, and we're going to make it truthfully what it is, the greatest cryptocurrency of all time.
Yeah, no, that's a dope pitch. And like initially the target audience is not these like, I mean, like it is ultimately, but like initially the low hanging fruit is these coins that are basically like just barely treading water.
Exactly.
Or they're just dead completely.
Exactly.
And it's like, hey, this is an out for you to a second revival, second coming of the greatest cryptocurrency of all time. You can join this, and we're gonna actually get something out of it.
Exactly. Right now, those coins are not doing anything for you, and they're only going to continue to lose their value. Take those right now. Buy our coin. It's very easy for you to transfer those coins into the GOAT coin, and then you're going to see that value increase for the first time in months, if not years. And once you see how our coin is producing for you, then you're going to be putting more and more of your actual wealth into this coin, because you're going to see how it grows grows together. But I don't want you to put all your wealth into this right away. I want you to try it out. Go to those coins that are currently rugged and invest them into our coin, and you will see what the process is like. You'll see how easy it is, and you'll see how our coin is changing everything. We're unifying all of the coins, and our goal is for one day to be the unified cryptocurrency of the world.
That's a pretty dope pitch.
I think so too.
Actually sounds pretty sound
and
reasonable.
Yeah, and it's like you have nothing to lose. I'm not asking you to take the bulk of your investment and put it into GoatCoin. If you want to, you can. What I want you to do is to take something that you don't care about already and give it to yourself in return for GoatCoin. And you'll watch your investment begin to grow. And as that continues, you're going to want to put more and more of your assets into this coin, and you will grow and it will grow. And eventually we'll start taking over entire well-known cryptocurrencies. And eventually we'll be on the heels of XRP and of Solana and of Ethereum. And eventually we want to have a higher market share than the granddaddy of them all, Bitcoin. And with this strategy, we can. So here's what I ask you to do. Take a look at our project. Look at my profile. Look at my link tree. Go to our website. Look at our chart. If it's attractive to you, take the assets that you have that are underperforming or have been rugged and transfer those into GoatCoin. Then what I want you to do is watch our chart and watch how it performs, because we're using this strategy not with only with you, but with everyone in the cryptoverse. And everyone is taking all of their unwanted assets, their altcoins that have very low value to no value to them, and they're investing it in this coin. And that's what's creating our market share. And that's what's ensuring that our market cap keeps increasing. And now we're getting people who are aping into the coin and actually putting in large amounts of money. And if that's what you want, then you have the opportunity to do that. But I'm not asking you for that today. Everyone in here is going to ask you to make major investments into their cryptocurrency. I don't want that. I want you to take something that's of a small amount of value to basically nothing to you right now. And
NFT you got airdropped 7 months ago that's been collecting dust. You don't need that.
You don't. That's exactly right. You don't need that. So what I'm saying to you is unify all the coins. If you ask anybody what their project is, it's going to be that they want to save the whales or they want to preserve the national parks or whatever. And that's all great. Our goal, first and foremost, is to unify all the cryptocurrency. If this sounds like a winning strategy to you, then we want you to be a part of our project. If that doesn't sound like a winning strategy to you, then feel free to invest in anything you want. No one's forcing this on you. But what I am saying to you is that the small amounts of NFTs
and it'll be a snowball effect.
That's
it keeps rolling down, more people are going to notice.
That's exactly right. It's like the people who have when you go into a store, the bell ringer people, and they just want the change out of your pocket that they for the bucket or whatever, like to help charities. It's the same idea. You're not asking people for $100 or for $20. Just give us your pocket change and see how your pocket change will actually begin growing in value. That's what you're saying to people. And that's a much easier way to a project, in my opinion, because once they're wet and they have the greatest cryptocurrency of all time in their wallet, they're going to want more of it. They're going to look at their portfolio and they're going to see the ugly ape, and they're going to see the super monkey, and they're going to see the crypto dogs, and then they're going to see the greatest cryptocurrency of all time. And they're going to say, you know what? This is a really great idea. It's got a name that's better than any of these others. Why in this? It's performing really well. It's got a killer strategy. the strategy that I just named, which is we don't want you to make major investments. You don't want to. What we do is give us our rugged project forming cryptocurrency and altcoins. We want you to do those investments and give those, and we will double them and triple 4x them and perhaps 10x or 100x them, depending on. And that's a really exciting opportunity for an investor.
Yeah, strategic role.
Yeah, I totally agree. So it's on you.
And what other companies have like taken that like strategic rollout approach?
What do you mean?
Like where it's kind of like I don't know, like Fireball or something. Like they start off, they're like, okay, we have this whiskey, we're just gonna hand it out to college kids, just get it into college kids' brain, and then they go to bars, and then like they keep rolling out these layers and layers and layers.
I heard about a strategy last week. I don't know if this was why this company became popular, but
I mean, basically all companies do it. Like freaking, I'm sure OpenAI, like every company has these like initial, like stage 1, stage 2, stage 3 targets that they go after, and it's kind of like a different marketing strategy for each one.
So like Supreme.
Yes, the overpriced box logo.
Exactly. They kind of have a unique strategy where they're basically just building a bunch of buzz around their product, and it's really just like a normal hammer, but it's worth $400 or whatever, and they get people to line up around the block about it, and just there's a buzz about it. That's like a really great marketing strategy. What you're doing. There's a comedian I can name, but he just goes around hat that says world champion. What are you the world champion? It's like I'm the world champion. And it's kind of like that's what you're doing, like basically with your coin. It's just the greatest cryptocurrency of all time. And people like, okay, but what makes it the greatest cryptocurrency of all time? But you have an answer to that, and it really is. Its goal is to unify all the cryptocurrencies. And when people hear that, that would be the greatest cryptocurrency of all time. So it's like you said it beautifully, Riser. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. I'm trying to think of another company that has this type of. Okay, here's one. Nike, before it was Nike, was Blue Ribbon Athletics, and it's kind of like the same idea. Like they're blue ribbon. Like when you win a blue ribbon, it's like you win first place. And Nike was already saying like we're the first place shoe. Now I know they changed it, but they changed it to Nike, who's the goddess of victory, which is like stealing the name victory basically in its own way. There are that's just an example of one, but
oh geez, did not know that.
Oh yeah, definitely, it's the Greek goddess. So
another self-fulfilling prophecy.
Exactly.
Just by the name.
Exactly. And you have things like, okay, so let me think of, let's see here, cars that do this. Rolls-Royce doesn't really do it. Bentley doesn't do it. Porsche doesn't really do it. BMW doesn't. Mercedes-Benz doesn't. So it's not necessarily industry that much, but that's because General Motors back in the day took this name. General Motors is that name, at least in the United States. They wanted to be the General Motors company, meaning they were a conglomerate of all of the different car companies, and it's just like General Motors, just like General Electric or General Mills. General Mills did this in cereals. Basically, there were all these little cereal companies, and they just said, you know what, we're going to just take the name General, meaning it's just the only one that's available. And in the oil industry, Standard Oil did this. Make
it the General Standard coin.
Yeah, but that's not used as much anymore. Like that was 150 years ago. But now, if you wanted to do that, you would say the GOAT coin, the greatest cryptocurrency of all time. And I mean, you could pitch this so well, and you could write it down. But the pitch is this: I'm the dev for the greatest cryptocurrency of all time. And you may say, what makes it the greatest cryptocurrency of all time? And it's this. we want to put an end to all of the different cryptocurrencies and unite them all. And the way that we want to do that is a strategy that won't cost you very much at all, and it will allow you to connect to the greatest cryptocurrency of all time. What we want you to do is to take all of those altcoins that are rugged, and we want you to transfer those into the Goat coin, the greatest cryptocurrency of all time, and you're going to see how it produces. We want you to look at our profile, look at our link tree, look at our social media. We want you to put our coin into your favorite AI engine. We want you to learn about what we do, and you're going to see our chart and how it performs. And once you see how we can turn your essentially useless altcoins into something of value, you're going to invest major amounts of your portfolio into this coin, and you're not alone. Thousands of people around are going to be doing this, and we are a self-fulfilling prophecy. We are the greatest because we're uniting all of the cryptocurrencies that are available, and by using this strategy, eventually we will be the one coin to end all their coins. If this sounds like something in which you're interested, we invite you to take a look at our profile. You can look at Goat Coin on Solana or any of your other favorite charts or favorite platforms, and you can send us a DM if you have questions. You're going to hear me routinely in these spaces, so if you don't have a question now and one comes up in the future, please feel free. But what I'm saying to you right now is a no-lose situation. Your cryptocurrency in your wallet right now that has already been rugged has very little to basically no value to you. Take that right now, transfer it into Goat Coin, and start making money on those investments. That's what I'd like to say to you, and I appreciate the opportunity. Again, I'm the dev of the greatest cryptocurrency of all time, the Goat Coin. Thank you. That is a fucking winning pitch.
I agree. Yeah, and that's just like phase one is the super low hanging fruit.
Oh yeah.
And then once that starts to accrue value, then people start to realize,
well, what you're doing,
like, wow,
what you're
all
doing.
These coins came together, and look what's happening to the market cap.
Exactly.
Now, what happens to that when on a larger scale?
Well, what you're doing, like basically, by telling people that you don't want them to necessarily ape into the coin, they're gonna want to ape into the coin. You're telling them,
yeah.
It's like it's reverse psychology. Exactly. So you're saying like we don't want you to invest huge amounts into our coin. Don't do that right now. What we want you to do is invest small amounts. That's going to get people to say, I don't want to make small amounts. I want to make big amounts. So when everybody else is investing all of their altcoins, I'm going to be investing huge amounts of Bitcoin and Ethereum and Solana in this project because I want to get a head start on everybody. And then you're going to see your market.
So funny.
It is, but that's
like,
work.
It's like the complete opposite of like every other crypto. It's so amazing.
That's why I think it's really good. I'm telling you, I hear these people's pitches.
It's like this guy is coming in. His coin is called the greatest cryptocurrency of all time. And he wants us to not invest hardly anything into it.
That's exactly right. 100%. And you know what's funny? Believe it or not, the thing that kind of made me think this works, I go into people's spaces and I pitch Harry Potter Obama Sonic Tenino, and people ask me, Rabbi, why don't you have a coin? And I say, I do, but I don't want you to buy it. And guess what? They buy it. I don't want them to buy Rabbi coin, but it's available on Pump Fund because you have to have a coin on there to be able to live stream. And I get people who buy my coin. I have somebody who bought 10% of the entire market cap just because I told them not to buy it. And they're like, yeah, but you're everywhere. The fact that you said don't buy it makes me want to buy it. And in the same way where you'd be saying to a group of people, we don't want you to ape into our coin. We just want you to dip your toe in and see if you like it. That's going to make people want to ape in. It's reverse psychology.
Yeah. No, I love the plan, honestly.
I do too.
This is why you're the guru, the absolute guru
of marketing.
Life and crypto.
100%.
World champion.
World champion. Exactly. In other news, guess what? Last we spoke, I told you that the people who own the house told me that my rent was going up to $1,200, and I was going to try to talk them down to $1,000. Well, it turns out that the envelope that they were supposed to give to me went to my roommate, and I got my roommate's notice. So my rent only went up $50, which is a much better way for me to be able to live my life. But I did want to tell you that
awesome.
it was like a huge shock to me, and so I understand the guy who is managing all of the envelopes. All of the notices. He's like 75 years old, and English is not his first language, and he just made a mistake. But it definitely shocked me. But yeah, I can definitely do $50 versus like doubling it. So I was really happy about that. And with this idea, with your cryptocurrency, you're going to be able to market this. It markets itself. And I know you don't want to get into more parts, the goat and everything, but that's the way to do it. And I already envision what the logo.
Goat is like already such an embedded meme in society.
It is, and you can use the hashtag goat, and you're gonna be able to dominate with this strategy. So how would you make this? How would you make this a winner? Very simple. This is the strategy. You get social media for the greatest currency of all time. That's too long a name to be to like you could have.
Is that what the social is called? The greatest social media?
You could market that. You could say, look at the greatest cryptocurrency of all time, our social media, which just so happens to be the greatest social media of all time.
I like doubling down on the troll.
You get too, but use the goat coin, and if that's not a bull, use the goat crypto or whatever it is. But you've got to get that name on all of the places where I listed: YouTube, TikTok.
G-coat, not just goat, or
no. Don't fuck with that. Just use goat. But even though it's crypto,
only the name is crypto.
When it's said fully. So when you look at it on YouTube or whatever, it'll say the greatest cryptocurrency of all time. That's gonna say that. But when you look at the ticker, it's just goat. You don't want to with that. Keep it simple.
Social media is also goat and not. You just think greatest cryptocurrency of all time is way too long.
Well, you've got to keep it to 15 characters, at least on Twitter. So I would just call it.
Okay.
I would call it Goat Crypto or the Goat Crypto.
Okay.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I would get that across those 30 different social media platforms. And you're going to say to me, Rabbi, do I really need it on 30 different social media platforms? Because that's what all these Nigerians say to me. And I say, absolutely. And here's why. You don't want somebody stealing your project, or later on, you never know, Spotify could get really big, or Rumble could get really big, or whatever gets really big, and you haven't dominated that, and somebody steals it and starts to impersonate you. And now you've got to pay somebody to be able to get that name. Additionally, by having so much social media, when somebody types in the greatest cryptocurrency of all time, you're going to show up the first one, the second one, the third one, the fourth one, the fifth one, the sixth one, the seventh one.
That's funny. Imagine the Google searches.
Well,
the traffic from that.
Well, exactly. And that's like one of the most powerful phrases that you could dominate. I mean, it'd be like saying the greatest stock buy ever, like, or whatever. Like, that's a really good thing to dominate. And so,
or if they Google what's the greatest cryptocurrency, it's like, what's up?
Or it would be what's the greatest cryptocurrency of all time, and then your stuff is going to show up because
it's lists like exactly this unification graph, beautifully written. Okay, thank you.
That's what it does. That's what AI is doing. So it has that little summary, and then when you look at the results, because you have so much social media in there, you'll dominate all of it. I'm telling you now, if you type Rabbi to a lot of things, I get random shit in 2 years, 3 years. But because I have them, they dominate that. And it's really hard to to rank for Rothschild, there's a very famous rabbi from Atlanta who I'm having to beat out. It's basically he's like Judaism's Martin Luther King Jr. And I'm trying to beat out this motherfucker, and I do, and I dominate him on some of these different social media platforms. But you've got to understand that, like, I'm already going after.
I'm gonna be like, fuck, is this guy?
Oh, he's dead. But yeah, exactly. I mean, you've got to understand that the greatest cryptocurrency ever, or of all time, the greatest cryptocurrency of all time, it's going to be really hard to rank for that. But so what I'm saying is, like, if you only have a Telegram and an X account and a website, that's 3 things. That's not that good. If you have 30 things, do you know what the odds are that you're going to dominate the top 10? If you have 30 really strong platforms on which you have some type of presence, it's like an excellent, then you're going to get competition in there, and you don't want that. So, like, you've got a winning strategy. So what would I do if I were you? I would create my link tree, and it would be either Go Crypto if I could get that, or The Go Crypto, or whatever. I would use Name Checker. It's just type in Name Checker into Google. You'll see it's one website that will tell you where your username is available on all the different platforms. So you don't have to go to YouTube individually and X individually. It'll check all of the top different social media platforms and tell you if it's available. Now, it's not right on all of them. Some of them it'll say it's not available, but it is available. But that's just because the API is broken to it. It's an excellent website, nevertheless.
When is your E coming out entitled "The Nigerian Crypto Playbook"?
Baby, we're writing it right now. I'm telling you, this is a vid.
AI will publish it. This will be taught in cryptocurrency schools across nations.
Oh, for sure. This. I mean, it's with anything. Marketing is the most important thing. For a prostitute, will get more business than anybody. More eyes than anything. Marketing for a shoe will get more purchases than anything. Marketing for a cryptocurrency will get more.
And what's especially difficult is marketing with a budget of virtually
zero.
But it also comes with the plus side because all of your growth is going to be organic.
That's exactly
right. The ball rolling is going to be difficult. That's exactly right.
That's exactly right. But think about it. You're just out thinking the competition, and like think about coin right now, and Purge coin, and trying to convince people that that's the way to go, and how when people type in Purge coin, getting that to be the greatest cryptocurrency of all time, like to get that to show up, it's basically an impossible task. If you just take the name, you're going to show up there anyway. You're gonna. It's like basically like you're playing cryptocurrency marketing on hard with the name Purge coin. Why not be easy and be right next to the finish line? And with that name, you will be. And I'm telling you, if you get all of the link tree and connect all of them, I'll help you to pitch this coin if you want me to, for nothing. But I'm already in all these different spaces, and so I can. Hey, if you guys don't know about this, it has the best name cryptocurrency I've ever heard. And you know, I'm in all of the different spaces. It's known as the cryptocurrency of all time. Bitcoin. If you haven't seen it in these spaces, you will want to make sure that you're aware of it. And everybody knows me in these spaces. Like, oh, Rabbi's finally coined in here. I do pitch Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic, but not that much. Such a long name that folks sometimes cut me off right away. They're like, Doug, this is too much. Talking about world peace, and you're talking about streaming your life, and you're talking about joining your Discord, and now you're part of Obama. It's too much. But the greatest of all time is very easy for me to slip there. And even if I don't do that, you can go in there and you have the name, and you're going to have the social media. And when people type into Grok or type into ChatGPT or type into Leo or type into Gemini or type into Claude or any of the other social media, I should say AI engines, you're going to show up there as the greatest cryptocurrency of all time. It's.
Oh, is that why you register the create the AI profiles so that in the AI app will be able to query?
Well, Yes, that, and I want people to steal it from you as well. You create a Grok account, let's say like a ChatGPT account, you have a username to that. And don't think that they're not eventually going to have their own platform like they have with Sora, where it has like a profile and like you have different pictures. Grok will have the same kind of features. Or apologies, ChatGPT will have the same kind of features. So I'm telling people to basically get a head start on all of that.
Okay, makes sense.
Yes, it does. So the ball's in your court. It's the same strategy that I tell all these Nigerian guys who are starting coins, but I also tell this strategy to people in England. I had a guy, he's so nice. He's got the coin called the Britcoin. Shout out to Britcoin. He's from England, and he yesterday or the day before said, hey, I just want to make everybody in this space aware of Rabbi Rothschild. He gave me 2 hours of his time. He had so much alpha that he shared with me that my pen ran out of ink. I literally, when I speak with him, I need to get multiple pens. We spent 2 hours together in his Discord. He gave me so much alpha. If you haven't connected with him, you need to, because he will tell you all of the inside secrets to social media. He said, I've never known anybody who knows more about social media than Rabbi. If you haven't connected with him, you need to. And like, that's the highest praise that you can give me, is basically, I just give you a little bit of my time, and now you're telling the world about the benefit that I've given you. And I'm saying to you that there are a lot of people out there who recognize the importance of the information that I'm giving you. For the last more than 2 months, all I've heard every single day is people pitching their projects, and I'm telling you everything that they do wrong, which is picking the wrong names and basically not having really good strategies for people to buy. And I want you to avoid all of that. And I also want you to dominate search engines and social media and AI and all of the other things. So what would I tell you?
I'll do the profile picture with the circular text, the link, free link.
That's exactly what you need to do too. And that would be really good.
Do your Twitter spaces get uploaded after you publish them?
Yeah, they're all recorded going back for 330 days.
Oh, so this is recorded on Twitter Spaces?
Oh, 100%. Yeah, and all my other social media.
Nice.
Including YouTube and Rumble and everywhere else. But yeah, if you want, just you go to my Twitter space that you've seen, and just whatever, 10:55 on Friday, January 9th. Like, this would be like a 24-hour space. So whatever January 9th is, you go into it, and then you'll be able to hear, what we're talking about. And you can, frankly, it's probably easier to just listen to it on YouTube. It comes to YouTube too. I'll tell you what, even better than that, if you go, my 2x dot account, the one that you followed the other day.
Yeah.
I've got a live video going right now on that account, and just go to the live video that I've got going right now, and you can get everything that we just said. Like, go to
on the 2x account.
Okay, so go to my 2x thought account.
Oh, what the hell? I got 16 followers.
Yeah, because you've been following people.
Yeah.
Go to my 2x thought account. Let me know when you're at my 2x thought account.
Yeah, I'm there.
Okay, scroll down my timeline, just like the most recent thing I posted, not my pin post, but right under there, and you should see a live video going right now.
I believe so, yeah.
Click on it.
Okay.
And can you hear me talking? It might have like a little bit of a delay, but I'm talking with Riser right now. We're talking about the greatest cryptocurrency of all time.
Hard to hear both.
Okay.
But yeah, I see it has the live thing there, so yeah.
Yeah, okay, so just if you want to hear everything that we had or that we discussed, it's right there. And then that's it. That's everything. Okay, but I'm telling you, I will be pissed off. I will. Thank you.
Yeah.
What's wrong?
She just nudges the blinds with her nose.
Oh. I will be pissed off at you.
Sorry.
You're good. I will be pissed off at you if you don't get all that social media, because that means that you don't want to have the best opportunity to rank one when you Google the greatest cryptocurrency of all time. Like that's how you do it. It seems like it's cheating.
No, I'll do it. No, I'm built to the soil, the alpha.
Excellent. And then, well, okay, so then there's a strategy more to it. Okay, so you do the circular name, we know that, but we'll work on. Then you don't put any description in or anything. You can do all that later, and we're going to unify it, and so it sounds really good. And we'll dissect it so that every fucking word is really good, and we'll know when you have like a 50 character limit. We'll have the 50 character perfect, and we'll use the right emojis and everything we need, and then we're gonna take use Grok. I probably would use Grok because there's no watermark on it, but you could use Sora as well and make 10 short videos about it's just like an AI person saying, I would love to tell you about the greatest cryptocurrency of all time. Please check out our profile. We'd love to connect. We're available on Solana and any of your other favorite platforms. Let's connect, whatever it is. Just something short, 10-second videos. We create 10 of those so that when you type into Google Images, your brand is all over that for the greatest cryptocurrency of all time. And when you type into Google Videos, you dominate the top 10 videos or whatever, even more than that. We're going to put those on Facebook, on Twitter, on YouTube, on Instagram, on TikTok, on Imager, and a couple of other platforms as well, so that you're dominating all of that. Then what we're going to do is we're going to get your pitch down, and you need to have a 30-second pitch, a 60-second, and about a 3-minute pitch. Your pitch is really not that complicated because the name sells it. You don't have to convince somebody that, hey, this is the merge coin because we're merging all social media platforms and this is why this is good, or purge because we're getting rid of all the bad. You don't have to even say that. This is the greatest cryptocurrency of all time, not only because it has the greatest name of all time, but because it has the greatest mission of all time, which is to unite all of the cryptocurrencies. If this sounds like a plan to you, connect with us. We're growing every day. We want you to take all your altcoins, transfer those into the greatest cryptocurrency of all time, and watch your wallet grow. And so we'll get those down a 30-second, a 60-second, and a 3-minute. And then you've got to get a community. And so the way that you get a community is when you pitch, you ask people to join your Discord, join your X community. You need to create an X community, and then you have them join your Telegram. So Discord, Telegram, X community. And
is it X community? That's just like a feature on the Telegram or something?
Yeah. Do you have a premium account or no?
Paid you on $10. I don't know.
Exactly. Well, that's good. Now you can create an X community. So it's one of the benefits. Okay. So yeah, if you look on X, on the left side where the menu is, you'll see communities, all these different communities, and all you want to do is ask people to join the community. And that's important because then when you go live, everybody in the community will get an alert about it. And that's a really good thing. And then it also allows you to basically have like group chats with people. And so when you go live or any kind of update that you have with your project, you can put it in there. But it's really important to keep people cohesive and make them feel like they're part of something. And it's really important as well. If you ever lose your X account for whatever reason, I know somebody lost their X account because somebody hacked them. I've known people to lose it because they got banned and then they got their account back. Whatever it is, you don't want to lose all of the connections that you made. So you make sure to connect with them in different platforms, across the internet as well. And you'll get people who join your Discord, and you'll get people who join your Telegram, and you'll get people who join your X community. And then you have a launch date. I don't know what you want your launch date to be. I know you're really excited to do this, and I would say you can do it once you have 100 people in your Discord, 100 people in your Telegram, and 100 people in your X community. Then you have like a solid base. Once you have that, then you launch, and let's say you could probably do that by like
to space this out, to create all the social media, it'll take you at least the weekend. And if you do it, and then you come back in here, we'll work on your descriptions for everything. So we could probably have all this done by like maybe the 17th of January. Everything looking good. You got your logo and everything, and then you probably could get 100 people in your Discord, your X space, or your X community, and your Telegram, maybe the end of January or early February. And then you want to pick a really good day to launch this. Like there are some numerical days that work really well. Probably
the start of March Madness.
That could work. So a good date for this year would be June 6th, 2026, because it's 6/6/26. And you just have a bunch of buildup up until then. I know you're like, well, that's way too far down the line. Nobody said you have to do this immediately. Why not build up the buzz beforehand? The more buzz that you have, the more people are going to be excited when you actually launch. But if that's too far in advance, then you could do whenever, whatever it is. But 6/6/26, that sticks out in people's. But again,
fair.
That might be too far in advance. But it just depends on how you feel with this. Now, are you going to do an NFT with this? Because you know what the name of the NFT is.
The greatest cryptocurrency of all time, NFT.
No,
NFT of all time.
It's the greatest NFT of all time.
Yeah, I think the NFT market is. I don't know if there's a way to unify the NFT market. Got people to burn their NFTs and doing our NFT, same concept.
Why would it be any different?
I just never thought about it. Is that even possible to burn the NFT? I guess you don't really. I guess you could sell it, but you still need like a buyer for it. So you're just passing the NFT to someone else.
Yeah, so you basically you would basically be saying to people, sell those crappy NFTs that are worthless to you and buy one of our NFTs to promote unification of NFTs, but it doesn't have the same effect because chances are your NFTs are going to be pretty expensive. I'm just throwing it out there. If you did 6/26, you've got enough time to get NFTs involved. If you want to do something by March Madness, then you're going to have to, then you get NFTs involved. I would tell you that
if you think the value of the NFT will actually work, I've heard a lot of people say that the NFT market is same issues plaguing the regular cryptos. Way too many cheap dog cat NFTs, basically dragging the value of them all down.
Yeah, but there's
just way too many.
Here's what I've heard NFTs described as, and it's a perfect description. NFTs are basically your symbol of membership into a country club. And so that legitimizes that once you get NFTs, people will make your NFT their profile picture and it's free advertising for you. Like right now.
Right. It seems like a good thing to have on the roadmap. You have to have roadmaps so people are like, oh, this project continuously develops, release everything. Like the mark of the coin on day one is super high. They're not gonna. I guess you could argue that people, loyal early people get to buy the NFT cheaper or whatever, but I don't know. I think maybe one strategy is to just launch the coin, build up the market cap significant, and then once there's a proven thing there in the crypto side of things, launch a NFT. But also potential one integration, because I was thinking about this, because I do have an NFT collection that I have brainstormed, but the thing that makes it different from all the other NFT collections is basically like the relationship between the NFT and the token, and also the fact that it's a multi-chain token and a multi-chain NFT. But essentially, and this can be integrated with Purge Coin, the NFT collection was called Lemming because Lemming is both an adorable, like, Arctic hamster, which I don't love animal coins, but lemmings at least are a unique animal. Not many people know what lemming is, but lemming also means, like, basically blindly following the herd.
Yeah, it's negative.
Which is what yeah, but I mean, I don't, like, you can use it and spin it in a positive way. Because it's like, the joke is like, oh, become a lemming, like, blindly follow the herd to, like, $1 billion or whatever.
I don't love that.
And maybe it's not the greatest possible name ever, but I thought it was.
It
was a good double meaning of an animal and both blindly making a joke of the blindly following the herd.
It's the opposite of what you want. You want people who are like part of a wolf pack. Like that's positive. You get what I'm saying? Like lemming is like.
Yeah, but all my crypto names, Purge and Lemming, have like this level of irony to it.
Yeah, but only you get that. Again, if I have a classroom of graders, do they want to be part of the lemmings, which is an animal that like only half of people know what that is, and those that know what it is, it's negative, or the wolf pack, which is like strong and has like an alpha and a leader and like is dominant, like they're gonna be like, I want to be part of the dogs.
I mean, I hear what you're saying, but I don't know. The NFT is not basically the thing that makes the NFT special is not the name or the animal. Because sure, everything has a name, but what no NFT has done today was this one. Do you know what a elastic supply is?
Elastic supply? Yeah. Well, but enlighten me to make sure I'm aware.
There's this coin. The first coin to do it, the name is escaping me right now, but essentially they created this like somewhat stable coin with a rebase mechanism. If you ever heard what a rebase mechanism is, basically there's like a target price. It can be set to 1 to whatever amount of dollars you want to set it to. Let's say $1. And so a normal cryptocurrency works where people buy, the more people buy it, the more the price goes up, right? But the way that an elastic supply works is instead of transferring that value into the price of the token, it transfers that value into the supply of the token. So instead of having one coin worth $2, you now have 2 coins worth $1. Instead of having one coin worth $10, you now have 10 coins worth $1. But there's advantages to that because the price of the coin stays stable, but the circulating supply in your wallet is expanding and contracting depending on the amount of buyers and sellers to align with that target price. So in the context of this lemming NFT collection, it was taking advantage of this elastic supply because part of the token is deeply integrated into the NFT. And what I mean by that, I stole this or copied this concept from this coin I got totally rugged on and lost like $400,000 because I gambled $20,000 on a meme coin, which is not smart. But it was this coin called Core, and there's this concept of permanently locking your liquidity. And to me, it made sense. I was like, okay, we're going to basically the coin will go up because we're having like extreme amounts of faith in it, and we're permanently locking this value away. Now, with the core token, you could still, I'm not sure how it worked, but the concept of permanently locking liquidity was very interesting to me at the time. And so the concept of the NFT and how it integrates with the token was that you have the NFT and there's different tiers of how they can evolve. So you have the basic tier 1, like basic color background, no accessories or whatever. You have layer 2, the lemmings, hamster, Arctic hamsters have sunglasses and hats and magic wand, Hawaiian shirts. So you get a little more involved. And then layer 3, the NFTs, they're like totally dripped out. They have themes. There's like bowling theme, Egyptian theme, NASCAR themed, and so there's this hierarchy of tiers within the ecosystem. And in order to unlock each tier, the NFT requires tokens. And those tokens, in order to level up from the tier, are basically permanently locked into the NFT, which from a tokenomics standpoint is what's known as deflation, because you're taking away supply, you're permanently locking up. That means those tokens can't be traded. So, are you following so far?
I am. I get you invested. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, are you following?
I am.
Okay, so yeah, you want, so yeah, supply of the token is required that it gets locked up into the NFT in order to evolve it. The price of the token is stable at $1 because that means that the amount of, like, it's not going to be more expensive to evolve the NFT over time.
Okay.
And there's that symbiotic relationship of permanently locking the tokens in order to level up the NFT, but that doesn't mean that the NFT is now cannot be sold. And so a big problem with a lot of staking protocols is that they demand that you lock a value in order to be a part of the staking program. But
okay,
when your staking values locked, it's not liquid. You can't sell. With this, the value's locked away, but it's in an NFT, and that NFT is liquid and transferable. So you can extract value, and the NFTs earn reward if you level it up the highest level or tier, then you get higher rewards, but he is earning rewards from transaction happen. And so potentially that whole idea could use purge tokens and take away purge supply and integrate with NFT.
Okay. I would say that could work, but it's too long to explain to normies.
I mean, yeah, I mean, if you want to,
unless you have like
a part of something that like is different and novel and has a lot of tokenomic, like you don't need to necessarily, like it could be distilled like in 3 or 4 sentences. I just took a very long way to explain it. But,
okay, give it to me. Give it to me in five sentences.
Okay, so you can lock tokens permanently into the NFTs and evolve them and level up and get more traits and rewards.
Okay, that's great. That sounds cool.
That's basically
Well,
basically it.
back to the idea. Do you launch an NFT? It's a terrible time to launch an NFT, but there are benefits of having an NFT. If I were you, I would consider launching an NFT, but I just know I'm going to be giving it away. But the reason why I'm giving it away is because I want people to make it their profile pictures, because I want to create a community. It's really important. If you can get somebody to make their profile picture your NFT, it shows a really strong community. It's free advertising for you. So basically, what I'm saying is this: you want your value to come into cryptocurrency. But if you launch an NFT at the same time, and you give people the NFT through an airdrop or whatever, in exchange for them to be wearing it as a profile badge, it's going to be extremely valuable to you because you will have free advertising. Or you could say, look, free airdrop, and in exchange, in order to get it, what you have to do is make your Twitter badge, Twitter background. You know your the background when you go to someone's Twitter page at the top. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
You just ask somebody to make that, and you come up with your own like artwork, but it would be like the greatest cryptocurrency of all time. Basically, you want to get your project on as many people's profiles as you can for free. And if that means you have to do an airdrop for them or you give them an NFT, then what? If you create an NFT, you can, make it for free basically. And um, so you basically can say, I know that NFTs have no value right now or very little value. I'm going to not care if I have to give away all my NFTs. That's actually kind of the goal. The fact that it's in somebody's wallet is free advertising for my project. The fact that it's on somebody's profile picture is free advertising for my project. And I recognize that it doesn't have a lot of value, but I don't really care about that. It's the fact that I've got these people in my community, which is what you're trying to do, is build up your community. And
So just strictly from a marketing type of thing. I get it.
yeah, because you're not going to be making any money on it anyway, because NFTs don't really have value.
I mean, some of them do, but
yeah, but you don't want to compete with those.
That's a whole other debate.
You don't want to compete with those. Like, are you going to have a cryptocurrency project or are you going to have an NFT project? Which one? And yours is a cryptocurrency project. You want that to have value. So it's fine if you have an NFT project and you just give them away. You could always launch another NFT that's associated with the greatest NFT of all time or whatever. And it's just the premium version of that. And those ones are expensive, if you want to do that. It's however you want to do it. But what I'm saying to you is the goal is this. You want as many people to know about your project as possible, period. That's it. If you can get everybody, I can tell you right now on X Spaces, in 70 days, which is not that long, you 3,000 followers on your project. And you could get, probably 300 people in your Discord, 300 people in your X community, and 300 people in your Telegram. That's a good enough foundation to be able to launch a coin. So you could say, like, you might do that by, let's say, like April 1st or something like that. That's another. I don't know if I would ever want to launch anything on April 1st because there's too much April Fool's Day bullshit that goes on there. So whatever, we'll say April 15th or whatever. And which might not be a bad day to do it because that's tax day in the United States. You could associate. You're freeing yourself of traditional, but you still get taxed on Christmas. I don't know if that's a great idea either. If I were you, I would launch on June 6th, 2026, and then I would just, for the next 6 months, promote it. It's not even 6 months. It's basically 4 months because we're already halfway through January, and you still have to get all the shit together. And so you would have February, March, April, May to be able to get everybody to know about it. And that's what these other projects are doing. They are not doing the act first, ask questions later kind of a deal. They are ensuring that people know about their project. They're doing giveaways. Now, I'm not saying you do giveaways because you don't have the fun to be doing a lot of giveaways, but that's when you could do an NFT. And you just,
away NFT.
Exactly, and that's what I would do.
NFT.
No. But you don't understand. You don't understand. Nobody gives a shit about that. All these places, this is what you do, and this is actually a really good idea that people do all the time. They get into a space and they say, thank you so much for the opportunity to pitch my project to everyone. If it's okay, I'd like to give away an NFT as well to the first person who can comment on my pinned post what their favorite food is. That gets people to interact with your post, and then you just give the NFT to anybody, like whatever the person who won or whatever. You ask a trivia question or something like that. It's engagement. And then you're going to get somebody who DMs you their wallet and you send them an NFT. It's a really great way to be able to advertise for yourself.
Right. Yeah. No, it's it is like a giveaway almost.
It is a giveaway.
But
it is a giveaway. But you've got a winning formula here. I hear pitches all day long. I'm going to tell you everything that they do wrong, which is they don't have a community, they don't have a really great name, and they don't know how to pitch, and they don't have the social media and the search engines and search engine optimization. You're going to have all that, and you're going to be able to pitch. And I understand there's some anxiety, but again, I teach people to pitch every single day. And what you'll do is you just write it down. All you have to do is read it. You don't have to do it off the top of your head. You're not on camera. No one's watching you. And that way it's consistent. I helped somebody this morning in a space with 500 people say, we love when Rabbi comes. His pitch is so clean. It's so to the point about it going over time. It's the same every single time. Thank you so much. You know what you're getting when Rabbi comes. That's what you want. You want the same consistent thing. If you're able to pitch, it's the idea like a radio advertisement or a television advertisement. You have to see one of those times until it clicks in your head. But with yours, it's not going to take that long because you've got such a good name.
No, I agree. It is a goated name for sure.
No pun intended.
None whatsoever. Yeah, no, that's dope. One other thing I meant to mention to you, perhaps you could integrate this into your workflow. At your own caution, because I was watching some YouTube video yesterday, and it was on this guy that supposedly used AI in order to gain like millions of Twitter impressions, and it's a little bit of a gray area in my opinion towards terms of service. But I honestly, he justified it, and I'd honestly justify it as well. That it's not. I would not consider it bot posting, but it does use AI, and basically you can have. I was testing this out yesterday. I have an application that will run Twitter, and it can scan Twitter for certain subjects, and then queries an AI, and then will formulate a response. But it's not automatically posting. Obviously, you can train it on your writing style. It's basically like a Twitter bot, but it will say pending tweets for you, and then you can read every single tweet before it goes out, make changes, and basically approve what your Twitter is going to say. And to me, it's not using bots. To me, this is a time-saving task, because who the fuck has 10 hours a day to go sifting, researching, formulating replies and stuff? It's much easier to like automate that workflow and save you that time. Maybe I feel like you might have trepidations towards it.
I do just because
Know,
I've been nailed with that inauthentic account thing so many times. But if you're just looking for impressions, shout out to the people on Soul on Chain who taught me this one. So you now have a premium account. Your goal is to get 500 verified users, and because you want to get your account monetized, right? I mean, it's free money to you, correct?
I didn't really know that was even a thing until recently, but yeah.
Yeah, and they pay really well. Like I know if you get like 30,000 followers, which I know is a lot, you get like $1,000 a month. But you're not going to be that high. But you'll get like $10 for a small account. It'll basically pay for itself, and then you'll start to grow. Okay, so the hard thing, or what I always thought
Where
was,
does the money come from though? Because they're not selling things directly through Twitter.
all the money that people pay for premium goes into basically a big pot, and then they divvy it up. I believe it's twice a week, so it gets payouts regularly.
Oh, I thought it was for Elon to collect money.
Well, he does that too because advertising wasn't paying out what he wanted. But there are a lot of people who are buying that blue check mark, and they're not getting the necessary. Like right now, you're paying for a blue check mark, but you're not getting any money back. But once you start to get in that tier where you get 5 million impressions over 90 days, and I believe it's 500 verified followers, that's when you become eligible to start getting payments back. And
isn't that a shitload of impressions?
Wait. You would think that it is. I said the same thing, but this group I'm in told me the easy way to do it. All you do is turn notifications on like bigger, like a celebrity or a bigger like crypto account, and then whenever they post anything, you go to it and you put a GIF. And because you're really early on, because you have a notification that it just was posted, your shit will be all the way at the top, and you'll get 1.5 million impressions over the course of 24 hours. Really easy to do.
So it could be on a comment.
Oh, yeah. It's not your own shit. Yeah, that takes forever. If you're doing your own comment, you'll never get it. So you go to someone who already has a really big...
okay, that makes a lot of sense.
Exactly. And so, like, I know a girl who... all she does at the beginning of every day, takes a picture or posts a picture of herself. She's really attractive, but then at the end of the night, so in the morning she does a GM, and at night she does a GN, like at night, and every single day that gets her like 100,000, like $1,000 every week from that. She makes like $4,000 or $5,000 a month just in your case where maybe that look, you not saying you're not a good looking dude, but nobody cares about dudes. You just go to a post like hers where it's GM or whatever, and you post a very commonly known GIF, and you'll get all of her impressions that she's getting. You'll get like the residuals off of that, and each one you'll get 50,000 views on that stuff, and you have to get 5 million with 90 days. So it's not like you have to get them all in 1 month. And I thought the same thing you thought. Dude, 5 million impressions, I'll never get that. You'll never get that if you're just posting your shit. But you go to one of Elon Musk's posts right when he posts it, and you put like a popular GIF in there that everybody knows. Everybody upvotes your GIF because they know it, they like it, and you'll be in the top 30 different replies to him, and you'll get...
That's smart, yeah.
You'll get two...
That's smart. You probably do you get followers like that?
Yes, you do. Absolutely. 100%. So that gets you the 5 million impressions that you need. Because what I said to I didn't say this to someone, I've heard this and I've said it to myself. It would be so hard to get 5 million impressions. I could easily get 500 verified followers, and I already have 500 verified followers, which surprised me how quickly I was able to do it. There are a lot of guys in Nigeria with verified accounts because it's not $10 if you use the Nigerian App Store. It's like 30 cents if you use the Nigerian App Store to get the premium account. You know, they adjust it based on where your location is. So
can you do that with a VPN?
Yeah, you can.
Train me.
You can, but it's kind of a pain in the ass because you use the Nigerian App Store, so you'll have to App Store to the Nigerian one, which can fuck with if you have any kind of like automatic payments that are coming out. It can fuck with that, so I wouldn't recommend
But if
it.
I just use like a prepaid Visa on like some burner device, would it work?
Yeah, that would work. So long as you
like
can.
On my computer, will it work?
You have an Apple computer?
I have a burner. No, it's like an old XP computer.
No,
I have an old iPhone now. I
yeah,
have old iPhones.
So you could use your old iPhone, and you make your old iPhone store the Nigerian App Store, and then you.
How the fuck do you do?
It's in the settings. It's in the settings. Yours
Really?
yours is defaulted to wherever your location is. So yours is Canada, mine's the United States. Change it to the Nigerian App Store. I mean, you can see. Do you know how to check where anybody's location is on X? They started this feature like last month. If you click on the area that says like when they join Twitter, this box pulls up and it says where the location is, and then it also says what what kind of device they're using and what app store they're using. And they said they did this because they wanted to prevent.
Oh, what the hell? It says Rabbi, Rothschild, California, US. Oh, I know. Is that? No, it says location. Get directions.
No.
How is that safe for anyone?
No. I know what you're saying. No, go to my account. Do you see where it said join, like February 2025?
Yeah. I have to click that.
Click that.
Oh, yeah, so based in North America.
Okay.
Will I have to change my IP address for the Nigerian App Store to process my payment?
You might just use a VPN.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
But, so then, can I buy the expensiver like $50 plan for like $5?
I don't know how much it is, so don't quote me on like it's 30 cents, but it's less. And if you're gonna do that, then buy the orange, the gold check mark.
Yeah, like the next level up of like the 30-cent one.
No, 2 more up, like the best one.
Wouldn't that still be like $38 or something?
Yeah, probably would be, but that's where you get to make your profile picture a square, and there are all kinds of like you can read the different things on it, but advantages or whatever. But
Wait, so there is a loophole. I just need to send my phone to Nigerian, and then I get a huge discount. And they're not going to flag me at all.
Likely
my other account is posting from a Canadian VPN.
Yeah, they just care that you're making the payments on it. I mean, if you look in these spaces, how are all these Nigerian guys with blue check marks? You know how much $10 is in Nigeria? That's like
they actually are living in Nigeria.
They are living in Nigeria, yeah. But that doesn't necessarily mean that you can't use the Nigerian app. See, here's the thing, though. Nobody's going to trust your fucking account. When you're like, I'm in North America, and you sound like you're in North America, but then they click on your thing and it says Nigerian App Store. Do you get what I'm saying?
I mean, I didn't. It seems like I guess
nobody's going to trust a Nigerian project. Is what I'm saying.
Right. Yeah.
So it's.
I guess
just you're fine.
I mean, it's strictly for promotional stuff or for the account.
Well, people will
I
click
don't know
on
how
that.
I don't know how I can prove that I'm not. And one of my VPN, I mean, like other computer is connected to a non-Nigerian VPN. So how do I know if it'll come up with Canada or?
So it will eventually. I think it takes 2 to 3 weeks. It said in articles, it takes 2 to 3 weeks. If you're like on vacation or something, it'll show you in different areas. But then after 2 to 3 weeks, it'll go back to wherever you're currently. Because there were people who were complaining, like, "Hey, I'm in Australia and I traveled to Thailand, and it's saying that I'm connected via Thailand, but I don't live in Thailand. I was just there for vacation." 2 to 3 weeks went by and it went back to Australia once they were back in that area. But that's not that big a deal. I think it's more trustable to have a North American app store or Indian app store than Nigeria. Nigeria's a red flag. And even like, I know a really big project. This project is huge. It's got billions of dollars in it, and it's the Pakistani app store. And it raises all kinds of red flags to people like, is this legitimate? Because Pakistan has a lot of fraud that happens there. And it's made me think, like, if these people only knew when they started their account that, like, and it's an American project, but they just had somebody in Pakistan create the account originally, and it's kind of tainted their account a little bit. Okay, but back to the monetization thing. That shouldn't be your goal, but what I'm telling you is that it's going to be relatively easy for you, relatively. If you're in these spaces, I can tell you in your first month, you'll get 500 verified followers. And I will tell you, your first month, if you do it the way that I did it, you get 2,000 people following you, and the next month 1,000 people following you, and basically each month from there, about 1,000 people will follow you. You'll run out of people eventually. Have agreed is perhaps higher quality than other things. Like that girl I know who posts GN. That's why she puts a picture with it
so that it's not considered low quality. So she may only post GM, crypto, Twitter, or whatever, but the picture's the thing that makes it quality. And in the case of the GIF, it's not like you're posting the same GIF 50 times. You're posting a GIF once, and it's just really popular, and so it's considered a high quality response. Another thing,
You're certain of that?
yeah, another thing that I've seen people do, that if they want to get a lot of people who are like high quality, it's what I thought you were going to say, which is where you let's say Elon Musk says something like um, the Tesla Optimus robot is almost ready for North American production or something like that. Then what you do is you just go to Grok and ask for the Tesla Optimus robots timeline until it gets launched, and it'll tell you like it was first created in 2019, and then the first production of it at small scale was 2025, and then it first arrival in North American homes is approximately 2026. Like basically, you take a high quality response or a entry and put into one of those big influencers and people will find, like it either it helps to explain the whatever the person's talking about, it helps to enhance it, and you'll get hundreds of thousands of views just on that, and impress people, vote it, and all that other shit. Does that make sense?
And will not. They don't care that it's just a total AI generated answer.
They consider it to be a quality answer because of the amount of people who upvote it. That's the thing. It doesn't necessarily know if something is quality or not. If people are interacting with it, they consider it to be quality.
Even if it's just
yeah. So long as people don't either report it as spam or report it as not relevant, then if people are interacting with it, especially if they're reposting it, they're liking it or they're bookmarking it, they are going to consider that to be a quality response.
Okay, now this other strategy I was going to employ was using Twitter and going, like, you see these coins or whatever, or maybe it's a Twitter post that's like, okay, show me your coin or whatever, because there are a billion of those each day. And
yes, sir.
Post their certain monkey ape or whatever.
Right.
But I was going to go in those and basically do like a look, the greatest cryptocurrency of all time. We're not here to. We want to make you stronger. We don't want to. We're not here to hurt you. We're here to make you stronger and like build that narrative. To try and persuade them that this is really a greater thing to do, and it's going to support our growth rather than impede it.
Okay. So what are you saying?
Do you think that is a good way to go about it?
In one sentence?
Like just to whatever, it's like some post of a cow moo or whatever, and you go and say, look, the bird or the greatest crypto of all time is launching soon. We're buying all the coins. We're not if you lose your identity. We're not to hurt your growth. We're actually here to make your growth stronger and your community everlasting. And accelerate longevity.
Okay, it's a lot. I mean, if you can fit all that into a Twitter post, and you should be able to, because a premium account has the ability to be able to post longer, more text.
Premium Nigerian top tier account, I post one page at a time.
Okay. Then I would say to you, yeah, that's great. Is it the most attractive thing I've ever heard? No, because it's kind of boring to me, to be honest with you. You're like saying, like, we want to take, like, you're telling people what you don't want to do. And I think it's best interest to tell people what you do want to do. So instead of saying, we don't want to detract from your community, you say, we will make your community stronger. We'll make your project.
Yeah, true.
You know,
very good point.
But if you utilize that type of strategy, I think that definitely can work for you.
Wicked. And do you think possibly register max interaction boost Nigerian one would weigh the negative just to or gather a bunch of attention and followers? Like, is it possibly worth taking that or whatever?
Okay. Yeah, I think it's definitely worth the risk. I'm telling you, right now you have nothing to lose. You have an account that has 0 followers, basically. So if I were you, if I could afford it, and I don't know what your budget is, I would buy 10,000 followers, and I would buy I can send you let me send you the website.
I can't afford the 10 thing, but the $10 subscription instead of paying for like the shittier tier. If I upgrade that tier to get more interactions, that seems worthwhile.
Yeah, so if you could do, well, I mean, you don't have to do 10,000 followers. Like they sell less than that. I just want you to have an idea of what the pricing is. So for your own benefit. And you don't have to buy any of it.
I don't think they have like the big follower thing, to be honest. Like, I have an Instagram account, and I'm just like, I still post and I don't get any likes. It's like, yeah, you can pay for less, but it's like, watching the account to even notice, like, maybe a boost it'll.
Okay, I understand.
Do it organically.
That's all right.